Chapter 501. Haha, Ivan, you are too slow. Time flies. On the China continent, not far from Dongdu, an airship is hovering steadily in the sky, waiting for the cloud shuttle to approach. The two airships are still some distance apart, and Ivan on the deck sees a smiling man standing opposite. This man is Oates, and the airship is his Thunder Wolf. Good morning, Your Excellency Oates. When did you arrive? Ivan looked at the funny Oates in silence. This guy really didn't have the demeanor of an arcane wizard at all. He wanted to fight for everything. On the way back, they were not in a hurry, and the cloud shuttle did not go at full speed on the road. The Thunder Wolf was not necessarily the same, and it set off 2 days in advance, which was simply ill-intentioned. Haha, I've been here for a long time, and I haven't stopped here to wait for you. After all, Dongdu is your territory. It's not good for me, a guest, to enter the city before you arrive. I will definitely treat you well when you arrive in Dongdu. Haha, that's settled. While speaking, Oates did not treat Ivan as a third-level wizard. In his mind, Ivan would definitely become an arcane wizard in the near future. By then, it's hard to say who will have a higher status. Wizard Oates, what's the matter that makes you so happy? Tell me about it. President Hayter appeared in a flash, so fast that it seemed like there was no sign. Ahem, nothing serious. Ivan said he would treat me well, and I'm happy. Oates immediately stopped smiling. Facing this old man who seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, he was always a little scared. With Ivan to entertain you, it seems that I don't need to entertain you personally. Hottie smiled faintly. No, you are busy with your own things, don't worry about me. Oates quickly gestured, feeling that this weakened his momentum. He then added, I promised others that I would protect Ivan's safety before he was promoted to an arcane wizard. I see. Sorry for your trouble, Wizard Oates. Hottie nodded slightly. You are too polite. This is my duty, Oates said solemnly. Afterwards, Ivan and his men were taken to the Thunder Wolf by President Haytes. The two airships flew slowly towards the eastern capital Donran City, one after the other. Oates, is what you said just now true or false? On the Thunder Wolf, Ivan found an opportunity to ask. It was the first time he knew about such a thing. Of course, you can guess who that person is. Oates gave a positive answer and emphasized very seriously, Ivan, I failed to protect Tanya before. This time, even if I risk my life, I will definitely keep you safe. I'm sorry for the trouble. Ivan could feel the determination in his words. The last time, Tanya was killed, which made Oates regret for many years, and he still couldn't let it go. Now, the King of the Sky is willing to give him a chance for redemption, so he is naturally willing to complete it. It seems like a closed loop between the three of them. Oates had been upset about his defeat to Tanya. Tanya was in trouble, and found hope from Ivan. Ivan's current situation was not very good, and he really needed someone to protect him. Oates was a good candidate. In a sense, the three of them helped each other. The Thunder Wolf was always accompanied by lightning during its journey. Its momentum was not comparable to that of ordinary airships. It soon arrived at Dongdu. After nearly 8 years, Ivan returned to the city again. Not long after entering the city, the Xuanmu Tower was within reach. The two sides had contacted each other in advance. At this moment, Justy, Penny, Angela, Danlin, and Ivan's student Helen, etc., all came out to greet them. Ivan, your concubines are out to greet you. Looking at the beautiful ladies in different styles in front of the Wizard Tower, Oates glanced at Tanya with a hint of meaning, and brought up the topic without thinking about it. You said that as if you didn't have it. Ivan knew what he was thinking, but he and Tanya were not like that at all, so there was no need to explain anything to Tanya. Oates didn't say much, and pretended to be ready to watch the show. I will introduce them to you. Ivan thought for a moment, and said to Tanya, who was not far away. I understand what you mean, I won't make things difficult for anyone. Tanya immediately understood. The two of them had a tacit understanding, and they set the basic rules in just 1 or 2 sentences. As for just I, will Perny and others make things difficult for Tanya. Tanya is a 3 magician and flying knight, and she is accompanied by a lord-level strongman. It's good enough that she doesn't bully others. Who dares to pluck hair from a tiger's head? I'm afraid he's too old. On the other side, as this unique airship approached, Josher and others also saw a group of people on the deck, including Tanya, Mara, etc. Although they were a little worried, they didn't dare to act rashly when they saw the extraordinary aura and pressure from the opposite side. The atmosphere became a little tense after this long unseen meeting. Ivan didn't hide anything and introduced Hortz and Grace first. Then, he directly pointed out Tanya's identity as Mrs. Marichatton, from the Fitzrod family, and stated that she was appointed by the King of the Sky. Nowadays, the authenticity of the engagement is no longer important. Even if it is false, it has become true when it comes from the mouth of the Sky King. No one in the wizarding world will question the words of the Sky King. Of course, Ivan will not question it. After listening to his introduction, Giuseppe, Perny, and Danlin were a little confused. How could such a big shot be involved all of a sudden? On the contrary, the centaur Angela, who lacked understanding of the wizarding world, was confused. Seeing that several people were puzzled, Ivan attributed the reason to the research on the return tower and briefly explained it. He said it briefly, and Locke and Morris couldn't stand it anymore. They praised the return tower from the side, saying that it was earth-shaking and famous. They wanted to use all the good words on the return tower. Giuseppe and the others suddenly realized. It turned out that their man was too outstanding, and was valued by the big shots above, and the noble lady of the family was betrothed to him. Several people were happy, but helpless, and could only greet Tanya. Tanya was very generous and close, and handed out a circle of expensive gifts, and also said words to win people over, which even made people feel a little flattered. The scene was very harmonious. Later, Tanya, Grace, and Mara moved into the Swiftwood Tower. Oates and Morris preferred to live on the Thunder Wolf, which was moored on the side of the Swiftwood Tower, and the two were very close. At some point in the afternoon, Ivan specifically called Giuseppe alone. Giuseppe, about Tanya, actually. I can understand that as your strength grows stronger, this is a matter of time. I have always known that as long as I have a place by your side, Ivan, I will be very satisfied. Without asking Ivan to explain anything, Giuseppe, who was nestled in his arms, took the initiative to express her thoughts. Giuseppe has always been a person who is easily satisfied. When they were both apprentices, she was willing to wait in the small castle in Sangha territory rather than go to the Wizard Academy. She has always been unable to suppress Penny, let alone a noble lady from the top family of Berta blood plain. After thinking about it for a while, Giuseppe figured it out herself. Being the legitimate wife of Marichatton is not important. What is important is to have a stable position beside Ivan. If I say the engagement is fake, would you believe it? Ivan looked at her for a while, and then told her the truth. I am not someone who breaks his word easily. Hearing this, Giuseppe was obviously stunned. Remember, don't tell anyone, including Penny and the others. Ivan said again. Yeah, I listened to you. I won't tell anyone. Giuseppe smiled and nodded repeatedly, obviously believing his words. Then, she thought of something, and a strange color flashed in her smile. What's wrong? I know this is just a temporary fake, but Ivan, I'm really happy that you can tell me secretly. Why do you say that? Ivan looked at her in surprise, really not knowing what she was thinking. With your charm, Ivan, Miss Tanya will fall in love with you sooner or later, and then the fake will become real, and she will still be the lady of the Marichatton family. Justy muttered. Haha, maybe you are right. Ivan was also stunned for a moment, and laughed. By the way, how is your wine brewing going? I think it's pretty good. Do you want to see it? Let's talk about it later. Let's see you first, and then see the wine after seeing the beauty. When it comes to brewing, Giuseppe struggled to stand up, but Ivan hugged her and lifted her up horizontally, and the room suddenly became lively and full of spring. After a long time, the two of them went to see the wine she brewed. After the previous failure in the Thunderlight wine, Giuseppe was brave enough to learn from her mistakes. After spending several years, she finally brewed a fine wine, Deep Blue Light. After tasting it, Ivan did not hesitate to praise it. It was indeed a fine wine, very strong. However, Danlin did not relax either, and also introduced new ideas and achieved new success. The former's wine was strong, and the latter's wine was soft, each with its own unique features. With the fine wine brewed by the two people, Ivan fulfilled what he said before entering the city and entertained Oates and others well, and both the host and the guests were happy. Oates liked strong wine. Grace was a little unexpected and also liked strong wine more. In a sense, Giuseppe's fine wine was undoubtedly half the winner after conquering two Lord-level strongmen. Chapter 502. The first layer of the underground world, the kingdom of the Night Elves, the Comer Empire. The capital of the royal city, Uua City, the temple of the Night Mother Goddess. On this day, Jenny came to the main hall to find the high priest Kolobasi, and directly said goodbye to her, saying that she was going out of the empire. Saint, where are you going? I will go to the west to meet Ivan, and then I will go to the surface with him. After finishing the big things, it will take several years, and I will come back to the underground. The high priest didn't care too much at first, but after hearing Jenny's truthful words, she woke up and stared at her own saint in a daze. The saint will not never come back, right? She had gone against all odds and insisted on following the mother goddess's will, and personally led a team to the surface to look for people, and brought Ginny back to the underground world, and argued for her to become the saint of the temple. Facts have proved how wise her behavior was. Since Ginny became the saint, the mother goddess's favor for the night elves has become stronger, and the status of the temple has also been rising steadily. Everything is moving in a good direction. Now, the saint will not want to stay, right? That human man is indeed a disaster, so hateful. I'm leaving. Ginny didn't expect the high priest to think so much at once. Wait, saint, why are you going to find that man again? Have you forgotten what you said before? The high priest hurriedly stepped forward to block her. What? Ginny looked at her in confusion. Didn't you say that you would stay underground forever? The high priest said in a deep voice. Oh really? Get out of the way quickly. I have reported to Lady Lilibet. Ginny said lightly. Hearing this, the high priest Kolobasi's expression froze, not knowing how to respond. She didn't know whether the saint had communicated directly with the Dark Night Mother Goddess, or just prayed in front of the statue of the Mother Goddess. There was an essential difference between the two. However, both statements were impeccable. She couldn't say that the saint had reported to the Mother Goddess, and had to obtain the consent of herself, the high priest. High priest, are you going to stop me? Seeing that the high priest had been blocking the way, Ginny's eyes gradually became a little unfriendly. In the temple, the favor of the gods is equal to their status. Over the years, as the status of the temple has risen steadily, Ginny's status has also grown step by step. Her status as a saint is no less than that of the high priest. It just reflects what the high priest said back then, that one person is below 10,000 people. No, I'm just worried about your safety. The high priest also understood this. How about letting Rosa bring a few people to protect you? Just 3 people, and they will definitely not interfere with any of your actions. You are the holy maiden of the temple. How can you go without a guard? You will be looked down upon by those foreigners. No need. Ginny refused outright, and didn't buy her trick at all. She knew what she was going to do, so why would she bring the night elves with her? After all, Ivan was not welcome in this country, and who knew whether Rosa and others would cause trouble. High priest, I say it one last time, get out of the way. Okay, then come back early. I'll be back after I finish my business. Faced with Ginny, who was about to take action, the high priest Kolbashi compromised. Not to mention the strength of the saint, one of them is a saint, and the other is a high priest. If they fight here, the majesty of the temple will fall to the ground. As a high priest, she has to consider these. Ah! Looking at Ginny walking out, the high priest sighed. She could only believe that what the saint said just now was true, and that she would never come back. Before the high priest had time to sigh, he saw the saint come back. Saint, what are you doing? She asked with some expectation. High priest, come with me to the imperial court. I need to ask Luluxia for some fine wine. Let's go, Ginny said. Oh, okay. Hearing her answer, the high priest almost couldn't breathe. Then he thought, the saint clearly didn't treat him and Luluxia as outsiders, which was a good sign. Then, the two of them went to the imperial court of the night elf together. After leaving the imperial court, Ginny left US City alone, and set off on a long journey. Are you really relieved? What if I'm not relieved? Throughout the entire Comer Empire, the saint is the one who is most favored by the Mother Goddess. In terms of status, the saint should be ranked first. Ginny didn't know that someone had been silently following her to the gate of US City. It was the Grand Mistress Luluxia and the High Priest Kolabashi. Maybe she knew, but Ginny didn't take it to heart. What about safety? Luluxia asked again. In fact, the saint is stronger than me. I don't know how far she has come. I guess she will take that step soon. When the time comes, the high priest said with inexplicable melancholy. When the conflict occurred in the temple, she also gave in so quickly and decisively because she considered that she was not as strong as others. In the final analysis, the world is essentially a world where strength is respected, and it is the same no matter where you are. We will talk about it later. Our Comer Empire has not had a real Comer Queen for a long time. That person is Saint Ginny, which is actually quite good, Luluxia said. Stop talking nonsense. Ginny is the saint of my temple. In the future, she will only be the pope of the temple. The high priest immediately saw through her sinister intentions. There was no way she could poach my people. Look at you, you're getting anxious again. It's really boring to talk to you. If I had known, I would have gone with Ginny to see my future prince. It's been a long time since we last met. I miss Wizard Ivan so much. Shameless. Thinking of her old friend's prophetic abilities, The high priest Kolobashi felt even more upset. Why did the human man keep pestering her, not to mention the thoughts of the two high-ranking night elves? On the other side, Ginny went west all the way, and finally came from the south to the west, and arrived at the far west. She arrived earlier, and Ivan and his party were still on their way. 3 days later, Ivan and his party also appeared in the far west, and came to the territory of the Stone-Tail clan of the Hammerstone Empire. The two sides met at the original mining site of the Stone-Tail clan. Wizard Ivan, long time no see. Yeah, are you alone? Inum is here, but it is still in deep sleep, and will appear in time when needed. Ivan and Ginny were naturally happy to meet each other. Seeing that she was alone here, Ivan couldn't help but ask one more question. Ginny knew that Ivan was asking about the tree guard Enum, but the tree guard usually didn't show up. Ivan didn't care, as long as the other party was by Ginny's side. Then, he introduced Ginny to Oates, Grace, Tanya and others. Perhaps because they had seen the two-in-one many times, even Oates and Grace couldn't discover Ginny's true identity. Only Tanya seemed to be thinking about something, but she didn't say much or ask more questions, and her mind was on the inheritance she was about to seek. Chapter 503. The inheritance left by the Justice Star ancestor is located on the top of the Seven Gods Mountain. The best time to climb the Seven Gods Mountain is the Star Day, which is the day when the light emitted by the Star River shines on the world of Danila. Such days are not common. Sometimes they are not seen once every half a year, or even a year. Ivan has no knowledge of astrology, and cannot calculate the specific situation of the Star Day. The same is true for Oates and Grace, but Tanya obviously understands it. She learns everything quickly, and has a very broad knowledge base. After she calculated and determined the specific time, they stayed in Dongdu for more than 3 months before setting off again to the underground world. On the way, when they went down to the underground magma layer, Ivan was remembered by a lord, so they encountered the lava lord as expected. At the critical moment, Oates took action. As an arcane wizard, although he was not very good at ordinary times, he was very fierce when facing the lava lord, showing the extraordinary combat power of arcane wizards, and did not ask Grace to help. Under Oates' powerful hand, the group broke through the lava lord's obstruction and easily entered the first layer of the underground world. Then they rushed to the far west and successfully reunited with Ginny. Tanya, you have a good grasp of astrology. The light of the star world has become active. A few hours after the reunion, Ivan sensed something and praised it. Nothing. Tanya smiled indifferently. She didn't tell Ivan that in fact, the specific time she estimated was 2 days later, not today. Fortunately, the time was just right, and we didn't miss the best opportunity for inheritance, otherwise we would have to wait until the next star day. Ivan, is there really only 2 chances left for inheritance? As time was approaching, Morris on the side couldn't help asking. It's at most 2 times, at least only 1 time. Ivan pointed out the mistake in his words, and then said to the 3 people who were about to receive the inheritance, I have given you the opportunity, whether you can really get the inheritance depends on you. There will be 2 difficulties in the inheritance place. The first is to climb the Seven Gods Mountain, and the second is to comprehend the true meaning from the inheritance statue. You will enter it together later, and obtain the inheritance with your own abilities. I hope you won't play any tricks, and this is not in line with the way of the night. In addition to Tanya and Morris, there is also Angela who participated in the inheritance assessment this time. A few years ago, when Ivan left Dongdu and went to Berta Blood Plain, Angela was already a 3rd-level flying knight. A few years later, she practiced to the pinnacle of flying knights, and was also suitable to receive the inheritance of the Justice Star ancestor. Angela is Ivan's woman, so he naturally would not ignore his own people, and this time he brought Angela with him. As what he said indicated, not everyone can succeed in inheriting the Justice Star ancestor. Only 3 people taking the test is not a lot, and it might even reduce the success rate. How can that be? We are all family members, and we will definitely not play any mean tricks, Morris said hurriedly. Tanya and Angela nodded without agreement. Ivan, tell us more about the situation of the Seven Gods Mountain, so that we can have a better chance of winning. Morris then said that, to put it bluntly, he was unsure. Seeing that all 3 of them were looking at him, Ivan had to briefly reiterate, there were originally 7 heritage statues on the Seven Gods Mountain, representing humility, honesty, compassion, bravery, integrity, sacrifice, and honor. Now there is only 1 left, which corresponds to the light of sacrifice in the way of knights. If you want to comprehend the light of sacrifice from it, it is very simple. You just need to have the will to sacrifice, a fearless spirit, and be consistent inside and out. He did not say that he actually did not appreciate the fearless spirit. He was able to obtain the inheritance in the end, all thanks to his cleverness at the time, and found a way of sacrifice that suited him, sacrificing himself for himself. The opportunity of inheritance can be given, but the unique path that one has comprehended should never be given lightly. This is the same as the path to advancement to the arcane. Everyone has his own path and his own exclusive way, which must not be imposed on others. Fearless, this is too difficult. After listening to his statement, Morris lamented. Unlike Morris, both Tanya and Angela showed a look of determination to win, which formed a sharp contrast between the two. Tanya had no way to retreat, and this time she would definitely go all out. Angela was from the Centaur clan, and had been baptized with all kinds of knight knowledge since childhood, and her heart had always been sincere to the way of knights. The two of them had the will of knights, which just met the basic requirements of the inheritance of the star ancestor of justice. However, Ivan was more optimistic about Tanya, followed by Angela, and finally Morris. In the far west, time passed by minute, until the dawn of the next day. In front of the place where the group was waiting, unusual light and shadow emerged, with brilliant colors in the light and shadow, and the steps of the sacred mountain were reflected. Go ahead, good luck to you. Seeing this, Ivan immediately threw out a black crown, and the black crown fell into the light and shadow mixed with fighting spirit. The black crown of the original Tide Empire came in handy again. In a moment, a small golden door appeared where the light and shadow were. The black crown fell on the door, and turned into a clear pattern. The golden door slowly opened. I, Angela, will return with the glory of the night. Yes. I take a gamble. The three did not dare to neglect it. Angela took the lead and quickly rushed into the golden door in the air, and their figures disappeared into it. There is actually a golden door waiting for the three people ahead. It is the blocking force left by the ancestors of the centaurs. It requires the blood of the centaurs' royal family to open it. This is why Angela is in the front. After the three people entered the inheritance land, only Ivan and the other four were left in the quarrying land abandoned by the Stonetail tribe. This time when they came to the underground world, they did not bring anyone who was not related to the inheritance, including Mara, who was inseparable from Tanya. Ivan, according to the normal process, how long does it take to receive the inheritance? Oates couldn't help asking. There is no normal process. Either success or failure can be considered as the end. Once it is over, you should be able to get out. It took me more than 4 months last time. Ivan answered casually. That means we need to wait here for about 4 months. That's about right. If you are bored here, you might as well go for a walk around. This is within the territory of the Hammerstone Empire. You can go to the Stone Tribe to communicate. Stone Tribe, forget it. Oates was somewhat tempted, but he finally rejected Ivan's good intention. He had promised the King of the Sky that he would always protect Ivan's safety, and he should not break his promise. Ivan just said it casually, and he didn't want to, so he didn't persuade him much. Compared with the surface, the number of creatures in the underground world is undoubtedly much smaller, especially insects. In such a wilderness, you can't hear the sound of insects, making the surroundings very quiet. But the quiet atmosphere didn't last for a while, and there were footsteps that were thought to be very hidden. The sound came from far away. Someone came, and went straight to where they were. Seeing this, Oates' face was lifted. Chapter 504. Yesterday, a group of people casually built a mountain courtyard as a temporary place to stay. There are towering rock pillars around the courtyard, which are higher than the courtyard. On the top of the pillars, there are dark green flame balls floating, which emit a pale green light, illuminating the entire courtyard. Barren mountain, wild house, green fire. It fits perfectly with this dark underground. To be honest, it has been bright here for so long, and it is relatively late for someone to come here now. Where did the white-faced people come from? How dare you come to my tribe's rock mining site, and act so recklessly? For Stonetail warriors secretly climbed over the wall and broke into the courtyard. When they stood still and looked closely, they saw several white-faced people sitting in the hall, staring at them with wide eyes. Seeing this scene, one of the warriors shouted first. This voice was powerful, but before he could be happy, he was slapped by his own family leader Finn, who slapped him hard on the back of his head, and the sound was equally loud. What are you talking about? Look carefully, that is Wizard Ivan, a distinguished guest of my Stonetail tribe. Finn scolded, and he turned to Ivan and said, Hello, Wizard Ivan, I guess it's you. I haven't seen you for many years. Welcome to the far west again. Well, long time no see, sorry to bother you again. Ivan stood up and responded. He and the Stonetail tribe had never had a grudge, and this was indeed the territory of the Stonetail tribe, so there was no need to make things unpleasant. Mr. Z didn't come? Finn looked around, but didn't see the familiar figure and was a little disappointed. Chief Finn, you are still thinking about making Z the stone spirit of your tribe. Seeing him like this, Ivan smiled faintly. Of course. Finn did not hide his thoughts, and then he ordered the people around him. You go back first, and let everyone outside withdraw, and tell Ball that Ivan the wizard is here. The other 3 warriors were somewhat reluctant, and were driven away by him with a tough attitude. It can be seen that after these years of development, the power of the Stonetail tribe has become much stronger, and there are several more third-level warriors. As the head of the tribe, Finn's power has also grown significantly. Ivan could also see that Finn didn't seem to want to talk to him at this time. Chief Finn, you can say whatever you want. Seeing that he was hesitant to speak, Ivan said very straightforwardly, Wizard Ivan, I have an unwelcome request. I don't know. The stone tribe looks a bit like humans, but the difference is that their skin is very rough, with a stone texture, yellow skin, tall and strong, and can be called a big guy per capita. It's hard for Finn, a big guy, to behave so shyly. Just tell me, I'm listening. Can I have another fight with you? No. Finn proposed to fight, but it was Ball who had just arrived who objected. He saw the scene as soon as he arrived and subconsciously spoke up to stop it. Ball was considered the think tank of the Stonetail tribe. Ball, why not? Finn was puzzled. Wizard Ivan came from afar, and is a distinguished guest of our tribe. How can you fight with a guest, Chief? Ball couldn't say that he didn't think highly of his own head. After thinking about it, he gave another answer. Why not? It's happened before, Finn said. Ball was speechless. Finn looked at Ivan again, and his desire to fight was extremely strong. Ball couldn't stop him anymore, so he could only let his family leader do whatever he wanted, hoping that he wouldn't lose too badly. I do it myself. Ivan stretched out his hand to stop Ginny from moving. Let me do it, Ginny said. You don't understand, take a break. Ivan shook his head. He didn't have to teach Finn a lesson himself, but once Ginny took action and people saw some clues, Finn and the others would probably make trouble again and try to invite Ginny to become the stone spirit of the tribe, and they might even pester her. Less trouble is worse than more trouble. Based on this, he decided to do it himself. The group came to the outside of the courtyard one after another, and stood at a distance from each other. Ivan and Finn stood facing each other. Finn had turned into a stone figurine, and the layer outside him was the giant stone armored soldiers of the stone tribe. People and giant stone armored soldiers were harmoniously integrated. Wizard Ivan, please fight me with all your strength. Finn shouted loudly, and while speaking, his whole body quickly became taller and bigger, and in an instant, he turned into a rock giant as high as 15 or 16 meters. There was a long tail behind the giant that pierced into the ground, and the nearby ground was like water, with many waves. Then, a long-handled stone nail hammer condensed in the giant's hand, and the savage momentum was like a rainbow. This guy, he can't tell the truth from the false. Hearing this, Oates, who was watching the battle, felt bored. Once Ivan went all out, the battle should be over in an instant. He thought he could fight for a few more rounds. Ivan heard the words from the other side, and felt the sincerity of Finn's attitude, so he decided to fulfill his words. The next second, the Black Devil's hand reappeared. The overall color of this flaming giant palm was dark red, and black, green, orange, and white light lingered around the giant palm, all of which were integrated. When Finn took just 1.5 steps, the giant flaming palm accelerated to him. Finn immediately felt something was wrong, but he was blocked by an inexplicable force, so he had no way to avoid it, and could only deal with it hastily. With a loud bang, the long-handled stone nail hammer in the rock giant's hand broke immediately, and then the huge body flew backwards, and fell to the ground with another loud bang. The difference in strength between the two sides was obvious at a glance. Seeing this, Ball hurriedly ran to the place where the patriarch fell. After a while, Ball came over with the limping Finn, and there was still grey blood dripping from Finn's body. Wizard Ivan, thank you for showing mercy. Finn was not someone who could not stand losing. He did not look downcast even after being slapped away. Go back and recuperate first. We talk again some other day when we have time. Ivan nodded. He did not use his full strength, fearing that he might cripple or kill Finn. There was nothing to hide about this. Otherwise, he would have many ways to make him fall down and never stand up again. He was about to become an arcane wizard, so his strength was certainly not comparable to that of ordinary third-level creatures. Okay. Finn and Ball left very quickly. If Ivan hadn't called them, they probably wouldn't have come here again. Ivan and his companions returned to the courtyard and continued to wait in the open hall. After the battle, Shouldn't we have a drink, Wizard Ivan? Hots asked, but his eyes fell on Ginny, the saint of the night elves. He remembered clearly that Ivan was the saint of the night elves. The saint of the sun, and the saint of the night elves was really unexpected. Ginny, did you bring the royal wine of the Comer Empire? Ivan knew what he was thinking. Before leaving, I asked Grand Madame Lelucia for some. He asked for it, so Ginny would naturally not refuse, as these 1,000-year-old wines were originally for him. With outsiders present, Ginny took out a few bottles, which made Ivan laugh secretly. Hots thought it was too little, and winked at him, but Ivan ignored him. It's just a small victory, so it's only worth a small drink, right or not? It's a pity that the stone barbarian is so talkative. Why is he so arrogant? He has no self-awareness at all. Seeing that he was not giving up, Ivan made up a reason casually. Oates could not find an excuse to refute, so he could only sip the wine while talking about Finn. He kept sighing in his heart. It was worthy of being the 1,000-year-old wine of the Night Elf Royal Court. The taste was extraordinary. Time passed quickly while waiting. Only more than 3 months later, there was movement in the mountain courtyard again. At a certain moment, the light and shadow in the air were particularly shining, and a gorgeous sacred mountain was clearly reflected and floated in the air. Above the sacred mountain, fragrant mist and flying clouds lingered. Is that the Seven Gods mountain you mentioned? Yes. Several people came to the outside of the courtyard at the first time, and their eyes were fixed on the Gods mountain. In Ivan's eyes, the statues were no longer standing on the top of the Gods mountain, but 7 tall knights with 4 wings and 8 arms, who were looking at him through layers of space, smiling at him, as if greeting him. Ivan hurriedly returned the knight's salute. As time passed, the colorful light on the Gods mountain became more and more intense. Suddenly, the knight standing on the top of the mountain merged into the light, followed by the 7 Gods mountain itself. The knight's figure disappeared, and the Gods mountain also disappeared. The light disappeared, and the entire inheritance land turned into nothingness, with only 3 figures falling from midair. One person was in high spirits, and the other 2 were unhappy. The result was also clear at a glance. Chapter 505. Tanya, is it done? It's done. Hots was the first to ask, and the expectation in his eyes was almost overflowing. After getting a positive answer, he couldn't help but smile, and then he thought of something, and asked hurriedly, "How do you feel now?" "Very good, as Ivan said, this power contains a different kind of vitality, my body has never felt so relaxed, I think I really have a chance to go further." Tanya spoke excitedly, revealing an orange-red light that spread from her feet. This was the power of the domain halo, the light of sacrifice in the light of life, which was different from Ivan's. In fact, her body had also changed, and she had initially acquired the golden bloodline from the righteous star ancestor. More bloodline power was hidden deep in her body, and would gradually merge with the improvement of her strength until she transformed into a complete golden bloodline. For a person with a serious physical injury, this was exactly what she needed. At this moment, Tanya has felt the benefits of the power of inheritance, and she, who has always been calm, is very excited. Haha, you can rest assured about Ivan. When some words come out of his mouth, the probability is usually 90% correct. Hots was happy for her sincerely. He did not forget to praise Ivan who brought the inheritance. Ivan smiled slightly. "Morris, it doesn't matter if you fail. You are different. You have many ways to go. It doesn't matter if there is one more or one less." After confirming Tanya's matter, Hots noticed the 2 unhappy people. "Who said I failed?" Morris retorted. "Why, you succeeded too?" Oates was surprised. "No, Ivan is right. That inheritance power is only enough for one person. Angela and I didn't have time to comprehend it, and the 7 Gods mountain suddenly disappeared. If I had more time, I would definitely be able to comprehend the light of sacrifice." Morris's face was full of reluctance. From the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, and then bathing in the inheritance power, he did not gain nothing. During the whole process, his attainments in the night breathing method increased many times. Because of this, because he had experienced the great power of inheritance, he felt so much resentment in his heart. "I'm sorry, Wizard Ivan, I failed to bring back the supreme glory of the night." Unlike Morris, Centaur Angela was more ashamed. She lost to a person who changed his career halfway, which was really a failure of the chivalry she had learned since childhood. It can be said that the more confident she was before, the more embarrassed she is now. "Angela, do you know what else you lack compared to Tanya, besides your own ability to comprehend?" Seeing her frustrated look, Ivan couldn't bear it. "Please tell me which aspect." Angela looked up at him steadily. "It's true that you have learned night knowledge since childhood, But the centaurs have long lost the sharpness that knights should have. You may do better than other members of your tribe, but this is far from enough. Ivan continued. Looking back at Angela's past years, she has always lacked the necessary experience due to the environment. In other words, her knight power only has the thickness accumulated over time, but not enough depth. Of course, if she had outstanding comprehension, it would not be impossible to make up for this, but she didn't have it. Sharpness? I see. Angela seemed to be thinking. Angela, keep working hard, there is still a way ahead, don't let up. Ivan said in a deep voice. Yeah. Angela nodded heavily, and her spirit was obviously much more energetic than before. After listening to the conversation between the two, Morris also understood where he lost. His problem was similar to Angela's, or perhaps more serious than the others. Facing Tanya, the two really deserved to lose. That's not right, Wizard Ivan. Hot suddenly shouted. Didn't you say before that it took you more than 4 months? How come it took you 1 month longer than Tanya? Ivan rolled his eyes, really talking about something irrelevant. Why don't you open your eyes and see if you look like a fearless person? Why don't you tell me the reason? Hotz asked. He was holding back something bad. Lack of experience, Ivan said unhappily. The predecessors planted the trees, and the descendants enjoyed the shade. Facing the unknown inheritance power, the first assessment did face more problems. We who followed behind got a big advantage. As the biggest beneficiary, Tanya hurriedly spoke to smooth things over. Oates stopped teasing him. However, from the answer just now, anyone could see that Ivan's words lacked confidence. In terms of inheritance assessment, even Ivan couldn't catch up with Tanya, and Morris felt much more balanced in his heart. Evan, Tanya, when you become the Night King, the legendary Star Lord, or even the immortal Star Lord one day and sweep across the long river of the Star Realm, don't forget to help me, your brother. I still want to follow the path of the Justice Star ancestor. It depends on your performance in the future. Tanya answered him first. Miss Tanya, I am just a soldier under you. How can I perform? Morris complained. I remember that there are many inheritances left by the Justice Star ancestor, and the Danila world is just one of them. Why don't you go to other worlds to look for it? Maybe you can find the same one. Tanya made a suggestion. You are so cruel, Ivan. How could Morris dare to do that? He could only look at Ivan for help. I can easily talk to you. Ivan glanced at Angela, but did not refuse Morris's request. It is the same if you drive 1 sheep or 2 sheep. You are really loyal, Ivan. Morris's expression changed from worry to joy. Don't be too happy too soon. I don't know if I will have this ability in the future. Even if I do, it will definitely not be as good as the original inheritance. It may even be much worse. You have to understand this. Ivan added. You're right, this is inevitable. Morris thought about it seriously and agreed reluctantly. No matter what, it's better to have hope than no hope. One more way means one more chance to become a powerful lord. He will definitely not abandon the knights to practice in the future. Okay, the assessment is over. On this memorable day, shouldn't we go for a drink? Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Oates proposed to drink again. He had been thinking about other royal wines for many days. He finally found a suitable excuse. How could he miss the opportunity in vain? Is there good wine? Morris immediately forgot most of his worries. Yes, the royal court wine from the 10,000 Years Empire. Hot said, looking at Ivan and Ginny, who was standing not far away. Ivan, I remember you promised me that when we were in the empty valley. Morris said a little embarrassedly. The success rate is 1/3. Just drink a little, don't argue with me, the amount of wine is extremely limited. Ivan said. He was not stingy, but he specifically asked Ginny and got an answer. The elf royal court did not have many fine wines that were more than 1,000 years old, and the brewing of this kind of wine required the baptism of time. There are only so many bottles, and drinking one less bottle is a complete waste. After listening to his explanation, Oates and Morris could only agree. A new day. Ivan took a last look at the empty place. After thousands of years, the power of inheritance left by the Justice Star ancestor in the world of Danila was finally exhausted with the arrival of the last wave of examiners. Since then, there is no Seven Gods mountain in Danila anymore, and the far west has truly become a remote and desolate place. He sighed inwardly, then turned around and left with the others. The goal of the underground trip has been achieved, and they should return to the surface. Ivan had asked Angela before, since it was a rare trip to the underground world, whether she wanted to go back to the centaurs. Angela refused. She didn't want to go back to see those tribesmen who had lost their ambition. Her inner hope was to be the Night King, and if she was lucky enough to become the Night King, she would go back to that isolated place. Ivan didn't want to interfere too much with Angela's thoughts. Chapter 506. Dongdu. Time flies, and Ivan and his party have returned to the surface from the underground world. There were no ways on the way. Not long after he came back, an old friend came to visit Xuanmu Tower. Wizard Ivan, I heard that you have been staying in Berta Blood Plain? Doug, I'm afraid you are out of touch with the news. Wizard Solomon, what do you mean by this? It seems that you really don't know that Ivan has not only been in the Sharpwind Island of Berta Blood Plain, but also made a big fuss in the empty flow valley of Sharpwind Island. Soon after, he went to the City of Truth in Berta Continent, announced the success of the return tower that was closely related to the teleportation array, and made an engagement with Miss Tanya of the Fitzler family. The visitors that day were Doug and Solomon. The real purpose of the two was to come to meet Oates. In the five-leaf spear, Oates was the five-leaf speaker, and the two were the four-leaf chairman, and they were all Oates' subordinates. Oates did not hide his whereabouts when he arrived in Dongdu, and his news had already been spread through various channels. The two were latecomers. People like Naniel and Cherry from the Vernon Millennium Archives in the East Capital came on the third day after Oates arrived in the East Capital, and they came to greet him from time to time. People from the South Capital, West Capital, and North Capital all showed up one after another. Solomon and Doug were unlucky. When they got the news and rushed to the East Capital, Oates had already entered the underground world with Ivan. They could only wait nearby until Oates appeared again. Not long after Ivan and his group came back from the underground, the two appeared together. After listening to Solomon's statement, Doug realized that Ivan's various feats were actually valued by the first person in the wizard world, the Sky King. Wizard Ivan, compared with your situation, the two of us have always been fighting a little bit. Doug sighed. Yes. When we were in the Moonclamp Peninsula, it was me who led you into the five-leaf spear, but now the distance between us is getting farther and farther. Solomon echoed. In the same room, the two could vaguely feel the pressure from Ivan, which showed that there was a big gap in their strength. At the beginning, Ivan was still a first-level wizard, and the two of them became second-level wizards. Now, there is a reverse sense, which makes the two of them ashamed. You didn't come here just to praise me, did you? Ivan has heard this kind of words too much recently, and has developed resistance. Naniel, Cherry said the same thing before. The two of them felt more deeply, and knew how strong Ivan was. Sometimes, they would come to Xuanmu Tower to discuss the way to advance to the arcane. I feel emotional for a while, and I feel emotional for a while. Doug immediately said. Now that I feel emotional, let's talk about other things. Which area have you two been busy with recently? The two of them are mostly active on the China continent. Sometimes, they also enter the ancient Longman Road under the Storm Ocean, and explore some dangerous places around the continent. They rarely go to the Berta Blood Plain. Solomon has the Belizzi family as a backing, and usually focuses on family-related activities. Doug is a loner, and is more keen to participate in the various tasks of the five-leaf spear. In general, as a third-level wizard, both of them are tirelessly advancing on the road of seeking resources, exploring knowledge, and improving strength. Ivan, let me ask you something. Doug suddenly said after a while. Just say it. Ivan motioned him to speak directly. You have been in Berta Blood Plain for so long, and have also been to the City of Truth. Have you ever been to the headquarters of our five-leaf spear? Doug hesitated for a few seconds before asking. You are talking about the Vernon Millennium Archives, right? Yes, I have dealt with many people in the organization, and I always feel that something is strange, which is very different from what I originally expected. Is the five-leaf spear itself corrupted? Among the three people, Doug undoubtedly dealt with the other members of the five-leaf spear the most. The deeper the contact, the more he felt that the five-leaf spear was in a bad state. If this continues, it will be over sooner or later, and he has to worry about it. It's the people from China continent. There are many inconsistencies between them, and the people from Berta Blood Plain. They don't look like people from the same organization. Is that right? Ivan asked back. That's right. Doug nodded. Speaking of which, I also found some strange things. The secret method of the Multian one that some people learn seems to be different from ours. Theirs is more crude and not as practical as what we learned. Solomon added from the side. There is no doubt that the two people, like Ivan, have benefited a lot from the five-leaf spear and have long regarded it as a support in their hearts. The chaos within the five-leaf spear is something that the two people absolutely do not want to see. I have never been to the Vernon Millennium Archives. Facing the two pairs of eyes, Ivan shook his head slowly. When the two were a little disappointed, he continued, to be honest, I happen to know the reason. What? Please be sure to tell me. Thank you very much. The reason is very simple. There is a disagreement among the top leaders of the Five-Leaf Spear. The organization is now almost divided into two parts. We belong to the part of Speaker Oates, and more people obey the orders of Wizard Spark. Unlike the two ignorant people, Ivan knew too much about the Five-Leaf Spear, and did not hide it from these two old friends, selectively telling them some information. In fact, he also knew the reasons for the differences in the Multi-in-One secrets. What they learned was Tanya's simplified translation, and then Oates intervened and made further deletions, and then threw it to Spark. After Spark got it, he optimized it, and dared to release it to his wizards. This matter was full of twists and turns, and there were many dirty things in it. Ivan didn't tell Doug and the others. How could this happen? After listening to his explanation, Doug felt a little regretful. The reasons are very complicated and involve a lot of things. I won't tell you, so as not to cause you trouble. Ivan didn't want to talk more about Tanya. Then should we try to avoid completing the mission with the people over there? Doug then asked a key question. He relied more on missions to obtain resources. If he tries to avoid it, he will suffer a great loss, so he can only change his plan. That's not necessary. The two sides haven't completely disconnected yet, so just pretend you don't know. Do what you did before, and do it again. The conflicts between arcane wizards generally won't affect you, so there's no need to worry too much. Ivan thought about it, but gave a different opinion. The main reason is that Doug's strength is not that high, and he is not in Spark's eyes for the time being. As long as he doesn't cause trouble for the other party, I think the other party will not deliberately make things difficult for a member of the Four-Leaf. After all, they haven't completely torn their faces apart yet, and the fig leaf is still there. People like Naniel, Cherry, and others can't do that. When the Five-Leaf Spear was played, Naniel, Cherry, and a few others noticed something was wrong and chose to avoid it, and then retreated to the China continent. The most fundamental reason is that they don't like Spark's style, and they almost jumped out to scold him. They are certainly different from Doug and Solomon. Thank you. Goodbye, Ivan. Ivan and the other two talked for a long time. When they left, Doug still had doubts in his heart, but he also knew what to do in the future. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Ivan couldn't help but secretly complain that Oates was indeed not a qualified boss. Chapter 507. Dongdu, a 7-story wizard tower. Ivan flew out from the upper floor of the wizard tower. Before he landed, Zai had already flown to his feet from the ground and held him steadily. Wizard Ivan, shall we go back now? Go back. Seeing that he was obviously thinking about something, Zai did not ask any more questions and carried him back to the Xuanmu Tower slowly. Ivan was thinking about the conversation with President Hattie just now. This time, he actually came to ask President Hattie for advice on the promotion of the arcane. For a wizard, the promotion to the arcane is undoubtedly the most difficult of all. This level has trapped many talented people. Although he has a complete plan and has made corresponding preparations in all aspects, he is still hesitant when the time comes. After weighing it over and over again, he decided to consult President Hattie, a great sage. As for his plan to use a foreign lord as a raft to pave the way for his promotion, President Hattie affirmed his behavior after learning about his close relationship with Lord Blackbeard. President Hattie said frankly that once he started the arcane promotion, Lord Blackbeard would most likely come to cause trouble and become his enemy. There are simply too many secret methods in this world, and they are connected to each other. The other party can do it without anyone knowing, causing him to encounter unexpected events during his promotion. In the past years, there have been countless such incidents in the wizard world, especially in the early days of the wizard's rise. The source of the problem was mostly meditation, which was always hard to guard against. He could think of turning the tables and stepping on the opponent to advance to the arcane, which was a wise choice. As for the pros and cons of the promotion method, it is still the same sentence. Every wizard should have his own arcane path. Now that you have found the right one, just follow your own path and keep moving forward. As expected of a great sage, you can see the drawbacks in the promotion plan at a glance. Using the Blackbeard Lord as a sacrifice does have a drawback that cannot be ignored. During the promotion process, you need to rely on your own strength to suppress the opponent, otherwise it is easy to suffer backlash and even die on the spot. Ivan had already noticed the drawbacks mentioned by President Hattie. However, President Hattie further pointed out that once the Blackbeard Lord was used as a sacrifice, the contest would not only be a contest of strength, but also involve something deeper. Therefore, he needed to make more preparations to prevent unknown changes during the promotion. How to prepare specifically? First, carefully find out the situation of the Blackbeard Lord. find out his true identity, which plane he came from, what force he belongs to, etc. Only by understanding all aspects of the opponent can we formulate targeted countermeasures and prevent all accidents from happening as much as possible. Ivan agreed with this. The promotion of arcane magic requires extreme caution, and it is indeed necessary to take precautions before it happens. It is best to be comprehensive. Wizard Ivan, we are at the Swiftwood Tower. Okay, you go down. Unknowingly, Zayi took him back to the Swiftwood Tower. Ivan was still thinking about those questions in his mind, and then he simply hid in his meditation room, closed the door, and perfected his strategies and details in all aspects. President Hattie offered to help in the hunt for Lord Blackbeard. I owe you a big favor. As for the city lord, Lady Philomena, President Hattie suggested that we look for her. She may agree or refuse. There is no rush. As far as the current situation is concerned, there is no shortage of manpower. We will decide based on the situation. In any case, the first step of the plan is to locate the Black God Society's lair, and then make a long-term plan. After reorganizing the plan, he pointed the finger directly at the Black God Society, which he had dealt with in the past. The Black God Society was a secret force created by Lord Blackbeard. In fact, in the years when he became a third-level wizard, he had been paying attention to the Black God Society. It can be said that the Black God Society had been operating under his nose during those years. However, he only sent people to silently watch those people, and never alarmed them from beginning to end. But things did not develop as he expected. Perhaps due to the impact of that great turmoil, the Black God Society suddenly changed its previous low-key style, and gradually became more high-profile. The result is conceivable, and it was soon targeted by several organizations in the wizarding world. Since then, the Black God Society has suffered setbacks again, and even the unique Black God Abyss has been relocated several times. In the end, those people seemed to recognize the facts and ran out of China continent and ran to the wilderness outside the Great Wall. Since then, the traces of the Black God Society have become traceable. Now, Ivan only knows the approximate location of the other party, which is connected to the forces hostile to the wizards. Time is like water, and another half a month has passed in a flash. During this period, Morris received a message from President Doradley and hurriedly left Dongdu, and set out on the road back to Berta Blood Plain. Ivan had gathered enough information, and was ready to take action. Ivan, are you really not going to take my Thunder Wolf? Your airship is too big, and it's easy to cause trouble and alert the enemy. If you don't want to take my Storm Bird, you don't have to follow us this time. Anyway, we're just going to investigate the situation. That won't work. I can't let you out of my sight. When they set off, he and Oates had a little disagreement on the airship issue. Under his insistence, Oates had to compromise. Then, the group boarded the Storm Bird, which was less than one-fifth the size of the Thunder Wolf. Wait, we go together. The Storm Bird left the Swiftwood Tower, and in a flash in the sky, 3 more graceful figures appeared on the deck, namely Tanya, Grace, and Mara. Wizard Ivan, count us in, Tanya said. We're going to investigate the situation. What are you doing with us? Ivan looked at them speechlessly. I once said that I would do my best to help you become an arcane wizard. I always keep my word. Now that you've started to act, I can't just ignore it, Tanya said, as a matter of course. You are too nosy. Ivan was a little unhappy. Don't be careless. Your current situation is just like mine. There must be many aliens who want to destroy you. The place you are going to this time is close to the alien territory. With Grace here, you can have an extra guarantee of safety, Tanya said seriously. Okay, follow me if you want. Ivan glanced at Grace, who obeyed Tanya's orders and did not refuse. He thought they would know their limits. The Launch K is not big, so you have to make do with it. This small airship is indeed not big. I will give you one that is several times bigger later. Hearing this, Tanya made a promise without blinking, generously saying that she would give him an airship. Ivan had no preference for airships, and did not take this to heart at all. On the China continent, apart from the capitals of the 4 major regions, the 2 fortresses in the southwest and northwest are the most important. The southwest fortress corresponds to Inkart City, which is used to guard against the Thunder Clan on the other side of the fortress. The northwest fortress corresponds to Mingza City. On the other side of Mingza City is the well-known Black Mirage Swamp, which is a vast and cold swamp. The alien Black Scale clan is entrenched here, and can be called the overlord of the swamp. This time, the target of the Launch K is just outside the northwest fortress, and it is estimated that it will go deep into the Black Mirage Swamp for a distance. Chapter 508. Compared with the Restless Thunder Clan, the Black Scale clan did not show such strong aggression. This is actually related to the living habits of the Black Scale clan. Most of the Black Scale clan can survive underwater, and do not like to leave the water for a long time. Naturally, they will not keep a close eye on the adjacent land. Therefore, compared with Inkart City, where small battles are constantly taking place, Mingza City is much more peaceful. However, as an important fortress, the defense force of Mingza City should not be underestimated. Looking from a distance, it gives people a majestic and heavy feeling, as if a fierce beast has fallen into deep sleep. The Black Scale clan is said to be a branch of the Sea clan? That's true. Just like on land, there are countless intelligent creatures born in the ocean, even more than on land. These creatures can usually be called the Sea clan. In fact, the Black Scale clan on the other side of the Moon Clam Peninsula, and on this side of the Black Mirage Lake are just remote branches of the Sea clan. The main force of the Sea clan exists in the Long Luo Star Sea and a dark ocean in the underground world. That's where the Sea clan's base camp is located. Long Luo Star Sea, I must go and take a good look if I have a chance. On the deck of Lon K, looking at the outline of the city in the distance, Ivan and Tanya chatted casually. Because she loved reading since she was a child, and she never lacked all kinds of rare books, Tanya's knowledge was extremely broad, and sometimes Ivan was not as good as her in conversation. Ivan also found that Tanya had become more sincere recently, unlike the previous conversations, which always seemed to be a layer of deliberate pretense. This should be the change brought about by the inheritance of the Justice Star ancestor, a very positive attitude change, and also a very thorough change. The environment over there in Long Luo Star Sea is extremely complex. After you become an arcane wizard and I become a Night King, we can go exploring together. Otherwise, it will be too dangerous. Hearing his sigh, Tanya followed his words. Is this an agreement? Ivan said in silence. Yes. Tanya nodded seriously. Then you better hurry up. I won't wait for you too long. Ivan smiled faintly. There is a reason why the danger level over there is high in Long Luo Star Sea. In fact, that place is the center of the surface world. In the Dragon Ancient Era, the main battlefield where dragons and giants fought was over there, and the main battle was for the dominance over there. Nowadays, the main continent over there has become fragmented and evolved into Long Luo 10,000 islands. Even wider than the 10,000 islands is the ocean, which is collectively called the Long Luo Star Sea. The Dragon Ancient ruins exist on the Long Luo Star Sea. Even after the fierce battles, the Long Luo Star Sea is still prosperous. There are countless races living there, and countless strong people were born there. Foreigners must take great risks to explore there. Tanya said that it is undoubtedly a pertinent suggestion to explore after reaching the Lord level. Don't worry, I, Tanya, will definitely not lag behind you too much. I wait. Then it's settled then? In a few words, the two of them reached an agreement. Tanya wanted to say something, but she felt a gaze from behind, which made her swallow the words on the tip of her tongue back into her throat. Seeing Tanya turned and left in a hurry, Ivan didn't care too much. Of course, he knew who was looking at him from behind. It was none other than Mara in a certain room. The other party was here to keep an eye on Tanya to prevent any transgression between them. This made Ivan, the legitimate fiancé, a little bit amused. In any case, now was not the time to worry about these things. Everything should be promoted to the arcane. The Lon K moved forward quickly, and soon approached Mingza City. The airship began to slow down its speed, approaching the top of the city wall, and finally stopped in front of a witch tower. Mary Shaitan, welcome to Mingza City. With your noble status, you can enter the city directly, and your airship does not need to go through any inspection. A team of guards came out of the Wu Tower. The leader greeted them, and said that the Lon K could fly directly into Mingza City. When did this start? Ivan was a little surprised and asked another question. It was many years ago. The order was issued by the lord of the city himself. The captain of the guard said, Thank you for letting me know. Ivan knew that this was probably untrue, so he didn't investigate further. Generally speaking, airships entering important cities need to go through a series of tests and registration, which is a very cumbersome process. For the Lon K itself, only the city of Dongdu is an exception. After all, Ivan is a scholar in Dongdu and enjoys privileges in Dongdu. Nowadays, this privilege has clearly spread to other important cities, and he is of course happy about it. The Lon K started again, slowly flew past the Wu Tower, flew over the city wall, and entered the interior of this frontier city. Mingza City is a city connected to the fortress. Its area is much larger than that of Dongdu, and its prosperity is not much inferior to that of Dongdu. After all, The Black Mirage Marsh is a good resource-producing area, attracting a large number of adventurers and caravans. The wizard in charge of Mingza City is Croflicio, but I am not very familiar with him. Hots? Ivan did not plan to stay in the city for long, so he gave instructions directly and asked the Lankei to go straight to the outside of the fortress. Suddenly, there was a strange figure beside him, which made him alert, but he soon discovered the clue and revealed the other party's identity. I'm right. How about this appearance? Can it fool you? Oates said with a smile. Why did you make yourself look like this? Ivan asked. I made it according to your idea. Didn't you say that the Thunder Dragon is too conspicuous? I think the presence of an arcane wizard is no less than that of an airship. In order not to cause you extra trouble, I can only disguise and hide reluctantly. Oates didn't want to stay inside the airship all the time, but he didn't want to cause any trouble, so as not to alert the enemy. After thinking it over, he decided to put up with it. A great arcane wizard, suppressing himself in all aspects and completely changing his appearance, this is a real condescension. Thank you for your trouble. This behavior touched Ivan greatly. Haha, I just feel bored inside and want to go out for a walk. Oates waved his hand indifferently, but the smile on his face showed his inner happiness. Ivan didn't say anything more, just watched Mingza City through the thin protective layer of the airship. Oates was the same. With Oates' knowledge and past experience, he would not be really interested in a border city. He just looked around casually. He looked down at the people coming and going in the city, and was alert to the possible dangerous people. Someone is approaching, your acquaintance? The Lankei slowly flew over the middle of the city. At a certain moment, Oates found someone approaching quickly, and the destination was obviously the airship they were in. Chapter 509. Yes. Ivan also noticed that it was indeed an old acquaintance. I didn't expect to meet him here. A second-level wizard from the Black Prison, it seems that he has something to do with you. Hots recognized the identity of the other party from his clothes, and did not take any extra actions, allowing the figure to approach. Soon, a figure appeared on the side of the Lankei. Your Excellency, the great scholar Marikaden, Kame Lydia of the Black Prison wants to see you. Wizard Kame, come up. As Ivan spoke, a door opened on the airship's protective layer. Seeing this, Kame hurriedly flapped the wings formed by the condensed wind particles, accelerated through the door, and landed heavily on the deck. Seeing the two people on the deck, Kame did not dare to neglect them, and hurried forward to greet them. When did you join the Black Prison? You introduced us to the people of the Black Prison. After that, I have been dealing with the people of the Black Prison and became familiar with them. Later, I found an opportunity to join them. I have to thank you for your introduction. Meeting again after many years, the two no longer felt like old friends. Ivan could see the other party's courtesy and alienation. The friendship they had formed in the hut in the Mona and field in the past was completely gone at this moment. In addition, he could also sense the mixed aura on Cam's body, which was to the point where it could not be concealed. Another wizard who had undergone a deep blood transformation. Although he did not look very abnormal on the outside, there were actually fundamental changes in his body, and the focus should also include the left leg. Ivan frowned slightly, not expecting that Kame would follow the same path as Mon Waken. Hots, who was standing by, was also particularly unhappy. What kind of organization is the Black Prison? It is called the Abnormal Wizard Monitoring and Investigation Institute, which is specifically aimed at the wizard group itself. Such a powerful monitoring structure is actually so eager for quick success. The matter of bloodline transformation is gradually becoming clear, and it is obvious that there is a big disaster behind it. The Black Prison is really untrustworthy with its actions, and I am afraid it cannot bear the heavy responsibility. Sir, I am here to ask you for some information. Kame didn't know what the two were thinking, and then he started talking about what he wanted. Mondwaken? How could Ivan not know what he wanted to ask? Yes, the revenge for the extermination of the clan must be avenged, but I don't know where the murderer is hiding. I haven't found any accurate information about him. It's really hateful. When mentioning the great enemy who destroyed the three families of Lydia, Kame's face, which had long lost its delicate appearance, suddenly became more ugly and ferocious. It's normal that you can't find him. He has already become a third-level wizard. His activities are mostly within the scope of the Berta blood plane. His whereabouts are hidden and often unknown to outsiders. Do you know where he is? Please tell me. Hearing Ivan's answer, Kame suddenly opened his eyes wide. He didn't care whether he was suspected of being rude. He hurriedly asked, and even his breathing became heavy. Kame, you can't avenge your great revenge. No matter whether that person is a third-level wizard or not, it involves the death of so many people. Even if I risk my life, I will not avenge such a blood feud. Mund Waken has been killed. With these decisive words, Kame's emotions began to stir, and then, Ivan's next words made him stand there in a daze, as if he was frozen. Mund Waken, the villain, is dead? Has the family blood feud been avenged? Then what was it that he had been pursuing and talking about all the time? For a moment, Kame's heart seemed to be in turmoil, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. The aura on his body became more and more chaotic. Wizard Kame, the airship is about to leave the city. Seeing that he was restless and unable to control himself, Ivan shouted softly, awakening him from his confusion. Sir Ivan, let me ask you one more question. Did you kill the murderer? Kame took a deep breath and asked hesitantly. He was deceived by some bounties, and joined a group of people to attack and kill this wizard. I dealt with them all, Ivan said slowly. Mond and other members of the Qingya society ran into him and Zi's hands, and they were in a place with highly dense space energy like the Dakong Tinha. It was like asking for trouble and seeking death. In the end, the group of people also served as fertilizer for the hunting space, and no bones were left. He said it lightly. To Kane's ears, the effect was completely different. He thought that he must have spent a lot of effort, even extremely dangerous, to kill Mond's murderer in one fell swoop. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Elder, for avenging our Lydia, Steele, and Waken families and washing away the great shame of the past. Kane could only kowtow to thank you on behalf of the three families. Kane suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him several times, making the deck bang. Ivan didn't have time to stop him. No need to do that. It's just a matter of convenience. No matter what the reason is, you really helped us avenge the destruction of our family. I can't repay this kindness, but I just kowtow a few times. I hope you don't mind. Karmi is a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. Someone who avenges him is his benefactor. He kowtowed a few more times before slowly standing up, as he was told. I've already kowtowed. Go back and practice and live well. I'm sure the Lydia family will be indispensable in the future. Seeing that he couldn't stop it, Ivan didn't stop it anymore. Then I take my leave first. Kame heard his intention to see him off, bowed to him again, and then turned and trotted out of the airship. At this time, the Lanke was approaching the fortress on the other side of Mingza City. Kame got off the airship and landed not far from the city wall on this side. He looked at the airship flying over the city wall with mixed feelings, and disappeared in an instant. Ivan, goodbye. Heidi, I made the wrong choice and did the wrong thing. The elder didn't ignore the Mona ant farm, but the various behaviors of our Lydia family made it difficult for him to have a good impression. If the chief elder was replaced by someone else, the murderer wouldn't have to do anything. The chief elder might have killed our three families in return for the trouble he had made in the past. The chief elder Ivan has done his best. At the foot of the city wall, Kim suddenly remembered his apprenticeship and the little things he had experienced in the hut in the Mona ant field. He remembered his sister Heidi, and the days when he was almost half crippled and disabled in order to pass the assessment of the Black Prison, and his sister's unswerving dedication, which further reduced her to someone else's vassal, and so on. His mood became even more complicated. We have to tell Heidi this good news. She will be very happy to hear it. Maybe, no matter what, Elder Ivan is the benefactor of our family, and we can no longer bear grudges against him. I will listen to my sister's words from now on, revive the Lydia family, and let the name of Lydia take root again. I think it will make my sister smile again. Kame slapped her head, remembering that she had not sent a message to her sister yet, and hurriedly began to try to send a message. Then, he thought of something bad, paused, changed some of the wording in the message, and sent the message after checking it was correct. Soon, the message was delivered to Honsong City in the north, thousands of miles away. In a gorgeous manor castle in the city, a young lady with a good appearance received the message. Like her brother came, she was also stunned for a long time with a melancholy look. She also had a lot of thoughts, and finally turned into a heavy sigh. Chapter 510. Enkart City is connected to the Chonsai Phonglei Pass. The inner side of Mingza City is the heavily guarded He Laoguan Pass. Whether it is Mingza City or He Laoguan Pass, thanks to Ivan's current status, the Lanke can come and go freely, and will never be harassed like the last time at Phonglei Pass. After coming out of He Laoguan Pass, the Lanke quickly left Mingza City behind, and soon even the outline could not be seen. Ivan, this black mirage swamp is not small. The overall area is no less than half of the China continent. Do you know which direction the Black God will be? It is said that the other end of the black mirage swamp is connected to the Bayuzu of the Berta Blood Plain. Is that true or not? Only the waters below are connected, and the situation in the middle is very complicated and cannot be explained in a few words. However, the temperature here is indeed seriously affected by the glaciers over there, and the water temperature is low all year round. After the airship entered the Black Mirage Swamp, the ground was completely changed. There were many puddles, the water system was particularly developed, and the vegetation became shorter and shorter, which was somewhat similar to the Ant-Man Tide land where the Mona Ant Land hut was located. The difference is that this land is filled with two lingering smells, a faint sour smell and a cold chill. At this time, on the deck, there are not only Ivan and Oates, but also Jenny, Lydia, etc., all came out of the room, including Grace who prefers quietness. Wizard Ivan, we are already here, why do you still have the leisure to talk about these things? Why don't we all work together, and use our own methods to find the Black God in one fell swoop? The two of them admired the unique style of the Black Mirage Swamp, and after discussing it for a while, Tanya couldn't help but suggest it when she saw it. After all, this is the territory of the Black Scales, one of the biggest enemies of the wizard community, and Ivan has probably become a thorn in the eyes of all the other tribes. Once his whereabouts are discovered, the Black Scales will definitely not remain indifferent. The longer you stay here, the greater the danger. It's just the Black God Society. This wizard has already taken measures to lock their location. To be honest, this Black God Society can be regarded as my old enemy. I have made trouble in their territory before, and I have been eyeing them for a long time. That's good. Let's move as soon as possible. After all, this is not a place to stay for long. Tanya seemed to have taken on the role of Mrs. Marichatton. For the sake of safety, she urged him without any hesitation. With the addition of such a housekeeper, Ivan felt helpless and wondered why she was more active than him. Although he was complaining in his heart, his hands were not slow. Invisible waves were brewing in the palm of his open hand. In an instant, a transparent insect tentacles with black light appeared. The insect tentacles were as thick as 2 fingers, followed by the second and third ones. Jenny, who was not far away, could see it clearly. Earlier, when she was in the Black God Abyss near the city of Pindala in the southwest, after that battle, she picked up a section of the alien black beard of the Blackbeard Lord, which looked like this. Unexpectedly, Wizard Ivan had comprehended it thoroughly, and turned it into his own means. Disperse. After a while, Ivan's palm had 10 transparent insect whiskers, and the light black insect whiskers twisted vividly. With his command, the insect whiskers changed into another appearance. They turned into creatures with wings and round bodies. The creature was covered with tiny tentacles, and it looked like a miniature version of the Blackbeard Lord, just like the statue of the Black God Abyss. The little black beard worm flapped its wings, and its tentacles swayed with its body, and it quickly flew out of the airship and flew in all directions of the vast Black Mirage Swamp. Can these things work? Miss Tanya, don't underestimate these insects. They were specially developed by the boss, and their appearance, breath and other aspects are similar to that of the Blackbeard Lord. A few years ago, we secretly verified it many times, and it was always successful in finding the Black God Abyss. Locke answered Tanya's question from the side. At the beginning, it was he who took these little black beard insects to run around many times, and found the nest of the Black God Society many times. It was also under his witness that his boss gradually improved the searchability of these special insects. Hearing his answer, Tanya was speechless. Ivan said that he was well prepared, and it was not an empty talk. His current meditation method, the Black Magic Ritual, was derived from the Blackbeard Lord's Black Beard movement. When he derived the Black Magic Ritual, one of his important demands was to fight against the Blackbeard Lord and become the host. In order to achieve the goal of turning the tables, he has prepared a lot of countermeasures over the years, all of which are aimed at the Blackbeard Lord and the Black God Society. The little Blackbeard worm is just one of them. At the front of the Lawn K deck, Ivan released nearly 3,000 little Blackbeard worms in a row before stopping. They will follow the faint breath left by the members of the Black God Society, and constantly distinguish and filter out the correct direction. Whenever a member of the Black God Society passes by, they will leave relevant traces and be discovered by the little Blackbeard worms. Several days passed in a flash. Under the guidance of the little Blackbeard worm, the Lankay began to accelerate and move in a certain direction with extraordinary determination, gradually going deeper into the Black Mirage Swamp and quickly approaching the target location. I asked about the news of the Black Mirage Swamp. Recently, many people from the Abnormal Wizard Monitoring and Investigation Institute and the Black Prison Institute have been active here. It is probably caused by the blood transformers. There has been unrest everywhere recently. Don't worry about it. It has nothing to do with us. If this trip goes well, maybe we don't need to make a second trip. Tanya, Oates, and Ivan spoke one by one. Ivan's unexpected second half of the sentence startled the others, and they all looked at him with heavy faces. Ivan, don't be reckless. Didn't you say that President Hader would also take action? And there is also the wizard Philomena. She may also help you. Why don't you wait for them to come together? Hortz asked hurriedly, and this question expressed the thoughts of the others. I mean, what if there is a chance? Ivan explained, can we let the opportunity slip away? Who asked you to follow us? Our combat effectiveness is not weak. Of course we have to go if there is a chance. He just said it casually, just to remind him, but he didn't expect Oates to react so strongly. Oates had his own reasons. We should be more cautious. The last time the Stargate was opened, you also saw the creatures being suppressed. If we rashly enter the territory of the Blackbeard Lord, we are likely to encounter the same situation. We have to be on guard. I understand, and I will definitely not act rashly. Ivan expressed his understanding of his concerns. If they enter other planes, they will be suppressed. They are afraid of encountering a situation that can suppress the Lord level to the pseudo-Lord level, and they may be wiped out. The best way is to anger Lord Blackbeard and lead him to the Danila world. It is not an easy task, and the other party is not so stupid that he will never fall into the trap. The few people were silent for a while, and the Launch-K advanced a long distance, then slowly rose into the clouds, anchored there, and hid with the help of the clouds. Chapter 511. If nothing unexpected happens, the Black God Abyss of the Black God Society is nearby, not far away. The airship naturally cannot sail there in a big way, so they need to find another way to get there. In order not to expose their own traces, the group simply chose to walk there, and shuttle alone through the colorful jungle. Affected by the overall environment of the Black Mirage Swamp, the vegetation here is mostly like poisonous leaves and branches, and most of them are weird. Ivan and his group are not ordinary people, and they are not disturbed by the bad situation at all. Following the guidance of the little black-beard worm, they came to a place separated by a horizontal slope. On the other side of the horizontal slope was a swamp with silt and puddles, rich in water resources. This place looked ordinary, and did not look like a good place to hide a big force. How? It is definitely here. Ivan confirmed again and again, his eyes fixed on the horizontal slope and puddles not far away. The Black God Abyss was right below, hidden deeper than any time before. Could it be that the previous successive attacks had knocked down the arrogance of the Black God Society, and made them low-key again? It's not hard to see that your old enemy is afraid of death. This kind of person is definitely not easy to deal with. You have to be mentally prepared. Looking at the poor mountains and bad waters in front of her, Tanya said with certainty. This place is not in the territory controlled by the Black Scale clan, and the distance is not close. In such a remote place, the other party retreated so thoroughly, which shows the habits of the person in charge. For ordinary people, it is not easy to find the right place. That is, he faced Ivan, his old enemy, who had been carefully prepared. It wasn't like this a few years ago. Unfortunately, I wasn't ready at that time and missed the opportunity. Ivan shook his head slightly, and said with regret. Then, his expression became serious. No more small talk, Jenny, Locke, Zae, you go for me. Remember, don't act rashly. Jenny, you act on your own. Locke and Zae are a team. Go and deal with the two insiders. Ivan gave orders directly, and handed over 2 almost invisible sacrificial hearts. After Jenny and Locke received them, they began to act according to the order. 2 different domain auras flashed, and the 3 of them sank into the mud in 2 teams, disappearing in the blink of an eye. What about us? Just give me your orders. Wait with me. Wait. Nonsense, I made it clear before we set out that I didn't plan to let you come with me, but you insisted on coming, and now you feel like you have nothing to do. Seeing that Oates and the others were staring at him, Ivan rolled his eyes at them, and gave a very good reason. Oates didn't care about this, and he asked curiously when he thought of something. Just wait. It really doesn't take that many people to gather information. By the way, what is your relationship with that saint of the Night Elf tribe? Why does she listen to you more than anyone else? Guess. It doesn't make sense. Hotz glanced at Tanya, hinting at something. Tanya had some guesses, but she didn't want to say much, and she didn't want to expose Ivan's secret. Hotz's look was destined to be in vain, which made him feel very bored. He continued to analyze in his mind what the relationship between the 2 people was. It really didn't look like a relationship between a man and a woman. Ivan never hides anything about the relationship between men and women. On the other side, Jenny and the other 2 split into 2 groups. Relying on the power of the domain halo, one Earth domain halo and one Marsh King domain halo, they followed the soil all the way. This way of sneaking in is simply cheating. Many places on the surface of this area are swamps, but deep underground is not, but extremely hard rock and soil, and dark mountains made of rock and soil. For Jenny and the marsh ant, these are not obstacles at all. The two teams were like entering and leaving an empty space. However, compared to Jenny's casualness, Zae and Locke were much more cautious and moved much slower. We've arrived. Approaching the black abyss, Zae did not jump out of the rock and soil directly, but sent a voice message to Locke to remind him. Don't go out yet. This place is quite evil, and it's easy for them to find clues. But we can't just pick someone randomly. It's best to catch someone with stronger strength, such as the third-level leader of the Black God Society. Can a third-level wizard be controlled? Don't worry, this is something specifically used to target the Black God Society. The effect will be several times greater when used on these people. It's a pity that it can't be controlled for a long time, otherwise the boss would have taken action against them long ago. Why would he wait until now? After listening to Locke's words, Zae felt much more at ease. After carefully sensing the surrounding rocks and soil, Zae chose a direction and continued to sneak over. In a cave room with exquisite decoration, it was dark inside, and a black shadow sat on the couch, motionless, like a stone statue. Suddenly, a colorless and invisible object flew out from the rock wall behind and silently sank into the black shadow's body. The black shadow was unaware of this. Chirp! After a moment, the black shadow reacted and roared irritably, the sound echoing throughout the cave. Then, there was no sound again. Is this it? It said that it's used to target them. It can be said that it has the same origin. The boss also spent a lot of energy and carefully prepared it, so the effect is naturally extraordinary. The person was chosen by Zae, and Locke activated the sacrifice heart and manipulated it to cast it. He controlled the leader of the Black God Society, who was an alternative third-level wizard, in one fell swoop. The degree of restraint can be seen from this. No, why is it a bug? Zae said again. It's not a bug beast, but it has been too seriously transformed into a bug, and it is completely no longer human. Locke has dealt with the Black God Society quite a lot, and knows that the other party's situation is caused by insect transformation, but it is the first time he has seen a wizard who has been so seriously transformed into a bug, and looks more like a bug than a human. After being with Ivan for a long time, he also despised such wizards. What should we do now? Zae, can you take him out? He is different from you. I guess he can't be transformed into an element. I don't have the ability to take him away. Go back. The boss said that we can't act rashly. The Black God Abyss is an extremely special place. The Blackbeard Lord has packed it up and moved it away many times, which shows his control over the Black God Abyss. In such a place, Ivan would not be willing to make unnecessary moves. Anyway, after preparing for so long, he didn't mind waiting a little longer. Locke always followed his words. Even though this infiltration was smoother than expected, he didn't do anything extra. Then he and Zae returned to the original route. When Locke and Zae returned to the surface, as expected, Jenny was already there. Boss, everything went well. We controlled a deeply insect-transformed third-level master. Very good, let's retreat first. Ivan was not surprised. He had sensed that there were two more biological puppets under his control. He walked straight out. Just retreating like that? Hotz was surprised. Yes, we will return to the airship first. When the time is right, someone will deliver it to us, and then we will have all the internal intelligence. Ivan explained casually. You are really well prepared. Seeing that he was confident, Hotz and others did not doubt him, and returned to the Launch Quay together. Chapter 512. In order to avoid being accidentally discovered, after Ivan and his companions returned to the Launch Quay, the airship immediately moved away for a distance and did nothing else, just waiting for the intelligence to be delivered. They didn't have to wait any longer. Early in the morning of the third day, a wizard quietly came to the airship. The third-level leader of the Black God Society, Ike Lewis, greets the master. After seeing Ivan, the visitor took off his hood, revealing an old face, and bowed down with an extremely respectful attitude. According to the previous description, this was obviously an insider developed by Jenny, while Locke and Zae's insiders were silent. Ivan unexpectedly discovered that this Ike Lewis was an old acquaintance. Back then in the Black God Abyss near Pindala City, this guy was a third-level wizard, but his appearance was not as old as it is now, and the two sides were still hostile. Now, the other party has directly become a biological puppet controlled by others. It must be said that things are unpredictable. Ivan is very satisfied with the person Jenny chose. This kind of person has been in the upper echelons of the Black God Society for a long time, and must know a lot of inside information, and even know some details of the Blackbeard Lord. Will no one find out this time? Master, I found a suitable reason to come out. No one will suspect me. As soon as the two began to talk, Oates and his men heard the noise, and rushed over immediately, scaring Old Ike on the ground. He almost got up and ran away, but because Ivan had no orders, he couldn't just retreat. It's okay, these are our own people, you get up first. Seeing that he was hesitant, Ivan quickly explained the situation. After hearing this, Old Ike stood up properly, habitually hiding his head with tentacles in the hood of his black robe, and resumed his concealed appearance. A biological puppet controlled by the Sacred Heart? Hotz asked in a voice transmission. Yes, we talk about it later. Business matters are more important. Ivan responded casually, and then asked Old Ike, tell me, what have you been busy with in recent years, and why are you hiding in such a remote place? Let's talk about the main and bigger things. There's no need to talk about the small things. Perhaps because his question was too broad, Old Ike didn't know how to answer for a while, and Ivan added a sentence. Recently, we have been selecting insect guards directly under my lord. As for why we moved here, one is to avoid the sight of wizards, and the other is to avoid harassment from another group of wizards. Do you know why we have to select insect guards directly under our lord, or has it always been like this? This is actually related to you. The defeat at the beginning made my lord furious, and then he launched an internal purge, causing most of the personnel to be swallowed by the black fog of the Black God Abyss. I was lucky to survive. Later, my lord issued a decree, ordering us to expand the personnel, and start cultivating more powerful insect guards directly under our lord. After listening to Old Ike's introduction, Ivan finally understood what was going on. When he was still a second-level wizard, he turned the Black God Abyss upside down, and finally cut off a black beard of the Blackbeard Lord. This incident undoubtedly stimulated the Blackbeard Lord, who believed that the Black God Society was useless. The Black God Society soon ushered in a great purge, and a large number of members became the food of the Blackbeard Lord. After the Great Purge, the strength of the Black God Society was unprecedentedly weak, so it was natural to expand its power again, so there was a saying of direct insect guards. The so-called main insect guards are the Blackbeard Lord using his own power and bloodline to try to cultivate stronger insect servants in a more direct and brutal way. However, whether it is a wizard or other creatures, once they are deeply insectified, they are prone to deformation and loss of reason. Later, the Blackbeard Lord was always dissatisfied and carried out 2 internal purges. This matter has been tossed around for many years. After a cruel exploration, the cultivation plan of the direct insect guards was gradually determined, and the cultivation object finally fell on the wizard, who practiced the Blackbeard music. Now it is gradually getting on the right track. In fact, the weird wizard, who was planted with the heart of sacrifice by Locke, was one of the direct insect guards. The real direct insect guards must undergo giant insect transformation, and more than once. Once transformed into giant insects, they will live in the black fog of the Black God Abyss on weekdays. The weird wizard obviously hasn't started to transform into a giant insect yet. So that's it. Ivan was secretly shocked. He didn't expect that what he did at the beginning could cause such a big change. It can be predicted that the Black God Society must have suffered countless deaths in these years, and has been in turmoil. Ivan, that Lord Blackbeard must hate you to the core. That's a good thing. Hotz praised. Not necessarily that good. Ivan shook his head slightly and asked again, Ike, has your Lord Blackbeard ever been to the world of Danila in his true form? For decades, I have never seen my lord come here. He has only come here in his power form. Old Ike gave a direct negative answer. His words are more credible. In recent years, there have been changes in personnel, but he has taken advantage of the situation and become one of the highest leaders of the Black God Society. It must be said that Ginny has a unique eye for selecting people. However, this news is not very good. Several people had expected this, and Ivan continued to ask. Tell me, what is the harassment from the other group of wizards? It is the blood transformers of the Wancho Society. They want to unite with my master, and attack the wizard world together when the time comes. My master did not agree, but they refused to give up. How much do you know about blood transformers? Master, we don't know much about them, but they promised to heal my master's injuries, saying that they could heal any injuries. My master scolded them for having ulterior motives, and they almost fought in the end. Hearing what Old Ike said, Ivan was stunned for a moment, as if he had heard some extraordinary news. Had they communicated within the Black God Society? He asked hurriedly. Yes, I was waiting nearby at the time. Old Ike nodded affirmatively. What did they call your lord? The commander-in-chief of the Scarlet Legion, the commander of the Blackbeard Legion, Blackbeard Queller. After being countered by the Heart of Sacrifice, Old Ike no longer had any awareness of being a loyal servant of Lord Blackbeard, and simply revealed the news of the foreign lord he served. This is really a pleasant surprise. Ivan and the others looked at each other, feeling that it was easy to get. However, the name of the Scarlet Legion is a headache. Ivan knew about the Scarlet Legion, a terrorist force dominated by Zerg, which can be said to be the most hated force by the Black Scythe Lord in the Crimson Cloud realm. In the memory of the Black Scythe Lord, it was recruited by the Scarlet Legion, but later the two sides fell out. The people of the Scarlet Legion took the opportunity to sneak attack the Black Scythe Lord, causing it to be seriously injured and almost died. Even if it escaped successfully, it was left with a body of injuries that were difficult to heal. When the Black Scythe Lord condensed the elemental throne, the injuries left in his body suddenly broke out, combined with other factors, causing the death of the Black Scythe Lord. He didn't know more. Chapter 513. Ivan, don't mention the Lord's name too often, it might be sensed. Understood. Seeing that he was about to say something, Tanya reminded him that some alien gods have this ability, and the situation of this black-bearded lord is very similar, so we have to be on guard. Ivan followed suit. Ike, tell us about your lord's situation. Tell us as much as you can. In response to the new master's questions, Old Ike said whatever he wanted. It can be said that he betrayed his old master completely. Lord Blackbeard probably never thought that someone could counter his control, and many things were not kept secret. However, Old Ike was just a servant of Lord Blackbeard, and he didn't know much. He combined the Black God Society and the Black God Abyss to make his statement, reflecting Lord Blackbeard's situation from the side. After listening to him, Ivan and others concluded that Lord Blackbeard was seriously injured and had been using the Black God Abyss and the Black God Society to heal his wounds. This lord was also an extremely cautious person, and even looked a little timid. Undoubtedly, this is definitely a tough enemy. It feels a bit like a fool's dream to lure him over from the other side and bring him to the Danila world. Ike, go back first and notify me if you have other news. Master, Ike Lewis, I'm leaving. After a long while, the interrogation was finally over. Ivan handed Old Ike a communicator and sent him away from the airship. After the interrogation, everything that should be understood was understood, and Ike didn't know more. Ivan, why don't you silence him? Looking at the back figure jumping out of the airship, Oates gestured and said, If I can't even control him, I should cancel my plan against Lord Blackbeard as soon as possible. Ivan said, That's right. Oates didn't dwell on it, and then asked another question. You haven't answered my previous question yet. Your control method comes from the meditation method of pulling the Sacred Heart? I borrowed a little from it. Is there any problem with pulling the Sacred Heart? The pulling the Sacred Heart is a complete advanced meditation method, which comes from the five-leaf spear, but this meditation method has a lot of problems. Ivan couldn't help but look at Tanya. He remembered that the Sacred Heart of the Silk Pulling was also taken out by the other party. The Sacred Heart of the Silk Pulling is just a big problem, but it can be overcome. However, Spark's attainments in the Sacred Heart of the Silk Pulling are very profound. Once you rely on it, it will be easy for him to plot against you. Tanya could of course hear the concerns of the two people and immediately expressed them bluntly. Hotz nodded slightly. Ivan was speechless. To what extent did Spark harm the five-leaf spear that made these people so afraid and unable to do anything to him? If this continues, the five-leaf spear will soon be completely broken. Now is not the time to think about this. Ivan put aside his thoughts about the five-leaf spear and continued to answer the two people's concerns. Don't worry, the meditation method I practice is derived by myself, which can be said to be new, and is more inclined to the Blackbeard Lord's Blackbeard movement. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to keep an eye on him. That's good. Ivan, since you can control the people of the Black God Society, why don't you control more of them? And it would be best if you can use them all. Oates couldn't help asking again. Just learning from the Sacred Heart of pulling silk, controlling two biological puppets is already the limit. Ivan said. That's a pity. Oates said regretfully. I think it's good. Compared with the puppet heart created by the Sacred Heart of pulling silk, your puppet heart is much more concealed. No wonder you are confident that Lord Blackbeard will not find it. Tanya said. Thank you for the compliment. Ivan accepted this without hesitation. No, don't you think your derivation of meditation method is a bit exaggerated? It is a relatively complete advanced meditation method. Mara, who had been silent, said. Indeed, but this person is Ivan, so it is not difficult to understand. I believe Tanya can do it easily. Hot said immediately. While the few people were talking, Ivan had ordered the Lancet to return. The Blackbeard Lord was involved in the Scarlet Legion. He was a well-known Legion commander, and an extremely difficult character. He probably only had one chance to take action. Hunting for him must be done steadily. He had enough patience, and didn't mind delaying for another year or two. Above the vast black mirage lake, the Lancet flew rapidly towards Mingza City, leaving a white streak in the sky. At the same time, another airship was also on its way in a hurry. Unlike the Lancet, this airship was being chased by someone. The airship was badly damaged, which slowed down its speed. It is not difficult to see that once the wizards on the airship have no other means, it is only a matter of time before they are caught up. Someone is being chased. What a coincidence, from the Black Prison. On this day, on the deck of the Lancet, Ivan and his crew discovered the fleeing shuttle. The other party should have also discovered them, and was approaching this side. They would probably call for help soon. How did they get into trouble with the Black Scale tribe? Do you want to help? We are all wizards, and you are a famous scholar. It would be unreasonable not to help. Ivan didn't want to cause trouble. Oates' words made some sense. He could only give orders to slow down the Lancet and let the shuttle approach. Soon, the voice arrived before the person arrived. The other party recognized the Lancet and saw their goodwill. Excuse me, are you the scholar Malakaten from Dongdu? Yes. We have found important information about the Blood Ancestor Association's connection with the Black Scale clan. It's a pity that they were not discovered. Please help us get rid of these people. Thank you very much. No problem, you go first. We will stop them for a while. Being in the territory of the alien race, everyone is also considered a public official under the Supreme Council, and there is a natural trust between each other. Seeing that Ivan is willing to help, the people on the opposite airship breathed a sigh of relief. The man was a little hesitant about his behavior of taking on so much responsibility. Stop talking nonsense. It's useless for you to stay here. It's easy to be surrounded by others. Ivan continued. At this moment, the distance between the two airships was getting closer and closer. They could clearly see each other on the deck. Seeing that he looked like he had a sure win, the other party did not shirk it. Soon, the two ships passed each other, and it was the Lancet that faced the Black Scale clan. This was the first time Ivan saw the Black Scale clan. Their bodies are obviously taller than humans, with heights ranging from 3 to 4 meters. Their skin is black, as if they were stained by the Black Mirage swamp. In fact, the black skin of the Black Scale clan is made of fine black scales. It is said that the scales can be hard or soft, and their real skin is almost the same as that of humans, but you have to remove the scales to see it. Most of the alien races around the wizard world are humanoid races, such as the Thunder Clan, the Black Scale Clan, the Feather Clan, the Multi-Eye Clan, etc. Compared with these alien races that are born different, humans seem to be a race that is not evolved. They have been enslaved and bullied for thousands of years. With the rise of knights, the situation of humans has changed, but they can only hide on tidal islands. This situation was completely reversed after the rise of wizards. Chapter 514. Compared to the Thunder Clan, the Black Scale Clan is indeed not as aggressive. However, the competition for resources and the power struggle have destined the wizards and the Black Scale Clan, two neighboring races, to be unable to live in peace. Due to the rapid rise of wizards, the Black Scale Clan has long regarded the wizard group as a racial enemy. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. I do it. The Lancet is not a very aggressive airship. Many people on the deck know this and volunteered. Not far from the airship, hundreds of black scales came flying in the clouds and mist. The dark clouds and fog were so dark that lightning flashed through the clouds and mist from time to time. The momentum was particularly fierce. Facing such power, no one on the Lancet was afraid. Except for Oates and Grace, who were not convenient to take action, they looked at Ivan one by one, waiting for his order, and they would rush out. Ivan casually pointed at Jenny and Zayi's generals, asking them to assist him in killing the enemy. The two people and the ant jumped out of the airship, and in the blink of an eye, two domain halos spread out, and the timing was just right. Earth Halo. Zawang Halo. After being enveloped by these two lights, the huge formation of the Black Scale Clan suddenly stagnated. At this time, Ivan had already thrown out the Silver Moon blade, making it float forward. Only a sharp swishing sound was heard, and ripples appeared in the space in the front. Half-black and half-red vines emerged for no reason, and swept towards the Black Scale Clan not far away. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Black Scale Clan members were entangled and pulled over without any resistance, disappearing in midair. Retreat! Don't fight them, retreat quickly. Seeing that there were only 3 enemies, the Black Scales wanted to crush these humans who despised them on the spot. But when the 2-level aura came, they knew they had hit a wall. When the strange vines appeared, they could not be cut or rotted, and even the leader could not resist them. The Black Scales knew that the enemy was extremely terrifying, and now they had no choice but to flee. They came in a hurry, and left in an even more hurried manner, leaving behind them the backs of people fleeing in panic. Ivan did not ask anyone to chase them. He only agreed to stop them. There was no need to bother to catch all the Black Scales in one fell swoop. What? It's over. It's not that these Black Scales are too weak, but they just happened to run into us. On one side, Locke was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that these 3 people would be so strong after just a little move, and scared the Black Scales away. Ivan didn't think it was a big deal. At his current level, if he was a little more arrogant, he could have said, if the Lord doesn't come out, who can compete with him? There's nothing to praise about driving away a group of Black Scales. Some distance away from the Launch, the shuttle-shaped airship of the Black Prison was not far away. Seeing this overwhelming scene, the head of the prison, Marvin Fallett, was secretly shocked. The other wizards on the deck were also like this. Their eyes were shining. This is really a great reputation. Mr. Scholar, thank you for helping us escape. This time we... What's your name? After a while, the Launch caught up, and Marvin immediately expressed his gratitude on behalf of all the team members. He was about to explain the situation, but was interrupted by Ivan. Marvin Fallett, the director of the northern branch of the Black Prison, thanks you again. Wizard Fallett, you don't need to tell us about your Black Prison. These Black Scales are all left to you to deal with. We have important things to do, so we say goodbye now. Ivan didn't want to get involved, so he handed the captured Black Scales to the Black Prison, and the 2 sides parted ways. Seeing that he was determined to leave, Marvin was helpless, and could only let the Launch leave. Director of the prison, how could this great scholar be like this? I think he is just too busy and unwilling to contribute to the wizarding world. Isn't this? Shut up. This gentleman has made outstanding contributions. How can you question it? Besides, he has helped us so much. It's fine if you don't feel grateful, but you still want to repay kindness with enmity. No, we have no real ill intentions. Launch left decisively, and this clear attitude of staying out of the matter made some people in the Black Prison murmur. After Mawin's scolding, the voices stopped abruptly. But they didn't think about it, and they didn't interfere in other people's affairs. It was because the Black Prison was a high-ranking institution, and everyone was willing to give them some face on weekdays. Over time, they acted a little overbearing. When they unexpectedly met someone who was indifferent to them, they would inevitably feel disappointed. On the other side, the Launch had left the Black Prison's airship far behind, so Ivan and the others naturally didn't know what happened later. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. They were just a group of people who would have no intersection, so there was no need to worry too much. Ivan, what were those vines just now? Oates was an arcane wizard, and it was not appropriate for him to show up. He had not shown up just now, and now he asked curiously. The Shadow Blood Guards, a group of special tree guards, are related to the Night Elves. There are not many of them, only 11, and their overall strength is pretty good, especially the binding ability of the vines they transformed. Among them, Mason is the strongest, and its binding ability is also the most powerful, reaching an incredible level. I can't measure the specific level. Ivan briefly introduced the Shadow Blood Guard in the hunting space, and the last part of his words seemed to have a hint. Exceeding the binding ability of the Pseudolord level? Of course. How about I test it? I wish for it. Hotz became interested after hearing this, which was exactly what Ivan wanted. If he hadn't said it, Ivan would have been hard to ask him to help Mason test the binding ability. After all, Oates was an arcane wizard, so he couldn't be too rude. The 2 of them did it as soon as they said it. Tanya and others were also interested, and then they came to the hunting space of the Silver Moon Blade together. Looking at this not too small space, Oates and others realized that Ivan had such a strange space-type magic weapon, or a holy weapon, that could even carry living creatures without affecting their survival. The value of such a treasure is inestimable. TSK, you actually climbed up to the high branch of the Night Mother Goddess. This is a bit unbelievable. At the same time, Oates also realized that the matter of the Night Elves' holy son that he had said was actually true, which was really puzzling. This is too unreasonable. Oates stared at him with wide eyes, trying to find out something from him. Ivan smiled but said nothing. If you don't want to say it, forget it. This wizard doesn't want to listen. Oates knew that he didn't want to say it, so he could only give up with an itchy heart. Start the test now. I want to see if the Shadow Blood Guard is really as powerful as you say. I go first, Grace suddenly said. That's fine. In front of her, Oates has always been so temperless. Grace is willing to help, and Ivan is happy about it. A Lord-level strongman and an arcane wizard, the two have different strengths, and both are willing to test themselves, so the test results are undoubtedly more accurate. First is Grace. Mason attacked with all his strength, and Grace did not dodge or give way, and was bound. After being entangled, Grace began to use her own power to break free. She clearly focused on the power of the wood element, and the three colors of blue, black and red fought hard, but she finally broke free from the bondage. Next was Oates. Your blood guard is really good. Your ability in binding is equivalent to Korum's speed, which can be regarded as a 4th level ability. After the test, Oates gave a fair evaluation. This evaluation is not low. Korum's wind and thunder element creature was cultivated by him, with a lot of resources and experience, and he only had one like this around him. Ivan was very satisfied with this. His own binding ability, as long as it can be used, will definitely be of great use. Ahem, how about you do me another favor and test this chain? Ivan continued. What chain is this? Oates looked at the chain he pointed at in surprise. At first glance, he could feel that this black chain was extraordinary, and filled with an ancient fierce aura. Ancient dragon relic, whale binding chain, used to bind dragon-type deep-sea whales. Ahem, where did it come from? The treasury of truth. Well, I'd be a good person to the end. Oates reluctantly agreed, and Grace did not refuse. Both of them guessed that Ivan picked this thing from the treasury of truth to use it on the Blackbeard Lord, so the more accurate the test, the better. Facts have proved that the binding ability of the whale binding chain is much better than that of Shadow Blood Guard Mason, and it also has a strong suppressive force, which is especially suitable for binding giant beasts. The disadvantages are also obvious: lack of flexibility, and more suitable for the final decision. Chapter 515. Dongdu. The Lock-A carried the group back to the Xuanmu Tower at high speed. Soon, Ivan, Oates, Grace, Jenny, and Tanya went to a 7-story tower in the city and visited President Hattie, who was very busy. Have you found out all the information? Judging from your expressions, you are probably not simple people. President Hattie naturally knew their purpose. The Commander-in-Chief of the Scarlet Legion, the commander of the Blackbeard Corps, usually called Blackbeard Queller, I wonder if the President has heard of this Zerg Lord? Ivan told the enemy information truthfully. It turned out to be the remnants of the Scarlet Legion. You picked a good opponent. Upon hearing the word Scarlet Legion, President Hater's face also became more cautious. A person's image is a name. The Scarlet Legion is a well-known name. Once upon a time, it was even more terrifying. President Hater, why don't you talk about the Scarlet Legion first? Oates urged. You don't know the famous Scarlet Legion? Hee, it's definitely not as detailed as you, the great sage. Instead of asking around, we might as well listen to you. Once you talk, we will understand everything. You are quite lazy. Seeing that Oates was not ashamed, Hattie Xiaoluashi pointed at the people present and laughed to himself. Hearing this, Ivan was ashamed. He was originally going to mobilize his strength to try his best to find information about the Scarlet Legion, and then come to President Hattie to check and fill in the gaps. Oates said that it would be more efficient to come here directly. Anyway, President Hattie promised, so he would definitely be willing to help with this little favor. Besides, as a great sage, the information that President Hattie knows must be the most comprehensive and accurate. It would be a waste of time and energy to go far instead of near. Ivan actually felt that it was a bit unkind to do so. After repeated persuasion from Oates, he agreed to come straight here. When mentioning the Scarlet Legion, we have to mention the Scarlet Supreme, who is also revered as the Scarlet Queen Mother and the Scarlet Insect Emperor. It is because of her rise that a Zerg empire spanning multiple planes, the Scarlet Empire, was created. When the Scarlet Empire was prosperous, it was so fierce that it dominated the Star Realm and was extremely rampant, sweeping across many worlds in succession. Even our world of Danila was not immune to it, and it caused a lot of bloody storms in Danila, and also subdued several lords of insect origin. Some people once said that the Scarlet Supreme was born in a world called Fairy. When the Scarlet Empire was unstoppable, she tried to invade the Fairy world. In the end, the entire Scarlet Army was defeated, and the Scarlet Empire fell apart and gradually disappeared. President Hattie told the story slowly. In his words, a once prosperous Zerg empire slowly unfolded. The strength of the Scarlet Empire is one thing, but what is more eye-catching is their style of doing things. Wherever they go, they eat everything. causing all things to become extinct. Some planes have even been destroyed since then. Ivan and his companions were shocked. President Hattie, what about this Blackbeard Queller? Oates asked again. Tell me what he looks like. President Hattie did not rush to answer. I have only seen his statue. As Ivan explained, he managed to project the appearance of the Blackbeard Lord. This is a round creature with a pair of wide wings. Its body and wings are covered with black whiskers with dense spikes. There are also many tentacles under its body. It looks very strange. He also talked about the situation of the Black God Abyss. The Black God Abyss is also a relatively special existence. The two may be connected. President Hattie shook his head slowly. You don't know? During the glorious period of the Scarlet Empire, there were many commanders under the Scarlet Supreme, and they did not invade our Danila. Our wizards have never fought against them. How could this wizard know so clearly? After all, it is because the wizards have only been around for a short time and lack the foundation. Ivan and the others expressed their understanding. President, can you use the power of prophecy to predict without disturbing the Blackbeard Lord? Ivan and Oates looked at each other, and Ivan stepped forward to ask a question. He had used the power of prophecy to predict the inheritance of the Justice Star ancestor, and the effect was gratifying, which showed that his ability in this area was really unique. Near the Black God Abyss in the Black Mirage Swamp, he thought about using the power of prophecy to predict, but after weighing it over and over again, he finally gave up. The Blackbeard Lord was a living Lord-level creature, which could easily cause other changes. At the least, it would alert the enemy, and at the worst, it would cause serious backlash, so we have to be careful. He also asked Oates and Grace. Needless to say, Oates was a less knowledgeable person among the arcane wizards, and Grace was not an arcane wizard, and neither of them had unique means to control prophecy. Oates said at the time that President Hayter must have such means, and they were quite clever, and there was a high probability that Lord Blackbeard would not notice it. Ivan, the ability of prophecy is not something that can be used easily, and it requires unique power as a price. President Hattie said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Ivan was not surprised but happy. This showed that the president really had such means, and was worthy of being a great sage. He presented his Book of Enlightenment neatly, which recorded 5 prophetic marks. The prophetic marks were made up of the power of the prophet, and were unique. The Book of Enlightenment was the token of the 5-leaf spear. Now the 5-leaf spear was half dead, and several leaders did not take it seriously. Ivan did not reveal some information to President Hattie. The most important thing was that he believed in President Hattie's character. It's feasible, but not enough. And mine. Hortz and Grace immediately presented their own books of enlightenment. As for Tanya's, she had destroyed it herself a long time ago, and she didn't get a new one afterwards. Well, this wizard will go to the Black Mirage Swamp for you. President Hayter glanced at a few people, and without saying anything else, he promised to go to the Black God Abyss to investigate in person. I'm sorry to bother you. You go back first, and I talk about the rest when I come back. Seeing him say that, Ivan and the others left the wizard tower leisurely. With the help of President Hayter, we should be able to find out everything about the Blackbeard Lord. Evan, do you think you are too hard-working? Hort said outside the wizard tower. How can you become an arcane wizard without hard work? Evan didn't care. He didn't want to take chances like Hotz did, but to ensure a high enough success rate of promotion, and to be promoted to an arcane wizard in one fell swoop. Without waiting for Hotz to say anything, he said, I have to go to the Moon Clamp Peninsula. What for? Go find someone to get the news. What are you waiting for? Let's go quickly, and come back before President Hayter comes back. Hortz, this time it really can't be done. It involves other people's secrets. President Hayter said that the Scarlet Empire fell in the fairy world. Ivan immediately thought of Mavis Margaret, the trapped goddess. Isn't she a god born from the fairy world? Mavis might know something or provide something. It's related to my promotion to the arcane, and she is also willing to help. However, Mavis is an alien deity after all, and her identity is no different from that of Lord Blackbeard, so it is better not to expose it to Oates, so as not to make things difficult for Oates. I will send you to the Moon Clamp Peninsula, and I will find a place to wait. Is that okay? Hort saw that he was worried, and then said generously, It's a deal. After saying this, Ivan no longer pretended. After the group returned to the Swiftwood Tower, Ginny immediately said in private that she could ask Lady Lilibet, that is, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess, for information. Ivan also did not refuse. Everything is for the purpose of becoming an arcane wizard. Chapter 516. Time is like the wind, coming and going without a trace. More than half a year later, the Lawn K once again arrived at a familiar remote place deep in the Black Mirage Swamp. The airship suddenly stopped moving and hung in the air. On the deck, Ivan glanced at the slope and puddles below, turned his head, and said to the people behind him, "Everyone, I leave it to you this time. Wizard Ivan, you are too polite." Everyone present was ready for battle. This time, it can be said that they came out in full force, including Ginny, Lock Swamp Ant, Tanya, Angela, Mara, Silkworm Queen, Fragrant Butterfly, Flame Scorpion, Corum, and 6 combat puppets with strong auras. Their strengths all exceeded the 3rd level. Now, the information that should be inquired has been inquired, and the preparations that should be made have been prepared. Everything is ready, and all that is left is to act according to the plan. The action is obviously at this moment. Let's go! With Ivan's order, he took the lead and jumped out of the airship guardrail. With the support of the gentle breeze, everyone landed lightly on the ground one by one. The ground under their feet immediately began to wriggle. The soil rolled rapidly around, and in the blink of an eye, a huge deep pit appeared, causing the group to sink continuously and sink rapidly below. Just like many years ago, Ivan chose the same way to enter. The difference is that this time, they are not aiming at a certain entrance and exit passage, but directly at the interior of the Black God Abyss. They are ready to drive straight into the enemy's heartland and turn him upside down. With the cooperation of the senior leader Old Ike, no one should notice their arrival for a while. As expected, everything went smoothly. After a while, the deep pit turned into a passage that went straight into the underground. Ivan sensed something under his feet and couldn't help laughing. The others did not stop their actions, still manipulating the rock and soil to continue to change, allowing everyone to go deeper. It is not difficult to find that the deeper you go underground, the harder the rock and soil are, and the warning measures are hidden. But it is not difficult for these people. Ginny, follow the plan. Understood. Ginny took the order and went ahead, drilled into the rock and soil, and quickly dived to the other side. She had other important tasks, and needed to go somewhere else to deliver some beads to others. A few seconds later, there was a sudden emptiness under my feet, and a bottomless deep ravine emerged, and the fog in the deep ravine kept rolling. Everyone used their own methods to float above the deep ravine. On one side of the deep ravine was a cliff and a cave. Ivan led a group of people to kill there without saying a word. There are intruders, ah. Where did you come from? How dare you come to my Black God Abyss to cause trouble? Boom. Stop them, the God Insect Guard will be here soon, boom. At this moment, the black fog in the deep ravine was churning particularly violently, and Ivan's group was also killing fiercely. Any member of the Black God Society who dared to show his head, whether it was a 3rd-level leader, a 2nd-level elder, or a 1st-level insect master, was not a match for him. Everyone was like walking in and out of an empty space. There is a strong enemy invading. Hurry up, gather everyone and follow us to kill these arrogant and ignorant bastards. The enemy is powerful. We must order the God Insect Guards to attack quickly. The noise was so loud that it soon alarmed the Black God Association, making them furious. Once again, they were killed in the heart of the Black God Abyss. At this moment, many people had some bad memories in their minds, and the memories of the previous internal purges made them feel cold behind their backs. The same is true for many high-ranking members of the Black God Society. Among the many high-ranking members, High Priest Murray is the most respected. His face is as black as a piece of charcoal at this time. He stares at the messengers who have hurried over with sharp eyes. The enemy came so strangely and so quietly. He suspected that there were traitors hidden inside. Such traitors are the most hateful. High Priest, you don't suspect that we brought the enemy in, do you? Be careful. The situation is serious. We should focus on the overall situation. None of the 3rd-level messengers present were fools. Seeing that he looked different, they immediately guessed what he was thinking. Some were indignant, some were solemn, and some persuaded him. For a moment, there was a lot of noise. Ike is right. Now is not the time to worry about these things. Besides, with the might of our Lord, I believe that the people below do not have the courage to betray. All doubts should be dealt with after the invading enemies are eliminated. The High Priest is right. After the rapid development in recent years, the Black God Society can be said to be unprecedentedly strong. There are 9 3rd-level wizards, who have gathered here in a hurry. Murray, Ike, and Blue are undoubtedly the best among them. If we only talk about actual combat power, the 3 of them can't compare with the carefully cultivated God Insect Guards, that is, the direct insect guards selected by the Black God. The enemy is fierce. We should not act alone. Let's go and join the God Insect Guards first, and then attack and kill the group of crazy people in one fell swoop. After the High Priest Murray comforted them for a few words, he began to issue action orders. In addition to the two main emissaries he named, they needed to summon the scattered insect emissaries to delay the time for the enemy to wreak havoc. The others followed him to the depths of the Black God Abyss to bring out the God Insect Guards, who were not very smart. After that, they began the urgent action. The entire Black God Abyss has twists and turns. From the outside to the inside, you need to make 5 big turns to reach the end of the Black God Abyss. There is a cold square on the mountain wall at the end, and the height of the square is almost level with the top of the restless black fog. On the inside of the square stands the statue of the Blackbeard Lord. The towering statue is like a torch, overlooking the entire Black God Abyss. On the square, there are strange figures sitting upright. They are there motionless, silently praying to the statue. Under the cliff on one side of the square, as the black fog is restless, the creatures living below also become anxious, and the roars are clearly transmitted, which awakens the figures on the square one by one, subconsciously comes to the edge of the cliff, stares blankly down, and has the tendency to jump down. Go back quickly. After a while, Murray and his group of 7 arrived at the square, and drove away these reserve insect guards as soon as possible. What was frustrating was that the reserve insect guards, who had been seriously transformed into insects, were confused, and could not obey orders. Don't worry about it. They won't be able to hold on for long. Once the Black God Abyss is seriously damaged, I'm afraid we can only kill ourselves to apologize, Ike reminded. Alas, this is the only way. His words immediately attracted others to echo. Murray also knew that the situation was urgent, so he no longer responded to these reserve insect guards, whose instincts dominated. Together with other masters, he cast a secret method to the bottom of the cliff to communicate with the divine insect guards living in the Black God Abyss. A few seconds later, divine light shone in the black fog, and the gates opened wide. In the black fog, huge outlines appeared one after another, and fierce auras leaped out. Those huge figures quickly floated upwards. Chirp! At the same time, a reserve insect guard took advantage of Murray, and others not paying attention, and rushed to the bottom of the cliff impatiently. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in the black fog, leaving no time for people to intercept him. This action caused a chain reaction, and other reserve insect guards were ready to follow suit. Murray cursed inwardly, and quickly took action to stop it, and also ordered others to intercept the reserve insect guards together. As for the one who had already jumped down, he was eager to die, so he couldn't blame others. He would probably soon become food for the newly released God Insect Guard. Murray and others didn't know that the reserve insect guard, who jumped down, had already made up his mind to face death. Facing the terrifying aura and terrifying size of the God Insect Guard below, the man threw out 5 beads covered with white patterns in a row and activated one of the strange beads. The great power was about to be triggered. Chapter 517. If someone is familiar with these beads, they will definitely call for the Chaos Void beads and fly away quickly, and they will probably wish they had more legs. However, except for old Ike, who was also ready to die, the other high-ranking members of the Black God Society on the cliff knew nothing about this, and were imagining cooperating with the divine insect guards to kill all the enemies, and return the Black God Abyss to a peaceful world. Boom boom boom. As the inventor of the Chaos Void beads, Ivan's products must be top-notch. 5 beads were fired at the same time, unprecedented. The power that erupted was unprecedented. The space network suddenly became chaotic, and a medium-sized space turbulence was generated close to the mountain wall. The power of space shattered everything around it, and the space blades wantonly cut everything in all directions, including those fierce and arrogant divine insect guards. At this moment, their huge bodies completely became targets, and the thick insect armor collapsed at the touch, followed by flesh and blood shattering like foam. Around the point where the chaotic sky beat exploded, everything was melting like ice and snow. Damn, there's a big danger. Be careful. Hurry, defend with me. The terrifying smoke of gunpowder rose, and the deadly breath was approaching the cliff. The expressions of Murray and others standing outside the square suddenly changed, and they became as pale as corpses. They never thought that the inconspicuous reserve insect guard was a traitor, and caused such a shocking chaos. Before they could think more, the space blade had already raged over, forcing them to defend hastily, and the insect smoke turned into a strong shield, blocking the front tightly, and while resisting, they had to retreat urgently. The sharp blades below were too strong. If they didn't retreat, they would die together. They didn't care about protecting the reserve insect guards not far away. As for the God Insect Guards under the cliff, they were doomed. Thinking of this, High Priest Murray felt like a knife was cutting his heart. Those were the God Insect Guards that the Black God Society had carefully cultivated for many years. He didn't know how much effort they had spent during this period. Now, they were all destroyed in one day. Under the raging of the space turbulence, the cliff soon suffered the same disaster. The square on the cliff was shattered inch by inch, forcing the group to retreat further. At the critical moment, a roar of anger sounded, instantly resounding throughout the Black God Abyss. The moment the roar spread, time and space seemed to pause briefly. Hearing this voice, Murray was not surprised but happy, and his sorrow turned into joy. "Welcome, my Lord God." Murray was the first to react and shouted enthusiastically, and the other leaders responded one after another, fearing that they would fall behind others. If it weren't for the violent turbulence of space, they would have wanted to kneel on the ground. The remaining reserve insect guards on the square had no such concerns. They knelt down and kowtowed, even if they were exposed to the sharp edge of the turbulence. A shiny black insect whisker stretched out, shuttled through the black fog, and rushed straight to the outbreak point of the space turbulence. Wherever the huge black insect whisker passed, the space chaos was smoothed out one by one. After a while, the space chaos stopped. If it weren't for the tragic situation around, I'm afraid some people would think that nothing had happened. After the matter was done, the black insect whisker turned into a stream of ink-colored light and rushed into the statue on the inside of the square. The statue seemed to be on fire, and the divine light was blazing with anger, visible to the naked eye. Murray and others were trembling with fear, but Ike stood straight and activated the chaotic void beads hidden on his body. "My master has arrived. Why don't you go back to your dark ditch? Daenerys doesn't welcome you." As he cursed, quickly, another spatial turbulence arose, sweeping towards all directions of the square in an instant, also including the increasingly mysterious statue. This time, the black insect whiskers were also half late. After a series of rapid bangs, only 1 out of 10 people were left in the square. There were only 2 people left on the square, Murray and Blue, and the broken statue. The statue's divine light was dim, and looked very embarrassed. Ike is also a traitor. Destroyed in an instant, destroyed in an instant. Years of accumulation, now almost gone. Murray and Blue, who survived, felt like they fell into an ice cave. Their expressions were so dazed, and their hearts began to bleed again. What made them even more hateful was that they still didn't know who the enemy was, and they hadn't even had a direct confrontation. As the saying goes, if you mention the devil, he will appear. Someone came leisurely, as if to watch the fun. "Hee, you little bugs from the Black God Society, your master Locke is back." "Okay, Locke, don't waste your time talking to them. A mere Black God Society that came out of nowhere wants to control this wizard. They really don't know what they are talking about. Let's follow me to wipe out these remnants once and for all, so that the bugs won't come to trouble us again and disturb our peace." Murray and Blue had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen such an unscrupulous wizard who didn't take the Black God Society seriously at all. Thinking of the Black God Society being slaughtered, Murray and Blue didn't know how to refute for a moment. "It's you, Evan Marichaddon, you blasphemer again and again. And you, the lunatic Locke who came out of nowhere, you are too presumptuous." Back then, in order to save the Mentor Randall, who was trapped in the Black God Abyss, Evan and Locke worked together to make the Black God Abyss outside the city of Pendala a mess. Murray was one of the 3-level instigators at that time. Murray was deeply impressed by the two and had investigated them. He also did not forget the shame at that time and was ready to wait for retribution later. But I didn't expect that the two would enter the Black God Abyss again, more ferocious than the last time. When they met again, Murray recognized the two at a glance, and his voice became gnashing. If he had known this, he should not have let the two escape. It's too late to regret. TSK, my boss just used a little trick, and the elite backbone of your Black God Society disappeared in an instant. Are you not ashamed of pretending to be a peerless strongman? Okay, what's the point of telling them this? It's better to save some energy and wait for us to wipe out this insect nest in one fell swoop. Ivan flipped his hand, and a long-handled sickle with a black body appeared in his hand. This was the black sickle given by the Black Side Lord in the past, which was good at cutting special insect tentacles. The black long-handled sickle seemed to be reflecting the Black God Abyss. The edge of the sickle was particularly sharp at this moment, and the aura was also stimulated to become very active. Die! Ivan took the lead, and Locke, Jenny, Zae, and Coram followed closely, vowing to kill the remaining remnants in front of them. The others were still clearing out the escaped fish in various places in the Black God Abyss. Asshole, don't go too far. Murray and Blue stared at them with red eyes, and in their roars, a thick dark purple fog spread out from their bodies. This thick fog, that could not be dissolved, quickly enveloped the surroundings. In the purple poisonous fog, the two people's bodies changed and turned into two huge and hideous monster insects, and the strange insects were also filled with magical purple light. At the same time, the fog in the deep ravine on the side rolled violently, and from time to time it turned into insect shadows and long snakes. It seemed that something was brewing, and the breath it conveyed made people unable to ignore it. Chapter 518. Roar, go to hell, bastard. You don't know your own limits. On one side of the black god abyss, the halos of various domains intertwined and reflected each other, which was spectacular. Wizards are good at fighting one against many in battle, and now, with many against few, it is naturally easy to capture. After only 1 or 2 rounds of fighting, the huge and ferocious monster insect was beaten back to its original form and suppressed on the spot. The two looked very depressed and lost the strength to resist. Haha, you can't stand a single blow. Locke looked at the two captives with contempt, making Murray and Blue tremble with anger, but they didn't know how to refute, so they could only stare at him angrily, and the surging hatred in their eyes condensed into substance. There's no need to pay too much attention to these two abandoned poor bugs, Ivan said lightly. He carefully took out the black long-handled sickle. He was not on guard against these two people. According to the battle sequence of the Black God Society, these two people were at best the second tier. The first tier was the God Bug Guards, who were just swept away by the space turbulence, and it was unknown whether there were any left. Of course, he was not on guard against the God Bug Guards, but the real master of the Black God Abyss, Lord Blackbeard. However, Lord Blackbeard did not appear again at this time, which showed that the two had become abandoned. You, Evan Marichaddon, you will not die well. What is killing people and destroying their hearts? It is undoubtedly what is happening before our eyes. After hearing his words, Murray and Blue became furious and struggled hard, as if they wanted to die with him. Evan took the opportunity to stuff 2 sacrificial hearts, one for each of them, and the curses of the two stopped abruptly. At his signal, Murray and the other man quieted down. Boss, how about throwing a few random empty beads down? Locke stared at the deep ravine on the side and suggested. The rolling fog in the deep ravine did not stop. As time went on, the breath inside became heavier and more evil. Even at a distance, it could make several people feel uncomfortable. It is not difficult to guess that something big must be brewing there. It's too late. Ivan shook his head. The chaos orb was difficult to control. If it was so close, it would easily hurt his own people. As if to confirm his words, a thick black mist rose from below and turned into a vague figure, which quickly turned from virtual to real. In a moment, a thin man in black and red armor appeared on the deep ravine. At first glance, this man looked no different from a human, but he had a pair of insect eyes, which were filled with black eyeballs, so dense that his whole face looked ferocious. Ivan knew that this person was Blackbeard Quail. Human, are you willing to submit to me? Follow me. Sooner or later you will be able to travel the heavens and the worlds. Blackbeard Quail's evil eyes fell on him, and spoke in a voice like metal friction. Its voice was not only low, but also strangely complex, sounding like multiple people talking. Ivan didn't expect that the other party was a person who valued talent and tried to recruit him. Oh, I led people to slaughter the Black God Society that you carefully cultivated, and you didn't care, but wanted to recruit me? This bunch of trash is not worth mentioning. If they are gone, we can train them again. You are different. You are the only one among all those who practice the Blackbeard movement who can break free from my control. You are extremely rare in all realms. As long as you submit to me, I will not only not pursue your offense, but also help you become a true lord. Just you? Blackbeard Queller directly threw out an olive branch. Unfortunately, Ivan was not moved at all. That's right. My boss is the youngest and most talented scholar in the wizard world. He is only half a step away from becoming an arcane wizard. You, a foreign god, are nothing. You want my old minister to obey you. It's just wishful thinking. Following his words, Locke echoed. Interesting, 1 or 2, good clones. Blackbeard Queller certainly would not be angered by his words, but instead revealed his and Ginny's identities. Many things that arcane wizards could not distinguish were seen through by the Blackbeard Lord at a glance, which showed his vision. Everyone else present knew about this, only Quorum, as an external aide, could not help but take a few more glances, but now was not the time to care about these. So what? Stop talking nonsense. Danila is not a place where you can run wild. I advise you to go back to your own world as soon as possible. From now on, you are not allowed to set up any Black God Abyss secretly. This is our territory, and there is no place for you to live here, understand? Ivan stopped Locke, who was about to say something, and emphasized to Blackbeard Queller solemnly. "Human, you have angered me." Seeing that he not only rejected his kindness, but also spoke wildly, Blackbeard Queller's voice became cold, as if he was stating a harsh fact. After speaking, the armored man turned into black mist again and flowed back to the deep ravine below. At the same time, an outline that could cover most of the black god abyss appeared in the deep ravine and slowly rose up. Ivan stared solemnly at the side and below, feeling a little disappointed. This was still a power phantom, not the real body of Lord Blackbeard. It was estimated that there was no direct connection with the real body. He was indeed one of the best commanders in the Scarlet Legion, who was good at saving his life. Earlier, President Hattie quietly predicted a lot of information about Lord Blackbeard at the cost of the power of the Prophet. How should I put it? Blackbeard Queller was an extremely cunning person who cherished his life. He was very thrifty and had some spatial means. His means of escape were also outstanding. What's more tricky is that it is very likely that it has retained the power left by the Scarlet Empire, and its background is terrifying. Such a Zerg Lord, even if it is now seriously injured, is not so easy to deal with. It is easy to analyze that the nest where it hides must be a den of dragons and tigers. Therefore, the first thing Ivan has to do in this big hunt is to use himself as bait to lure the snake out of the hole. Even if he cannot successfully lure the snake out of the hole, he must create an appropriate opportunity to capture the prey in one fell swoop. There is no doubt that he was leading the charge to attack the Black God Society at this time, just to seize a critical opportunity. Before the opportunity appeared, no matter what kind of tough guy he encountered, he could only fight hard, such as the huge beast shadow that appeared at the moment. "Go!" "Yes, master." When the huge beast shadow below floated up, Ivan issued an attack order, targeting his newly accepted servants. Murray and Blue did not hesitate, jumped down, turned into ferocious monster insects, and rushed towards their old master, attacking fiercely. However, what awaited them was the bloody mouth below. Roar! Puppets were like this, they had no control over themselves. When approaching the bloody mouth, the two hideous insects resolutely chose to expose themselves, and at the same time, a small amount of spatial turbulence was generated. Instantly, chaos arose. The huge beast shadow was crushed into powder by the power of chaos and scattered in all directions. It worked. Locke's eyes lit up. No, that was just an illusion. The other party was guarding against the chaotic void bead. Ivan punctured his optimistic fantasy. What a cunning guy. He's not ashamed to do this to someone who is far less powerful than him. Locke couldn't help but mutter. Get ready for a fight. The real tough guy is coming. The chaos in the deep ravine quickly subsided, and the last remaining chaos was smashed by another beast shadow that could cover most of the Black God Abyss. The beast shadow continued to rise, and its breath was extremely strong. The momentum made it difficult for people to breathe. This is obviously a tough battle. Fight! Naturally, the few people were not afraid. Ivan was even braver and took the lead, holding a black long-handled sickle and killing. At this moment, the power hidden in the black sickle was further awakened. The Black Sickle Lord's ever-changing black poison spread out from the blade, turning into black light tightly wrapped around the blade. Jenny and Coram were unwilling to fall behind, and followed him closely on both sides. Just like the previous illusion, the black-bearded beast opened its black hole mouth towards them, trying to swallow several people into its stomach. In addition, there were countless vicious insect tentacles with spikes, sweeping in from all around. And above the bloody mouth, there was obviously a special blocking force, trying to suppress the speed of several people. In fact, Ivan, who was the first to bear the brunt, could also sense that there was a burning and poisonous force hidden deep in the mouth below, waiting to erupt. Such a situation is not to be underestimated. Chapter 519. Obviously, the black-bearded beast came even more ferociously this time. Its mouth did not come up along the deep ravine, but swallowed up the mountain wall together, leaving no way for people to escape. It seemed to be swallowing everything. Scatter quickly. The few people were not stupid, and of course, they would not be stupid enough to measure the advantages and disadvantages of the other party's belly. They had already prepared to disperse in all directions. However, as they moved, Ivan immediately found that the blocking force had changed, and all gathered on him, making it impossible for him to dodge quickly. His figure suddenly slowed down, and he fell behind Ginny and Coram. He was not in a hurry about this. At the critical moment, a vast force of wind and thunder shone from him. Then, the wizard robe on his body was torn into pieces, revealing another colorful robe, which was the wind and thunder robe given by Oates in the early years. Like the black long-handled sickle, it was also a magic weapon. The wind and thunder robe focused on helping people escape. With the help of the power of wind and thunder, Ivan broke free from the blockade in the blink of an eye, and the whole person turned into a fast-moving phantom, moving forward all the way, sweeping past the many black insect tentacles blocking the road. Wherever the black sickle passed, the dense insect tentacles were like floating cotton wool, sweeping away a large area. Not far behind him, the long brewing purple-green poisonous fire gushed out, and except for baking the surrounding temperature suddenly to alternate between hot and cold, there was no other effect. The next second, Ivan suddenly stabbed the black long-handled sickle into the flesh of the black-bearded beast. The flesh there was immediately split in two, tearing open a 2 or 3 meter deep cut. He took advantage of the situation and slashed the black sickle downwards, as if he was cutting butter with a hot knife. The man and the knife slid down rapidly, and there were serious corrosion marks on the blade. At this moment, Jenny and Coram had already circled to the side, and pierced the huge wings of the black-bearded beast from the side, destroying it with holes. The black-bearded beast suffered so much damage that its huge body trembled a few times involuntarily. Ouch! The earth-shaking insect chirping resounded, as if thousands of demonic sounds were filling their ears, trying to bring a different kind of hazy illusion to the few people, but only Zae and Coram were slightly affected. Ivan, Jenny, and Locke were 3 people in one, and they were in the same place. They were extremely capable in resisting mental interference, so they could naturally ignore the insect chirping. The 3 of them seized the opportunity, and launched a more violent attack with sharp blades in hand. Ivan held a black long-handled sickle in his hand, and the sickle was shining with black light. Jenny's dark moon blade was like a shadow, and the edge was vague. Locke was accompanied by the silver moon blade that was assigned to him, and his sharpness was unmatched. The 3 of them worked together, and dismembered most of the black-bearded beast from 3 directions. The huge body could no longer hold on and collapsed, turning into a black mist torrent that poured in all directions. Haha, this guy looks huge, but in fact he is no different from a wild boar in the forest. Blackbeard, you are such a coward. Get out of here if you know what's best for you. Denali is not a place for you to make trouble. In such a fierce battle, the Blackbeard beast was killed in one fell swoop. Several people had reason to let out a loud howl of victory, and the sound rolled and echoed in the deep black god abyss. Under Ivan's command, several people formed a formation again and killed further down the mountain stream. Wait! What's wrong? There should be a heretic temple there. Let me destroy it with one blow. For his order, the others did not hesitate, and several attacks blasted towards the mountain wall on one side. The mountain wall exploded, revealing a hidden temple with bright lights in it. There is no statue in the main hall of the temple. Instead, a thin instrument like a clarinet is placed in an important position. Boss, this is where the Black God Society teaches the Blackbeard music. I didn't expect it to be hidden deeper. I see. Then we confiscate it. Jenny followed the order, and stepped forward to seal the thin instrument like a clarinet tightly. This inherited instrument is actually made of insect whiskers from the Blackbeard Lord, and its quality is extraordinary. Except for Jenny, others may not be able to suppress it. As for the temple, it could not be preserved. It soon collapsed, leaving a mess. So far, they have destroyed more than one temple. The square on the top of the cliff was destroyed before. In other places in the Black God Abyss, all the statues of Lord Blackbeard were destroyed by Tanya and others. The altars and temples were destroyed at this time. While Ivan and others rushed to the bottom of the deep ravine, and Tanya and his party were suppressing the riots everywhere, outside the Black God Abyss, the Lawn K was still floating in the air, half hidden and half covered. On the surface, there was only a team of puppets stationed on the airship, but in fact, there was an unprecedented deep power hidden inside. In a room, several people were waiting in full battle array. President Hattie, Wizard Philomena, if we let them run rampant like this, and we don't even take a photo, and we don't know anything about what's happening inside, won't there be any problems? After a long silence, Oates couldn't hold back his inner anxiety and broke the atmosphere. In addition to him, the arcane wizard, there were 2 other arcane wizards, namely the great sage Hattie, the Lord of the East capital Philomena, the Lord and the powerful Grace, and the Treeman Guard in him. In order to further paralyze Blackbeard Queller, Ivan didn't even bring the tree guard sent by the Dark Knight Mother, so Jenny had to work hard to persuade the tree guards. Hots, you have to believe Ivan. Hottie said lightly. How can you let me believe it? The enemy is the remaining tyrannical leader of the Scarlet Empire, and Ivan and his men are only level 3 after all. If we are not careful, the whole army may be wiped out. How will we explain it then? Hot stood up irritably, walked to the door and turned back, staring at the few people. No need to explain to anyone, this is their own choice. The path of a wizard has always been like this. You should face the challenges head-on. Only in this way can you wait for the clouds to clear and see the moon. Yes, Ivan has made all the preparations. As long as his plan is completed successfully, it won't be long before he is one of us. And if he misses this opportunity, the Blackbeard Lord will hide deeply, and I don't know how many detours he will take in the future. Ivan is lucky. There are so many people willing to help him. I think no matter what the result is, he will not regret it. President Hattie and City Lord Philomena sat there motionless. As the two of them talked, Oates gradually calmed down and sat back in his seat, waiting for the other side's notification. However, Oates's worries did not completely disappear. After all, this time was really dangerous. If there was a slight mistake, there would be no recovery. He cursed in his heart. If there was anyone to blame, it was the Black Worm Lord, who was too cowardly and treacherous, forcing them to be extremely cautious just to fish it out. Chapter 520. Inside the Black God Abyss, Ivan and his 5 companions went down all the way. The entire deep ravine seemed like an endless abyss, and it took a long time to reach the bottom. The deeper they went, the thicker and stickier the black fog became, and there were strange insect sounds coming from all directions. The insect sounds were everywhere, making Zae and Koram overwhelmed. Seeing this, Ivan immediately gave an order, asking the two not to follow too closely, but to follow slowly behind to provide support. Not long after, a figure suddenly emerged from the sticky black fog. It was the thin man in black and red armor. Unlike the previous phantom, this one is a real power phantom, with a completely different aura, holding a long whip in his hand, and his eyes are still fierce. Human, let me ask you again, are you willing to submit to me? You talk too much nonsense, Ivan said coldly. Don't try to get the upper hand of my words. You should understand one thing. Without my permission, you who practice the Blackbeard movement will never become an arcane wizard. No matter where you hide to transform, I will find a way to make you fail. Another figure emerged from the black fog, and it was exactly the same as the thin man before. What do you think I am doing here? I will cut off your claws and teeth completely, and then go to the wizard's holy land, the Peak of Truth. What can you do to me then? Once I successfully become an arcane wizard, the situation will change suddenly. At that time, it is not certain who will be the prey, haha. Arrogant! As he spoke, another figure appeared. This was the third power phantom. At this moment, Ivan could faintly hear a sound similar to a heartbeat. If nothing unexpected happened, he was about to reach the bottom of the Black God Abyss. There was indeed something fishy at the bottom of the Black God Abyss, but he didn't know what was hidden. You want to delay time, but this wizard cannot grant your wish. You are courting death, young human being. You will know if you are courting death after a try, you stink bug in the gutter. The two-domain aura on Ivan's body was fully activated, and the high-level magic items of the black magic wind and fire beads reappeared, with a total of 18. The power accumulated in the wind and fire beads gushed out wantonly, gathered together rapidly, and finally turned into a black magic hand. The giant flaming palm was accompanied by colorful light, and the power contained in it was mighty, like a giant beast out of a cage. This palm was obviously premeditated, otherwise the condensation speed would not be so fast. This unparalleled palm strike directly blocked the space in front of the 3 armored men, leaving them with little room to dodge. Before, the other party was bullying the weak, but now it was him. What a cunning little thing. The 3 armored men saw this scene, and their faces turned green. Before, they saw the other party always using the black sickle, and almost forgot that wizards are better at spells than swinging weapons. He himself was obviously misled. The armored men did not run around, and the long whips in their hands instantly turned into sharp spears, but went against the trend. The 3 of them formed a formation, vowing to pierce the giant flaming palm, and let the human know that such a spell is not worth mentioning. Boom. Swoosh swoosh. Ivan didn't want to get entangled with the other party. He was more interested in the things at the bottom of the Black God Abyss at this time. At his signal, Jenny followed him and dodged to the side, continuing to move down the deep ravine, while the 3 armored men were handed over to Locke to deal with. At the moment, when the armored man pierced through the giant flaming palm and came up, many blood-guard vines emerged from Locke's side, and entangled the armored man in one fell swoop. What a joke, eh? The armored man was still calm, especially when facing Locke. When they were bound by the vines transformed by the shadow blood-guard, the 3 people's faces finally changed color, and their fierce eyes were full of disbelief. Whether they believed it or not, anyone who was entangled by the blood-guard would inevitably be pulled into the hunting space, and disappear on the spot. On the other side, Ivan ignored the battle between Locke and the armored man, and rushed towards the dark red flames. The flames automatically separated wherever he passed. So that's it, you want to be reborn in a shell. As the distance got closer, the scenery at the bottom of the Black God Abyss finally caught his eye. The situation on the ground was actually similar to the secret vault of the Ant-Man that nurtured the marsh ants, full of large and small beast eggs, but compared to the ant eggs left by the Ant-Man of Sheety, the beast eggs here were much larger. Each beast egg was like a black gemstone mountain, emitting different degrees of dim light, and also hiding a thriving vitality. The sounds similar to the beating of a heart came one after another. Among them, a seemingly inconspicuous beast egg in a corner caught his attention. He had been exploring the Nether Soul Mirror for a long time, and it could be seen that this was a method similar to multiple in one to cultivate special clones, which were placed in many beast eggs by the Blackbeard Lord. This was also the native clone of the Danila world, with a pure native aura, and it was obviously cultivated with great effort. It could be predicted that once the other party succeeded, Danila would become another home of the Blackbeard Lord, and it could make full use of the power of the Danila world to feed back and heal its injured body. There is no doubt that this beast egg is the most precious thing in the entire Black God Abyss, and it must be the favorite of Lord Blackbeard. In a short moment, after Ivan figured out Lord Blackbeard's true intention, a malicious smile appeared on his face, and he rushed directly to the unique beast egg below. "Human, stop! How dare you!" As if sensing his sinister intentions, the ground was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. At this moment, many beast eggs on the ground broke one after another, quickly becoming shriveled, and figures emerged from them, some in the form of armored men, and some in the form of black-bearded beasts, all rushing towards him. "Leave it to me." Jenny stepped forward and summoned a large number of level 3 tree guards from the Silver Moon space to intercept. At the bottom of the deep ravine, a fierce battle broke out in an instant. This is Danala. As local creatures, Jenny and the tree guards are like fish in water. On the other hand, the opponents all need to bear the suppression of the world's power. If not, these creatures that drilled out of the beast eggs would have come out in full force. Now, facing the strong intrusion of a group of people, it is obviously a bit late. Under the protection of the crowd, Ivan broke through the numerous interceptions and flew to the unique beast egg. In the eyes of many armored men, he threw a larger sacrificial heart into it without saying a word. This is the real attack on Huanglong. "Asshole, I will cut you into pieces." At this moment, the anger ignited the entire Black God Abyss. It is obvious that Lord Blackbeard was really angered. You know, under the suppression of the power of the Danila world, it was extremely difficult for him to cultivate this clone. I don't know how much time and effort he spent from beginning to end, and it has not been completed yet. To be on the safe side, he deliberately covered himself up, but he didn't expect to be seen through at a glance. He was indeed the human he had chosen. Not only that, the other party also tried to enslave his clone, which was a direct perverse move. For him, it was like a human junior standing on his head and peeing and shitting. How could the Blackbeard Lord not be furious? Chapter 521. Along with his anger, the huge Black God Abyss seemed to be angry as well. The space suddenly changed, and invisible pressure pressed towards Ivan and his companions. "Tisk, you'd better become this wizard's puppet immediately." Ivan was not surprised but happy. What he wanted was for the other party to be angry out of shame, so he increased the power to manipulate the heart of the ritual, trying to use his will to suppress the will in the beast egg. Just like the previous subjugation of the Yashan turtle in the Dakong Tianhe, a different will competition began. However, unlike the Star Realm Cliff Mountain turtle, the will contained in this beast egg has not yet fully formed, and it is extremely fragile at this time. Even if the Blackbeard Lord wants to inject power into it, he has to be cautious and not very efficient. This is undoubtedly another case of the big bullying the small. Ivan advanced step by step, and soon gained a clear advantage. However, he did not make any other unnecessary moves. He knew that it was not the right time yet, and the real opportunity had not yet appeared. It must be said that this Blackbeard Lord was very strong. So far, they are still fighting on a small scale, and no one knows when they will get serious. Thinking of this, he threw another sacrificial heart into the beast egg, which accelerated the opponent's will to retreat, and there was a tendency to collapse thousands of miles away. "Evan Marichadan, you will definitely die. My Scarlet Legion's Commander-in-Chief Blackbeard Queller said so." At this moment, a cold roar shook the entire Black God Abyss. The aura of the Black God Abyss changed further, and automatically condensed into a distinct protective layer, as if to isolate this place into another completely different world. Ivan watched coldly, still without contacting the outside reinforcements. Crack, crack, crack. Not only that, He also took the opportunity to twist the beast egg under his feet. Using the partial control he had just won to force the beast egg to mutate in the direction of breaking out of the shell, with the intention of directly destroying the beast egg. If his move succeeds, the control of the biological puppet will not be successful, and this unique beast egg will become half-crippled. The main point is that if I can't get it, others can't get it either. Screech. Another terrifying insect chirp sounded, as if it came from ancient times. Along with the sound, a light red breath emerged from thin air, turned into bundles, and spread in all directions, and soon formed a net, which was imprinted on the air, bright and incomparable. Immediately afterwards, black thin lines emerged from the red net, like tiny cracks. That was a crack, or a space crack. With a crisp sound, the space there shattered into pieces, revealing a dark irregular portal, in which only the thin red silk was floating, and a blurry shadow was reflected in an instant. That was the scene on the other side of the portal. A gray world, with mountains and plains faintly visible, and a magnificent figure that seemed to be able to break through the sky. The pressure like a towering mountain came from the portal, causing the portal to tremble. That terrifying figure was the real body of Lord Blackbeard. At this moment, Ivan's series of actions completely irritated Blackbeard Queller, making him no longer care about anything else. Ivan Marikaden. Blackbeard Queller. Through the distant space portal, the visions collided, and Ivan felt like he was on someone else's plate. This was an illusion caused by the power gap. Facing such a strong enemy, he did not retreat, but he had an arcane-level spell scroll in his hand. You are dead. I'm afraid your excellency does not have this ability. At this moment, the voices of the two were particularly calm, but they both hid some kind of determination. As they spoke, the scenery on both sides of the portal became clearer, and Ivan was still tightening the control of the beast egg under his feet, destroying it while controlling it. Not far from him, Locke, Z, and Quorum all went down to the ground and cooperated with Ginny and the tree guards to kill the enemy. The battle was in full swing, but the situation was one-sided. Ginny and others were about to decide the outcome of the battle and kill the things that had hastily emerged from the beast eggs. In response, Blackbeard Queller chose to sit back and watch indifferently. The situation remained deadlocked for more than 10 seconds, until a more ferocious aura came overwhelmingly, and black beards with ferocious spikes protruded from the portal, attacking at an incredible speed, and approaching Ivan directly. The might was extremely terrifying. Boom! When a strong enemy attacked, Ivan put away the arcane scroll again, and someone else tore the scroll apart. The violent elemental power rushed to the space portal, submerging the stabbing black beard in it. There were no false moves, only power collisions, and the black beard was broken inch by inch. More black beards broke through the space one after another, and another arcane spell scroll was activated, and the elements were violent. In this fierce confrontation, the space portal continued to vibrate, but the connection between the two sides became closer and closer, giving people a feeling of being close at hand. Break it for me. Seeing that the time was almost right, and his people were running out of steam, Ivan really chose to take action, throwing out the black long-handled sickle that he had already held in his hand, and throwing it into the space portal with all his strength. At the same time, he sent out several signals with a long-prepared communication magic weapon. Looking forward, you can see that there is a strange chain connected to the back of the black long-handled sickle, and the chain goes deep into the space portal along with the sickle that was thrown out. It can also be seen that the black sickle was completely activated, and the light of the black sickle was particularly bright. The black sickle pierced through the space with an unprecedented sharpness, smashed through the black whiskers blocking the front, and penetrated into the body of the figure that blocked the sky and sun like a broken bamboo, and sank into it. Ivan's eyes lit up. It was a close call. The guy was really seriously injured, otherwise he would not be unable to dodge. However, the black sickle modified by President Hater was probably used for the last time. Ding! Before he could be happy, a brutal force came from the chain, trying to pull him into the space gate. Of course, Ivan would not be stupid enough to hold on to the chain tightly. However, a thin black beard suddenly emerged and stabbed at him, leaving him no time to dodge. At this critical moment, Ivan's body lit up with several layers of protection, including the blood pattern scroll he used to protect himself, which blocked the sharp edge of the black beard in time. The black beard was flexible and changed from stabbing to entangling in an instant, rolling him up and entangling him with the airtight protective shield. An irresistible force came from his waist. Damn it! Ivan's face changed drastically, and his body could not help but move closer to the space door, and in the blink of an eye he fell into the door. Just at this moment, a root wrapped around the black beard, followed by the vines of the blood guard, which slowed down the speed of the Blackbeard's retraction. But compared to the Blackbeard, the roots and vines were not as tough, and they immediately began to break apart. In this moment, Ivan was still pulled to the other side of the space door. He saw another world very clearly, a small world like a cage, and also saw the truest face of the Lord of Blackbeard, which was more shocking than imagined. Ivan Marichatin, I said, you are dead this time. Chapter 522. Outside the Black God Abyss. The sky was covered with dense clouds, and the orchid was hiding steadily in the air, not affected by the smoke deep underground. In a room on the airship, 5 lords were motionless, waiting for the prey to take the bait, looking like experienced old hunters. After an unknown amount of time, President Hattie sensed something, and suddenly stood up, his wizard robe moving without wind. It's our turn. Hurry! Oates had been waiting for this sentence for a long time, and rushed out of the room impatiently. He was really afraid that he and others would be too late, and Ivan would fall into the hands of the foreign lord. His worry was not self-inflicted. Ivan and his group were not as strong as the enemy, and they were likely to be suppressed by the environment. Their situation was really worrying. Several people quickly jumped out of the airship and fell to the ground. Among them, President Hattie was the fastest. Under the leadership of President Hattie, the 5 people did not fall to the entrance of Ivan's entrance to the Black God Abyss, but rushed to another location, and in an instant they came to a puddle some distance away from Hingling. The water in the puddle was light black. After President Hattie fell to the surface, the puddle spread out smoothly, followed by the rotten mud and black rock and soil below. The efficiency was unknown how many times higher than that of Ivan and his party. There is a barrier. The Black God Abyss was not a good place, especially since Ivan and his party entered the bottom of the deep ravine. The Black God Abyss changed again, and it has turned into a special space with tight ceiling. Seeing this, Oates' heart was shocked. It doesn't matter. This is Dan era, and outsiders are not allowed to show off their power. President Hattie easily identified that this Black God Abyss was a space-type magic weapon, very unique, and it had already integrated with the surroundings when placed here. Fortunately, it was not complete. It should be a semi-finished product with loopholes. Everyone, be ready to obey my orders, and follow the place I point to, and work together to blast it open for me. He quickly came up with a countermeasure in his mind. Okay. Please give me your orders. Hearing his words, the other 4 people did not hesitate. Which of these people is not a well-known existence? They came here from afar, not just for this critical moment. Under the skillful manipulation of President Hattie, a layer of black and purple energy membrane kept changing, but the fluctuations generated by the change did not spread to a farther range, but were tightly confined by him within a small space. 2 or 3 seconds later, a faint black, purple, and red 3-color net moved over. Bang it! Bang! With President Hattie's loud shout, the divine light on the 4 people shone, and the attacks mixed with the power of the domain were launched together, accurately landing on the 3-color net, causing the net to make a dull sound. Under the impact of many Lord-level forces, the tricolor net knot was torn apart like a rag, revealing the scenery below. It was the innermost square of the Black God Abyss, and it was also above the last place where Ivan and his party attacked. Seeing this, Oates' wind and thunder power surged, and he rushed into it without waiting for the passage to be completely torn open. Others entered one after another. On the other side, in the unknown small world, looking at the Blackbeard Lord in front of him, Ivan couldn't help but sweat on his back. At this moment, he not only had to face the pressure from the leader of the Scarlet Legion, but also had to resist the pressure from the world around him. These 2 pressures were all pervasive, and could not be offset by the protective shield and the domain aura. He estimated that his strength had been reduced to about 50% to 60%. Evan Marichatin, I said, you are dead this time. Having been destroyed by a lower-level person, even the insect servant he had reserved, and his carefully cultivated power and precious clones were destroyed, and he was also injured by the other party. One can imagine how Blackbeard Queller felt at this time. Now, this human wizard who dared to offend him fell into his hands. Wait! Ivan never pretended to be cowardly when he should, and he shouted hurriedly. Are you willing to surrender now? It's too late. This commander said that you will die without a burial place today. Blackbeard Queller's voice was grim, and he controlled 2 insect tentacles to wrap around him, further blocking him. The situation became more and more critical. I have a unique secret method from the Devil Clan in the Abyss. You have seen my secret method clones, and you should be able to feel their uniqueness. One is the root of the earth, and the other is a spirit that crosses the boundary between life and death. It is truly a trinity. I am willing to use the secret method to redeem my own life. Another blood scroll on Ivan's body was scrapped, This was the third one. He hurriedly stated his conditions as quickly as possible. Previously, Lord Blackbeard had repeatedly tried to make him surrender. He guessed that the secret method of clone was involved. Compared with the clone cultivated at the bottom of the deep ravine, the Ghost Soul Mirror was the real expert in nurturing clones. With his current third-level identity, this statement was undoubtedly very convincing. Daydreaming? The anger in Blackbeard Queller's heart was not so easy to calm down. However, he was obviously tempted. You see, I didn't really hurt you. The black poison of the Black Side Lord has no effect on you at all. As for the Black God Society, as you said before, they are just a bunch of useless trash. And your clone, once you learn the Trinity secret, it will take a few years to cultivate it. Any type will do. If you have other requests, you can also put them forward. I will try my best. Ivan noticed the other party's hesitation, and continued to persuade him while the iron was hot. I told you that you are dead. Before you die, I will suck your brain marrow bit by bit, and read your memory from it until I get the secret method of clone you mentioned. On the huge body of Blackbeard Queller, there is a circle of insect eyes along the round body. Only 2 pairs of compound eyes are open at this time, both of which are fierce. But his mouth is not seen, and no one knows where the voice comes from. Wait, don't be impulsive, please listen to me again. Seeing that the other party was about to kill, Ivan advised again, even if you empty my entire brain, I am afraid it will be difficult to get any useful secrets. The secrets of us wizards are bound by strict contracts, and will disappear when we die. I swear to the Mother Earth that there is not a single word of falsehood in these words. If there is any deception, I will never be able to become an arcane wizard. What he said was not a lie. He himself had practiced it. He had never obtained any valuable spells from the memories of wizards, who had been transformed by the heart of sacrifice, let alone any secret methods. Of course, the purpose of his words was not to trade, but purely to delay time. In the small world, the overall atmosphere fell into a brief silence, with only the special sound of insects and a blood-red battle flag on the mountain behind, fluttering silently. On the tattered and old flag, a long black worm covered with spikes was about to emerge. At this moment, facing Ivan's words of not lying, Blackbeard Queller's heart wavered again. It was not his determination to kill Ivan that wavered, but he wanted to get the secret method and swallow Ivan. This was obviously not an easy task. However, before Blackbeard Queller could think of any wonderful solution, he realized that he had been fooled. Someone broke into the Black God Abyss very forcefully, and was coming here to kill him. Die! Blackbeard Queller said no more nonsense, and the insect tentacles flew towards the outer space portal. At the same time, the insect tentacles that were wrapped around Ivan began to increase their strength without any reservation. The killing force poured down along the insect tentacles. Suffering from the terrifying power attack, the protective shield on Ivan's body was destroyed and reborn, and the blood scrolls he carried with him were scrapped one after another, so fast that he himself could not notice it. Ivan, we are here. Old insect cub, don't be so presumptuous. At the critical moment, a figure covered in divine light emerged from the space gate, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Ivan's side, cut off the insect tentacles wrapped around him, rescued him from it, and protected him in front of him. Ivan looked closely, and saw that it was indeed Oates, who had the power of the domain blooming. He arrived just in time. Ivan, you took a risk this time. You kept delaying and not notifying us. We almost didn't make it in time. Oates glanced back at him, and saw that he was not seriously injured. He complained unsatisfactorily. Isn't it not too late? That's because President Hattie is here, and he can ignore the Black God Abyss. Otherwise, you would have become food for this insect. Thank you very much. How about we go back first? Okay, I have to watch the space door to prevent it from closing suddenly. When Oates came to rescue, the other 4 strong men were not idle either. They rushed to the main body of Blackbeard Queller one after another. It was still President Hattie who was the fastest. As soon as he approached, President Hattie regained control of the inconspicuous chain and made it wrap around Blackbeard Queller. The chain was originally close to the Blackbeard Lord, and was still hanging on the end of the black long-handled sickle. Now it quickly became longer and thicker, spreading along the huge body. As soon as this change occurred, Blackbeard Queller felt something was wrong. He could feel a domineering force of suppression from the chain. He didn't know that this chain was called the whale-binding chain, which was specially used to bind giant whales of the Throssus genus. It was no problem to suppress a seriously injured body. Not only that, Hattie, Philomena, Grace, and Enum began to beat him up inhumanely, making Blackbeard Queller overwhelmed and leaving him no time to deal with the spread of the chain. Roar, you are going too far. Scarlet Supreme, protect our country. I forgot how long it had been since Blackbeard Qual had suffered such a blow. Blackbeard Qual knew that if he didn't fight back, he would be finished, so he activated the last means of counterattack. After the roar fell, the blood-red battle flag on the top of the mountain behind fluttered violently, and an unusually thick scarlet light emerged from it, spreading at an extraordinary speed. This heavy light seemed to be able to reach the sky and the earth. In a moment, it covered most of the sky, as if a blood-stained flag was wrapping up the world. Above the sky, a dragon-shaped black insect covered with spikes roared at the world, causing the faces of Hattie and others to change. Chapter 523. Hots, guard the space gate. Understood. What made everyone's face change was not how ferocious the dragon-shaped black worm was, nor how unusual the broken battle flag was, but that as the scarlet light spread, the world's suppression of them increased exponentially. Originally, they only needed to withstand half to 10% of the suppression, which did not affect everyone's strength. Now, this value is soaring sharply. In just a moment, the suppression has increased to about 50%. How can they continue to remain calm? Everything must be done as soon as possible. At the same time, someone must keep the space gate from closing. If anything goes wrong, they will be in big trouble. Scarlet Supreme, protect our country. Scarlet Supreme, protect our country. Compared to their urgency, Blackbeard Queller was fighting desperately. While struggling and resisting, he tried his best to call for help from the scarlet battle flag, pinning most of his hopes on it. As he shouted, drop after drop of dark red blood fell from the sky, and the scarlet color began to permeate the world. The world's oppression is still increasing, making it impossible to ignore. Shut up. At this time, Hattie and his men have turned into giants, surrounding Blackbeard Quillen and hammering him hard. After several heavy blows, Blackbeard Quillen's voice finally fell silent. Blackbeard Quillen was dying, and fell into a deep coma. He was still tightly bound by the whale-binding chain, and was already a prey in a cage. Under the power of the whale-binding chain, Blackbeard Quillen's huge body began to shrink rapidly. On the other side, Ivan had passed through the space portal and returned to the black god abyss of Danila, while the elemental giant transformed by Oates was guarding the space gate tightly, preventing the unstable portal from closing, and it looked a bit strenuous. Through the space gate, seeing that President Hattie and his men succeeded, Ivan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now the obstacles blocking his way to the arcane will be gone. With so many favorable factors gathered, if he still can't succeed, he might as well find a piece of tofu and die. Retreat. The spread of the scarlet light did not stop because of the fall of Blackbeard Queller. Hattie looked up at the tattered battle flag and chose to retreat without looking back. He still held the whale-binding chain in his hand, and tied Blackbeard Queller with the other end, and they quickly evacuated together. The others did not suspect anything and surrounded the bound Blackbeard Queller, following him towards the space gate, one step at a time. The scarlet battle flag was still fluttering wantonly, and above the dome, the roar of the dragon-shaped black insects continued, as if rebuking the audacity of the few people. However, all this was in vain. Under the leadership of President Hattie, Philomena, Grace, and Enim successfully jumped over the space gate and retreated to the deep ravine filled with black fog, and finally Oates, who was guarding the gate. Goodbye. Goo! Just at this moment, a more brutal hissing sounded, completely drowning out Oates's goodbye. The dragon-shaped black worm suddenly twisted, its body quickly faded, and a black thread grew along the world barrier, and in an instant it came to the space gate and probed to the other side of the space gate. Be careful. When the dragon-shaped black worm moved, everyone near the space gate felt a chill in their bones. Their faces changed drastically. However, the black thread had arrived. Several people dodged, accelerated, retreated, attacked, all moved, but none of them could be faster than this strange black thread. No way again? Ivan was also retreating, away from the space portal. He had just moved away half a step, when he found a dark color on his waist. It was the black thread that people avoided. I never thought that there were so many people here, including Blackbeard Queller, and this thing would target me. It didn't make sense. At this moment, the black thread had hit the counterattack of Hutty and Philomena, but it didn't cause any impact. It showed its tenacity. Ivan knew that there was a big problem. Force replacement, Ivan. President Hattie also realized that the trouble was not small, and hurriedly reminded him. In fact, before he reminded him, Ivan knew what to do and how to get out of the current predicament. They had already prepared means to deal with various crises, and now was the time to use them. A colorful power emerged from Ivan's body, and the power was full of Xin Huang. This was the power of witchcraft favor hidden deep in his body. In fact, this is also a world power, which often has unexpected effects when used to fight against foreign powers. As expected, as the colorful Xianwang power came out, he could no longer feel the strange black chain's binding power, and he tried to activate a replacement token. It had no effect. At the same time, he activated another secret method, and his body shook, replacing him with Locke. Ivan stumbled to the ground, and when he looked back, the black chain had pulled Locke away, and the space gate was so blurred that there was almost no trace. You were half a second late. Thank you, President. It was extremely dangerous just now, and he had been pulled into the space gate. After he got out of the control of the black chain, it was President Hattie who pulled him back. At this time, the palm was still on his shoulder. Seeing that he looked a little depressed, President Hardy patted his shoulder and said nothing more. Wizard Ivan, whether it is me or Locke, as long as there is a chance, we are willing to take everything for you. You should not have hesitated just now. Jenny approached and said, her voice full of displeasure. This scene surprised many people, and they stopped to watch the excitement. It's not hesitation, just trying it a little more, that's all. This low-grade token is really useless. Ivan didn't blame her for being nosy, but just explained helplessly, and threw the token in his hand to the ground angrily. What a broken token. Just now, he had 3 options to get out of the predicament. One was to dodge directly, which he obviously couldn't do. The second was to use a special replacement token to get out of the space level, but unfortunately it didn't work either. The last one was the advanced version of the replacement token. When he studied the ghost mirror in recent years, he combined the knowledge of the return tower and explored the replacement secret technique, which replaced the original body with a secret clone, which was also on the space level and was unique. That's why Locke replaced him. He got out of trouble, but Locke was pulled over by the strange black chain instead of him. Now his life or death is uncertain. It's really unpredictable. Don't do this next time. Jenny obviously didn't believe it and stared at him. Ivan glared at someone who was insubordinate and didn't want to talk. In any case, Blackbeard Queller has been hunted down, and the goal this time has been achieved. The situation in that small world is unpredictable. Ivan has no face to ask President Hardy and his party to go there again. Locke's matter can only be put on hold for the time being, and he doesn't know if there will be a chance to meet again in the future. I hope there will be. Chapter 524. As Blackbeard Quoll was ambushed, the space portal dissipated, and the Black God Abyss, which had been changing again and again, began to return to its original appearance, and the secrets contained in it became clearer and clearer. I see. This space magic weapon is unique. It was made using the insect shells that were shed when it transformed. It combines the power of space and the power of the earth very well. Of course, this is for President Hater. Others don't have such vision. Ivan, you discovered the Black God Abyss, and you were the first to attack it. What do you think of this space magic weapon? President, please stop teasing me. I don't have any ideas. Seeing President Hattie asking him, Ivan waved his hands quickly. This was not his trophy. He had no face to ask for it. He was satisfied to get what he wanted. Okay. President Hattie didn't persuade him much. And this Lord Blackbeard, I have to trouble you to help me ban it. If there is any material that everyone can use, you can intercept it by yourself. Just leave a breath for me at the end. Ivan thought for a moment and added. Wizards often have to conduct various experiments, and the more experimental materials the better, so he said this, and he couldn't let people work in vain. Haha, we are not that cruel. Hearing his words, Philomena couldn't help laughing, and then changed the subject. But Wizard Ivan is so generous, I can't be too polite, just reserve 10 insect whiskers and 10 insect eyes. Okay. Her words were directed to Ivan, answering that she was indeed happy. I don't need it. Hot said immediately. Grace and Enem didn't say anything, obviously not interested in this kind of thing. Evan didn't care either. He glanced at the bottom of the deep ravine. Among the scattered beast eggs, only one survived, which was the one that Lord Blackbeard carefully cultivated. Although it was harmed by him, it was preserved, which shows that its life force is tenacious. He also didn't act rashly, and prepared to hand it over to President Hattie to deal with it, so as to avoid any unknown hidden dangers. It just so happened that President Hattie wanted to stay here to collect the Black Abyss, this strange item. Soon, Ivan said goodbye to President Hattie and his party, and flew back to the original square from the bottom of the deep ravine. After turning a big corner along the Black God Abyss, he met Tanya and others in a cave. Ivan. Wizard Ivan, what's the situation? Thanks to the timely appearance of the President and others, the battle has ended successfully. The battle inside the Black God Abyss cannot be solved by a large number of people. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, Ivan had repeatedly emphasized that Tanya and others should not get close to the square, so they never went there. At this moment, hearing that the battle was successfully ended, several people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Many of Tanya's group were injured, and 2 combat puppets were lost, but no one died in the battle. Such a result was not unexpected. Ivan almost wiped out the top leaders of the Black God Society, and attracted most of the attention, which greatly reduced the pressure on Tanya. However, the Queen Silkworm soon discovered that Locke was not there, and it immediately had a bad feeling in its heart. Ivan, Locke. I'm trapped in another small world, and can't come back for now. I can only think of a way later. Locke's matter is very difficult to deal with. Ivan suspects that the thing is related to the Scarlet Supreme. The Scarlet Supreme has obviously died, so why did he jump out and make trouble? This is obviously not something he, a 3rd-level wizard, can handle. He can only deal with it after he is promoted to the Arcane. The premise is that Locke can wait until then, or he goes back to study the book Mirror Image of the Soul to see if he can use other methods to revive Locke's clone. None of this was certain, so he didn't elaborate with the Queen of Silkworms. 3 days passed in a flash. On this day, the sky over the Black Mirage Swamp was still overcast with dark clouds. Ivan and his party walked out of the underground along the previously excavated passage, and saw the dark sky again. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound came, tearing open the dense dark clouds in the sky, revealing the true appearance inside, where there was an airship torn into pieces in the thunder and fire. Ivan's face darkened. The airship was Islan K, and now it was dismembered. Human scholar, today is the day for you to surrender. Not only was the airship dismembered, but they were also surrounded by a large number of black scales. In the sky and on the ground, figures covered with black scales stared at them covetously. Among them, there were also Lord-level strongmen, but they were too disdainful to stand up and speak at this time. It is not difficult to see that these black scales have been waiting for a long time, just waiting for them to come out of the Black God Abyss, and then a black sparrow will come behind. What's your name? Harrison of the Black Fin of the Black Scales. I remember you. Yes, I, Harrison, am the one who is going to kill you. No, you owe me an airship. Faced with such an encirclement, Ivan's face remained calm. What he felt sorry for was the airship that had been with him for a long time. The Law K was turned into fireworks by someone. It was such a waste of natural resources. Wizard Ivan, don't be sad. I will send you an identical bird-shaped airship later. I'm afraid you will soon dislike it. Another voice responded to his words. It came to him in the blink of an eye, standing upright with a graceful posture, facing the thousands of troops of the Black Scale clan. Seeing this, Harrison's pupils shrank slightly, and the words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back into his throat. Another figure appeared and stood casually beside Philomena. It was Oates. No wonder you are so confident. Well, I have a good time with you today. Facing the 2 newly appeared arcane wizards, Harrison was not without support. The 2 Lord-level Black Scales in the back stepped forward and blocked him behind. However, before one of the Lord-level Black Scales finished speaking, another strong man appeared. Especially the figure who was at the end, with a faint smile on his face, made the Black Scale tribe member's expression suddenly stiffen. Bekbemo, long time no see, it seems you have become more capable, and you actually want to compete with this wizard. The last one to walk was Hattie. He looked up at the sky. Hadi Xiaoluoshi, we are not afraid of you. With so many tribesmen around, Bekbemo would naturally not show his fear, but his words could make people see his guilty conscience. Really? Wizard Hattie, what do you think? Another Black Scale leader said. Let me ask you a question. Has your Black Flag tribe colluded with those rats in the gutter? Answer me seriously, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Of course not. It is the Black Tooth tribe and the Black Algae tribe. It is said that there are also the Thunder tribe and the Feather tribe. They have offered attractive rewards. The Feather tribe has completely mixed in. After hearing the other party's words, even though President Hattie had expected it, he couldn't help but frown slightly. The people in the Extreme Beast plane were able to train the traitor into a 6th-level strongman. This kind of thing happened once and twice. With a shining example, people from other tribes cannot help but be tempted. However, this matter progressed too quickly, which was very unfavorable to the wizard world. Hadi thought again and again, considering the things behind the Blackfin clan and being in the Great Swamp, he waved to the Black Scale clan. His move made Bekbemo and others feel as if they had been pardoned. After a while, the surrounding Black Scale clan retreated completely. On one side, Ivan didn't know what President Hardy talked about with the other party at the end. Seeing the president wave away several enemies with a wave of his hand, how could he not envy him in his heart? An arcane wizard like President Hardy is still the most powerful. Chapter 525. After the Black Finns left, no one came to provoke Ivan and his party. However, since the airship was destroyed, they could only use other means to travel, which was not a problem for them. Then, they approached Mingza City leisurely. When they arrived at Mingza City, the Yunsuo, which came to greet them, also arrived. The group waited on the airship, and then accelerated back to Dongdu Dongren City. Not long after returning to Dongdu, Ivan quietly left again, and went to Yuequan Peninsula to consult someone about something. Your Excellency, Ivan Marichatin requests to see you. Your Excellency Mavis Margaret, Ivan Marichatin comes to see you. In the underground cave deep in Lake Nichols, Ivan stood in a simple square, calling out to the goddess statue not far away tirelessly. Why are you here again? After a while, a soft voice sounded, as if it came from a person who was half asleep and half awake. Go away, this god does not want to see you, a human wizard. Your Excellency, I really have something important to ask you, and I hope you can help me. Humph, you haven't even become an arcane wizard, yet you still have the nerve to come see me. You're so shameless. Under his shameless entanglement, the human-shaped god statue finally became vivid, except for the face. The face with delicate features stared at him with dissatisfaction, looking fierce and fierce. Of course, Ivan was not scared. He knew that the goddess of spring was always hard-mouthed and soft-hearted, and was not very good at rejecting people. You misunderstood. I haven't started to be promoted to arcane yet. Besides, it's still early for the 100 years we agreed on. Alright, I don't want to hear your long speech. Mavis interrupted him. After all, she had not recovered the strength she had consumed before, so it was not appropriate to talk to him for too long. Let's talk business. Okay, there was a little accident during the suppression of Blackbeard Queller. I don't know if it will affect my promotion to the arcane mage, so I came to consult you. Ivan did not dare to neglect it, and quickly told him what he encountered in this small world. It was really disturbing that the inexplicable dragon-shaped black insect was staring at him. To be on the safe side, he thought he should come here to avoid capsizing in the gutter. Dragon-shaped black worm? Yes, it ran out from a blood-red battle flag. Could it be the Scarlet Supreme? That flag is the Scarlet Battle Flag. It is said that there are only 3 of them in the entire Scarlet Legion. It is quite mysterious, and should not fall into the hands of Blackbeard Queller. As for the dragon-shaped black worm you mentioned, you can relax. It is definitely not the clone of the Scarlet Supreme, but it must be related to the Scarlet Supreme. If I guess correctly, it is very likely the same thing. After listening to his story, Mavis's expression became solemn, and she thought for a while before speaking. What? Ivan asked hurriedly. The Scarlet Will is condensed from the will of all members of the Scarlet Army. Logically speaking, the Scarlet Supreme has died, and the Scarlet Army has also fallen apart, so the Scarlet Will should not remain. Is there anything special about this thing? I don't know. When it comes to the critical moment, Mavis shook her head simply. Huh? Ivan stared at her with wide eyes. It is true that the Scarlet Army was defeated in the Fairy Plain, but it was not defeated by me. How could I know so many things? Do you know everything that happened in your world of Danila? Mavis stared back at him unhappily. Ivan thought about it, and it was true that the other party was a god born and raised, but he was not the kind of omniscient and omnipotent god. He was just thinking wrongly. Thinking of this, he no longer demanded more. Okay, sorry to bother you. Wait, I give you something else to make sure it won't interfere with your promotion. When Ivan turned around and prepared to leave, Mavis called him. He turned around again, only to find that a face that made thousands of women pale in comparison had arrived in front of him, and kissed him on the side of his lips. This was obviously Mavis's unique way of blessing. If you fail, I will definitely beat you up. After the kiss, Mavis's pretty face disappeared, leaving only a faint voice threatening him in his ear. Ivan touched the corner of his mouth with his hand, nodded heavily to the statue, and then turned around and strode out of the cave. 2 months later, Ivan left Dongdu again. This time he took the Thunder Dragon of Oats, and his destination was the City of Truth. President Hader and Mayor Philomena were not on the airship, and Ivan himself did not bring many people, only Jenny, Zae, Tanya, and Mara. However, with Oats, Grace, and Enem, and in the wizard's own territory, there was no great danger for Buyu. After a long journey, the Thunder Dragon arrived at the City of Truth smoothly. The City of Truth is the heartland of wizards, and the identity of Enem as a Treeman guard is undoubtedly a bit troublesome. Fortunately, with the guarantee of the great sage Hattie, He was not stopped outside the inner city of the City of Truth. He followed all the way to the Peak of Truth and came to the number 7 Sky Street of the Court of Great Scholars, Ivan's own Golden Rock Tower. In fact, not long after entering the Golden Rock Tower, Inim hid back into space carried by the Dark Moon Blade. Ivan didn't care about these. He was busy making all the preparations before being promoted to the Arcane Mage. The first thing he had to do was to transform the promotion environment. He chose the bottom floor of the Golden Rock Tower. Boom! This floor had 3,000 acres of barren land. There was nothing on the ground except weeds. Under his control, a hot lava well suddenly emerged from the ground. The well was red, but no black smoke came out until the magma gushed out from the deep well and began to burn the earth. In an instant, colorful poisonous smoke rose quickly. After a few hours, the bottom of the entire Golden Rock Tower turned into a lava lake. The temperature was unknown how many times higher than before, and the concentration of fire particles was unknown how many times denser. It's done. If you continue to use the molten furnace to nourish it for a while, this place will be not much different from the crater of the Red Dragon State. Such a world of fire is definitely an excellent place for training and advancement for wizards who explore fire energy. Ivan stood in midair, looking at the lava lake under his feet, feeling very satisfied. Of course, this was not his own ability, but something that came with the Golden Rock Tower. It was probably with the help of some of the power of the Peak of Truth. He himself did not have the ability to change the world on a large scale. Not a bad place. As he was sighing, a slender figure flew in, with a pair of distinct fighting wings behind her. Tanya, you're here. Ivan looked back at her with expectation. Here? This is the Gem of Truth, and the rest is here. Tanya threw a bag in her hand to him. Seeing her casual movements, Ivan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and quickly took over a bag made of animal skin. This was a supreme treasure that wizards outside were eager to get. Don't worry, the Gem of Truth is not that easy to destroy. Tanya smiled. It's not a question of whether it can be destroyed or not. We should give basic respect to these rare treasures. Ivan said. Haha, okay, I wish you to become an arcane wizard soon, Ivan. Seeing him talking nonsense in such a serious manner, Tanya laughed even more happily, and only gave her blessings after she had laughed enough. Of course, I will knock on the door of the arcane soon. I believe it. Hearing Ivan's words, Tanya nodded solemnly, and then left this world of fire. The Gem of Truth has been presented, and it depends on Ivan himself. With such thorough preparation, there should be no problem. Chapter 526. Time flies. Looking back, it has been 10 years. In the southwest of China continent, Encard City sealed the Thunder Pass. The Wu Towers stood in a row on the pass, and the Black Thunder intertwined into a dense network. The whole atmosphere was daunting, and the urgency in recent days was even stronger than before. Hey, these Thunder Barbarians are here again. It really makes people feel uneasy. Come on, kill one by one, kill two by two, and they will be quiet when there are not many left. Be careful, I always feel a little different. I'm afraid they are not good. What are you afraid of? We have the tower back to the city. Once we encounter an irresistible crisis, we can immediately choose to retreat. What can these Thunder Barbarians do to us? On this day, blue-skinned figures appeared in front of the pass, and their number increased rapidly. It seemed that the Thunder Clan was coming to knock on the pass again. The wizards on the city wall were not afraid of this at all, and they were still free to point and talk, like generals. They acted so calmly, of course they had confidence. While talking, many wizards glanced at the strange tower city not far away. This small tower city with a strange shape is the Return Tower. In fact, more than 10 years ago, there was news that the research on the Return Tower, which is closely related to the teleportation array, was successful, and it was very famous at the time. Later, the real thing was never seen. Many people were secretly disappointed, and some people couldn't control their mouths and said some sarcastic words. It was not until more than 3 years ago that the Return Tower began to be quickly deployed and arranged in various important places in the wizard world, and people really appreciated the wonders of the Return Tower. Since then, the sound of praise has been heard all over the wizard world, and there are no more miscellaneous sounds. With this Return Tower, as long as they are in a limited range, wizards can activate the Return Order when they encounter danger to teleport away from the fatal crisis. This will undoubtedly greatly increase the probability of survival on the battlefield. In recent years, racial wars have just broken out, and the value of the Return Tower has been further improved, and it has gradually become a favorite of wizards. Ander, do you know the great scholar Marichatten who created the Return Tower? I heard that he is also a genius from our China continent. How can I be so lucky to meet such a great man? I heard about something that is related to the Sealing Thunder Pass in our Inkart city. It seems that someone in your family deliberately made things difficult for the great scholar and stopped him from entering the pass. Is that true or not? Nonsense. Although I don't know the great scholar Marichadan, our Bailiki family has a good relationship with the great scholar. The wizard Solomon in our family is a close friend of the great scholar. Their relationship can be traced back to. In a corner of the fortress wall, Ander and his companion Biff also seemed very calm. Biff talked about a past event in a gossipy way, which aroused strong dissatisfaction from Ander, who was born in the Belitsi family. Hearing his explanation that was trying to cover up the truth, Biff just smiled and said nothing more. Seeing this, Ander sighed helplessly. Now everyone knows that the great scholar who invented the city return tower has not appeared for 10 years. It is said that he is on the wizard's holy land, the peak of truth, and is working hard to be promoted to an arcane wizard. With the talent of that great scholar, he will surely succeed soon. This is a good thing, which can add a strong fighting force to the wizard world. If the Bailiki family he belongs to really has a big grudge against the other party, it will be a bit bad. Thinking of this, Ander was a little worried. He was going to pass a few messages to familiar tribesmen to confirm the truth. At this time, there was movement from the Thunder clan again. The war might be imminent, so he could only give up embarrassedly. Time passed by minute by minute. Outside the sealed Thunder Pass, the Thunder clan had been making constant movements, but they had not yet launched an attack on the pass. This battle seems to be a bluff. At the same time, on the other side, the Warren High Ridge, the territory of the China continent, and the Thunder clan, is close to each other, but across the river. There are dense storms and thunder in the middle, which has always been inconvenient for large groups of people to pass. At this time, an abnormal movement was heard. There were bustling figures in the storms and thunder, and they shuttled to the southern area of the China continent. A closer look showed that the Thunder clan had played a trick and used a feint to the east and attack in the west. They pretended to attack Phonlay Pass and actually crossed the southern part of the continent. I was wondering who it was. So you, the Feather clan, are here too. No wonder you were able to calm down the chaotic wind and thunder of Juing Ancient Road. After a group of people came out of the chaotic wind and thunder, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they heard a clear voice coming from the front, which reached the ears of every member of the Thunder clan and the Feather clan, causing their faces to change slightly. Accompanied by this voice, several airships appeared in the empty sky ahead. On these pung-shaped and shark-shaped airships, there stood a familiar small tower city, which made the expressions of the Thunder clan change again and again. Many people cursed in their hearts. These wizards are too cunning. Not only did they see through their wise strategies, but they also moved the villains' tricks to the airships. It was really unreasonable. You came just in time to verify whether our wizard's returning boat is as unique as the returning tower? Don't be so arrogant. Facing the shouting of the wizards on the opposite side, the Thunder clan will not show their fear. Unlike before, they also have their own confidence. After all, there are many Feather clan in the team this time. The Feather clan is known for not dropping feathers, and they will definitely let these wizards taste the pain of not being able to fly into the sky. As everyone knows, the Feather clan does not drop their own feathers, but only drops other people's flying feathers, and likes to dominate the sky. Mr. Hansa, we must let everyone see the power of your Feather clan. No problem, as long as we are here, human wizards are absolutely forbidden to fly in this sky. The Feather clan is a group of people born with 2 or even multiple wings. Their wings have many colors, which is the standard for the Feather clan to distinguish different branches. No matter which branch they come from, these Feather clan have one thing in common, that is, at a certain time, there is a probability of awakening the special ability of No-Fly. At this moment, the Feather clan team led by Hansa all have the ability of No-Fly. Hearing the words of Thunder clan leader Feywin, Hansa and his party did not hesitate and chanted a certain spell together. The sound was so subtle that it was hard to detect. Suddenly, a kind of pale white light emerged from the Feather tribe and merged into the surrounding air. Haha, it's really unique. Feywin immediately felt that there was an inexplicable force pulling him down. He was not surprised but happy. The next second, the Thunder clan was no longer entangled by the pulling force, and they could spread their wings and fly in the air steadily. The same was true for the flying beasts controlled by some people. On the other side, the huge airships began to show signs of instability. Looking at the movement on the other side, Feywin's eyes were bright. He heard the creaking sound of the airships, and it seemed that they would fall to the ground in the next moment. What a bullshit return tower! It's just like that. Let's see how arrogant you wizards are this time. Chapter 527. In recent decades, the wizarding world has always felt precarious, and the friction between the wizarding world and the surrounding races has never stopped. However, what the wizards in the wizarding world did not expect was that the outbreak of the war was shorter than expected. The most active wizards against the enemy were naturally the Thunder Clan. The second was the Black Scale Clan, who were constantly harassing. In the third year of the outbreak of the racial war, the Feather Clan also appeared in the enemy camp, and there were even more powerful enemies waiting to be launched. The situation of the entire wizarding world was not optimistic. Traitors are the most hateful. There are 5 airships on one side of the Juing Ancient Road. On the front deck of the middle airship stands an arcane wizard, who is Zumo from the Space School of the Enchanting Guild. He looked at the Feather Clan, who were randomly releasing the forbidden air power, and did not show the worry that the Thunder Clan hoped for. Instead, he cursed a traitor in secret. If there was no traitor, the wizard world would never be in the current predicament, and would have let go and cleaned up these jumping things. Now, I can only hold my anger for a while, and play with these people slowly. Your Excellency Shioma, the airship is about to fall. A wizard on another airship on the left reported. Send an order to activate the return tower. Humo retracted his gaze, and instructed the people on the airships on the left and right. Your Excellency has ordered to activate the return tower immediately. After hearing his order, people on the airships on the left and right immediately sang, and passed the order to the airships farther away. The next second, the small tower city on the airship began to glow with unusual brilliance, and the invisible space force spread out from it, and the two were connected together, faintly turning into a wonderful whole, and the range of influence instantly covered the entire battlefield. Puff! 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 The Thunder Clan didn't feel much about this change, but the Feather Clan was the first to bear the brunt. The Feather Clan was hit by the newly condensed space force field, and they couldn't help spitting blood. The Thunder Clan, who were also in the same place, were dumbfounded. No matter what kind of power it is, since it is forbidden to fly, it must involve space. It is nothing more than a contest between the order of the space force field. Compared with the huge energy airship, these Feather Clan are probably just bored. On the airship, Shioma was not surprised by this situation. In fact, even without the return tower, they had other countermeasures to disrupt the awakening ability of the Feather Tribe, so there was no need to do it now. But it was a pity that the Feather Tribe was not a good comparison object, and the power of the return tower had not been fully exerted. Retreat! On the other side, Feiwen, the commander of the Thunder Clan, had received an order. If it was impossible to do it, he would retreat first, and leave a useful person to fight the wizard in the future. Even the Feather Tribe, who relied on it, suffered a great loss. Other Thunder Clan members, who had seen the cooperation between the return tower and the wizard, had no lingering feelings for this battlefield. They came from the chaotic storm and thunder, and quickly returned to the chaotic storm and thunder. Don't run. Kill! The wizards would not watch the enemy run away. Even if they could not kill them all, they would definitely collect some interest, so that others would not think that the China continent could come and go as they pleased. One side was in high spirits, and the other side was eager to retreat. The battle was one-sided. After a short confrontation, the Thunder Clan and the Feather Clan left more than 20 corpses before they successfully retreated to the Juing Ancient Road. For the two warring parties, these corpses were nothing, and it could not even be called a real battle. After all, the Lord-level strongmen had been restrained and did not take action. Of course, Shioma did not make a move. He wanted to make a move, but he knew that it was not the time to deal with these guys. These people could be said to be just pawns, and the real powerful enemy had not yet revealed its tracks. We will also retreat. Lord Shioma, where should we go back to? Back to Konglu Valley? These return towers need to be adjusted. Then, Shioma gave the order to return to Konglu Valley. In fact, these return boats were not completely successful, but the war broke out too quickly, so they had to be hastily pulled out for use, and adjusted while in actual combat. Unfortunately, the enemy retreated too quickly, and the actual combat test effect was not achieved. I don't know what happened to that little guy. It shouldn't be that fast. Don't wait until he becomes our peer, and the return tower is not figured out. That would be a joke. No, we have to go back to Doradley, and improve the return boat as soon as possible. We can't let Wizard Ivan laugh at us. The airship turned around quickly. Suemo suddenly thought of a great scholar far away in the City of Truth. He couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. He gave orders to his subordinates to let the airship return at the maximum speed. Beta Blood Plain, Beta Continent, Truth City, Truth Peak. In the 7th Tinjia of the Court of Great Scholars, The Golden Rock Tower on the far left. A column of red flames emerged from the top of the tower, soaring into the sky, and directly rushed to the clouds 10,000 meters above. The flame column lit up a different kind of fiery red star for the clouds. After the flame column dissipated, a sharp-eyed wizard discovered that the clouds under the Supreme Council were clearly brighter, spreading a brighter light, and the brilliance spread to all parts of the City of Truth. Congratulations! A new Lord of Arcane has been born in our wizarding world. Yes, at this time, and with that position, it should be that famous scholar, who has indeed achieved such great achievements at a very fast speed. But I don't know what the Lord's title of Arcane is. I think it is extraordinary. We will know soon. Someone will announce it to the City of Truth, announcing the arrival of this good thing, so that everyone can be happy. Looking at the wonders on the Peak of Truth, knowledgeable people immediately understood what happened and began to share the inside story of the magnificent scene with more people. Many people also knew that the title of the newly promoted arcane magician would be announced to the public, and they were looking forward to it. Inside the Golden Rock Tower, Ivan had just been promoted and had not yet completely sorted out all his affairs when someone came to the door. It was indeed two metal puppets. One was an old acquaintance, Mark, and the other was named Farah. Title? Seeing the metal puppets coming impatiently, Ivan thought there was something important, but the result made him a little amused. They actually came to ask about the title of the arcane magician. Sir Marichadan, this is a necessary ceremony for an arcane wizard to move into the Golden Rock Tower. You are different, so we can only come here to disturb you. This is actually very important. I don't know how many wizards are waiting outside. The two metal puppets said solemnly. Seeing the two people so serious, Ivan couldn't help but start thinking about his title. Yes, the title of the arcane wizard is chosen by himself, and the name reveals a sense of casualness, such as Jim Bernard, the Lord of Fire Pung, who likes to use Fire Pung as his vehicle for travel. There are also Thunder Python Oates, Jade Bull Lord Hattie, Blue Row Philomena, which actually don't have much special meaning. But they are all related to the power they control. Ivan naturally has to follow this example. Fire Silkworm, Fire Ant, Fire Beard, Fire Sparrow, Flame Sparrow, Red Sparrow. Got it, the flame controlled by this wizard at this time is red, so let's call it Vermilion Bird. Regardless of whether there is any special meaning, of course you have to choose a name that you like. Ivan thought about it all the way, and came up with a more majestic name. Of course, there is no phoenix species, like Suzaku in this world. This name is more pleasant to the ear, and that's enough. The two metal puppets bowed to him upon hearing this, turned around and quickly left the Golden Rock Tower. After a while, a voice sounded on the Peak of Truth. Congratulations to Lord Suzaku, Evan Marichadan, for reaching the Gate of Arcane. The voice was mighty, and spread throughout the entire City of Truth in an instant. Suddenly, the City of Truth became a sea of joy. Everyone knew that the wizarding world had gained a pillar of support from then on. Chapter 528. In the wizard world, the word Berta is a very special symbol, such as Berta blood origin, Berta continent, Berta calendar, etc. This is actually to commemorate a person, and this person is Flame Dragon Lord Berta. This Flame Dragon Lord was the first person to become a Lord-level wizard. He explored a smooth arcane path for wizards, which led to the birth of arcane wizards one after another. His achievements are outstanding. The year when he successfully promoted to an arcane wizard was called the first year of Berta by later people, and since then, the Berta calendar has been in existence. Time flies, and now it is the 3,123rd year of the Berta calendar. In this period of more than 3,000 years, a total of 209 arcane wizards have been born, and the Lord of Suzaku, Ivan Marichadan, is the 210th and the 46th arcane wizard in existence. From the historical statistics of the wizarding world, it is not difficult to see that it is not an easy thing for any human to practice to become an arcane wizard after embarking on the path of wizards. It can be said that the chance is very small, and Ivan only took 45 years. This efficiency cannot be said to be the best in ancient and modern times, but it is better than 99.999% of people. Counting the time, this wizard is nearly 60 years old. Time flies. As a newly promoted arcane wizard, Ivan sighed inexplicably. Listen, what are you talking about? You are too hypocritical. Don't let the wizards outside hear it, otherwise they will think you are too hypocritical. Hearing his words, another arcane wizard, Oates, immediately expressed his disdain. Before he could say anything, Oates continued, We arcane wizards have a lifespan of 1,000 years. 60 years is only less than 1/10 of that. Do you need to sigh? That's right. Ivan was so happy that he didn't refute him. At this time, the two were in the reception room of the Golden Rock Tower. Ivan considered that the metal golem had announced the news to the public, and it was estimated that someone would come to visit him. He couldn't hide, and didn't show up, so he simply came out to rest for a few days. As expected, Oates came in a hurry, and was the first person to come. Oates was undoubtedly excited about his promotion to the arcane as expected. According to Oates' thoughts, he had contributed to this, so of course he was worth being happy about. You are busy now, so I won't bother you anymore. Okay, you don't live far away anyway, so we have plenty of time to communicate. What to communicate about? Academics, please don't. I need to relax for a while. Let's find a chance to drink. I know you still have a lot of fine wine from the Elven Royal Court. You won't be so stingy this time. No problem, in a month, you come to me or I come to you. We won't leave until we are drunk. After seeing that he was already an arcane wizard, Oates didn't plan to stay any longer, and the two agreed to find time to drink together to celebrate. Before leaving, Oates told him not to worry about anything, just bring good wine, and he would arrange the rest himself. Ivan agreed. After a while, Tanya and Grace arrived. Your Excellency Suzaku, Tanya is here to show you your courtesy. As soon as they met, Tanya's beautiful eyes looked at him closely, as if she was looking at a rare treasure, or as if she saw what she hoped for in her heart, and she spoke after a while. Ivan let it go. The other party contributed a lot to the promotion this time, and there was no harm in looking at him a few more times. No need to be polite. Seeing her move, Ivan waved his hand. Speaking of which, you are Lady Marikaten, there is no need for us to be polite. Then don't blame me for acting in the name of your Lord Suzaku in the future. Tanya immediately said with a smile. Whatever, it is definitely not as useful as your Fitzrod family's name. There are too many people who use the name of Fitzrod, but Lord Suzaku is different. Tanya did not stay in Jinin Tower for long. After all, he had just become an arcane wizard, and arcane and level 3 were two completely different levels of strength. He definitely needed to adapt to everything now until he could control his power perfectly. However, Tanya made a request, hoping that he would allow her to move here. The engagement between the two was made by the King of the Sky, and he also acknowledged it. Ivan had no reason to refuse this request, and he said on the spot that he would arrange a residence for Tanya after he was really settled. After hearing this answer, Tanya left happily, and did not ask him if he had any remaining truth gems. Of course, if Tanya asked, Ivan would answer her directly that there was nothing left. This was also the truth. It was an uncertain thing for anyone to be promoted to the arcane. Facing this life-related and uncertain thing, Ivan would of course go all out. Of course, he would use whatever he had, and would not consider whether it was wasted or not. Everything was based on the promotion to the arcane. Based on this, whether it was the gem of truth, or the light of wisdom, and the light of great wisdom that he had accumulated before, he used them all up. Now that I have successfully become an arcane wizard, doesn't it mean that everything is worth it? In the reception room, Ivan's eyes flashed inexplicably, and the academic master panel appeared clearly. There are 11 subjects on it, and each subject is clear at a glance. Level 13 subjects, experience value 15,000 meditation, energy particles. Level 12 subjects, experience value 10,000 night breathing, enchanting, rheniology. Level 11 subjects, experience value 8,500 plain studies, pharmacy, biology. Level 10 discipline, experience value 7,000 linguistics. Level 7 discipline, experience value 3,000 curse, witchcraft civilization. With his promotion, 2 level 13 disciplines appeared, namely, meditation, energy particles, and the 13th level of disciplines is exactly equivalent to the Lord level. Compared with level 12, the experience value of level 13 disciplines has increased by 5,000, and it takes 15,000 to upgrade to the next level. Due to the upgrade of disciplines after promotion, there are many new wisdom lights, including 2 level 11 and 2 level 12 wisdom lights, and 2 level 13 great wisdom lights. The number is not as much as before, but it is also very good. With his current strength and knowledge, many problems can be solved by himself, and the places where the light of wisdom is needed are getting fewer and fewer. I really didn't expect that these lights of wisdom are actually some kind of power inheritance, and the level is estimated to be beyond imagination. As an arcane wizard, Ivan is no longer the same as before. His discipline has been upgraded again. When the light of wisdom was born, he keenly realized that the light of wisdom was not produced out of thin air. It is an energy similar to the power of favor of witchcraft, which is more obscure and difficult to distinguish than the power of favor. As a beneficiary, he could sense it. The power of favor is a wonderful energy reward that can only be obtained by doing something beneficial to witchcraft or the world. Subject upgrade is obviously not of this kind. Therefore, he guessed that it should be a kind of inheritance related to wisdom and power, and not brought from the world before rebirth as he thought before. It must be the power inheritance of this world, which is more advanced and more ancient than the 7 gods mountain left by the Justice Star ancestor. This wizard will not turn a blind eye to it. Thinking of this, Ivan's eyes showed something called ambition. If you don't take what God wants, you will be blamed. He has always believed in this sentence, and naturally, he will not leave such a mysterious inheritance unattended. He has even made up his mind to find more clues, go deeper and higher, until one day he can truly uncover the fog contained in the light of wisdom, and take all the power of this wisdom inheritance for himself. This is his ambition. Chapter 529. Oh right, the power of the prophet. The power of the prophet gives people a feeling similar to the light of wisdom. The power of the prophet comes from the prophetic book of the 5-leaf spear. That book may be related to it. I have to explore it carefully in the next few days. And Mavis, she once said that there is a rhythm of wisdom in me. I wonder if she knows anything. My thoughts drifted to the inheritance of wisdom and power. Driven by ambition, Ivan's various thoughts could not be suppressed. He thought of the prophetic book that Tanya had mentioned. He also thought of the goddess statue in the Moon Clamp Peninsula. He must go to Mavis in the near future, not only to get information, but also to see how she was doing. If she had not recovered, he would find a way to report back. At the same time, he told Mavis the good news of his promotion to the arcane mage, so that she would be happy. The two had made a 100-year agreement before, agreeing to go to a certain layer of the fairy world to rescue Mavis's sealed divine body. The power he had before was far from enough, and the two had never discussed this matter in detail. Now, although he may not be able to rescue them, he can start planning. Even if he just makes a little preparation, it is better than doing nothing. Lord Suzaku, I hope I am not disturbing you by coming to visit you. Outside the Golden Rock Tower, a clear voice rang out, bringing Ivan back to his senses. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be Lord Huipin. Ivan stood up and welcomed him into the tower. Haha, you can call me Jim. It's the same. Ivan, or Wizard Ivan, you can call me either name. The title of Fire Rock is obviously not commonly used, especially among the arcane wizards. His words seemed to hit the funny spot of Jim Bernard, making the Fire Rock Lord laugh. Ivan readily complied with Jim's subsequent small request. Wizard Ivan, I heard that there was an important operation before that needed help, and I found Oates, Philomena and others. You should come to me. I still owe you a favor. Time is too tight, so I only asked for help from people nearby. The two had met long ago. At that time, Ivan was forced to take out the black magic fire silk formation. Once the formation spread, several arcane wizards gained a lot of power from the witchcraft. Jim Bernard was one of them, so he said he owed a favor. However, Ivan didn't take it too seriously. At that time, the status of the two sides was unequal, and the other party sent a lot of resources to the east capital Xuanmu Tower. It can be said that there were not many favors at the time. Before hunting down the Blackbeard Lord, if he came to ask for help, it was hard to say whether the other party would be willing to help. Since there was no shortage of helpers, Ivan naturally did not ask for help. What about my invitation to you to visit the Bernard family? You have never been here. Don't say you are too busy and have no time? Jim continued. That's right. So far, I have only been to the City of Truth twice. The last time was to report on the return to the city tower. Soon after, I left with President Hardy. Wouldn't I have time then? But the situation did not allow it. I am a bit timid. At that time, the situation was special. After thinking it over again and again, I felt that it was better not to leave the Peak of Truth. Ha ha. It seems that Wizard Ivan is used to acting cautiously. It's good to be cautious. In the reception room, Jim gave people the feeling of making small talk. The reason is that the two of them are not very familiar with each other, and their origins are only a few. He came to make friends, so naturally he had to start from the intersections between the two sides. It is obvious that there are more people who come to make good friends. In the next 3 or 5 days, people came to visit one after another. Ivan received them one by one and became familiar with many arcane wizards. During this period, he also moved the Golden Rock Tower from the 7th Street of the Court of Great Scholars to the 3rd Street according to the rules of the Peak of Truth, and became a neighbor of Oates. As for the Upper Arcane Court, there was really no extra space there. The Peak of Truth has 3 rings of streets, from top to bottom. They are the Court of Great Sages, the Court of Arcane, and the Court of Great Scholars, and these 3 courts have 9, 27, and 45 residences respectively. There are currently 46 arcane wizards in the wizard world, and the arcane court is not enough to accommodate them. The Court of Great Sages is home to 4 Void King wizards and 3 arcane Great Sages, but there are 2 vacancies left. However, he is not yet a Great Sage, so he is naturally not qualified to move to the top floor. There are many vacancies in the Court of Great Sages, and after weighing them, he chose to become neighbors with Oates. What made him speechless was that Oates spent all year in his own territory in the outer city, and only occasionally returned to the Peak of Truth to stay for a while, so the fact that they were neighbors was a bit untrue. In fact, after Ivan became an arcane wizard, he would also have his own territory in the outer city to develop his family. He hasn't chosen yet, so there's no need to rush. Before that, he has to adapt to his skyrocketing strength. If he doesn't control his strength perfectly, he will always worry about something going wrong. Therefore, after no one came to visit him, he began to retreat again and practiced his abilities in all aspects. Strength, 32.1, Agility, 33.7, Constitution, 34.1, Spirit, 330. On the attribute panel, Ivan's various data are clearly visible, and his mental strength has increased from 280 scales to 330 scales, a full increase of 50 scales. On the contrary, the increase in physical strength is not big. Originally, the promotion to the arcane would bring a significant increase in physical strength, but his body was originally strong enough, and he was also a Knight Subking in the Knight aspect, so the current increase is not very obvious. After becoming an arcane, when you start to engrave the Lord's magic pattern on your body, the wizard's body will naturally be greatly enhanced. From this point of view, the way of the Knight is indeed a bit useless. Why think so much? The inheritance of the Justice Star ancestor directly points to the 6th level Immortal Star Lord. Just for this reason, it is impossible to abandon it. Ivan stared at the attribute panel in front of him, feeling that the data on it could no longer summarize his situation well, and needed more detailed adjustments. As his mind became more determined, the invisible light curtain began to flicker, and in the blink of an eye it changed into another appearance. Physical fitness, 34, Spirit, 330, Soul energy, primary 33. The data reappeared, and he nodded with satisfaction. Compared with the previous mental power, the arcane wizard now clearly relied on soul energy, and the soul art that controlled the soul energy. In fact, whether it is soul energy or mental power, they are closely related to soul power. According to the upper-level wizards, mental power is the reflection of soul power, just like a person's shadow, which has a necessary relationship with the person, but cannot represent the person. After the 3rd-level wizard was promoted to the arcane, the mental power went a step further and turned into a practical soul power. However, after the research of the predecessors, it was found that this can only be regarded as the outer soul power. In order to distinguish between the inside and the outside, the wizards named it soul energy. The same spell, driven by mental power and soul energy, brings about completely different effects. In addition, soul energy is divided into high and low levels. The 4th level arcane corresponds to the primary soul energy, the 5th level virtual king corresponds to the medium soul energy, and the 6th level corresponds to the advanced soul energy. The primary soul energy is stored in the soul energy ocean of the arcane wizard in a gaseous form. In the soul ocean, in addition to the light red soul energy, there is also an arcane core in the center. His arcane core is formed by the fusion of the original 3 solidified witchcraft crystals. He suffered a lot for this, but fortunately, after more than 10 years, he finally succeeded in the fusion and transformation. Chapter 530. Compared to the original solidified crystal, the arcane core is smaller and more delicate, almost twice as small, and the whole is vermilion, like a rare gem in the world, exuding a kind of precious divine aura. In some worlds, this thing is also known as Godhead, which shows its uniqueness. In the wizard world, the arcane core is also called the Lord's Heart, which actually includes 2 parts. One is the soul energy core, and the other is the elemental core. As for the general lords, they usually only have a single element core, such as the Thunder Clan, Feather Clan, Black Scale Clan, etc. The arcane core of the arcane wizard is equivalent to twice the number of others, and the combat power is naturally not comparable to that of the general lords. From this aspect alone, it is not difficult to understand why the wizards are feared by the surrounding alien races. It can be sensed that there is an extremely complex arcane rune hidden inside the arcane core. In fact, the arcane rune can also be divided into 2 parts, which are interrelated and relatively independent. One represents the core of soul energy, and also represents the wizard's innate soul technique. The second one represents the core of the element, and also represents the elemental domain of the wizard. It is said that not all arcane wizards can awaken the complete innate soul art in the first time. Mine is complete, and as domineering as described in the information. Star picking hand? Not quite appropriate. Let's call it Star Soul Hand. The innate soul art is the biggest secret of an arcane wizard, and it is never publicized. After Ivan deeply understood his innate soul art, he was also a little shocked. To put it simply, this Star Soul Hand can be seen as an advanced version of the domain aura, the light of life sacrifice. However, the advancement is a bit big, and it has become a terrifying ability. According to his own cognition, it can be described as a minor magical power or a magical power. The light of life sacrifice can steal the power around silently, including spiritual energy, life energy, elemental energy, etc. The Star Soul Hand further expands this ability and adds deep-level effects such as memory modification, will manipulation, and the annihilation of all things. The power is deepened by who knows how many times. Why do I feel a little evil? Ivan muttered, and immediately shook his head to get rid of this idea. After all, the innate soul technique is a pure soul-side spell, so it is normal for the style to be a little weird. Star Soul Hand. The next second, an invisible wave appeared in front of him. As his mind changed, a worm whisker with a light red divine light appeared. The widest part of the worm whisker was only as thick as an arm, dancing silently. This worm whisker is the appearance of the Star Soul Hand, which can be regarded as a phantom, which comes with the innate soul technique. Thinking that his innate soul art was based on the meditation method Black Magic Ritual, and the Black Magic Ritual was derived from the meditation method Blackbeard movement, he was not surprised by this appearance. To Ivan himself, this insect beard looked harmless. After thinking about it, he summoned Jenny. After Jenny arrived at the test site, he performed the Star Soul Hand again, silently. How is it? It feels creepy, as if I have fallen into the mouth of a terrifying monster. Jenny resisted the urge to retreat, and gave her evaluation seriously. As soon as she finished speaking, a light red insect tendril stretched out in front of her, making her unable to hold back any longer and retreat half a step. Jenny quickly came to her senses, and knew that Ivan would not hurt her. She steadied her pace, and began to look at the strange insect tendril in front of her. She felt that this thing could cause her great disaster at any time, and there was no room for resistance. Soul-related spells? Innate soul spells, born from the core of the arcane, the exclusive soul-side spells of arcane wizards. He had nothing to hide from Jenny, so he introduced her innate soul skills. Later, with Jenny's cooperation, he conducted various tests, and had a more detailed understanding of the Star Soul Hand, but it also exhausted him. The innate soul skills consume soul energy, and do not contain any elemental power. This consumption is not low. Therefore, wizards will not easily use innate soul skills when it is not necessary, and other spells are enough to deal with the situation. Wizard Ivan, I have to return to the underground world in a few days. This is what I promised to Lady Lilibet, and I can't break my promise. Jenny suddenly said. Do you need me to go with you? I'm afraid that's not possible. Lady Lilibet has made arrangements. That's true. Ivan knew that this matter could not be forced. Even if he became an arcane wizard, he couldn't afford to offend the ancient gods like the Dark Knight Mother. Moreover, Jenny going to the other side was a good thing. The next time they met, Jenny might be a Lord-level strongman. When will you leave? Wait until Lady Lilibet starts to urge us. Jenny blinked and said playfully. Ivan was speechless. Only she dared to treat the Dark Knight Mother Goddess like this. If it were someone else, the goddess might come to the surface to kill her. It's up to you. If you are not in a hurry, we can return to the Moon Clamp Peninsula together. Ivan thought for a moment and then said, I have good news for you. Locke is still alive. After saying that, he rolled up his right sleeve, revealing a sealed mark on his arm. What is this? Jenny stared and frowned. The scarlet mark, left by the dragon-shaped black worm on the scarlet battle flag, appeared at the critical moment of my promotion to the arcane mage. It wanted to take the opportunity to influence or even control me. Fortunately, Mavis's blessing blocked it and sealed it up, and it became what it is now. The dragon-shaped black worm obviously located this wizard through Locke, so Locke is still alive. Ivan was very glad that he had specially visited Mavis before, otherwise the promotion process might have been full of twists and turns. It wants to control you. To be precise, it chose me because it wanted me to inherit something left by the Scarlet Legion, just like Blackbeard Queller, or perhaps it was his will. To be honest, Ivan couldn't understand why the dragon-shaped black worm didn't save Blackbeard Queller in the Black God Abyss, but instead targeted him. But after the Star Soul hand was conceived, he seemed to understand a little. It was probably because of the meditation magic ritual that made the other party think that he was a natural member of the Scarlet Legion and could replace the existence of the Blackbeard Lord. The rules of the Zerg are nothing more than this. Wizard Ivan, do you want to rescue Locke from trouble, right? Ginny is more concerned about his thoughts. I have such an idea. Ivan nodded. Locke is in the hands of the other party. I will have to fight with him sooner or later, otherwise it will be too passive. Wait for me. Ginny immediately said that she meant to wait until she was promoted to the Lord level. I will try my best. Ivan did not hide his thoughts. You should understand that it is easy to change if you delay. Besides, I am an arcane wizard. It is not easy for me to get into trouble, so you can rest assured. Ginny was naturally unwilling, but she also knew that she could not influence Ivan's thoughts. She immediately made up her mind to complete the promotion as soon as possible. Ivan didn't know what she was thinking at the moment. If he knew, he would probably regret sharing this news with her. After testing the innate soul technique, Ivan then tested the elemental domain relative to the elemental core. The range of the primary elemental domain is usually between 3,000 meters and 5,000 meters. His fire elemental domain is close to 5,000 meters. As soon as the domain appeared, the surroundings immediately turned into a raging sea of fire, red, and even the air was burning. The elemental domain can derive domain spells, which requires personal exploration. I don't know if the black magic hand is still applicable. The elemental domain is another reliance of the arcane wizard. The power of the domain can not only be used as a domain, but also derived into various forms, such as spells. The spells derived from the domain can usually be called domain killer moves. The killer move, as the name suggests, is a means that can determine the outcome with one blow. The wizard uses this to show the uniqueness of the domain spell, and its importance is only half a step lower than the innate soul technique. Of course, deriving spells from the elemental domain is not a one-time thing, and he needs to slowly explore. Chapter 531. Time flies, and it is half a month later. The day before, Ivan sent away Ginny, who was anxious to return to the underground world, and the treeman guard in him. The day after, Ivan was still a little upset, so he accepted Oates' repeated invitations, and went to the banquet he organized, and brought the Night Elf Royal Court wine that Oates had been thinking about. Your Excellency Ivan, please come in. Coram, we are old acquaintances, there is no need to be so polite. Etiquette cannot be abolished. In the outer city of the City of Truth, Ivan led the ants to their destination, a manor built entirely on the top of a mountain. The manor was not large, but it gave people a sense of isolation from the world. At the gate of the manor, Ivan met the elemental creature Coram, with whom he had fought side by side. Coram could be said to be Oates' personal servant, and his status was incomparable to that of ordinary servants, just like the ants to Ivan. Under the leadership of Coram, Ivan walked into this lonely mountain manor, and found that it was planted with rare and ancient plants. The owner of the manor had obviously spent a lot of effort on it. Where's that guy Oates? They had gone deep into the manor, but hadn't seen anyone else. Ivan couldn't help but feel a little strange. The master is in front. Coram pointed to the front. The two continued to move forward for a distance, and a strong aroma of wine wafted in the air. In front of them appeared more than a dozen strange buildings made of stones, like hollow round short towers. Ivan quickly recognized that these were all wine cellars. Your Excellency Ivan, please come in. Coram stopped before he got close. Zae, you stay here with Colum. Seeing this, Ivan instructed Zae, who was standing beside him. Why don't I take Mr. Zae to the front yard of the manor, and I will treat Zae well. That's fine. Then, Ivan went straight to one of the wine cellars, and there was a faint noise coming from inside. He walked in, and saw that Oates had started drinking, and there were several wine barrels on the ground on one side. No, why are you drinking with yourself? Ivan, you are here, come and drink with me. Just the two of us? 2 people are nothing, 2 people can still finish all the wine in the wine cellar. By the way, where is your 1,000-year-old wine? Take it out quickly, we will get drunk today. Ivan heard that this guy came to drink all the wine in the wine cellar. It seems that he has drunk a lot, far more than a few barrels here. He was a little amused. So this is what the so-called banquet means. The will of the arcane wizard is extraordinary, it is difficult to get drunk, and it will not hurt the body, but why is he drinking so much? Okay, I won't go home until I'm drunk. Ivan didn't refuse. After so many years of busy work, he also wanted to relax. It's a pity that there was no brothel here, as he originally thought, only a drunkard. Haha, I knew that you, Ivan, are the most suitable for my temperament. We are both people of temperament. The establishment of the Five-Colored Demon Robe organization is right. From now on, the organization will only recruit people of temperament. The 1,000-year-old wine you asked for is here. Come on, drink this bottle. From Oates' noisy voice, Ivan understood why Quorum wanted to bring the ants to the front of the manor. He probably didn't want to hear anything he shouldn't hear, so as not to violate taboos. Ivan was puzzled. This Oates had a rich family since childhood, and he successfully became an arcane wizard who was above 10,000 people. He had both strength and status, so how could he be so drunk? Oates didn't say anything, and Ivan didn't ask. They just kept drinking one barrel after another. Soon, all the wine in the cellar went into their stomachs, and their stomachs didn't swell at all. Let's go to the next cellar. Okay, this wizard will accompany you at the risk of his life. Ha ha, but it can't hurt you or me. Coming out of the wine cellar, Oates staggered in front, looking half drunk and half awake. Ivan knew that as long as Oates wanted, he would be completely sober immediately. As for the strong liquor that could intoxicate the arcane wizard, no one in the wizarding world had explored this aspect in depth, so naturally there was no such liquor. Not this one, next one. The two came to another wine cellar, and it turned out to be full of barrels that were tilted here and there, obviously drunk by Oates. So, the two continued to walk to the side, and came to the next wine cellar, which contained another kind of fine wine. After a day and a night, Ivan didn't know how much wine he drank before he was a little drunk. And Oates couldn't stand it all. He was drunk by himself. Brother Ivan, do you know why I drank all the wine here? Why? I'm happy. Ivan looked at him speechlessly, almost saying, You don't look very happy. You don't believe it? Hort stared at him. A little? Ivan was an honest man. Don't disbelieve me, brother, I'm really happy. Just tell me, I have contributed to your growth, and I have contributed to your becoming an arcane wizard, right? Hort argued. Ivan nodded, but he didn't understand what he meant by this. That means that when you become the top figure in the wizarding world, it will also be my contribution, which means that I, Hans, am a person who has made great contributions to the wizarding world. The top big shot? I'm still far from that. You are different from me. I believe you can succeed. Am I right? Ivan still didn't quite understand what Oates wanted to say, but he nodded in agreement. And Tanya, she can definitely become the Night King. Am I right? Yes. Look, I have paid off all the sins I owed before. How can I not be happy? It is indeed worth being happy about. Let's continue drinking. Drink. After hearing this, Ivan realized that Oates was really upset about Tanya, and his previous actions had a sense of atonement. Ivan didn't know that the wine stored in Lonely Mountain Manor was actually the wine used in that banquet. At the banquet, Tanya suffered a great disaster, and Oates never drank the wine again. He moved it here, and kept it until now. For Oates, these wines have extraordinary meaning. Ivan, do you have someone you love very much? The wine was still being drunk, and the voices paused for a long time. Then Oates asked another question. Ivan was stunned, and didn't know how to answer for a moment. I know that wizards like you must love knowledge and truth more, right? Before he could answer, Oates shouted. This was indeed true, and Ivan nodded involuntarily. At the same time, this is also the life creed of most wizards. I am different from you. I used to have someone I loved very much, but fate is unpredictable. Oates continued to yell. Fate is indeed unpredictable, and always unpredictable. A figure appeared in Ivan's mind, a particularly serious and beautiful figure that should be the person Oates was obsessed with. However, he still did not ask. This matter was really difficult to get involved. Yes, it's unpredictable. Oates patted his shoulder and nodded heavily. After sighing with a tone of humor, he suddenly burst out a sentence. You said, the first time I fell in love with someone, it was such a conservative woman, how could she be someone else's concubine? Ivan was speechless again. It's not that there's nothing to say, but that he doesn't dare to gossip. I never thought that Grace was actually the woman of the King of the Sky. No wonder Oates was so afraid of the King of the Sky. No wonder he said he would never marry Tanya. This matter is indeed very risky. It's not difficult to guess that Oates must have confessed to Grace before, but Grace's words made him freeze. Life is really like a big intestine wrapped in a small intestine. What a sin. Ivan, I'm so unlucky. Drink a lot. Drink, you must drink all the wine here. On this day, the two arcane wizards fulfilled their promise, and drank up the wine in the entire manor, so this drinking party was declared over. This was also the first time that Ivan drank so heartily. Chapter 532. A pseudolord is a third-level wizard, and a lord is an arcane wizard. After taking this crucial step, It is equivalent to transcending the ordinary and entering the divine. When you look at everything in the world again, you will have a different understanding of everything. The same is true for the understanding of the Silver Moon Blade. Ivan realized how narrow-minded he was in using this holy weapon before. Wizard Ivan, I'm here to say goodbye to you. I'm afraid I won't be able to contact you for a long time. On this day, in the meditation room of the Golden Rock Tower, there was a sound from the Silver Moon Blade. Ivan did not enter the hunting space, but waved his hand casually, and a light curtain jumped on it. Jenny's figure emerged clearly from the light curtain. I really don't need me to guard over there, Ivan asked. Jenny is his clone. The clone is transformed, and it is still the Lord level. His original body is far away, and he always feels that something is wrong. Hearing his words, Jenny hesitated. If Wizard Ivan came, he would not deal with the dragon-shaped black worm in advance, which is undoubtedly reassuring. Wizard boy, don't think of any bad ideas, you are not needed here. Suddenly, a voice full of majesty sounded, startling everyone on both sides of the light curtain. This was clearly the voice of the Dark Knight Mother Goddess Lilibet also. Lady Lilibet, how could you eavesdrop on my conversation with Wizard Ivan? Jenny quickly reacted and complained quietly to one side. I just noticed that someone was bewitching you, so I came here to warn you. A graceful figure approached, and her strong dissatisfaction could be felt through the light curtain. Wizard Ivan wouldn't do that, Jenny said. That's not certain. I know the character of human wizards. They never care about the means to achieve their goals. Lilibet stared at the other side of the light screen with a real look. Wizard boy, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you become an arcane wizard. Compared with me, you are still far behind. Goddess of the Dark Night, human wizard Ivan Marikaten pays tribute to you. Ivan smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew what the Dark Knight Mother was worried about, but he really didn't want to take advantage of Jenny's transformation to secretly change anything. He also knew clearly that once the doubt was planted, no matter what he said, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess would not easily believe him. He felt the pressure coming from the light curtain, and simply did not defend himself, but just greeted calmly. Lilibet saw that he was so calm, and her face relaxed a little. Listen, I will only say it once. Jenny's lore promotion plan is very simple, there is no risk. I will take her to a place where Claudia Elsop's power is stored. She only needs to stay there for a few years, and she will naturally become a lord. In this case, do you still need a human wizard like you to protect me? Indeed, I don't need you. Ivan was shocked to hear such a unique way of promotion. It was really annoying to compare yourself with others. He even wanted to be a descendant of the Mother of the Heart. It's good that you know. Thank you, Jenny, for your trouble. Jenny is my person, you don't need to thank me. Lilibet was no longer aggressive, but she was still on guard against him, so Ivan and Jenny didn't talk much and ended the communication in a hurry. The light curtain dissipated, and the pressure on Ivan was swept away. It's okay, it's a good thing after all. Of course he felt aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. The higher his strength, the more he could feel the gap between himself and the Dark Knight Mother. Then, he casually stroked and put the Silver Moon Blade back. Unlike before, this time he did not let the Silver Moon Blade turn into a pattern and attach it to his back, but put it away in a semi-sealed way. Although the Silver Moon Blade is good, it does not completely belong to him, so he is not going to use it for the time being. It is estimated that it will not be able to be used in the future. After all, this is the remains of the weapon of the Dark Knight Mother Goddess, and it is also a holy weapon made by the other party. No matter how it is handled, it should not be able to escape the control of the Dark Knight Mother Goddess. Ivan was quite regretful about this. A few days later, Ivan fulfilled another promise of his. He arranged a residence for Tanya in the Golden Rock Tower, which he had just doubled the space, and then notified the other party that she could move in. After receiving the message, Tanya hurried over, bringing Grace and Mara with her. Evan, I need to make some changes. The residence is located in the middle floor of the Golden Rock Tower. This floor has a total of 4,000 acres of land. In addition to the newly expanded part, the original location was a lush forest. It is natural to separate a secret garden from the forest. Seeing the secret garden, Tanya did not dislike it, but proposed to make some changes herself. Of course, this is already your territory. Hee, remember what you said? Tanya was obviously very happy to hear this, proving that she had not made a mistake this time. She thought, now that I, a fake, have moved in, do I need to send someone to Dongdu to pick up Angela and the others? Among the four people, Jusidi, Perny, Angela, and Danlin, she has a better relationship with Angela, who is also a knight. I talk about this after I choose the territory and determine the garrison. Ivan said casually that he would return to Dongdu soon, so there was no need to send someone to pick them up. Okay. Tanya also said casually, and then brought up another matter. There is no rush to transform this place. Why don't we go somewhere together? As agreed before, I will take you to see the Prophet's book. I am very happy. Of course, Ivan was very interested in the Prophet's book that might be related to the Light of Wisdom. After that, the four of them left the Golden Rock Tower. Ivan is now an arcane wizard and has the authority to fly up and down the Peak of Truth. After leaving the tower gate, the swamp ants took them directly to the outer city of the City of Truth. Compared with other cities, the academic atmosphere in the inner city of the City of Truth is extremely strong, which is related to the fact that all the people living here are official wizards. Moreover, the inner city is next to the Supreme Council. There are hedonists among the wizards, but they will not come here to avoid making the people above unhappy. The ants flew slowly over the city, not daring to make too much noise, for fear of disturbing those diligent scholars. After a while, the group left the inner city, and came to the outer city of the City of Truth. The ant felt that the air around it was not so heavy anymore. It could not help but speed up its flight, following the direction pointed by Tanya, and finally arrived in front of a vast lake in the mountains. We are here. This is the Qinghu Palace, the branch of the five-leaf spear in the outer city. Ivan's sight passed through the mist, and saw many buildings on the lake. These buildings were lined up in rows and magnificent, like a resort. He looked at Tanya in confusion. This was originally a small pavilion manor of the Fitzgerald family. By chance, I brought the Prophet's book here, and then I could no longer take it away, so I had to ask for it. Later, this place was expanded many times on the original basis, and became an important station of the five-leaf spear. When you see the Prophet's book, you will understand why I said I couldn't take it away. Tanya didn't know what he was wondering about, so she explained it briefly. Ivan nodded, didn't ask any more questions, and signaled the ants to fly into the palace. His arrival quickly alarmed the people inside. Chapter 533. Tanya, why are you here? As an important base of the five-leaf spear, Qinghu Palace naturally arranged people to be on duty, and there were also some members hanging out inside. For the arrival of Tanya, the acting leaf master, some people not only did not show welcome, but also revealed a sense of vigilance in their expressions. But after seeing the other two, they did not dare to act rashly, and greeted them one after another. Greetings to His Excellency Marichatin, and to His Excellency Grace. Everyone, get up. Evan didn't bother with these people. As for Grace, she was always reluctant to talk. Kofer, what did you mean by that? Tanya didn't give up, staring coldly at the person who had just spoken. Have you forgotten that Qinghu belongs to the Fitzrad family, and is still under my name? Wizard Tanya, that's not what I meant. I was just asking casually. Hearing her words, the third-level wizard named Kofer looked a little embarrassed and hurriedly explained. Not to mention Tanya's own identity, the two lords beside her were not people he could mess with, but for some reason, Kofer had to stand up. Okay, I'm not here to find you. Get out of the way. Tanya saw through his intention and didn't let him delay. This. Kofer was in a dilemma. Humph. At this time, Ivan snorted coldly. This sound fell into Kofer's ears, like a thunderclap, making him unconsciously move to one side. Ivan led Tanya and others to the inside, and wherever they passed, others quickly moved to the sides, until they walked away, and then they made a move. What? Someone asked Kofer. As expected, he is as famous as he is. He doesn't look like someone who has been promoted for less than 3 months. Kofer's face turned pale. The cold snort just now reached the depths of his soul, and his spiritual ocean was turbulent, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Do you want to summon Lord Spark? I have already informed him. Hearing Kofer's answer, the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Whether it was Lord Spark or Lord Marichatin, they couldn't afford to offend them, nor did they want to offend them. Since Kofer was willing to take on this matter, the others were eager for it. Kofer ignored all this. He was thinking whether he should follow. Thinking of the shock just now, he didn't take a step for a long time. Not long after, as Kofer was looking forward to it, a stream of light fell from the sky into the Qinghu Palace. Before he could meet it, the other party went straight to the depths of the palace. Seeing this scene, Kofer finally let go of his worries. Deep in the Qinghu Palace, Ivan had come to a crystal secret palace under the water. This was a real crystal palace, which was made by hollowing out a piece of crystal as big as a mountain. In the crystal secret hall, there was nothing else except a stone tablet standing on the ground. Looking at the nearly 3-meter-high stone tablet in front of him, Ivan realized how the five-leaf spear logo of the East Capital Vernon Millennium Archives came from. It was carved according to the stone tablet here. The carving is more divine than this ordinary stone tablet, more like a treasure book. The divine object is self-concealed, nothing more than this. Not long after I brought it to the Qinghu Palace, it flew to the bottom of the lake by itself, took root here, and turned into this appearance. No one can move it anymore. I later thought of many ways, but none of them worked, so I had no choice but to give up and seal the book here. Tanya explained. What about the prophetic power on the Book of Enlightenment? Didn't you get it from it? Ivan couldn't help asking. Yes, but it was automatically released by the prophetic book. Do you see this crystal secret palace? It can intercept the prophetic power and prevent it from leaking out in a short period of time. We only need to collect it once in a while. Tanya did not hide the reason. Ivan suddenly realized. He walked closer and carefully observed the stone tablet. In his sight, the characters on the stone tablet seemed to flash quickly, making him immersed in it, gradually forgetting where he was and the passage of time. Ivan, although I don't want to disturb you, I still have to say that if you don't take action quickly, that annoying spark will probably show up soon. After an unknown amount of time, Tanya couldn't help but remind him. Ivan then reluctantly withdrew his gaze. At this moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Crystal Secret Hall. He was also a relatively young arcane wizard. If Ivan looked to be in his mid-20s, he looked to be around 33. Tanya, when I heard you say that, I knew that you had misunderstood me too much. The visitor greeted her in a familiar manner. You have a good nose. You must have come here by smell. Tanya's face darkened. Are you Ivan Marichadan? Spark ignored her and looked at Ivan, who was standing beside the stone tablet. Seeing him standing so close, Spark's eyes flickered. I know you, Spark Fowler. I've heard of your name for a long time. Ivan said. I didn't expect that Oates had such a vision to bring a great talent like you into our five-leaf spear. I've heard of your name for a long time, and today we finally meet. Spark said. Both of them can be said to be the young leaders among the arcane wizards, but when they met, they didn't have the mutual admiration between geniuses, but instead, they looked at each other with disgust. Neither of them deliberately showed it, but a hint of it could be detected from the cold greetings. The Prophet's Book is indeed a rare item, its origin is untraceable, and it cannot be easily shaken. Spark walked forward to the side of the stone tablet, and introduced the Prophet's Book like the owner of this place. Ivan did not interrupt for the time being, allowing him to talk one after another. It is no exaggeration to say that no one does not want to own such a treasure, but Tanya has tried, Grace has also tried, and Candy and Oates, as well as this wizard, unfortunately, have not won the favor of the Prophet's Book. You. Spark continued. I understand what you mean. Now it's my turn to try. Ivan spoke only after hearing this. He looked calm and confident. Go ahead. Spark naturally didn't believe that he had this ability. He came here in a hurry to see what methods Ivan used, and whether the methods could bring about wonderful changes. Ivan was so famous. What if his methods were unique? We must learn from him. Then I won't be polite. Ivan smiled, he reached out, and printed it on the stone tablet. In an instant, the stone tablet underwent a series of brisk changes, and then inexplicably turned into a bubble and disappeared, leaving the center of the Crystal Secret Hall empty. Spark's face froze, and his eyes were full of astonishment. Spark didn't know that the reason why Ivan was so confident just now was not because of any special means, but because he had sensed the strong response from the stone tablet. This thing was naturally close to him, and when the other party arrived, the treasure book had already been convinced. Rather than saying that Ivan conquered the Prophet's treasure book, it would be better to say that the Prophet's treasure book took the initiative to choose him. In just 1 or 2 seconds, Spark reacted, his face was full of iron blue, and the air in the Crystal Secret Hall became very heavy. Chapter 534. Spark could certainly see the extraordinary value of the Prophet's Book, and could even describe it as inestimable. After all, it involved mysterious prophecies and foreknowledge. He had been thinking about it for a long time, and once thought that the book was in his pocket. Now, it was taken away by someone as soon as they met. How could Spark remain calm? He looked at Tanya with a cold face, suspecting that Tanya had been hiding something from him before, hiding some key things, causing him to miss the treasure. The divine objects have spirits, they choose a good master to live in. The Prophet's Book should belong to you, Ivan. Tit for tat, Tanya ignored him, but smiled at Ivan, her words full of joy. Haha, you are right, this book is destined for me. Ivan was also very happy, not only because he chose a master for the book, but more importantly, he also confirmed one thing, that his analysis of the inheritance of the power of ancient wisdom was very likely true. How could he not be happy with such a blessing? In the Crystal Secret Hall, The expressions of the two arcane wizards formed a sharp contrast. At this time, Spark's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping with water. "Wizard Marichadan, can you let us see the true appearance of the treasure book?" He was obviously not an ordinary person, and his expression instantly recovered a lot. Okay. Ivan stretched out his right hand, and a green book appeared in his palm. The color of the book was the same as the water in the depths of the Qing Lake. There was no text, no pattern, and even no treasure light on it. At first glance, it was still ordinary. Spark wanted to find out something from it, but it was in vain. 2 or 3 seconds later, Ivan took back the book, and the book of the prophet had already appeared in his soul sea. This was the first treasure that he could take back to his soul sea, which showed that it was unique. "What an incomparable treasure!" Spark exclaimed. "Yes." Ivan glanced at him. This guy probably didn't have anything good to say. "Such a great power will definitely bring great blessings to the wizarding world. You should know that the situation in the wizarding world is extremely serious now, and it has reached. Wizard Fowler, what is your current position?" "What do you mean by that? Don't you understand one thing? It is not your turn to meddle in other people's affairs. I hope you can respect yourself and stop thinking about what others have." It turned out that he wanted to blackmail me morally. How could Ivan fall for it? He immediately accused him. "You?" Spark's expression was a little bit tense again. "If you have nothing else to do, I think we should leave," Ivan continued, saying that he had no intention of asking for the Qinghu Palace. Any arcane wizard would not lack this little territory, and he had already taken away the most valuable things in the palace, so there was no need to make a big fuss. Then, he left with a few people. Due to the covenant between all arcane wizards, Spark had no way to do anything, and could only watch them leave. Today I finally got rid of my anger. A few people came out from the bottom of Qinghu Lake, and listening to the rumbling sound coming from behind, Tanya did not feel distressed, but felt proud. She helped Spark to become an arcane magician, but he was not grateful and poached her. This was a big blow to her. Fortunately, Ivan helped her win back a game, which made her feel particularly relieved. "Just be happy." "Ivan, you said that just now, aren't you worried about offending Spark? With his personality, I have already offended him after I took the book." Ivan turned his head and looked at her, shaking his head slightly. "That's right, with that guy's temperament, he probably hates you at this moment. You have to be careful and guard against it." Tanya agreed with this statement. As for herself, with the protection of the Sky King and Grace, Spark dared not act rashly. "It's okay, there is a covenant to constrain, and I'm not afraid of him causing trouble. The external environment of wizards has always been turbulent, and the upper wizards naturally have to put unity first. When they become a member of the Supreme Council, they have a strict contract, which is mainly used to prevent internal fighting. It can be said that most internal conflicts have been avoided." The ants carried a few people up and left the Qinghu Palace far behind in a moment. When approaching the inner city, Ivan made a request, asking Tanya to count the unowned land in the outer city and prepare for choosing a territory for himself. Tanya agreed readily. This kind of thing couldn't be simpler for someone like her who grew up in the City of Truth. Soon, the group returned to the Golden Rock Tower in the court of the great scholars, and several people went about their own business. Ivan came to his meditation room and continued to check the prophet's book he had just received. His previous meditation had not yet ended, and he was already a little impatient. Since the prophet's book is a classic book, the pages probably record something, most likely secret arts related to prophecy and foresight. He flipped through it casually, and was immersed in it again. The higher the level of strength, the less time you consider, which is in line with the saying that there is no time in cultivation. When he came to his senses, he realized that 33 days had passed, but he really thought that only a few hours had passed. He was full of emotion for a while, and perhaps he needed to arrange a full-time housekeeper. This reminded him of Ginny again. Ivan shook his head, threw away these random thoughts, and returned his thoughts to the prophet's book. This prophet's book is indeed related to the power of wisdom. It can be said that it has the same origin as the light of wisdom, but it has evolved into something with different characteristics. One is the book, and the other is the light of wisdom. According to this, the essence of the light of wisdom is actually the product of the power of wisdom evolved according to my own mind. No wonder it looks so familiar, as if it was tailor-made for me. Ivan couldn't help but mutter. Compared with the light of wisdom, the prophet's book has a completely different focus. It tends to predict the fate of living beings, especially the owner of the book. It also has a wonderful effect of stabilizing luck. As the name suggests, stabilizing the luck and destiny of the owner of the book, so that it will not be disturbed by external negative forces and become smooth. The secret techniques recorded in the book are also related to it. Tian Beijing Yin technique. Ivan understands that the secret technique and the book are one. Without the prophet's book, it is impossible to practice this strange technique. The book is the threshold. With the prophet's book in hand, it was self-evident that he could practice the heavenly steel movement technique. In a flash, another half a month passed, and in Ivan's soul sea, the book turned into a stone tablet again. This time, the stone tablet was transparent, and a mysterious purple light was all around. The purple light was extremely soft, illuminating the huge soul energy sea. He naturally succeeded in practicing the heavenly steel movement technique. Chapter 535. In fact, this secret technique is more inclined to be triggered passively. Once his fate changes significantly, a prediction of the turning point of his fate will emerge, allowing him to foresee the future. When the fortune-suppressing secret technique is not triggered, it will quietly accumulate the power of prophecy. Spark is right, this is an incomparable treasure. At this moment, Ivan felt the most deeply that the treasure book was automatically clearing the negative energy on his body, whether it was left by the dragon-shaped black worm or the deer-horned man in the fairy world a long time ago. In addition, there were invisible resentments that he had accumulated unintentionally during his daily practice, which he himself was not even aware of. He was amazed and shocked, secretly saying that he had really found a treasure this time, and Tanya was also his lucky star. Because he was obsessed with the secret art of calming luck, Ivan wasted a lot of time, and many things had not been confirmed with the Supreme Council. When he walked out of the meditation room, Tanya came to him immediately. "Your Excellency Ivan, are you still going to choose your territory?" "Of course you have to choose. The puppet servants have come many times, and seeing that you have not come out, they all went back. I will inform you to go to the Supreme Council as soon as possible. Someone is waiting for you there." "Okay, then I will go there immediately." Evan said this, but he still checked the territory information collected by Tanya first, reviewed it, and asked a few questions before flying quickly to the top of the Peak of Truth. This was the second time he set foot in this small, floating city, after becoming an arcane wizard. The location of the Supreme Council was different from what all the lower-level wizards imagined. It looked a bit old and simple. He was a little disappointed when he saw the whole picture of it last time. This time, he walked into the Hall of Truth in the center of the town with ease. "Sorry, it seems I came at the wrong time." Ivan walked in and found that someone was reporting something to the King of all trees, Jenna Swinburne, and there seemed to be a dispute. The Hall of Truth was very magical. Before he walked in, he could not see what was happening inside. Outside the Hall of Truth, there were no guards or waiters, not even a person to report. The entire hall looked defenseless against the arcane wizards. "It's okay, Wizard Fiorchi has finished her story." When he was about to leave, the King of Trees waved at him as if he saw a savior. Ivan didn't want to get involved in the two people's affairs, but at this moment, he could only walk over helplessly and bow to the King of Trees. "Fiorchi Vinton, why don't you leave?" The King of 10,000 Trees said to someone who was reluctant to leave. "If you don't agree to my request, I won't leave today." Fiorchi Vinton shouted directly, regardless of the presence of others. "Don't make a fuss. The crystal ball of truth really can't be used according to your request. This is related to the honor of my Vinton family, and the reputation of the King of Blue Thunder. Stop. I don't want to hear you repeat these words." This wizard emphasizes again that the crystal ball of truth has no ability to detect anyone's camp, and the King of Blue Thunder cannot rebel in any form. You don't investigate it yourself, but think about these nonsense instead. Are you worthy of the King of Blue Thunder? Seeing that he was so disrespectful, the King of 10,000 Trees was also a little annoyed, and his tone of voice could not help but become heavier. And Fiorchi stood there like a piece of meat on a rolling knife, silent, and just didn't want to leave the Hall of Truth, which made Ivan, a newcomer, smack his lips. Ivan had heard from Oates before that in the Hall of Truth, you can speak freely, and your attitude can be more casual. He had no idea before, but now, he finally understood that it was a good place to confront the Void King Wizard. "Ivan, don't answer him. Talk about your business first. What are you doing here?" The King of 10,000 Trees was so angry that his thinking was disturbed for a while. "Choose a territory," Ivan said. "Yes, I have to arrange a territory for you first. You can choose it yourself." The King of 10,000 Trees flicked his hand, and the huge outer city topographic map emerged clearly, floating in the air on the left, with all the available locations marked out. On the topographic map, the mountains, rivers, and forests are clearly visible. Ivan just glanced at it, raised his hand, and made a mark on the map, marking the territory he chose. Rainbow Forest? This place is close to the Tide Mist Rift Valley. Wood, water, and earth particles are relatively abundant, but fire particles are not abundant. It doesn't quite fit your identity. Are you sure you want to choose here? Compared to the territory, I prefer to stay in the Golden Rock Tower on the Peak of Truth. That sounds very pleasant. I will decide and divide the Tide Mist Rift Valley next to it to you, and use it as a place for you to spread out. Thank you very much. The two of them determined the scope of the territory in a few words. The area is no less than that of a medium-sized country, and the various resources on the land are extremely rich. They only need to send people to take over and manage it. In addition, your job arrangement. The King of 10,000 Trees glanced at Fiorchi on the side, but the other party had no intention of leaving. He could only continue. Do you have any ideas? I am willing to follow the arrangement, Ivan said. The arcane wizards are so powerful. After joining the Supreme Council, they will naturally not be left idle. They usually have their own exclusive jobs and places to garrison. For example, Philomena is the mayor of Dongdu, and her main task is to guard Dongdu and look after the safety of the eastern part of China continent. Hadi Xiao Luoshi, added as the president of the China branch of the Enchantment Guild, has the responsibility of inspecting all important rune magic arrays in China continent, including those unknown to the outside world. For your duties, there are several general arrangements here. One is to take over the position of the mayor of the northern capital of China continent. The second is to go to Qilongzhou to wait for the important arrangements of the Dragon Flame King. And the third is to go to Konglu Valley to continue your unfinished research and explore the space teleportation array in depth. Are there any less common arrangements? From the words of the King of 10,000 Trees, Ivan heard another meaning, that the less common arrangement might be what the higher-ups hoped for the most. Yes. The King of 10,000 Trees nodded. Ivan understood and motioned him to continue. It is said that you have a certain connection with the Dark Night Mother Goddess in the underground world. Is that true or not? The King of 10,000 Trees asked. Yes, the relationship is a bit complicated. Ivan was stunned for a moment, and answered truthfully. How should I put it? The god seems to dislike me a little, especially recently, and doesn't welcome me to the underground world. Hearing his words, the King of 10,000 Trees was also stunned, obviously not expecting him to say that. It also attracted the attention of Fiorchi on the side, who couldn't help but look at Ivan a few more times, as if to see how he was qualified to be disliked by the ancient Dark Night Mother Goddess. Chapter 536. The King of Blue Thunder was originally one of the 5 great virtual king wizards in the wizard world. In the end, he died together at the hands of a traitor who defected to the extreme beast plane. Winston is the family of the King of Blue Thunder, and the female wizard named Fiorchi is his descendant. Facing her somewhat scrutinizing gaze, Ivan responded with an awkward but polite smile. In that case, you can choose one from the general arrangements. The King of 10,000 Trees said immediately. Ivan, what's your choice? Ivan was about to speak, but suddenly froze again. This time, he was completely stunned for a while, as if he was thinking of something complicated, and forgot to answer the King of 10,000 Trees. Seeing this, the King of 10,000 Trees did not urge him. Ivan was stunned for no other reason, but because the prophet's book in the Soul Sea was triggered. Several vivid pictures emerged and flashed quickly. One of the dialogues seemed particularly clear and a little weird, which made him pay attention. In the picture, someone said to him, Wizard Ivan, you really returned to the underground world, come with me to find the lost throne quickly. The other party looked at him eagerly. He nodded heavily. Okay, we will set off immediately. Ivan could naturally recognize that the person who invited him was his old friend Meg, the old tree man, who went to the underground world with him. The old tree man Meg has always had a wish, to go to the 7th floor of the underground world to pick up the lost throne there. What he cared about was not Meg's words, but the fact that he agreed so readily in the picture. Could it be that Meg was fooled, and there really was a lost throne in the underground world? It doesn't make sense. Ivan thought about it again and again, but he couldn't figure it out. What is a throne? It is something that can only be condensed by a 6th level strongman, and so far, the wizarding world has not yet produced any 6th level wizard, so there is no specific definition for wizards at this level. Level 4 is an arcane wizard, level 5 is an ethereal wizard, and level 6 has not yet been determined, and no one dares to define it. Similarly, no one in the wizarding world can clearly say what the throne is. Just this thing that everyone wants but cannot get, but someone told him that we can go pick it up together. If it was not for the prediction of the prophet's book, he would definitely sneer. Even if he couldn't figure it out, he was willing to believe in the ability of the prophet's book. Lord Jenna, if I choose to go underground, what are my specific responsibilities? Ivan came back to his senses, and said to the King of Trees, who showed no impatience at all. His change of attitude was so great that the other two secretly speculated what had just happened. The two found nothing. Fiocchi, you should leave now. I wait outside. Fiocchi knew her own limits. When she heard the King of Trees' words, she did not go against him this time. She turned and left the Hall of Truth. Before talking about your duties, let's talk about the current war. You should have seen that we are far from being ready for war. The King of Trees continued to speak. Ivan could not help but nod slightly. After becoming an arcane wizard, he had a new understanding of the wizard's combat effectiveness. He understood that the internal relaxation was not pretended, but that he was really sure of controlling the alien races participating in the war. We are not bragging. The Thunder Tribe, the Black Scale Tribe, and the Feather Tribe are only 3 races. If we decide to counterattack, it will become an ironclad fact to cripple their alliance. However, these 3 tribes are not the enemies we are eager to eliminate. Then who is the real enemy? After hearing his words, Ivan asked at the right time. Ivan, you are a trustworthy person, so I will tell you the truth now. I hope you know what is going on, and don't worry too much about the current situation. The King of 10,000 Trees didn't rush to answer, he emphasized solemnly. Who is not trustworthy? Ivan asked subconsciously, then he reacted and said embarrassedly, I know, I can't say anything that is not conducive to unity. That's a brilliant statement. Hee hee. On the land of Monla continent, we need to guard against another powerful race, the multi-eyed tribe, and we must not let them take advantage of us. The most important thing to deal with is the traitor who has returned from the dead. As long as we succeed in killing the traitor, we will immediately clean up the internal affairs. By then, the matter of the extreme beast plane will no longer be an internal dispute among our wizards. Everyone has the responsibility to defend the land, and the current situation will be solved. Hearing what you said, I feel much more relieved. It was not difficult to hear that the Supreme Council was already trying to kill the traitor, and Ivan wisely did not ask further. It had nothing to do with trust or not. The fewer people knew about this kind of thing, the better. You can probably guess your duty yourself. Open up a human settlement? Yes, open up a stable settlement, just in case. The King of 10,000 Trees added, don't be in a hurry about this, and don't do it alone. Once you have a clue, more people will come to help you. I understand what you mean. Of course, Ivan knew that things couldn't be rushed. After all, the land in the underground world was owned by someone. A new force that suddenly appeared there and pretended to stay there for a long time would inevitably be excluded by nearby forces, or even the entire underground world. He had heard a saying in the underground world that only races that failed in the battle for underground territory would retreat to the surface world. This sentence revealed the contempt of the underground races for the surface races, and also nakedly reflected the cruel order of the underground world. Only the winners were qualified to reproduce and thrive in the underground world. Outside the Hall of Truth, Fiocchi stood not far from the door, looking at the sky, his thoughts drifting to who knows where. Inside the Hall of Truth, the King of 10,000 Trees and Ivan talked for a long time. After a long while, Ivan walked out of one of the doors slowly and found that Fiocchi, who was wearing a wide robe, had not left yet. He didn't care and walked directly to the outside of the floating city. Wait, Wizard Ivan. Wizard Fiocchi, is there something wrong? Ivan stopped in surprise. You are a great scholar with extensive knowledge. Fiocchi praised her, and then said, I hope you can help me look at something and see if you can identify some information. How about it? Her behavior was to cast a wide net, but Ivan did not refuse. It's a small matter. Seeing that he agreed, Fiocchi took out a purple crystal box and opened the box in front of him to reveal the contents. A dark gray smoke, with an extremely ominous smell above it. The smoke slowly rolled, sometimes forming a ferocious face. Ivan's heart moved, and he recognized this familiar face. It was the King of Blue Thunder, who had already sacrificed. This was not a good omen. Where did it come from? The crystal ball of truth that the King of Blue Thunder had been using during his lifetime. Fiocchi hesitated for a moment, but still answered him. Can I take a closer look? Ivan said again. No problem, try not to touch it, so as not to pollute your soul. Fiocchi gently pushed the crystal box, and the box slowly came to him. Roar! What people didn't expect was that as soon as he got close to Ivan, the face in the dark gray smoke became extremely irritable, and there was a tendency to fight Ivan to the death, but he was restricted by the crystal box and couldn't get closer to him. At this moment, Ivan sensed a vague breath and a sense of long-lost familiarity. He stared at the hideous face and frowned, and quickly recalled in his mind. Wizard Ivan, have you found anything? Seeing his thoughtful look, Fiorchi did not dare to disturb him until he realized something. Then she could not wait to ask him, even using honorifics in her words without realizing it. Facing her expectant gaze, Ivan nodded gently. How about we find a place to elaborate? Okay. Fiorchi glanced around and nodded in agreement. She ignored the wishes of the face in the dark gray smoke and quickly closed the crystal box and put it away again. Then, the two flew away from the floating city and came to the Golden Rock Tower on Tianjia number 3 in the Court of the Great Scholars. Chapter 537. Ivan felt familiar because he had been in close contact with it. At that time, he was only a second-level wizard. One day, Zai reported to him a bad news. The ant guards who were originally guarding the interior of the Dode Magic Stone Mine were wiped out. Later, he led a group of people to rush there and found that there were spirits causing trouble. They used thundering means to wipe out the spirits causing trouble. However, just when they thought that the matter had been resolved satisfactorily, the situation suddenly changed. A terrifying arm drilled out from the ground, and the aura made them feel like they were facing a great enemy. They were all ready to fight to the death. Changes reappeared. A large vortex appeared above the caverns of the mine, and a black chain fell from the vortex, which accurately entangled the terrifying arm, trying to pull the arm and its owner into the vortex. In the end, the owner of the arm cut off one of his own arms to get rid of the entanglement. Locke also gained a special identity because of this encounter, the Great Grinder. Ivan never thought that after so many years, he would sense the breath of the terrifying arm again. He did not hide it at the moment, and simply explained the matter to Fiorchi. Really? In a secret room in the Golden Rock Tower, Fiorchi was a little confused after hearing this. Her eyes widened. Why do these words sound like a story? The aura is not 100% the same, but it is probably the same, Ivan said. Wizard Ivan, I don't doubt you, but this is a big deal, so I have to confirm it from many aspects. Fiorchi thought of something and hurriedly explained. Ivan nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Fiorchi fell silent, but her heart was very uneasy, and she didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Regardless of whether this matter is good or bad, it at least shows one thing, that the situation that everyone is most worried about has not happened, and we should be happy. After a pause, Ivan broke the silence. Fiorchi looked up and stared at him blankly, and nodded after hearing this. With the example of the traitor's resurrection from the dead, the wizards of the Supreme Council are most worried that the King of Blue Thunder will also be resurrected and stand in the opposite camp. If this happens, it will definitely be a heavy blow to the wizarding world, and it may even be so serious that it will crush the wizards' beliefs in one fell swoop. Now, Ivan's words confirmed that the changes caused by the King of Blue Thunder had nothing to do with the extreme beast plane, which would undoubtedly dispel everyone's worries. Is the Dode Magic Stone Mine in the eastern region of China continent? Yes, it's not far from Dongdu, but the residual force field in the mine has been cleaned up by my people, and it's impossible to find any traces. Can your people completely clean up the special force field where the spirit is? Hearing his answer, Fiorchi's face was a little surprised. You know, he was only a second-level wizard at the time, and how strong could his people be? Every profession has its own specialty, Ivan said. Wizard Ivan, can you ask him to help me? Fiorchi did not doubt him, and immediately expressed that he wanted Locke to help him. I can't come. The person has been trapped in a foreign land, and is waiting for me to rescue him. Ivan shook his head. That's a pity. Fiorchi was a little confused, and did not make any decision on the spot. Wizard Ivan, thank you for this time. I will go back and think about it carefully, and ask you for advice later. Ivan did not try to stop her, and sent her to the entrance of the Golden Rock Tower. He looked at the direction where Fiorchi left, and did not look away for a long time. Of course, he would not covet her beauty. In terms of appearance, this Fiorchi was only above average, and was not outstanding in the wizarding world full of beauties. He was thinking about what changes this incident would cause, what role he could play in it, and whether there was anything he could do to help. Since Locke was still alive, he could not just leave him alone. Your Excellency Ivan, you are still reluctant to let go. While Ivan was thinking, two beautiful figures appeared beside him. The one who spoke was his wife Tanya, who teased with an ambiguous look. You seem a little bored, Ivan said calmly. I understand. Do you think her looks are just so and not worth coveting? Tanya narrowed her beautiful eyes, and a trace of vulgarity rarely appeared on her delicate face. I tell you, you were deceived by her robes. Her figure is just right, not a bit more or less. She is definitely one of the best in the entire wizarding world. If you don't believe me, ask Grace. Grace nodded in agreement. How do you know so clearly? You are not thinking about it yourself. Ivan glanced at Tanya suspiciously. Absolutely not. Don't think you can talk nonsense just because you are an arcane wizard. Tanya didn't care about being rude and spoke first. Okay, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Ivan waved his hand casually and walked into the tower. Looking at his back as he left, Tanya pouted a little aggrievedly, feeling unsatisfied, and stomped her feet fiercely, but unfortunately someone had already walked away, so she could only sulk by herself. On the other side, Ivan didn't know that Tanya couldn't let go of his words and his eyes for a long time. He collected some information about Fiorchi and found out why Tanya knew it so clearly. The reason was very simple. The two of them had shared the same title, the Wizard Princess. Tanya was very favored by the King of the Sky. In her earlier years, Fiorchi was favored by the King of Blue Thunder. Compared with Tanya, Fiorchi's talent was not so outstanding, and her limelight was not so strong. Her original personality was a bit careless, but she cultivated to the realm of arcane magic with the support of the King of Blue Thunder. Just based on this point, she was completely superior to Tanya. Tanya was obviously willing to give the other party some fun. So there is this origin, but it is really boring. After counting the growth paths of these two people, Ivan looked back at his own and could not compare them. Time passed slowly, and more than a month passed. Ivan was about to leave the City of Truth and return to China continent. As Tanya and others watched, an airship flew out of the Golden Rock Tower slowly and accelerated slowly toward the outside of the Peak of Truth, gradually going farther and farther. The airship was a brand new one, sent by the Vinton family. Fiorchi said that in order to thank him, as a token of his appreciation, he must accept it. Like the Fitzrad family, the Vinton family was also very wealthy, so Ivan was not polite and accepted this shuttle-shaped airship that was more focused on speed. He named the airship Lansua. According to the person who sent it, Lansua was the best shuttle-shaped airship of the Vinton family. After leaving the City of Truth, Ivan tried it and found that it was true. Lansua was not much inferior to Yunsua, which was carefully prepared by President Hardy. With this airship as a new vehicle, it can save a lot of time on the way. I wonder what the wizard Fiorchi has gained, and whether I need to help. On the front deck of the Lansua, after testing the performance of the airship, Ivan thought of another thing. Regarding the fact that some things left by the King of Blue Thunder may have turned into a peerless evil spirit, Fiorchi carefully considered and decided to report it to the King of 10,000 Trees. The King of 10,000 Trees gave two solutions. First, let the Vinton family handle it themselves, and second, entrust a group of people in the China continent to handle it. Fiorchi naturally preferred to solve the problem herself, so she took a group of people from her family and hurried to China continent. Plan 2 was not completely abandoned, and was used as a backup plan. Ivan was included in the list of Plan 2, so he didn't have to rush back to China continent. Regardless of Plan 1 or Plan 2, the King of 10,000 Trees issued a death order, and he must handle this matter properly. He also emphasized to him that he should not go to the underground world before it was handled. As for how to properly handle it, let them ask the great sage Hattie to make a decision, because he was in China continent. Chapter 538. Sharpwind Island. At the invitation of the two wizards Doradley and Humo, Ivan stopped by the empty flow valley on his way back. This was also a key place in his past years of cultivation. Your Excellency Ivan, Boss Ivan, I knew you would be able to become an arcane wizard smoothly, but I didn't expect it to take so short a time. You are indeed the most famous person among the younger generation. Morris spent most of his time in the empty flow valley, and this time was no exception. Seeing Ivan, who had become an arcane wizard, his expression was full of joy. Morris, I heard from President Doradley that you have begun to explore space knowledge in depth. Ivan smiled. He could see that Morris's aura had become much more solid over the years. Of course, I am one of the founders of the Return Tower. Although my contribution is minimal, I can't be ignorant of everything, Morris said immediately, and at the same time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was actually very nervous at this moment. You have to know that there is a world of difference between a third-level wizard and an arcane wizard in all aspects. Once some people take this step, they become completely different. It is not uncommon for their personalities to change drastically, or they no longer suppress their original personalities. He could sense that Ivan in front of him was not that kind of person. Haha, that's right. Don't disbelieve me. Why don't you just test me and see if I can answer it? You said that yourself. Wait, let me make it clear in advance that you can't ask too profound questions. Ha ha ha. When he was in the empty valley before, Ivan received a lot of support from Morris, and the two were still good friends, so naturally they would not treat each other differently now. However, Before he could open his mouth to test the teacher, Doradley appeared in the reception room. Okay, don't show off your little knowledge in front of Ivan. Business is more important, you guys talk. I take my leave first. Maurice immediately understood and chose to leave tactfully. It's strange to say, from Doradley's willingness to bring him around, it can be seen that he is highly valued by Doradley, but he always looks like a tiger in front of Doradley. Ivan stared at the back of the departing figure, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. He actually has good talent, but his personality is like a jumping monkey, and he is half-hearted in everything he does. It has only improved slightly in recent years. Doradley seemed to see through what he was thinking, and said helplessly. Doradley was more disappointed with Morris, and he was inevitably harsh on Morris on weekdays. In fact, Morris also knew this. The other elders in the family had nagged him countless times, which made him feel as heavy as a mountain. Sometimes Morris wanted to ask, "What do you value about yourself?" "It's not too late," Ivan said. "It's difficult. With his personality, it's hard for him to become an arcane wizard." Doradley shook his head slightly. Every arcane wizard has his own path, and can only figure it out by himself. Things like the Gem of Truth are mostly icing on the cake, not a decisive role. Wizard Ivan, may I ask you one more question? Please go ahead. Regarding the Way of the Night, I heard from Morris that thanks to your care, you took him to receive an extremely important inheritance, but unfortunately, he was not motivated and did not seize the opportunity. I wonder if there is still hope in the future. Yes, we need to wait and see. He will try to be promoted to the arcane mage after all, right? Okay, we talk about it in detail later. Doradley really cares about Morris, and is willing to consider a way out for him. Evan originally wanted to help Morris, so he naturally wouldn't refuse, but he himself hasn't achieved the Night King yet, so this matter can't be rushed. After a while, Wizard Humo appeared in the hall of this 9-story wizard tower. The three of them discussed in depth the issue of returning to the city tower, and returning to the city boat. For creatures below the Lord level, the ability of space is often unsolvable, making them unable to deal with it, and even the Lord level strongmen are not easy to stop. This is the confidence of the return tower, and the return boat to roam the battlefield. After the deepening of Doradley and others, the return boat can even get rid of the restrictions of the surrounding small base towers, to a limited extent, and derive a space channel on its own. Ivan praised it repeatedly. Then, the three of them discussed the Stargate and the teleportation array, especially the Stargate. Most of the time, Doradley and Humo were talking, and Ivan was listening carefully. The two did not treat him as an outsider at all, which benefited Ivan a lot. In the end, the two repeatedly invited him to stay in the empty valley, but Ivan refused cleanly. However, he did not refuse to participate in the further research of the Stargate and the teleportation array. Ivan has always been very interested in the Stargate and the teleportation array. But compared to these, he is more interested in going to the underground world to see if he can find the old tree man Meg, or wait for Meg to come to him and invite him to find the lost throne. Ivan spent 3 days in the empty valley. In the empty valley, his name was known to everyone, and his return naturally caused quite a stir. After all, seeing him in person was more shocking than hearing about him. It can be said that the people here witnessed the birth of an arcane wizard. There were also many acquaintances of Ivan here, such as Nelson, Sandai, and Ugula, who had studied the return tower with him before. They were all level 3 wizards before, but now they are completely different. They admired and envied him, and their emotions were hard to express. 3 days later, the Lansua set sail again, and continued to rush to China continent. After a long journey, the Lansu arrived at the storm channel in the storm sea. Looking at the huge tornado channel in front of him, Ivan showed a meaningful smile on his face. He was a man who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment, and naturally would not forget that someone had intercepted and killed him here. I just hope you haven't forgotten it either. The airship slowly sailed into the storm channel, and there seemed to be a whisper in the wind. After a while, the Lansua stopped at a place similar to a pass. Quick, let this wizard pass quickly. Looking at the arcane wizard standing on the deck, the storm guards of Storm City were afraid of being negligent, so they did not mention the toll or anything, and hurriedly opened the thunder net layer that formed the pass. Wait, Ivan said. My lord, what else do you want? The leading storm guard asked respectfully. Where is Lord Herbert Leslie of your Storm City? Let him come out and tell him that I, Ivan Marichatin, want to settle the old score with him 20 years ago. Ivan's voice was mighty and powerful. It was obvious that he was not only speaking to the storm guard, but also to the people in Storm City on the side. This Storm City was very strange, hiding in the void not far away from the side of the storm channel. Hearing this, the storm guard guarding the pass was sweating profusely. For a moment, he could neither advance nor retreat. Fortunately, someone immediately rescued him. I thought it was some lunatic, but it turned out to be Hugh, a human wizard. The elemental Lord Herb Leslie happened to be in Storm City. When he saw that he was named, he flashed out without thinking and recognized Ivan at a glance. "I'm glad you still remember me." Ivan looked at the elemental lord. Like the captain of the storm guard, the elemental lord looked like solid wind bound by pieces of armor, with a human form and clear outlines of all exposed parts. The difference was that the body of the elemental lord was almost flesh and blood, and his face was full of a majestic aura. "What can you do if it's you? You think you are Hattie Shalosi." Heber Leslie didn't think that a wizard who had just become a lord for a short time could pose any threat to him, so he didn't speak politely. "You should understand what's going on. I passed by here today, and came to ask you for advice. I'm not afraid of you. If you're not afraid, follow me." The two of them refused to give in to each other, and after a few words, a fight was inevitable. Ivan was not here to attack Storm City, so there was no need to fight with the other party in the Storm Channel. He flew out of the channel first. Elemental Lord Heber was not afraid at all and followed him out. The two of them quickly disappeared in the channel one after the other. Chapter 539. In the stormy sea, the wind blows wildly, blowing the condensed clouds. These clouds are of various shapes and extremely thick. At first glance, they look like moving mountains and islands. Between the mountains and islands, tree-like lightning often flashes, and each lightning is very narrow and long. In the midst of this strange scenery, there are two tiny figures standing in the void. Their bodies are motionless, and even the wind and the towering clouds are subconsciously avoiding them. Ivan Marichatin, right? I will let you know that even though we are all lords, our strengths can sometimes be very different. Elemental Lord Herbert grinned, and as he spoke, he revealed his elemental king body, and instantly turned into a giant about 50 to 60 meters tall, with his head high above, looking down at the wizard opposite. "I wait and see." Ivan looked calm, not affected by the opponent. At this time, he was standing on a scarlet cloud, and the power of wind and fire flowed in the cloud, holding him steadily in the sky, which showed his superb ability to manipulate elements. Bang! The next second, a spear appeared in the giant's hand. The spear broke through the air and stabbed Ivan, so fast that people couldn't see clearly. The scarlet cloud under Ivan's feet split into two, and he stepped on a ball with one foot. With the power of the wind and fire in the cloud, he flashed to the other side in the blink of an eye, and avoided the sharp spear in advance. The elemental Lord Heber did not give up. The spear in his hand carried a heavy cold light, and chased after him. Under the continuous attacks of the enemy, Ivan had to dodge again and again. It was not that he didn't want to transform into an elemental giant to fight, but that he couldn't reach this level at present. Unlike natural elemental creatures, wizards, like most lord-level creatures, need to practice before they can condense their own elemental king body based on the elemental field. Moreover, due to the unremarkable characteristics of humans, it is much more difficult for wizards to condense elemental king bodies than races such as the Thunder Clan. Human wizard, do you only know how to dodge? When the elemental Lord Heber had the upper hand, he became more and more courageous, and the more courageous he fought, the more he fought. However, no matter what kind of moves he used, no matter how sharp the spear in his hand was, the wizard on the opposite side could dodge in time, and sometimes it seemed that he was a little slower. He quickly realized that he was being used as a sparring partner by humans, and was being played. In fact, Ivan really thought so and did so. The elemental lord in front of him was his second lord-level sparring partner. The first one was naturally Grace, who was guarding Tanya closely. Grace often stayed in the Golden Rock Tower, and he would definitely not leave her unused. Of course, his fight with Grace was far less fierce than now. This was his first battle since he became an arcane wizard. "Isn't dodging my ability?" Hearing the enemy's question, Ivan didn't think there was anything wrong. As a wizard proficient in space, it was natural for him to be faster and more agile. If not, his space attainments would have been accumulated in vain. "Okay, you have used so many tricks, now it's my turn." Without waiting for the other party to say anything, he immediately said, "I've been waiting for you to say this." The elemental Lord Herbert looked solemn, no longer looking down on others. "Take my move." Ivan did not spread out the elemental domain. It was not advisable to use the elemental domain to directly attack the elemental creatures. He used a domain killer move, the 9 Python Fire Beard Spear. Instantly, 9 red scaleless pythons appeared, and their size was not much less than that of the elemental giant. The head of the python was as sharp as a spear. Riding on the invisible wind and white mist, It cleverly avoided Heber's sweeping spear and approached the elemental giant in an instant. It turned out to be the power of space. This time, the elemental Lord Heber saw clearly that the white mist was clearly created by space means. No wonder the speed was so strange. His expression became more solemn. Facing the scorching fire python that was close at hand, he shouted loudly and condensed a layer of whirlwind armor. The armor was like a bell, protecting him. He didn't know that this was exactly what Ivan wanted to see. Under Ivan's control, the 9 scaleless pythons twisted and directly wrapped around the armor. Once all the pythons came into contact, they instantly turned into a bigger one. The huge python wrapped around the armor and trapped Herbert inside the armor. At this moment, the whirlwind turned into a blade, constantly cutting the monster python. Fire magma continued to flow out of the body of the monster python, but it did not drip down, but turned into tiny fire whiskers, which kept piercing into the whirlwind armor. In this way, the power of wind and the power of fire continued to stalemate. Wizard, you don't think you can do anything to me like this, do you? As a mere human, you are far behind in energy consumption. I wait and see. Facing the provocation of the elemental Lord Heber, Ivan still said the same words. As he spoke, he slowly approached a distance, and a long flame grew from where he was, and the sea of fire was surging, adding a bit of majesty to the huge python. Stupid. Seeing this, the elemental Lord Heber smiled mockingly. After 2 or 3 seconds, the smile on his face quickly dissipated because the flames around him became more weird, giving people a feeling of being all-pervasive. More importantly, his own power was rapidly consumed, and the consumption was very inexplicable. You're cheating? Cheating is also my skill. Ivan would not tell the enemy that he had used his innate soul skill, Star Soul Hand, to assist the domain spell. At this time, the flame not only added some power to obliterate all things, but also borrowed the power of others at will. As an elemental lord, Herbert would not surrender after realizing that something was wrong. The power around him became violent, and the wind also became extremely violent, crashing into the surroundings with a violent tearing force. It was obvious that he wanted to break through the siege with force. Compared with the elemental lord, who had experienced hundreds of years, the 9-python fire beard spear was still immature, and was about to fall apart under the impact of the torrent of power. No matter which race they come from, lord-level creatures are really not that easy to deal with. Ivan watched this scene leisurely. This was only the first round of his attack, so of course he didn't care much. If the opponent wants to break through, let him break through. This way, he will have the opportunity to try more moves. Otherwise, where can he find such a good sparring partner? He is a little reluctant to let the opponent surrender. With a loud bang, the wind blew violently, and the flames flew everywhere. At the critical moment, Ivan avoided the chaos just right, and stood aside waiting for the enemy to come back. Not far away, the elemental Lord Heber finally got rid of the many flames, like maggots on his tarsal bones, and turned into an elemental giant with a shorter height. He saw the human wizard waiting leisurely on the side, and his anger suddenly rose. The arrogant human wizard bullied this lord too much. Chapter 540. In a rage, Herbert had to admit that he had indeed underestimated the human wizard on the other side, especially the opponent's speed, as well as the exquisite and strange methods. After he calmed down a little, he had a strategy in mind. "O wind that is drifting without support, please obey my command and come to help me." The next second, he chanted in the ancient elemental language, and for a moment it seemed that all the wind particles in the storm sea were moved, and the wind brought a force that overturned the sky. As a born and raised elemental lord, they are naturally unique, and no one can match them in commanding elements. The storm sea is the home of the elemental lords, so it is no wonder that they can gather such a powerful momentum in a short period of time. Want to use the home advantage to overwhelm others? The wind, clouds, thunder and lightning around were all disturbed. Ivan could see clearly that the opponent saw that he could not gain an advantage in the moves, so he wanted to fight head-on. Although the method was rough, it was still a good method. It has not been long since I was promoted to the arcane magic, and in terms of foundation, I am indeed not as good as the other party's hundreds of years of accumulation. Get something tougher. Ivan reached out casually, and found a shiny black chain in his hand. The chain looked very similar to the whale binding chain, but it didn't have the wildness written on it. In the past month or so, he spent more time and energy on the chain. This chain was made by combining the original whale binding chain, the half-scrap materials of the black scythe, and the black beard left by the Lord Blackbeard, and then borrowed the melting furnace of the Peak of Truth to forge it. After the successful refining, the chain had a black tip, the overall toughness increased, and it also contained the black poison of the Black Scythe Lord. He renamed it the Black Chain to commemorate the Black Scythe Lord's gift of the Black Scythe. The Black Chain can be used with the domain spell 9 Python Fire Whiskers, and can also be used with the innate soul spell Star Soul Hand. Once it was refined, it became the most handy magic weapon in his hand. Roar! Once again, he used the domain spell 9 Python Fire Whiskers. 9 red scaleless pythons appeared, roaring and heading towards the elemental lord Heber on the cloud, with fierce rage. Haha, just in time. Heber was prepared for this. He raised his hands, and 3 huge whirlwind storms appeared in front of him, which looked like the nearby storm channel and the pillars of heaven across the sky. The pillars of heaven were filled with extremely terrifying twisting and tearing forces, blocking all the space in that area. This horrific force, like a natural disaster, rushed towards the scaleless python. At this moment, the huge scaleless pythons looked more like a few small loaches in front of the pillar of heaven, and seemed vulnerable. Rumble, rumble. The wind and fire were raging, and the sky was shaking. The power of the explosion disrupted everything, and the sound of the explosion drowned everything. The size difference between the two sides was so big that in the eyes of the elemental lord Heber, this attack must be more powerful. How is it possible? Before Heber could be happy for long, a touch of red suddenly appeared in the chaotic storm, and the red quickly grew larger. A red to black fire python emerged from it, and pointed directly at him. He destroyed 8 of the 9 fire pythons, leaving only 1 fish that slipped through the net. I don't believe it. Your flames can still be invincible? Heber hurriedly manipulated the remaining power of the storm to continue crushing the fire python. To his surprise, the power of the storm quickly melted away as soon as it approached the fire python. He still did not give up, and hastily summoned another column of storm to try to intercept the approach of the fire python. Lang lang. The wind and fire clashed again. This fire python was more terrifying than before, and seemed to be filled with a devouring power, making it difficult for the power of the storm to do its best. When Heber realized that his method had failed, he heard a few collisions of chains, and vaguely saw a tentacle with a strange red glow. Soon, the chaos in that area calmed down. The fire was extinguished. The wind died down. The clouds and thunder disappeared. Only a chain was left floating in the sky, with an elemental lord bound at one end, looking very embarrassed. The other end of the chain was held in the hand of a human wizard, who had a light smile on his face. You cheated again. The elemental lord Heber shouted, but his voice revealed a lack of confidence. How about another round? Ivan didn't argue with him, and calmly made a suggestion. I'm not afraid of you. Don't think you can kill me by tying me up. I'm not that easy to kill. Herb argued unwillingly. His words were true. The strengths of the elemental lords were not only commanding elements, but also long lifespans and hard to kill. It's just that their brains are a little bit bad, and they often do strange things. The one in front of them seems to be an outstanding representative. Ivan was about to try to see if he could help the other party. Wait, Wizard Marichatin, a great human scholar, we admit defeat, and we can discuss everything. At this time, another elemental lord rushed forward. He had actually been watching the fight for a long time. Seeing that Heber was defeated and still so reckless, he had to stand up. If the two really continued to fight, this wizard would probably kill him. By Leowen, how can you admit defeat directly? Shut up, Lord Marichatin has already given in, and you are still not satisfied. Do you really want to be beaten to pieces before you admit defeat? The newly arrived Baleon scolded Heber, leaving him powerless to retort. After all, he had indeed lost. Heber closed his eyes and stopped talking. Wizard Marichatin, do you think there is room for negotiation? Baleon asked Ivan. How do you want to negotiate? Ivan did not refuse. If Heber was just a wild elemental lord, he would naturally kill him however he wanted, but unfortunately he was not. There are many elemental lords born in this world. Most of these lords have joined an organization called the Elemental Watch Alliance. The members of the Watch Alliance usually look loose, but once someone is killed, it will be like poking a hornet's nest, which will cause endless troubles. The Elemental Watch Alliance is still an extremely old organization, and no one knows how many elemental lords have lived for countless years. Several lords in Storm City are members of the Watch Alliance, otherwise, they would have been turned to dust or kept in captivity for blocking the road and collecting tolls. Ivan has not killed them all the time because of this concern, and the original president Hattie was the same. It's all negotiable, it's all negotiable. Hearing his words, Baleowen breathed a sigh of relief. Then, there was a familiar part, apology, and agreement to a condition, and then the matter was successfully concluded, allowing Heber to escape from the shackles of the Black Chain. Human Wizard Lord Marichatin, do you need me to do anything? Kill the person who put a bounty on you? After escaping, Herbert asked awkwardly. He had just agreed to do something for the other party unconditionally, and he didn't want to delay it for too long. Not yet, I think about it. Then hurry up, I don't want to owe you something forever. No problem. Ivan could not deny it, and then added, if you still want to ask me for advice, as long as you are free, I welcome you anytime. Heber, don't waste the time of the wizard Marichatin. Seeing what Heber was about to say, Beleon on the side hurriedly stopped him. He really didn't think highly of Heber's behavior. You can't even beat the other party, who has just been promoted to lord not long ago. If you compete again after a while, isn't that asking for trouble? It's better not to embarrass this person. After a while, the Lansua set off again and sailed out of the storm channel. Chapter 541. The sky was cloudless, and a shuttle-shaped airship flew across the blue sky. This airship was the Lansua, which had traveled thousands of miles back to Dongdu. After another long voyage, the Lansua had arrived in the airspace of China continent, getting closer and closer to Dongdu. I have to admit that the Elemental Lord is very commendable in refining and collecting elemental materials. Like most shuttle-shaped airships, the Lansua deck was divided into 2 floors. The second floor was the residence of the airship owner. At this time, Ivan was leaning on a recliner on the second floor, holding a ball of lightning flashing flame in his hand. The flames of thunder and fire intertwined like a solid slurry. In fact, this thing is called the Heart of Thunder and Fire, a strange flame born in thunder, which is also a gift from the Elemental Lord of Storm City. Storm City is a good choice, because this strange flame will be of great help to him in comprehending the flame power of thunder characteristics. Unlike the promotion of level 1, 2 and 3, the Arcane Wizard has no mental fatigue period and no soul fatigue period. After the wizard enters the 4th level, the training content is generally divided into 2 parts. 1. The training of soul energy, and 2. The training of elements. The cultivation of soul energy is to accumulate and refine soul energy until the Void King spirit body is derived from it. The first step of elemental cultivation is to expand and deepen the elemental realm and condense the Elemental King body. The second step is to use the true pattern carried by the Elemental King body to engrave it on the body, making the body elemental, and at the same time continue to refine the Elemental King body. Thunderbolt, Thunderbolt. The thunder and fire heart in Ivan's hand is beneficial to expanding and deepening the elemental realm, so he is willing to accept this valuable compensation. As he expected, he had gained a lot in the past 10 days. The lightning fire easily materialized on his other hand, and lightning flashed around the flame, with occasional slight explosions, which made people feel the fierceness at a glance. It's not smooth enough, and needs more exploration. He shook his head slightly, a little dissatisfied with the lightning fire he had condensed. Then he waved his hand casually, and the 2 different flames disappeared. The heart of the lightning fire had been put into a space ring. As the launch shuttle traveled day and night, the East Blade City was in sight. It is indeed a shuttle-shaped airship, and its speed is much faster than other types. Ivan counted the time carefully. It took only 37 days to travel from the City of Truth to the East capital of China continent. This speed is not slow. Wizards' airships are usually divided into 5 categories: bird-shaped, shuttle-shaped, wolf-shaped, whale-shaped, and rock-shaped. Among them, the bird-shaped focuses on flexibility, the shuttle-shaped is better than the speed, the wolf-shaped has good attack power, the whale-shaped is more defensive, and the rock-shaped is more balanced. Among the shuttle-shaped airships that are good at speed, the Lansua is also one of the best. Not enough, the Lansua still has the potential for improvement. Ivan thought to himself, and then he stopped thinking about it, because the airship was close to the city of Dongdu. Compared with the empty valley, Dongdu Dongren City has a different meaning to him, and this time it can be regarded as a glorious return to his hometown. Welcome His Majesty Marichatin back to Dongdu. Well, you have worked hard. The Lansua only paused at the city gate for a while, and then drove into the interior of this huge city, leaving behind a group of guards holding the reward. They looked at the distant airship with respect, and did not look back for a long time. For some people in Konglu Valley, they witnessed the birth of an arcane wizard. For the people in Dongdu, they were more like witnessing the emergence of a legend, and this legendary story came from the land under their feet. On the other side, Ivan didn't know what the guards were thinking. After returning to Dongdu, he first visited the owner of this place, Philomena, to thank the city lord for his help. Then, he went to visit President Hattie, thanked him again, and asked about the progress of the peerless evil spirit. Finally, the Lansua returned to Xiuanmu Tower, and he saw Jushidi and his group who had been waiting for a long time. Jushidi, Perny, Angela, and Danlin seemed a little at a loss. Why, you don't welcome this wizard back? Ivan smiled softly. Of course not, that's it. Jushiti and the other four were of course happy. When the news came, they didn't know how excited they were, and they almost fainted with excitement. What are arcane wizards? They are a group of people who dominate the fate of the wizarding world, and they can also be said to be gods. Who knows how many people their words and deeds can affect? Now, they have become the bedside companions of such a great man. How could they not be happy and excited? During this period, they have been looking forward to the return of Wizard Ivan, or sending someone to take them to the City of Truth. However, after they really met Wizard Ivan, they knew what a great man like a god was like. He was so noble and unattainable that Jushiti and others felt ashamed when they met him. Let's talk inside. Ivan waved his hand, and the people who saluted him stood up. In fact, he hadn't been back for more than 10 years. It was normal for everyone to feel uncomfortable for a while. They would get used to it after a few days of getting along. He didn't say too much nonsense. That night, he called the four women to his bedroom and announced a great news to them. In the City of Truth, I got a piece of territory comparable to a country. It means to expand and expand the family. I think you should take on the responsibility of being the Lord's wife. Really? But the curse power of the demon curse. The four girls were certainly happy about the territory comparable to a country, but Juzitai and Puri knew more, and were all worried about a curse. Under the influence of the curse, spreading out became a luxury. They had tried before, but their hopes were dashed time and time again. Don't worry, I have a solution. Ivan waved his hand lightly. He was actually talking about the prophet's book, which had been clearing the negative energy from him. Although it had not yet done its job, it had cleared a small part of it. With the seal of the goddess' blessing, the curse's influence on him became minimal. According to his own judgment, it is very likely that it will not affect fertility. Then what are you waiting for? Hearing his answer, Jushiti and Purni's eyes lit up, and the former was even more bold to pounce on the arcane wizard. The plump figure that has been raised by Chu Zun for these years is like a colorful bird. Come and help quickly. Okay. Sister Jushiti, wait a moment, I will come soon. Jushiti knew that the arcane wizard was not easy to deal with, and did not forget to call the sisters who were a little slow to react. After the three people with different styles reacted, they all responded, even the most reserved Danlin was no exception. For a while, the whole bedroom was full of pleasant sounds, and the barriers between people disappeared. Chapter 542. In the world of Danila, the higher the level of strength of the creature, the more difficult it is to give birth to offspring. This is a relatively common rule. Ivan is now an arcane wizard, and the probability and efficiency of reproduction will be very low. Compared with no chance before, it is much better. He is not in a hurry about it, and the main thing is to let nature take its course. A month passed in a flash. It was rare for Ivan to indulge in beauty for such a long time. He felt like he was enjoying it. However, there was a problem that made him a little concerned, so one day he summoned Danlin alone. Wizard Ivan, am I alone? Danlin walked into the meditation room and whispered shyly when she saw that the others were not there. The Qingqi tribe was already famous for their looks in the wizard world, and Danlin was one of the best among them. Over the years, she has shed her youthfulness and grown into a graceful lady with a gentle temperament like water. Among the four women, her appearance is the most outstanding. Yes, come and lie down. Ivan ordered directly. Yes. Although Danlin felt that his tone was a little wrong, she did not doubt anything. She stepped forward lightly, and lay down on the couch obediently with her soft body. Close your eyes, Ivan said again. Okay. Danlin closed her eyes as he said, and her delicate face was tense. Ivan looked a little indifferent, and blew a breath at the lovely girl on the couch. A light mist flowed across her face. The next second, Danlin fell asleep, and her tense expression completely relaxed. Just as Oates had said, the entire Qingqi tribe does have serious problems, and they are related to the extreme beast plane. In short, the Qingqi tribe was set up by certain forces in the extreme beast plane a long time ago to collect information from all aspects of the wizard world. This has been confirmed, and has been dealt with in the past few years. Qingqi people like Danlin who rely on the strong are also not immune, but their situation is much better, and it is up to the people they rely on to deal with it. At this moment, Ivan was ready to remove this hidden danger. His woman should not be manipulated by others. Star Soul Hand. His soul moved, and a tiny insect tentacles with a faint red divine light emerged, and the silk-like insect tentacles pierced into Danlin's head without any hindrance. Danlin's delicate body trembled slightly, and she suddenly opened her eyes, with only white and no black in her eyes, staring at him intently. You still want to rebel? Looking at this weird scene, Ivan just smiled faintly. The insect tentacles kept wriggling, as if they were surrounding something. Danlin sensed the danger, and was about to resist violently. At this time, another insect tentacles fell on her head, making her delicate body lose the strength to move again. After 2 or 3 seconds, the 2 insect tentacles pulled out a ball of gray-black energy. Roar! The gray-black energy twisted violently, and a fox with a ferocious face could be seen inside. It was said that this was a special beast in the extreme beast plane, the Qingqi Weird Fox. Of course, this was not the real Qingqi Weird Fox, but something similar to the puppet heart, but much more advanced than the former. Ivan also had the heart of sacrifice, so this method certainly did not stump him. After this period of testing, he could now easily control it. Wizard Ivan, how can you bear to hurt me? Seeing that it couldn't break free, the fox shadow actually transformed into Danlin's appearance, or Danlin in her teenage years. At first glance, I thought it was Danlin's soul. Boring, since you only have this little trick, there is no need to keep it for research. Ivan observed it carefully and felt that it was nothing special, so he didn't wait for the other party to use any tricks, and made it quickly melt in the light red divine light without causing any waves. Looking at Danlin again, her face was a little paler, and this time she really fell asleep. This sleep lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. After Danlin woke up, she had no memory of what had happened before. She only remembered that she lay on the couch, and then she didn't know what happened, and she fell asleep beautifully. After listening to her explanation, Jusidi and the other 2 smiled ambiguously, laughing at her for not knowing her own abilities, which made Danlin feel ashamed for a while. At the same time, the other 3 secretly made up their minds that they would never face Wizard Ivan alone in the future, and they must bring other helpers to avoid the same funny experience as Danlin, and be laughed at by others in the end. On the other side, Ivan received a summons from President Hattie, and rushed to a 7-story wizard tower in the east of the city. When he arrived at the reception room of the wizard tower, he found that he was the first person to arrive. Ivan. Good morning, Wizard Philomena. Before he could wait for long, another person arrived, the lord of the city of Dongdu. The 2 were both arcane wizards, so they were naturally equals now, but in terms of status, they were half a point lower than Hattie, the great sage. It's late now. Really? Wizard Ivan, beauty can lead to misleading people. I remember you were not that kind of person before. Philomena is the mayor of Dongdu. She will hear about any disturbance in the city. She soon noticed that Ivan had been hanging around recently. What kind of person is he? Hearing her joke, Ivan chose to play dumb. A person who covets beauty. Philomena was not going to let him go. This is called knowing when to relax. Besides, this wizard is not a monk. Ivan argued. That's right. Philomena nodded seriously, then changed the subject. How about I give you some beauties? The ones that are too bad are not in my eyes. How about Dorothy? Philomena seemed determined to be generous, and even her housekeeper Dorothy was willing to give. Regardless of whether the other party's words were true or false, Ivan did not agree. After all, he was not a person who really coveted beauty, and he did not like beauties given by others. Philomena didn't care, and the 2 chatted casually without changing the topic, always talking about women and beauty. If outsiders saw the scene, they would be shocked. You 2 are in a good mood. You are actually discussing such a profound issue in my wizard tower. A moment later, Hattie Xiao Luoshi walked in with a dark face. He obviously heard the conversation between the 2. Not far behind him was another arcane wizard, who was Fiorchi, who looked at her with a face that didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The 2 returned from outside, and they were in a hurry. Ahem, the great sage is back. We've only been here for a while. Yes, we just started talking. The 2 didn't expect to be caught red-handed, so they had to change the subject to cover up their embarrassment. Alright, I didn't call you here to talk nonsense. Hadi waved his hand. Yes, business is more important. What was the result of your investigation? Ivan and Philomena quickly agreed, and their eyes couldn't help but look at Fiorchi on the side. Facing the gazes of the 2, Fiorchi became a little discouraged. Chapter 543. The message was wrong, and no trace of the spirit was found. Hadi directly stated the result of this trip. A few months ago, Fiorchi brought the people of the Vincent family to China continent. In order to find the spirit transformed by the power left by the King of Blue Thunder, they kept running around to explore, but they came up empty-handed again and again. This time, they felt that they had a good chance, so they specially asked President Hadi to help, but they still found nothing. The biggest hope was dashed, which made Fiorchi very discouraged. There is actually another internal factor for such low efficiency, which is that wizards have not done much research on spirits and lack certain key means. We will do whatever you say, and we will just wait for your instructions, Philomena said immediately. This is what this wizard wants to say. Ivan agreed. The two of them were not too lazy to think, but that was what they were told to do, to ask the great sage Hattie to make a decision. In that case, why should they rack their brains themselves? Seeing the two people's lazy appearance, President Hattie laughed and pointed at them, especially at Ivan. The one who knows the spirit best is the spirit itself. Wizard Ivan, are you sure your clone is still alive? He knew that the matter was of great importance, so he didn't care too much, but asked solemnly. Alive and well. Ivan nodded seriously. After he became an arcane wizard, his vision was improved, and he had a better understanding of the book Mirror Image of the Soul, and a deeper understanding of the secret method of Trinity. Through some kind of connection between the original body and the secret magic clone, he can be sure that Locke is still alive, but he is not sure whether it is good or not. Well, let's go to that small world again. You should be able to find it, right? Hattie made a decision immediately. Of course. Ivan was also unambiguous. The four arcane wizards joined forces to attack, and the lineup was stronger than last time. He didn't believe that he couldn't do anything to the dragon-shaped black worm. At the very least, he would definitely be able to rescue Locke. Without a doubt, this is much better than going alone to rescue. This time, Fiorchi had no objection and took the initiative to undertake a lot of things. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 10 days later. In a mountain valley a long distance away from Dongdu, after the arrangement of Ivan and the other four, the entire valley had become a cage with a net of heaven and earth. There was an altar in the middle of the valley, which was now covered with dense runes. If there was an enchanter with superb attainments, he would definitely be able to see that this was a formation specially used to pry open other planes, and its nature was quite similar to the gate of the Star Realm. Start. Although Ivan had contributed a lot in arranging the valley, at the critical moment, President Hattie stepped forward and began to preside over the activation of the array, while Ivan assisted from the side. After the array was activated, a black light burst out from it, and the light shot up into the sky, but it stopped strangely halfway. In fact, the power of the array had broken into the void. Crack, crack. The harsh sound continued to sound, as if something was being pulled and broken, until a louder rumble drowned out the other abnormal sounds. There was a dark hole on the formation platform, and the breath coming out of it was frightening. It's done. Compared with the space portal sacrificed by Lord Blackbeard, the hole in front of him was obviously much deeper and a little unstable, but it was a real space passage. This wizard will go first. At this time, Ivan took the lead. Without saying anything extra, he casually summoned a strange-looking beast, used it as a vanguard, and followed behind to fly into the newly opened hole. It is not difficult to see that this strange beast is of the same lineage as Lord Blackbeard. It is actually a puppet creature cultivated by Ivan using the beast eggs seized from the bottom of the Black God Abyss. It was originally a clone prepared by Lord Blackbeard for himself. After several twists and turns, it finally broke out of the shell. Unfortunately, the beast egg was severely damaged in the battle at that time, and its potential dropped sharply. Now it is not very mature. Due to its special nature, Ivan will use it as a vanguard. Fiorchi hurriedly followed by Hattie, and only Philomena stayed there, taking over the position vacated by Hattie. After a short, narrow and crowded road, the sky brightened in Ivan's sight. He saw Hengling in the distance, and the bloody battle flag on Hengling. Once again, he came to this small world, but this time he was not dragged here by someone. Boss, you are finally here. Here, I am here. Sitting under the bloody battle flag was an extremely bored figure. He noticed the movement on the other side, and blinked his eyes repeatedly. After making sure that he was not mistaken, he couldn't help but burst into tears. After waiting for such a long time, his wizard finally came to save him. He knew that he would come, but it took too long. This man was Locke, still lively and energetic. Hey, long time no see. It's better to see it with your own eyes than to feel it deeply. Ivan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Not far behind him, Fiorchi and Hattie appeared one after another. They stared at the bloody battle flag with solemn eyes, and were not infected by the joy of reunion. The situation is naturally not as simple as it seems at first glance. There was actually something like a black rope behind Locke's body, one end of which had already sunk into his body, and Locke seemed to be very unaware of this situation, which meant that what he was saying now might not necessarily be what he wanted to say. Ivan, you set a rule? Hattie turned his head and said he believed that Ivan knew his limits. I go meet that thing, you guys hold the line for me. Ivan directly said that the bloody battle flag had not yet rioted, and the burning scarlet mark on his arm all indicated that the situation was special, and perhaps the other party was waiting for him to come over. Let's go for a walk. Are you sure? Hadi frowned slightly. Sure. Ivan nodded heavily. Hadi confirmed that he was not confused, and did not refuse his arrangement. The three of them made a decision, and walked quickly towards the horizontal mountain behind the small world. The closer they got to the horizontal mountain, the more they could feel the unique atmosphere in it, which was extremely heavy. As if sensing their arrival, the blood-colored battle flag began to flutter faster, making a rustling sound. Ivan gestured to the two, and Hadi and Fjorchi stopped moving forward. He continued to run towards the mountain. Boss, you are finally here. You don't know, it is too boring here. There is no one. I can only find fun to pass the time. 1 day passed, and 2 days passed. As Ivan approached, Locke became more and more excited and began to talk about his past years. It was really hard to describe. Ivan listened to his ears, and did not interrupt his chattering. Don't get close. Boss, hurry up, there's a trap here. The old bug is not a good guy, don't bother me. Suddenly Locke's expression changed drastically, and he began to yell at Ivan to leave. Anyone could see his anxiety. Ivan didn't slow down. His feet had already stepped on the horizontal ridge, and he walked upwards unswervingly. Chapter 544. Ivan, you can let it test it first. Hadi thought it would be a tough battle when he came to this strange little world, but the situation was so special, and what was even more special was that Ivan seemed to become reckless. Thinking over it again and again, he couldn't help but remind him. He was referring to the black-bearded puppet beast. After this thing entered the small world, its expression was filled with an abnormal excitement, and it also flew to the vicinity of the mountain. Its eyes were all staring at the blood-red battle flag above, which deeply explained what it meant to be salivating. Okay. At this time, Ivan's thinking was indeed disturbed, but it did not affect his judgment of the situation. He did not reject President Hader's proposal. At his signal, the black-bearded puppet beast ran straight to the top of the mountain, like a wild horse, with its reins loosened. The black-bearded puppet beast continued to neigh with joy. Ivan heard it clearly, which translated into mine, 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 which was repeated over and over again, showing his greed in his heart. This was probably the obsession left by the black-bearded lord. Get out of here, you dirty little bug. Don't touch me with your dirty body. Locke's expression changed again, and he showed all kinds of disdain for the approaching black-bearded puppet beast, and all kinds of scolding came out of his mouth. Although the black-bearded puppet beast hesitated, with the support of Ivan, it still approached there unswervingly. Hey! After a while, the black-bearded puppet beast came close, and its many black whiskers and tentacles rushed towards the bloody battle flag. Seeing this, the bloody battle flag finally couldn't hold it anymore. The flag began to flutter violently, and the scene of the past reappeared. A thick scarlet light emerged from it, and the light spread rapidly. In an instant, the scarlet light blocked the space where the black-bearded puppet beast was, making it seem as if it was frozen, and its huge body was frozen. In the scarlet light, a large number of fine black silk threads took the opportunity to sink into the body of the black-bearded puppet beast. Come on! Ivan sensed something, and his eyes lit up. He began to compete with the other party for the control of the black-bearded puppet beast, hoping to learn more about the other party. When two powers fight, the one who gets hurt is the owner of the body. The black-bearded puppet beast's face keeps changing, and it looks obviously in pain, but the two parties fighting for sovereignty turn a deaf ear to it, so it can only instinctively strengthen itself and absorb the scarlet light, causing its body to begin to expand abnormally. After a while, there was a loud bang, and blood and flesh foam were everywhere. The black-bearded puppet beast was destroyed, and this battle was declared over. The next battle will follow. Ivan stared at Locke. Locke is his Trinity clone, and is extremely important. He knows this well after reading the book Ghost Vision. According to the secret method of multiple unity, the secret clone has 4 stages: adaptation, flesh and blood rotation, soul rotation, and symbiosis and immortality. In the end, as long as one party survives, the other party can be resurrected. After understanding the inside story, he knew that symbiosis and immortality were just Tanya's fantasy. It is possible in theory, but not in reality. At this moment, he would not let Locke fall here, and naturally would not treat him like the black-bearded puppet beast, so he had to change his approach. Locke, come here quickly. Ivan came to the top of the mountain, and there was a long distance between Locke and the bloody battle flag. He called out to Locke. Okay. Locke hurriedly responded and approached him impatiently, just like the black-bearded puppet beast before. No, boss, this guy has no good intentions. When he was within 10 meters of him, Locke suddenly stopped and returned to his previous appearance again. Come here, Ivan shouted. The two bosses agreed, so Locke could not resist, and could only obediently enter Ivan's body. Locke was Ivan's secret clone, and he could attach himself to him. However, this time Locke brought something that looked like a black rope. At the critical moment, the Star Soul hand was used again. A worm with a light red divine light emerged, and accurately entangled the black rope that was about to drill into his body. One red and one black. After such a battle, no one could do anything to the other for a while. In response, the bloody battle flag was ready to repeat the old trick. The flag accelerated and swung, and the scarlet light penetrated through the layers of space and enveloped Ivan. At the foot of the mountain, Hattie and Fjorchi looked at each other and decisively chose to take action, while issuing a reminder again. Ivan, your people are in hand, it's time to withdraw. Here we go. Hearing this, Ivan jumped off the mountain without saying a word. His move triggered a more intense chain reaction. The dragon-shaped black worm on the bloody battle flag moved, spewing black magic from its mouth, chasing Ivan, who was rapidly moving away. The speed was so fast that it was jaw-dropping. The red insect whiskers attacked the black strands, and the collision between the two made a dull sound. In this confrontation, the red insect whiskers did not last long and were completely defeated. The remaining black strands rushed into Ivan's body, and a phantom dragon-shaped black worm could be seen faintly in it. A few seconds later, the three of them broke through the void hole again and returned to the familiar valley. You are finally back. Seeing the three people who were safe and sound, Philomena, who was guarding the formation, finally let go of her worries. But Hattie was very unhappy, and looked at someone with a bad look. Ivan, what happened to you just now? I was a little too confident. Just too confident? I was indeed too confident. I underestimated the difficulty of the dragon-shaped black worm. President, don't worry about me. I'm well prepared, and there will be no mistakes. Ivan understood that President Hader was worried about his own problems, so he quickly made a promise. He explained that he was too confident, and it was not a lie. He really underestimated the situation this time. On the one hand, he underestimated the ability of the dragon-shaped black worm, and on the other hand, he underestimated the impact he would receive after entering the world. Looking back, his behavior was indeed contrary to his previous style, and it was hard to say that he was not disturbed by the small world. However, his analysis was also accurate. He could see some clues from the fact that the dragon-shaped black worm did not pursue him when he escaped. As he analyzed before, the dragon-shaped black worm chose him, and wanted to pass on something left by the Scarlet Legion to him, replacing the existence of Lord Blackbeard. Obviously, this was a legacy with evil intentions. With a way to back it up, it might be a good idea for him to take over the inheritance. In other words, this time he and the dragon-shaped black worm can be regarded as sympathetic to each other. I asked someone about it. The leader of the Scarlet Army, Scarlet Supreme, fell in the fairy world. It seems that he made a big mistake, and was crushed to death by heaven and earth. Under such circumstances, it is basically impossible to revive in any way. Ivan thought about it and added, this is what Mavis told him not long ago. As for the reason why Scarlet Supreme was punished by heaven, the other party did not explain it, but only emphasized that Scarlet Supreme absolutely had no possibility of rebirth in any form. The great will of another world? Philomena said in astonishment. Yes. Ivan nodded. No wonder you dare to take risks. You are bullying the other party, because they have no one behind them. Philomena joked. You should take care of yourself. Hattie is not a person who likes to meddle in other people's business. Seeing that he was so confident, he did not continue to pursue the matter, and ended the topic. Half an hour later, the four of them dealt with everything in the valley, and returned to Dongdu together. Chapter 545. Eastern Capital, Xuanwu Tower. In a meditation room, a stream of light fell from Ivan and landed on the ground on one side, and then Locke's figure reappeared. Now he really became lively and energetic, unlike before when he was controlled by others. Boss, you really don't have to do this for me. Locke looked at Ivan with tears in his eyes, and he was moved and couldn't hide his shame. As a clone, it is natural to sacrifice for the original, but he caused his boss to bear that kind of vicious power, and he was really dead. Okay, this wizard never does things without confidence. Ivan interrupted his fantasy. Really? Locke paused. You don't have time to rest. The wizard Fjorchi should be here soon. Go and help her find someone. Don't act rashly after you find him, Otherwise, I won't be able to save you this time. Ivan was too lazy to pay attention to this. He casually shot a beam of light at Locke and told him something. When the light entered his head, Locke immediately understood what was going on. He also knew what kind of evil spirit he and his group faced in the Dodd Magic Stone Mine in the past. This is a big job. Take the Silkworm Queen with you. She has missed you a lot these years. Where's Jenny? She's back underground. She should be in the process of being promoted to Lord now. Well, I'm going to work. Hearing this, Locke felt that time was running out. He hurried out to find the Silkworm Queen, and then waited for the arcane wizard to come and find her. Then he did the big job and improved his strength. At this stage, Ivan was not prepared to get involved. It was enough to send Locke. Fiocchi was very familiar with the Blue Thunder King, and Locke was very familiar with the spirit. If these two people joined forces, it would be no problem to find the spirit transformed by the power left by the Blue Thunder King. For Ivan, dealing with the problems on his body is more important than inheritance. At this moment, the scarlet mark on his arm turned into a distinct black insect mark, which looked like the dragon-shaped black insect on the scarlet battle flag, still with its fangs and claws bared. No matter how difficult you are, you can only bow down under the suppression of the Prophet's Book. Through the appearance, it can be found that the dragon-shaped black insect that makes up the mark is just a facade. It has been surrounded by a cluster of blue-purple light and suppressed in a very small range. Knowing the tragic situation behind the Scarlet Legion and having the Prophet's Book as a treasure, Ivan dared to seek this inheritance. Scarlet Will? Interesting, it turned out to be evolved from the will of the swarm, and it is also a special secret method of clones, which can be called a group of one person. So this is how the many core of the Scarlet Legion are. Ivan accepted the true meaning of the inheritance. There is not much content, just a secret method closely related to the Scarlet Legion, Scarlet Will. What shocked him was that with the help of the secret method of Scarlet Will, those Legion leaders had surpassed the Lord level, and became powerful men who dominated many planes. Such a secret method was unheard of and unseen. This must be the key to the development and growth of the Scarlet Legion. No wonder its reputation can resound throughout the long river of the Star Realm. I wonder if Blackbeard grew up like this? He murmured, and it took him a long time to recover from his surprise at the secret method. Soon, he realized that the secret method of Scarlet Will had flaws, and he would unknowingly become the running dog of the Scarlet Supreme and be driven by him. Now that the Scarlet Supreme is dead, it does not mean that the defects of the secret method have disappeared, but the object of support has changed. Perhaps it is a new will, or perhaps the entire Scarlet Legion, that will fight for its revival. Regarding these, Ivan does not want to explore them in depth. It is not difficult to understand that the secret method has defects. Let's talk about the various secret methods in the Ghost Mirror, including the Multian one, which one has no defects. In this world, except for the community of destiny, no other creatures will clearly record their secret methods in the book, which will give people an opportunity to take advantage of it. Even wizards themselves encrypt important things when writing them. People who don't know the inside story will definitely run into problems if they learn them randomly. It's easy to get it. In this way, Locke has the hope of breaking through to the Lord level. The Trinity secret method has a flaw, which is that the clone cannot be reborn. After death, it will be permanently lost, and it is impossible to create another secret clone. It is also difficult to break the Lord level, which is much more difficult than his original body. Jenny is actually no exception, but she has the protection of the Dark Knight Mother Goddess, so she can easily get the opportunity to go further, but Locke does not have such good luck. Faced with this situation, Ivan wanted to take things slow, but the appearance of Scarlet Will changed his mind. As long as he could make up for his shortcomings, and use the essence of Scarlet Will to make up for the defects of the Trinity, Locke's predicament would be solved. As for whether he could grow and develop like the Scarlet Legion, he had no such thoughts for the time being. In the following days, he continued to indulge in the new secret method, and there was a trend that could not be stopped. On the other side, Fiocchi began a new round of extensive searches. With Locke following, their search was indeed much smoother. They repeatedly found the gathering places of spirits hidden deep inside, and after a round of interrogation, they were handed over to Locke to eliminate them. The spirit that was closely related to the King of Blue Thunder had not yet been found. Fiocchi was not discouraged. Compared with the previous few months, the efficiency in recent months was many times higher. She firmly believed that it was only a matter of time before she found the target. Deep on the right side of the Guilloman Ancient Road? Hard work pays off. In the 5th month of searching with Locke, Fiocchi locked the exact range of the target, which was the Guilloman Ancient Road under the Storm Sea, deep on one side of the Ancient Road. So Fiocchi went to Hattie, Philomena, and Ivan again. Hearing her words, the three of them frowned at the same time. That place is not a good place. In that case, let's go there and solve this trouble as soon as possible. Hattie made the final decision. Others had no objection to this. This was originally a task assigned by the king of 10,000 trees, and could not be shirked. Moreover, it was their duty to vindicate the king of Blue Thunder. As everyone knows, there are two roads to go from China continent to Berta Blood Plain. The first is the Sea of Storms, where you can take an airship to cross the sky. The second is the ancient Longman Trail, where you can go along the winding ancient trail and reach the Berta Blood Plain. In the Sea of Storms, you can fly freely, and if you pay attention on the road, there will be basically no big problems. But on the ancient Longman Trail, it is best to be patient and move forward slowly, so as not to be affected by some kind of power around you, or be targeted by some strange creatures. The ancient Longman Trail is surrounded by an ancient battlefield, and keeping quiet is the greatest respect for the creatures who died on the battlefield. According to Fiorchi, they must go down the ancient trail this time, and go deep into the ancient battlefield. Even though they are all arcane wizards, several people can't help but become solemn. Chapter 546. In the world of Danila, there are countless ancient battlefields, such as the Blood Corridor, the Nine-Colored Tianking, etc., but none of them are as old as the battlefields around the Gyeolongman Ancient Road. As time goes by, many of these ancient battlefields have evolved into taboo places, no longer suitable for normal creatures to survive. Wizard Hattie, do you know why these ancient battlefields have become distorted and not like the normal world? No. Do you really know? Above the long river of the Star Realm is the world of chaos. It is the place of the end, and the place of the origin. The so-called distorted rules you mentioned are actually normal phenomena in the world of chaos. Ivan and the other two lacked understanding of the ancient battlefield. As a great sage, Hattie Shalos's knowledge was not comparable to theirs. It turned out that the ancient battlefield of Danila was influenced by the power of the chaotic world, and it evolved into a series of unique areas, which seemed incompatible with the normal world. Although it is a taboo place where creatures can hardly survive, it can nourish all kinds of rare treasures, which can be seen as not a bad thing. Let's go, it's time for us to go down. The cloud shuttle left the China continent, went deep into the storm sea for a distance, and arrived near the target location that Fiorchi and Locke had explored. From the airship deck, you can see that the ancient road is like a winding white vine, spanning the dark wilderness. This is the Gyeolongman Ancient Road. Led by Hattie, a group of 4 people jumped directly from the airship and landed on the ancient road in a short while. In fact, the Gyeolongman Ancient Road is not narrow. The narrowest place can accommodate 7 or 8 large freight animal carts side by side. The ground of the ancient road is very special. It is paved with white gravel, and no flowers or plants grow. There is black frozen soil on both sides of the ancient road, and occasionally you can see strange plants with tenacious vitality on the frozen soil. This way. Fiorchi pointed to one side, and stepped out of the ancient road first, stepping on the frozen soil, which made a crackling sound. The 3 followed closely behind, and they remained silent all the way. In places like this, people with weak strength are less likely to encounter trouble, because no one will care about or pay attention to ordinary small characters. This is also the main reason why the Gyeolongman Ancient Road can be used as a pass. Ivan and his 4 companions were different. They had a high probability of being targeted, but they were not afraid at all. Boom! As expected, a strange phenomenon soon appeared around the 4 people. Several icebergs 6 or 7 meters high suddenly appeared around them. High concentration flames could be seen sealed inside the icebergs. At this moment, the flames broke through the blockade of the iceberg peaks and erupted like a volcano. We seem to be surrounded. Could this be some kind of formation? Ivan, what do you think? The 4 of them stopped and watched the situation. Philomena spoke first and asked a question worth noting, but Hattie asked Ivan. Ivan is not only an enchanter, but also an arcane wizard who controls the power of fire. He should be the most suitable person to answer this question. Yes, but it's not worth mentioning. He didn't hesitate and directly expressed his opinion. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed something unusual not far away. He looked over and saw a figure with half silver and half red hair, staring at him with a sinister look. Haha, you seem to have angered someone, Philomena said with some gloating. So what? Ivan didn't care. Oh, someone is underestimated by you, then it depends on your methods. Philomena continued to squeeze. The consciousness that appeared here is actually an obsession body, with an extremely paranoid temperament, and usually will not give up until the goal is achieved. The reason why the 2 of them sang the same tune is to irritate each other, and let the other party expose their weaknesses, so that they can quickly resolve the battle. The sinister man was indeed enraged. He raised the formation in anger, and a bone-chilling flame surged out from the iceberg, sweeping towards the few people. Ivan stood up and calmly used the Black Devil's hand. With the blessing of soul energy, the power of the Black Devil's hand was many times greater than before. With one palm, the flame formation broke from the weak point, the cold flame splashed, and the iceberg that spewed out the flames was also shattered in half. I actually lost. The sinister man was full of disbelief, and couldn't believe that he had lost so shallowly. As he muttered to himself, everything around him quickly dissipated, the flames disappeared, the iceberg disappeared, and the sinister man also disappeared. Ivan was not too surprised by this. He reached out casually, and a trace of flame power gathered in his palm, and soon turned into a silver-cold flame. The flame born from the ice, not bad. Keep going. For the 4 people, this was just a small episode, nothing surprising. Soon after, they experienced various small episodes, and calmly dealt with them one by one. They didn't know how far they went into the ancient battlefield. In fact, there were 5 people in their group. Locke was always there. He attached himself to Ivan, and didn't dare to show up easily. However, when the search of the 4 people got into trouble, he had to show up. Locke, please. Okay. The speaker was Fiorchi. She and Locke had previously locked the location from the storm sea above. Due to the special nature of this ancient battlefield, there would inevitably be a lot of deviation. This is when Locke needs to step in. Locke has a special item, the Grinding Master's Bracelet, which is his symbol of becoming a great grinding master. It is also a special item, specially made for spirits. After the Grinding Master's Bracelet turned into a chain, the chain jingled, as if it had been injected with chicken blood, and kept exploring in a certain direction. Boss? Follow it. Ivan and the others naturally knew what this meant. The chain clearly smelled the scent of prey, and its excitement showed that it was not an ordinary prey. And everyone's target is not just an ordinary spirit. This is not a coincidence. Under the guidance of the chain, several people finally arrived at a valley surrounded by mountains. The scene in the valley gave them the illusion that they had come to a wizard town. In the valley, there were rows of pavilions and terraces, and there was also a 3-story tower standing alone. On the streets between the pavilions, people flowed in an orderly manner. Such a scene is not surprising. You have to know that this is the depths of the ancient battlefield, and there is definitely no very peaceful wizard town. It's useless to look at it anymore. Let's meet the wizard here, how about that? Hadi's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity. It should be so. The other 3 people would naturally not refuse. No matter what's strange here, they are here to solve the problem, not to hunt for curiosity. There is no need to explore around little by little, just go straight to the goal. They want to see what kind of wizard is hiding here. It can't be the King of Blue Thunder himself. After reaching a consensus, several people quickly approached the high tower on the hillside of a certain mountain, and in the blink of an eye, they passed this strange town and landed in front of the high tower. Chapter 547. The owner of the tower seemed to know that they were coming. Just as they arrived, the door of the tower slowly opened from the inside out. A hearty voice came from inside before the people arrived. Dear guests, welcome. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Let me introduce myself. I'm the White Wizard Casper. Just as they looked at each other, the person inside appeared and walked out of the door leisurely. He was wearing a white wizard robe and looked so young and handsome. Fiorchi was stunned. Because this man looked too much like the young King of Blue Thunder, both in appearance and temperament, they were exactly the same. Listen, you can call yourself anything you want, but please don't use the name Casper. After Fiorchi came to her senses, she pointed out very impolitely. You are wrong. What? This is not a self-proclaimed name, but I am originally called this name. The man looked serious and his words were easy to convince people. You put. Fiorchi felt offended. She wanted to scold him, but was stopped by Hadi. It was not difficult for the people around her to see that Fiorchi's mood fluctuated too much, and she was obviously affected unconsciously. This spirit, who called himself the White Wizard, was indeed unusual. From his aura, it could be identified that he was the target that the group needed to find. However, this target was too normal, so normal that he didn't look like a spirit, but rather a human wizard, and a young wizard who had a great relationship with the King of Blue Thunder. This situation was beyond everyone's expectation. Please come in. Casper did not care about Fiorchi's impoliteness, and invited them again. We will not go in, White Wizard Casper, can you please come with us? Hadi rejected the invitation very straightforwardly, and made a request. Go outside? Casper showed a fascinated look, but shook his head helplessly. Sorry, this wizard cannot leave here for the time being. You must come with us. Fjorchi shouted from the side. You can't leave. Seeing her so unreasonable, Casper's face lost its warmth. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the field, and the figure threw out a strange chain, which was accurately wrapped around Casper. One wrapped and one hit. This change made Casper stunned in place. He's sorry. The figure that appeared was naturally Locke. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He couldn't suppress the smile on his lips when he took the lead in front of 4 arcane wizards. Well done, Fjorchi exclaimed. She knew the strangeness of this chain. No spirit that was entangled by the chain had ever escaped successfully. There was another person present who was also very happy, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Why are you so happy? Fjorchi frowned at this, because the person who was happy was unexpectedly Casper. We can leave, we can leave. Casper came back to his senses, and then thought of something, and urged, we have to leave quickly, otherwise it will be easy to change. See, let's go. However, before he could finish his words, there was a cracking sound coming from the tower in front of them. There were clear cracks on the tower, and it looked like it was about to disintegrate. Let's go! We tell you, there is a more powerful guy in there. We'd better leave the valley before he comes out, otherwise things will become very troublesome. The situation changed, and Ivan and his friends wisely chose to stay away. At this time, Casper looked like he had no prisoners, and was still urging them to leave the valley quickly. Tell me what happened. Seeing that he had surrendered, Hattie asked directly without beating around the bush. I told you to protect me, Casper said. Of course, we would like to ask you to go out for a while. Hattie nodded. As you can see, I am a wise wizard, and I certainly don't want to associate with these beasts. So at the beginning of my birth, I used a trick to be born before the guy and suppress the guy in the wizard tower. But there is a disadvantage to doing this. I can't get away from here myself. Fortunately, I have this brother's chain, which is really a good chain. Casper did not doubt him, and briefly told some of his situation. He said vaguely, but several arcane wizards present understood that this guy had a strange origin. He was actually from a certain individual and broke free and split by his own ability. Who is stronger between the two of you? Didn't I say that he is stronger than me? You are wizards, but you can't see that I don't want those violent powers at all. I don't want to become a beast. As they were talking, they had passed through the chaotic town and arrived at the entrance of the valley. After arriving at the entrance, they stopped walking away. What's going on? Go! The problem is not solved, so we can't leave for now. Why is it not solved again? You don't want to invite the guy to go with you, do you? I advise you to give up this idea. He is difficult to communicate with. Casper was not willing to do it, but no one wanted to listen to him. Ivan and his friends came to solve the problem, and Casper in front of them was more like a scapegoat. The big boss was still in the tower, and they couldn't just leave without doing the job. Boom! At this time, the tower was completely broken. The broken pieces did not break into pieces, but were absorbed by people and merged into a part of their own power. A dark-skinned monster-like figure replaced the tower. The monster's figure climbed higher and higher, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a giant over 100 meters tall. The giant stood on the mountainside and overlooked everything in front of him. The great power enveloped the mountain, squeezing the air to solidify. See, this guy is not easy to mess with. I told you to leave quickly. Casper muttered indignantly. His words seemed to be heard by the giant monster on the opposite side, and its red lantern-like eyes stared at him, frightening Casper and shrinking his neck. In fact, if you ignore the difference in size and temperament, he and the giant monster have the same face. Casper was obviously an accident, and the giant monster on the opposite side was a real spirit, and the aura it possessed was more manic than that of ordinary spirits. It was not an exaggeration for him to call it a beast. You said that you must protect me, and I don't want to be a part of that guy. Casper recalled what he had just said and emphasized it. Don't worry, with us here, no one can touch you. That's good. After hearing what Hattie said, he felt much more at ease. He didn't know that Hattie secretly reminded the others to be careful, because the spirit on the other side was much larger than the 4th level. Secondly, this was the other side's territory, and it was deep in an ancient battlefield. If you were not careful, it might lead to a disaster. Chapter 548. Like other spiritual gathering points, the valley is also shrouded in a special force field, and the terrifying illusion of disillusionment affects everything in the valley at all times. However, the 5 people are not ordinary people, and they can be unaffected by the visual field. Among them, Locke is like a fish in water in this environment. Go back. The giant monster shouted, and the sound was so loud that it was difficult to hear clearly. No, you are you, I am me, I will not go back to you. Casper understood, and quickly shrank behind the others. Go back. I told you not to go back, you beast-like big guy, don't make trouble. In terms of speaking, the giant monster with its clumsy appearance naturally couldn't beat Casper. This undoubtedly annoyed the giant monster, and the manic energy on his huge body became more and more vigorous, turning into a black, red and green aura, which gave people an extremely ominous feeling. It looks like he is ready to take action. You have to protect me. Casper emphasized again, not having the same high spirits as when he invited them before. It can be said that he is more self-aware, and will not force himself if he cannot win. Accompanied by the rumbling footsteps, the giant monster stepped on the town and forcibly stomped a road, pointing directly to where they were. The originally peaceful town was now filled with panic and screams. Casper frowned and cursed in his heart. This was the town he had worked so hard to manage. I meet him first. Soon, the giant monster crossed the valley and came close. Fiorki took the lead to meet it. When she arrived in front of the giant monster, she also turned into a giant. This is the elemental king body of the arcane wizard, and its height is only 1/3 of the giant monster. Bang! With a muffled sound, the elemental giant transformed by Fiorki flew backwards. He was defeated in one round of fighting. It was not the difference in size, but the opponent's clumsy body suddenly appeared in front of Fiorki, so she couldn't avoid it, and was knocked away by a brutal force. Teleport? Seeing this, Ivan and the others stared with their eyes wide open, a little bit unbelievable. It was also unexpected that with such a large body, and such a large volume, the aspect that it excels in is actually speed? Don't be so arrogant. Fiorki failed in the battle, and after Hadi reacted, he immediately made up for it. A large number of dark green vines rose from the ground, and the vines were like pillars, wrapping around the giant monster. In the blink of an eye, the giant monster seemed to be in a primitive jungle. However, the vine jungle was quickly decayed and turned into ashes by the ominous arrogance of the giant monster. The giant monster also targeted Hadi, and teleportation appeared again. The giant monster did not use any clever tricks, but rushed forward with all his strength. Retreat! Hadi narrowly avoided the opponent's charge and immediately ordered everyone to stay away from the valley. It is not difficult to see that this giant monster is not only very terrifying in size, but also has an unpredictable teleportation method and a physique that is almost immune to all kinds of methods. Such an enemy is really difficult to deal with, let alone subdue it. Hadi wanted to see if this terrifying spirit would still have the same ability after leaving the valley. It turned out that the reason why the giant monster was so fierce was because he was fierce enough, not because of the special environment of the valley. He just didn't have a flexible mind and could only rush around, otherwise one or two of the people would have been seriously injured. I have a suggestion. What? Remember what I said before? The special plane that canonized Locke as the Great Grinder, we can use this, but the premise is to lead this spirit outside the ancient battlefield and expose his breath. Several people joined forces to stop the giant monster, but they could only fight and retreat. At this time, Ivan sent a message to them and made a suggestion. Hearing his words, Hadi and Fiorki looked at each other and nodded. Ivan, you take Locke and Casper first and return along the original route. Hadi formally gave the order. Okay. Ivan didn't say anything nonsense. While Hadi and the other two were entangled with the giant monster, he rolled up Locke and Casper, who was still bound by chains, and flew quickly outside the ancient battlefield. It is true that the giant monster can teleport, but with its size, it can't teleport far at a time, and its brain is not very smart, which gives the three people a chance to entangle it. The three people took turns to attack, relaying the attack, making the giant monster overwhelmed, but unable to completely get rid of it. On the other side, Ivan's speed was faster than when he came, and he returned smoothly all the way. Not long after, he successfully arrived at the Gyeolongman Ancient Road. Wizard Ivan, are we going to set a trap? Casper felt uneasy for no reason, and couldn't help asking. No need to do that. Ivan didn't explain much. A crimson cloud rose under his feet, carrying the other two people, and soaring into the sky. After a while, the three of them arrived at the storm sea. He deliberately chose a location far away from the cloud shuttle to wait for them. Not long ago, after receiving his message, Hadi and others changed their strategy to deal with the enemy, and guided the giant monster to speed up and rush towards this side. The speed was also not slow. Not long after, Ivan and the other two who were waiting quietly saw a figure with a strong ominous aura jumping up from below. With the other party's unique appearance, it was hard not to notice it. "Wizard Ivan, you have to protect me." Looking at this figure that was chasing him relentlessly, Casper was frightened from the bottom of his heart. What he didn't expect was that there was something more frightening than this. When a large vortex appeared in the sky for no reason, he stood there stiffly and coldly, not daring to move. In the large vortex formed by the interweaving of space energy and clouds, a black and shiny chain fell down and extended directly to the giant monster located further below. The giant monster instinctively sensed that something was wrong, and its body flashed, ready to avoid it by teleporting. Unfortunately, all this was in vain. The black chain seemed to know him better than he knew himself. It passed through the layers of space and accurately wrapped around the giant monster's waist. One end of the chain was locked into the body, like a poison in the tarsal bone. Ding ding ding. How could the giant monster sit and wait for death? He tried to struggle violently, and his ominous aura kept surging, but he couldn't do anything to the chain. The chain kept shaking and unwaveringly pulled the giant monster into the whirlpool. Help! The giant monster could not resist. Seeing the whirlpool getting closer and closer, he sent a call for help to Casper. Casper seemed to be frightened and did not dare to move since the whirlpool appeared. In this way, a terrifying spirit that should have dominated the world was dragged into another world without any resistance. Through the whirlpool, it can be vaguely seen that the giant monster was sent to the bottom of a huge millstone as majestic as a mountain, and it was not far from the center of the millstone, accepting the ruthless crushing of the millstone, over and over again. "Can't see me, can't see me," Casper kept repeating in his heart, but he couldn't help looking into the whirlpool. Seeing the miserable state of the giant monster, his body couldn't help but shudder. Just when he thought everything was coming to an end, the crisp sound of chains rang out again. The sound was close at hand, and the black chains pointed directly at their location. "It's over. It's coming for this wizard." Casper's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked at Ivan with a pleading look, hoping that he could keep his previous promise and really protect himself. Chapter 549. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the black chain fell on the chain on Casper's body. The two collided and formed a kind of connection, and one end directly merged into one and quickly merged in. Obviously, the chain that fell down this time was not so much to catch Casper as to reward Locke's merit and enhance the power of the original grinding bracelet. Casper was just scaring himself. Huh? Until the whirlpool quietly disappeared, he breathed a sigh of relief. Ivan and Locke didn't pay attention to his actions, but looked at the grinder bracelet. The 3 characters on the bracelet were originally engraved with Demoshi, but now it has become Defansher. This is still an alien language that is not recognized but can be read. Locke seems to have been promoted. "Boss, I feel that there is a force drilling into my body. My strength is going to become stronger." Locke suddenly realized something, and his eyes were shining. The power came from the Fansher bracelet, pushing his strength to increase rapidly. He could not help but retract the chain, and the power from the bracelet became even stronger, making him feel extremely refreshed. This gave Casper the opportunity to escape, and he hurriedly flew to the side. "Want to escape? How can I? I'm afraid of disturbing Mr. Locke." Casper didn't run far before he was blocked by a figure, and he could only stop awkwardly. Compared with the giant monster, Casper's power was too much worse. Although his speed was good, he didn't have the ability to teleport, so he naturally couldn't escape from the palm of Fiorchi's hands. How should we deal with this person properly? Hadi and Philomena were also there, and Philomena asked the most important question. Casper is actually a spirit, and he looks exactly like the young king of Blue Thunder. How to deal with him properly is a difficult problem. The best way is to end it all once and for all, so that there will be no other trouble in the future. Hadi couldn't make up his mind for a while, and his eyes fell on Fiorchi, the ruler of the Vinton family. "Do you have the memory of the king of Blue Thunder?" Fiorchi asked abruptly. "Yes, some memories of his youth, when he was full of vigor and vitality, and the spells he controlled at that time. Unfortunately, I can't perform most of them. If you need them, I can copy them for you." Casper nodded quickly, and he tried his best to show his value. "Shut up." Seeing that he was talking more and more nonsense, Fiorchi interrupted him directly. "For knowledge, wizards have always given the greatest respect, and they must not plot the knowledge of the king of Blue Thunder in this way, which is no different from stealing." With his life in the hands of several people, Casper did not dare to disobey, and wisely did not speak again. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar face, Fiorchi hesitated to make a decision. After all, the other party had a close relationship with the king of Blue Thunder, so she could not bear to kill him. Although spirits are not tolerated in the world, Wizards have seen all kinds of strange things, and they do not have to be killed. From this aspect, wizards are definitely a very tolerant group. He should not appear in the City of Truth. After a moment of silence, Fiorchi uttered a word. The others understood what she said. Then let Ivan take care of him temporarily, and wait until you discuss the result with the higher-ups. Hattie made arrangements accordingly. Thank you, Wizard Ivan, Fiorchi said to a wizard who was guarding not far from Locke. That's easy, I let Locke keep an eye on him. Ivan didn't refuse, it wasn't a big deal. By the way, do you want to change his name? The name Casper is indeed a bit eye-catching. Martin Casper, I will use this name from now on. Do you think it's feasible? Casper was quick to follow and spoke before everyone else. He was obviously willing to stay with Locke. From what happened before, it is not difficult to see that once a spirit grows up, it will be targeted by the whirlpool and then dragged under the terrifying mill, repeatedly crushed. How miserable. At present, he can think of the following two solutions: either hide and don't go out, or stay with Locke and get a position, and then become a member of the whirlpool. As a white wizard, Casper prefers the second option. Martin. Yes. This wizard knows that you are different from ordinary spirits. Remember, don't think about escaping, otherwise you will definitely be doomed next time. Fiorchi did not embarrass him this time, but warned him seriously. Martin Casper nodded repeatedly. After a while, Locke's strength growth finally ushered in a qualitative change. His body shook violently, and a different power spread out from his body. The domain halo was formed. After the halo power spread out, a white cloud vortex condensed under Locke's feet. The cloud vortex kept spinning, and a layer of dim light shone from it. Martin's scalp tingled at this scene. Because this cloud vortex had a part of the divine essence of the previous big vortex, which seemed to be specially used to restrain spirits like them. He felt a heavy pressure even before he was enveloped in it. From now on, Locke will have to watch him closely. Boss, all the lords, I've been waiting for a long time. In stark contrast to Martin's feelings, Locke was in a very happy mood at the moment. This way, he finally didn't fall behind the boss and Ginny too much. Of course, his strength as a pseudo-lord was not worth mentioning to the arcane wizards present. Seeing that he had made a lot of efforts this time, Hattie, Fiorchi, and Philomena all said congratulations, which made Locke flattered and gladly accepted the task of watching over Casper. 3. What do you think of the different playing just now? Ivan took the opportunity to ask. It came into being. It's an opportunity. Let Locke seize it. The three of Hattie all expressed their optimism. This is Danila. The plane can emerge openly without causing any changes, which is enough to show its specialness. Such an existence is like the sun and the moon, and it is very likely to be part of the normal operation mechanism of the star world. With this opportunity, of course we must seize it tightly. Indeed, seeing that the three people spoke ominously, and did not reveal any valuable information, Ivan was not disappointed. In any case, his ideas were consistent with the three people. He didn't know that Hattie and the other two had never known about that alternate dimension, and could only analyze it from various signs. I have to go back to the City of Truth, Fiorchi continued. We wait for your news. Hattie nodded. Then, Fiorchi flew away. Her airship was a distance away. After meeting up with the tribesmen on the airship, she would go back to the City of Truth to discuss Martin's matter. The others did not stay in the Storm Sea capital, and took the Cloud Shuttle back to the East capital. This incident was also successfully concluded. Chapter 550. Time flies, and soon it came to half a year later. In the past period of time, Ivan lived happily in Dongdu Doran City. Although Dongdu is good, it is someone else's territory. As an arcane wizard, it is inconvenient and not in line with the rules for him to live here for a long time. On this day, Ivan decided to move his family to his own territory, Rainbow Territory. Your Excellency Ivan, your wizard tower will still be kept here for you, and you are welcome to come back and live here at any time. Thank Wizard Philomena for me. Wizards don't have so much pretentiousness. Ivan didn't let anyone come to see him off when he moved, except for Dorothy, the city lord's housekeeper, who needed to come to deliver some things. At this moment, Dorothy's feelings were complicated. It turned out that when they were in Dongdu, they were colleagues and had many contacts. Later, they had something dirty because of the black magic fire wire array. Now their status is one in the sky and the other on the ground. What she didn't know was that her city lord also joked that he would send her to the person in front of him. Once Ivan agreed, the joke would most likely become a reality. If Dorothy knew about this, she would probably feel more complicated. Farewell, Your Excellency Ivan. The Lansua slowly set sail. Ivan heard the words coming from the side, and nodded to her. It is true that there were some conflicts between the two before, but they were just verbal. Looking back, it is not worth mentioning. There is no need to care so much. After leaving Dongdu, the Lansu quickly left the city behind. The wizard's holy land, the city of truth, this wizard is also looking forward to it. On the rear deck, looking at the disappearing Dongdu, Martin Casper sighed. You have to be careful when you go there. Don't keep saying I'm a wizard all the time, and don't be so noisy, it's easy to expose your identity. Yes, the big monk is right, I, the little monk, will obey. The person who was talking to Martin was Locke, and now there is another layer of relationship between the two. Half a year has passed, and the result of Martin's treatment has long been clear. There is no call for fighting and killing, but he is required to change his appearance and clear his relationship with the King of Blue Thunder. He also had to choose an arcane wizard as his supervisor. Between Fiorchi and Ivan, Martin gave up Fiorchi, who was closer to him, for his long-term development, and chose Ivan, who had Locke by his side. This decision almost made Fiorchi so angry that she beat him up. With Fiorchi's mediation, Martin got a special position as he wished, the Little Mill Master. This was the only official position that Locke could confer, and the person who could be conferred could only be a spirit, and it had to be a spirit with less hostility. Therefore, Locke became Martin's boss. As for Ivan, the supervisor, to put it bluntly, he held the power of life and death over Martin, and could decide his life or death according to the situation. Of course, Martin himself did not realize this. At this time, in addition to Martin, the newcomer, there were Ivan's people on the airship, including Jacidi, Penny, Angela, and Danlin, as well as Helen, Z, Silkworm Queen, Xiangjia, Yanxia, and the 5 children of the Marichatin family. This time, Ivan did not forget the Marichatin family on Tidal Island, but he himself had not shown up, and in fact, he did not need to show up. After so many years of development, the Marichatin family over there has long been prosperous, and Lieta has become a Grand Duke. The total number of family members is close to 200, and there are countless noble members. Everyone lives and works in peace and contentment, so there is no need to interfere too much. The only bad thing is that the family's wizard seeds are really scarce. After so many years, there has not been a person with 4th level talent, as if the 3rd level is the upper limit of this family. After careful selection, they picked the tallest among the short ones, and took 5 apprentices to the territory of Berta Blood Plain. For these 5 people, this was like pie in the sky, and they immediately dropped everything and followed. But so far, they have not seen the legendary figure of the Marichatin family. And Suna, what do you think the great-grandfather looks like? Will he have a long and white beard and a stern face all day long, like Paul's great-grandfather? Don't talk nonsense, Xiao Weiwei. The 5 people were all young, but their generations were different. 3 men and 2 women were arranged in adjacent suites. The one who spoke was the youngest, Vivian, a lively girl. The other girl was indeed the oldest among the 5, named Suna Marichatin. Suna originally studied at the Mona Ant Hut, and is now a 2nd-class apprentice. She looks like a lady from a big family, and she soon became the temporary captain among the 5. Vivian is not talking nonsense, I have evidence. Vivian pouted and retorted. Well, as far as I know, the lifespan of arcane wizards exceeds 1,000 years. If calculated according to this, your majesty is younger than you and me. Suna interrupted her and explained. Really? Ouch. Hearing this, Vivian's eyes lit up, and she seemed to think of something, but Suna hit her head with a finger, causing her to cry out in pain. She covered her head, and looked at the instigator aggrievedly. Tell you not to think about it all day long. Suna lectured. No. Vivian was very dissatisfied. At this time, someone came out of the room on the side. She immediately ran over to complain. Uncle Dennis, look at Anna bullying others. The boy whose arm was pulled by her smiled bitterly. Vivian, can you please stop calling me uncle? I'm only a few months older than you. The boy Dennis emphasized helplessly, and it was obviously not the first time he emphasized this. Even if you are 1 day older than me, you are still my uncle. You can call me by my name, I don't mind at all. No, Vivian is a polite person. Seeing this, the others all smiled. The 5 people came from different branches, but they were from the same family after all. They would have to support each other for a long time in the future, so it was easy for them to get close. After these people got together, they couldn't help but talk about the destination of this trip, the City of Truth. To be honest, if they were not lucky enough to have a family elder who was willing to help them, they would probably never reach this academic city in their lifetime, just like most wizards. Do you think His Majesty will arrange us to the Wizard Academy in the City of Truth? I don't think it's necessary. Madame Justai is a formal wizard and Madame Perney is a second-level wizard. They are more than capable of teaching us. But we can meet more people in the Wizard Academy. Don't think too much. Our qualifications are actually quite average. We may not be qualified to enter any Wizard Academy. As they talked, they began to look forward to the Wizard Academy in the City of Truth again, but the issue of talent became a hurdle in front of them, which was really worrying. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Suna went forward and opened the door, and found that it was Mrs. Jusiti who took good care of him. Wizard Ivan wants to see you. What are you standing there for? Come here quickly. This sudden remark made Suna and the other 5 stunned. After Jusiti's reminder, they reacted and hurriedly followed behind, heading to the second floor of the airship. Finally, they were going to meet the big man who made the Marichattan family soar to the sky. At this moment, whether it was the lively Vivian, the calm Suna, or the mature Denny, they all became excited and nervous. Chapter 551. On the second floor of the Lansua, a group of 5 people met the person they had been waiting for a long time in a small reception room. Just as Suna analyzed, this lord was so young, and looked only about 10 years older than herself. However, there was something about the other person that made them dare not look directly at him. Such a being was like a god who should stay in the sky. Get up. Looking at the few people kneeling on the ground respectfully, Ivan could sense that these people did have the blood of the Marichattan family, and they were all young men. His words seemed to have some magic. As soon as the voice fell, the 5 people stood up involuntarily, standing straight, but lowering their heads, and not daring to look at him. When we arrive in Rainbow Territory, there will be plenty of resources. I hope you will guard against arrogance, and become formal wizards as soon as possible. We will obey your orders. Ivan was too far from the level of apprentices. He didn't ask anything, just said a few words casually, and sent the 5 people away. After a while, Jusiti sent the people away and returned. Ivan, I thought you were going to teach them a lesson. No need. That's right. They are very encouraged by meeting you. They are all trying to become official wizards as soon as possible, especially the girl named Suna. Ivan couldn't deny what Jusiti said. With his current status, it was a great favor for him to meet a few people. There will be benefits waiting for them. As for whether they can grasp it, it depends on their ability. If she can't even become a formal wizard, there's no need to appear in front of him again. Jusiti, have you decided what path to take in the future? I listen to you. Then pick up the night training as soon as possible. Of course, you can't give up the wizard training. Okay, I let Angela or Tanya teach me. Compared to the 5 people just now, Jussie's talent is a bigger problem. In addition, she basically relied on Ivan's help to become a formal wizard. For the long-term plan, Ivan wanted her to change her training path. Jussie was not keen on cultivation, but she knew who was good for her, so she did not shirk responsibility. Moreover, only by practicing well and reaching a higher level of strength could she accompany Ivan better and longer, so she had no reason to shirk responsibility. On the other hand, as the ostensible lady of Marichattan, Tanya had already taken over the new territory, Rainbow Territory, and led people to carry out construction in full swing in Rainbow Territory. Due to Tanya's special nature, she was often accompanied by 2 guards, Grace and Oates. As a good friend of Ivan, Oates was embarrassed to do nothing since he came here, so he sent a large group of laborers to Tanya. With more manpower, the construction speed of Rainbow Territory was very fast, which can be described as 1,000 miles a day. Soon, the territory gathered witch towers, high towers, manors, palaces, academies, castles, zoos, mines, etc. These buildings were distributed in various areas in an orderly manner, making Rainbow Territory more planned. Tanya, are you so willing to listen to Ivan's orders? With my status, who else can I listen to if not him? Oh, you've got yourself into trouble. What else? Hotz was bored and was going to have some fun with Ivan, but he was speechless because he didn't dare to come forward to solve Tanya's problem before. And Ivan took the responsibility. Ahem, when will you become the Night King? I'm still waiting. Hotz quickly changed the subject. I told you, you don't have to wait here, Tanya said to him seriously. No, I will protect you until you become a lord. Hotz also responded seriously. I am waiting for Wizard Ivan. He said he would become the Night King. Seeing that persuasion did not work, Tanya could only let it go, and then explained. No one has walked the path of the Night King for a long time. Tanya knew that she had few opportunities left now. To be on the safe side, she would certainly not try to get promoted easily. Fortunately, Ivan also wanted to do this, and was willing to give her guidance. With someone leading the way, her journey will undoubtedly be much smoother. A wise move. Hotz nodded in agreement. At the same time, he was also impressed by Ivan's ambition. I hope this is not a useless move. After all, the combat power of arcane wizards is already among the best. Becoming a Night King may not be beneficial to cultivation. It may just be a waste of time and energy. Wizard Ivan is coming soon. Hotz wanted to say something, but when he heard Tanya's words, his eyes couldn't help but shine. Are you here? Did you bring any good wine? I think you think too much. If you haven't had any of Ivan's good wine, he can't make more. It takes time to brew. That's not necessarily true. As Tanya said, the Lansua had already flown over the sky of Berta continent that day, rushing towards rainbow territory at a very fast speed, getting closer and closer. More than half an hour later, the Lansua arrived at rainbow territory. After circling once, the airship stopped in front of the Wu Tower on a certain mountain peak. Oh, so many people came to welcome this wizard. Ivan saw Tanya and the other two at a glance. Stop talking nonsense. I heard that you did a lot of great things this time. Can you talk about it later? Hortz heard the news and kept looking at the airship. Unfortunately, others got off the airship one after another, including Martin Casper. I can tell you about that small world. As for the rest, you have to ask Wizard Fiorchi. I don't want to hear it yet. Did you bring good wine back this time? We don't have the kind you want. After Ivan came back, Oates returned in disappointment. With Ivan here, he doesn't have to worry about Tanya getting into trouble. In fact, he was a little too nervous. After all, this is the territory of the City of Truth, and it's hard for Tanya to get into trouble. Ivan ignored him. Tanya, thank you for your hard work. As you once said, you should do your job well. This is what I, Mrs. Marichatin, should do. Then will the follow-up construction be left to you? You wish. I go find Angela and the others to catch up. The Rainbow Territory is located in the outer city of True City. It has the best land in the wizarding world, and the best resources on the land. There are several magic stones, 1 super large magic stone mine, 3 large magic stone mines, and medium-sized magic stone mines. There are also elemental crystal mines, etc. It can be said that it has everything. A family with such a fertile territory can develop as long as there are enough people. However, building a territory is not an easy task, and it is far from being able to be fully sorted out in a few years. Chapter 552. Underground World, a secret cave. The huge cave is surrounded by earthy yellow jade pillars. A closer look reveals that they are strange tree roots, which tightly block the outside of the cave. In other words, this is a secret space interwoven by strange tree roots. The rest of the cave is empty, except for a statue of a woman standing in the center. This statue is also made of some tree roots, but there is no sign of carving. If Ivan were here, he would definitely recognize that the statue is Jenny. You're here, Lilibet. Am I late, dear Brab? No, I just got here too. Suddenly, 2 elegant figures appeared in the cave one after the other not long after each other. They greeted each other familiarly, and then turned their eyes to the statue in the center. Of the two, the one who arrived later was the Dark Knight Mother, Lilibet Alsop. The one who arrived first was Brab Alsop, who was revered as the Sea Mother, an ancient deity related to the ocean. She seemed to be a direct descendant of Claudia, the Mother of the Earth. There is only one reason why the two goddesses care so much about the statue. That is, it is actually the incarnation of Jenny Alsop, rooted here. Look, Jenny is so full of vitality, just like when we were born, under the protection of Claudia. I think Jenny must be very happy now. Bleb looked around the statue, and said with nostalgia. Of course, Claudia's kindness can tolerate everything and make people feel extremely warm. Lilibet nodded in approval. Both of them could see that Jenny's power inheritance and transformation were going smoothly, so they had the leisure to look back on the beautiful years of their youth. In their words, they all revealed their nostalgia for the Mother of the Earth. After sighing for a while, and confirming that Jenny was stable, the two looked at each other inexplicably, and left the cave. In fact, the two did not go far, but appeared in a large rift valley some distance away, and came to a piece of flawless white stone. Bleb, didn't you say you wanted to further explore the secrets of the abyss? What was the result? Just like your conclusion, Jenny's birth was caused by a series of factors, including the top's attachment to her mother. It can be said to be a coincidence. Hearing Lilibet's question, the Sea Mother Bramble shook her head slightly. The top she mentioned actually refers to the Great Will of the world of Danila. Just for this reason, the possibility of replication is very small. Also, that human wizard is not simple either. He is a person chosen by the power of wisdom. Such creatures are very rare. After a pause, Braybu continued. That's why I didn't bother with him so much, otherwise I would have crushed that human wizard to dust. Lilibet said. In the war of the last century, the Earth Mother's lineage suffered countless casualties, and the survivors suffered severe backlash and have not recovered yet. Ginny is the only direct descendant born in recent years who has not suffered backlash. No matter how coincidental Ginny's birth is, Lilibet and others will not give up the slightest opportunity to explore a new path for their lineage. It turns out that there is no possibility of Ginny's birth being repeated. Secondly, they also tried to get Ginny out of control, and they thought of countless ways, but none of them succeeded. These 2 points made them feel very sorry. Of course, these were all confirmed behind the scenes without Ginny and Ivan knowing. Speaking of which, there are not a few people who inherit the power of wisdom. Brab said again. He is a little different. He can skillfully use the power of wisdom when his strength is very low. It is rare. Lilibet had a clear understanding of Ivan's situation and knew what enabled him to rise so quickly. Braybu was silent for a while. She had to admit this. The two knew about the power of wisdom, but not much. They only knew that it was left by an almighty strongman whose strength surpassed many worlds. This strongman had many titles, such as the wise old man, the wise sage, the great wise prophet, the wise ancestor god, etc. To be offensive, such a person should be more powerful than Claudia. Because of his unrivaled strength, his footprints are spread across many worlds, leaving behind many legends and inheritances, which means that there are quite a few of his inheritors. Among the inheritors from so many different worlds, the possibility of that human wizard wanting to encompass the final inheritance power must be very small. In the eyes of the two, although the human wizard has some unique features, he is still not good enough in front of them. By the way, that person is coming to the underground. Lilibet talked about another thing. He ignored your warning? Braybu frowned slightly. No, he is a smart man. He contacted me through the Silver Moon Blade in advance, explained the purpose of coming to the underground world, and said that this trip would definitely not set foot in the territory of the Comer Empire. He is sensible. Hearing this, Braybu's expression eased a little. Considering Jenny, she didn't care too much. On the white stone platform in this nameless rift, two graceful figures talked for a long time before saying goodbye to each other and disappearing here. No one knows that not far from here, there is a special creature receiving the power gift from the Mother Earth, and moving forward to the Lord level unswervingly. On the other side, Ivan has been in Rainbow territory for a year. Seeing that the territory is on the right track, he felt that he should do some serious work, so he took a few people to the underground world. There is more than one passage between the underground world and the surface. There is also one in the Berta Blood Plain, located near the Berta continent and Bayou continent. Assholes, you are too much of a bully. You are always looking for trouble with this wizard. Human wizards are the most abominable. Don't enter the underground world. No matter which place the passage is, there is a secret underground intestine, there is also an omnipresent magma layer, and there are lingering lava lords. Look, Ivan ran into a lava lord again. I don't know which arcane wizard has done evil to ruin the reputation of human wizards, so that these lava lords don't give people a chance to negotiate at all, and fight with anyone they see. It just so happens that these lava lords have special identities, and belong to a special group in the world of Danila, so it is not appropriate to kill them. Boom boom boom. Like the lava lord, Ivan is also the master of fire, and he is also very comfortable in the lava layer. For a while, the two of them fought back and forth. After a few rounds, Ivan noticed other movements in the distance, and used a trick to trap the lava lord there, and continued to move towards the underground world. You can play slowly by yourself. This wizard will leave first. Damn it, human wizard, do you dare to tell me your name? Spark Fowler. Damn Spark, you actually cheated. Next time, and next time, I will never let you go. Ivan ignored the movement behind him. He realized that these lava lords were simply stubborn. There was no point in talking to them. At most, they would fight each other every time they met. Anyway, the single combat power of the lava lord was not strong, and he could easily control them. Not long after, Ivan escaped from the lava layer, and arrived at the Northland of the first layer of the underground world. It is reported that the Northland is the most prosperous area of the entire first underground layer, because the passage to the second underground layer is here, and the Northland also has its own dominant race, the Redbeard Giant. Chapter 553. The Redbeard Giant is known as the son of the volcano, and belongs to the subgiant race. The height of an adult Redbeard Giant is about 6 or 7 meters, while the height of a pure giant is usually 20 or 30 meters. Although the size of a subgiant is not as big as that of a giant, it is also blessed by nature, otherwise it would not be possible to become the dominant race in the north. As the dominant race in the north, the Redbeard giant is naturally not easy to mess with. Ivan is not prepared to mess with him. He is here to explore the way and build a small station as his underground research base. As for opening up human settlements, as the King of 10,000 Trees said, this can only be done slowly. Either there is a good enough opportunity, or the overall strength of the wizards has reached a new level, or there is a breakthrough in some aspects of technology, otherwise the mission can only wait. This is the underground world, it is indeed dark. You are surprised by the unfamiliar. This time, Ivan also did not come alone. He had received these people in the hunting space of the Silver Moon Blade before, and he released them only after they arrived in the north. Casper also came, and it was he who sighed. In addition, there were Locke, Angela, Marsh Ant, Silkworm Queen, Flame Scorpion, and Tanya, who was determined to come, but she didn't bring Grace and Mara this time. Ivan, why don't you also put the lawn shuttle into the interior space of the Silver Moon Blade? I don't want to. What's the reason? The airship is large in size, and it consumes the power of this wizard in vain when it is retracted and released. Why should I do such a thankless task? Then you should have told me earlier. I can go and customize a small airship with a small size. Among the group, only Tanya was so particular. Ivan was used to living outdoors, and he didn't think that being carried by the ants was much worse than taking an airship. But if Tanya wanted to do something, Ivan would not refuse. In the following days, the group went from north to west, then to the border between the west and south, and finally, under the leadership of Angela, they entered a secret passage and went deep into the thick rock wall of this area. The terrain of the underground world is more complicated than that of the surface. In addition to the 4 clearly divided east, west, south, and north borders, there are many hidden areas deep in the rock wall. At present, the group is going to such a hidden place, the Centaur Basin. I think your people will be very happy to see you. Tanya joked. If Elder Thor hadn't passed the news back to the tribe would have thought I was dead. After so many years, they might have forgotten me. Angela responded calmly. I hope you won't regret it. Tanya glanced at Ivan, as if hinting at something. Absolutely not. The Centaur tribe needs a force to break the current situation, otherwise it will continue to sink until it completely dies out. Angela said seriously. As they talked, the group continued to move forward along a narrow path. The narrow path was winding, with branches and secret passages from time to time, which was really hard to guard against. The rock layers of the underground world could also block spell tracking. If it weren't for the Centaur Princess leading the way, it would be extremely difficult for outsiders to find the right path. Even Ivan, who was well informed, was amazed. No wonder no one could find your traces. This place is more like a dead end than a dead end. Being too peaceful has caused the tribe to lose the sharpness that knights should have. In 100 years, it is estimated that they should be called farmers and gardeners. Angela did not feel any guilt at all for being a guide. In her opinion, with the current situation of the centaurs, they will be finished sooner or later. It is better to let her man intervene, so that the centaurs will always have a future. Don't worry, this wizard never bullies the weak, and has no ill will towards you centaurs, and will not do anything that will anger the heavens and the people as Tanya imagined. I don't have such an imagination. Hearing what Ivan said, Tanya certainly didn't want to admit it. No, I hope you can come forward to take care of it, even if the centaurs have to pay a heavy price. Angela shook her head. We see what happens. Ivan is not a person who likes to meddle in other people's business. In this way, the group continued to go deeper into the rock layer until they arrived at a place full of ruins, and the view in front of them became open, but this was not a good place, and the filthy smell was quite strong. This was originally the residence of the centaurs. Later, the ancestors in the cemetery changed and turned into centaurs hunters one after another. Our tribe had to abandon this place and retreat to a deeper basin. Since then, this place has never been taken back and has become a place of death for our tribe members who go out. Standing in front of the ruins, Angela couldn't help but draw her sword and stared at it fiercely. When she was ordered to go out that time, many of her companions died here. She still remembers it clearly, and the hatred and anger in her heart continue to surge out. Go ahead, I leave it to you to clean up. Ivan heard the noise, and casually gave instructions to the people around him. The group of people were all strong. Facing the undead hunters, that were dried up to the point of only skin and bones, they were not afraid and followed Angela to kill them. Even the fastidious Tanya was no exception. Ha ha, kill! Don't grab it, this is mine. It has been so many years since the glorious period of the centaurs. The strength of the centaurs has declined sharply. Correspondingly, the strength of the undead hunters has also declined a lot. At the end of the battle, Ivan didn't even have a chance to attack, and the area was swept by others. No wonder Angela said that the centaurs would become farmers or gardeners sooner or later. The situation here can tell us why they were blocked by such a group of hunters. Thank you very much. Such a battle is not worth mentioning to others, but for Angela, the centaur princess, it is of extraordinary significance, like moving a mountain above her head, even though it is only a small mountain. After this episode, the group continued to go deeper, and soon came to a cliff. Angela fumbled in front of the cliff for a while, but failed to open the path leading to the inside, which made her look more and more embarrassed. Just find another way. At Ivan's signal, Zayi came to the cliff, and the black light flashed slightly. The rock and soil in front of him immediately squirmed and made a passage. The others followed Zayi. After a distance that was neither long nor short, the group appeared in front of a paradise illuminated by the sun. This was the retreat of the centaurs. What made them speechless was that the centaurs had no idea that they had come here. They didn't even send anyone to guard the only passage. These guys are too reckless. The situation here made Angela feel embarrassed and deeply disappointed. She couldn't suppress her anger again. There are special circumstances. Ivan sensed more movements. What? Someone is getting married. It seems that we are not here at the right time. Although Ivan said this, he did not stop moving forward. Seeing that no one came to stop him, he led a group of people to the small town in the basin. The closer they got to the town, the darker Angela's face became. It must be said that the centaurs nowadays are too unguarded, which is really outrageous. Angela was not just angry, she was also worried that the tribesmen's performance was so poor that they might not be in the eyes of Wizard Ivan and miss the opportunity in vain. A bunch of idiots. Who? After entering the small town, the group was finally discovered. Chapter 554. Stop, where are you from? This is the territory of the centaurs. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Oh no, Princess Angela? It turns out that the small town is still guarded. A knight and 2 knight attendants are patrolling. Such a combination is commendable in Tidal Island, but this is a dangerous underground world. Once an intruder with malicious intent suddenly arrives, it is estimated that it will be too late to sound the alarm. After trotting closer, the middle-aged knight in the lead recognized Angela. Yes, I am Angela Carthy. How are you still alive? What do you think? Look at my mouth, I am so happy that I can't speak. The middle-aged knight confirmed that the visitor was Angela, and was obviously relieved. He didn't think much about it, and smiled kindly at others, revealing a simple folk custom. From Danny, Angela knew who the protagonist of today's wedding was, her younger brother Leowin. This day was not only the time for the wedding, but also the day when Leowin took over the position of the patriarch. People in the world of Danila generally get married at an early age. According to normal time, Leowin should have been married long ago. With such doubts, Angela and others walked towards the castle at the back of the town. A small and simple castle is the current royal court of the centaurs. The ancient patterns and mysterious patterns carved in various places of the castle seem to tell the final afterglow of the centaurs. Ivan and his group did not walk fast. The news had already been transmitted to the castle. When they arrived, the castle gate was already full of people. Tonley, the centaur tribe, and his tribesmen greet his majesty. As the head of the tribe, Tonley was not as ignorant as Knight Danny. He noticed Ivan's unusualness at first sight, and hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. Compared with the shrewd tribe leader, the other centaurs were much slower. The greeting scene was also sparse, and some people even stood there in a daze, as if they didn't hear the words of their own tribe leader. In the final analysis, the centaurs have lived in a peaceful environment for a long time, and have long lost their awe of the strong. This made Angela frown deeply, and she looked at Ivan with a pleading look. Ivan certainly wouldn't bother with these people. He wasn't a person who liked to show off, so there was no need to bother with some ignorant centaurs. Angela's father was a frail old man. As the leader of the centaurs, he was only at the 3rd level, and he had been injured for a long time, so he looked much older than his actual age, and his body was almost exhausted. Next to him stood a pale young man, who should be Angela's younger brother Leowin. Leowin had just entered the level of underground knight. Both the father and son were injured, and they had to support the centaurs, which was enough to show the current poor situation of the centaurs. As Angela said, they would probably disappear in the underground world in a few years. No need to be polite, Angela is mine now. Looking at the terrified Tonley in front of him, Ivan knew what he was worried about. He spoke warmly, and Angela nodded in agreement. These words were like a spring breeze, with invisible power, quickly soothing the fear in Tan Li's heart. I see. Excuse me, are you from the human race? Compared to the upcoming chief, Leowen, Tan Li is a very qualified chief. Human wizard, Ivan Marichatin. Ivan said. Father, Ivan is also a knight, who is about to be promoted to Night King. Angela added. Night King, good, good. The long-lost title of Night King immediately aroused Tan Li's deep emotion. The Centaur tribe has not seen a real Centaur king for many years, and it is almost forgotten. TSK, who knows if it's true? At this time, a harsh voice suddenly sounded, attracting everyone's attention. Shut up, Lucas. Tan Li stared at the person who was speaking. Chief Tan Li, I think you are really old and confused. You believe whatever others say. Who knows if this human pretty boy was found by Angela from outside to fool us? Don't think you can do whatever you want after going out. Lucas is a middle-aged flying knight, and his strength is not much lower than that of Chief Tan Li. Since Tan Li is seriously injured and has not recovered, the former's actual combat power is definitely higher than the latter. He was the most unhappy person about Angela's return. Humph! His words aroused the anger of the other party. Before others could react, a cold snort sounded. The sound was clearly heard by many people, and Lucas was the first to bear the brunt. Under the impact of the invisible force, his whole world became dark, and even the sound disappeared without a trace. Others were struck by lightning. Arcane wizards should not be insulted lightly. This sentence is not for others to hear. Your Majesty, calm down. Your Majesty, calm down. Lucas is a frog in a well. He is just as satisfied with me as the chief. He has absolutely no intention of offending your Majesty. Please forgive my Centaur tribe for Angela's sake. Lucas' eyes turned white, and blood flowed from his 7 orifices. Other members of the tribe, who were disrespectful, were punished to varying degrees. Such a scene almost scared Tan Li silly. The Night King was not so terrifying. After Tan Li reacted, he knelt down and begged for mercy. He was afraid that if he was a little slower, the Centaur tribe would be wiped out. Unlike the previous greetings, this time the Centaurs were particularly orderly. They knelt on the ground in panic and begged for mercy with their family leader, except Lucas, who had not yet regained consciousness. Okay, for Angela's sake, this wizard will not pursue your rude behavior. Please remember that such a thing is only allowed to happen once, not a second time. Ivan glanced at Angela and let this group of people with inconsistent attitudes go. Originally, Angela wanted him to beat and train this group of centaurs, so he naturally didn't want to meddle in other people's business. I never expected that someone would jump out and seek death. That would be a different situation. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency. Please rest assured, this will never happen again. If there is a next time, you can kill or chop me up as you wish. Tan Li and others will never complain. Hearing his words, Tan Li felt as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly made a promise. Tan Li had no doubt that the other party could easily slaughter the entire Centaur tribe. Such a strong man must not be offended. Ivan could not deny this. Lily, help your father down quickly. Then, Tan Li instructed a girl behind Leowen, who was surprisingly another protagonist of the wedding. Yes. Go. After what happened just now, Tan Li's prestige was restored a lot, and soon the confused Lucas was taken away. Tan Li respectfully welcomed Ivan into the castle, and the farce ended here. Chapter 555. Centaur's Castle. Not long after entering the castle, Ivan sent away the chieftain Tan Li, and occupied a larger courtyard by himself. Wizard Ivan, I'm sorry, I didn't know the centaurs had become so miserable now. Angela said with a guilty look. It was a good show, wasn't it? Ivan smiled. Hearing this, Angela felt even more ashamed. She never thought that her brother's wedding would contain some kind of filth. If she hadn't returned in time this time, she didn't know what would happen to her family in a few years when her father died of his injuries. Go and catch up with your family. You haven't seen each other for so long, so you must have a lot to talk about. Seeing that Ivan really didn't care, Angela suppressed other thoughts and left to find her family. After more than 10 years away, Angela certainly had a lot to learn, such as why her brother Leowen looked like this, and why her sister Jonah didn't see anyone today. I didn't expect you to be so kind and gentle. Looking at the disappearing back, Tanya said with a smile. That's because you don't understand me. This wizard has always been kind and gentle. Ivan didn't deny it at all. Hearing this, Tanya rolled her eyes. This guy is really bold. He didn't hesitate at all when he rejected her. Fortunately, he is still a person who remembers the old favor. If I were you, I should have taken advantage of the situation to defeat the entire centaur tribe, and then take this place into my pocket. In this way, the purpose of your trip would be achieved, and you would not lack servants and experimental subjects. That's so boring. Are you dissatisfied with this place? It's too far from the underground passage, and close to the southern border. It's not suitable as a foothold at the moment. Moreover, rather than picking up a ready-made one, I would rather build a base from start to finish. Just as Tanya thought, Ivan really considered making the Centaur Basin his own territory, but after weighing it over and over again, he chose to give up. First, as he said at this moment, it was too far from the passage. Second, thousands of years ago, humans and centaurs actually had an alliance, and humans at that time received a lot of favors from the centaurs. Now, it is really against morality to kill the centaurs. He is now an arcane wizard, and many of his actions can represent the entire human race, so this point must be taken into consideration. Third, Angela is his woman after all, so he should give her the face she deserves. Whatever you want. Tanya was more concerned about when Ivan would be promoted to Night King than opening up the underground settlement. She originally thought that Ivan would do something big after coming to the Centaur Basin. On the other side, Angela was talking to her father, mother, and brother. Because Elder Thor did not come back and did not bring back the letter, Tonley and others always thought that Angela, like those who went out in the past, had been buried somewhere. Angela's return this time was beyond everyone's expectations. Faced with these concerned eyes, Angela did not hide anything and briefly talked about the series of things that happened after she left here. I see. Thank you for your hard work, Angela. Tonley only then knew how many dangers his eldest daughter had experienced, and how she almost died several times. After meeting Wizard Ivan, my situation has been very good. My strength is only half a step behind that of the Night King. Angela shook her head and smiled knowingly. You have a better eye for people than me, the clan leader. Tonley sighed. Afterwards, the two of them inevitably talked about the Night King's inheritance, the Centaur Mountain, and the suddenly shattered Sacred Mountain Monument. In response, Angela did not hide anything and explained the inheritance of the 7 sacred mountains. Alas, we can't blame others. We can only blame ourselves for not living up to expectations. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel heartbroken, but what could Tonley do? He didn't see that the other party could easily destroy one of the best masters in the clan without even doing anything. He could only accept the fact. The centaurs were no longer the centaurs of the past. Leowen, what's wrong with your body? Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Angela changed the subject. I was poisoned. Compared with the past few years, I am much better now. Leowen smiled bitterly. Poisoned? Angela thought of Lucas, who was so unbridled just now, and her eyes became cold. It's not what you think. Leowen overestimated his own abilities, which led to the bad consequences now. Tonley saw what his eldest daughter was thinking and quickly explained. After listening to her father's subsequent narration, Angela realized that this matter had something to do with herself. Her going out and her death stimulated her younger brother Leowen and younger sister Jonah, causing different things to grow in their hearts. A few years later, the two of them, one in front and one behind, secretly gathered a group of young knights and tried to leave here to venture out and reshape the glory of the centaurs. The result is predictable. One was poisoned, the other disappeared. After these two accidents, the remaining chivalry of the centaurs completely disappeared, leading to the further weakening of the centaurs, which can be described as playing badly. Leowen, you and Jonah are both great. Angela was silent for a moment, and finally looked at her brother with approval. I overestimated my own abilities. Leowen was hit hard enough that year, and it was not until Jonah made the same choice that he regained his spirits. No, you were just born too late, born in the current situation that is irreversible. It's not your fault. Angela shook her head, and then announced a good news. I almost forgot that we cleaned up the outside on the way here. Everything there has been cleaned up. Several people were stunned and didn't react for a while. Until Tonley stood up. Angela, are you serious? He asked while holding Angela's hand. Well, we cleaned up everything without Wizard Ivan's help. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to see. Angela understood why her father lost his temper. After all, it was a big problem that had troubled the tribe for hundreds of years. I believe it, I believe it. Tonley believed it too much. After all, with the Lord by Angela's side, it was not difficult to clean up the hunters outside. The three of them were full of emotion and talked more unconsciously. Angela, tell us the truth. What did the Lord want when he came here? Finally, Tonley asked nervously. Originally, I wanted everyone to join Wizard Ivan, be protected by him, and look for opportunities for the tribe to rise under his care. Now I think forget it. We centaurs are not worthy. We will just live here in the future. There is no need to ask for too much. Ah? Angela said so, and the three were dumbfounded again. A day later, Ivan received a secret map about a possible hidden place, and a torn book, which recorded some things about the Night King. These were obviously the heritage of the centaurs, but they were pitifully few. As a wizard, Ivan advocated equal exchange, so he cured Tonli's injury, solved Liao's poison, and left behind a superb night-breathing method. A few days later, the group left the centaur's basin, and at Angela's request, 2 more centaurs joined the team. Chapter 556. The secret place provided by the centaurs is very interesting. It is located in the northeast corner of the first underground layer, which is diagonally opposite to the centaur's basin. In other words, the distance between the two is the farthest. I don't know if it is intentional. Ivan doesn't care about it. It's a good opportunity to walk around and observe the underground world more. Did you find it? What? There is no special place like the ancient battlefield in the underground world, and it is difficult to see the spirits that breed. The environment here is cleaner than the surface. Many days later, the group passed through the West Territory from the southwest corner and returned to the North Territory again. After a long period of observation, Ivan found that the underground was indeed different from the surface, and the quality of the energy particles here was obviously better than the surface. Maybe just because we haven't encountered it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Maybe those things are hidden deeper. Hearing his words, Tanya disagreed. You are wrong. The underground of Danila is very unique. It seems to be able to purify the power of other worlds. Therefore, it is difficult to nourish those things that represent chaos here. Ivan said. You are an arcane wizard, you have the final say. Tanya basically gave up the way of wizards, and did not dwell on this point. No wonder some people say that the underground is the center of Danila. Ivan sighed. He heard what the old tree man Meg said. He did not agree at first, but now he knows that this is very reasonable. He has a hunch that only by conducting in-depth underground research can the essence of Danila's power be slowly revealed. Perhaps this is also the essence of the 6th level wizard and the throne. If this feeling is right, it is a pity that wizards do not open up a place to live underground. Why are you studying these? You might as well study how to become a Night King. If you were a Night King, maybe when you were in the Centaur tribe, the Centaurs would have surrendered to you as soon as they met. Tanya changed the subject very abruptly. Haha, very insightful. What are you laughing at? I am. Okay, let's fix it first. Ivan already had a plan in mind on how to become a Night King, which was to proceed step by step. With his current accumulation, as long as the time was right, he could naturally become a Night King, unlike the previous promotion of the Arcane Mage, who had to fight for everything to get an extreme sublimation. The mountain wind blew, and the group landed on a towering cliff. Standing on the cliff, you can still see the dome of the underground world. There is also a strange rock wall there, dotted with stars, which looks unique. Ivan cast a tracking spell as usual, and the result was the same as before. Still no trace of Meg was found. He had long been accustomed to it, and was not disappointed. In fact, there is a simpler way to find Meg, that is to go to the Comer Empire in the south, and ask the ancient war tree there. There will be a greater probability of finding clues. But he couldn't go, after all, he had promised the Dark Knight Mother before he set out. If he broke his promise, he would probably have to bear the wrath of the Dark Knight Mother, which would not be worth the loss. Look, there's something. At this time, Tanya reminded. A large figure was crawling across the dome not far away, shuttling through the uneven dome as if walking on flat ground. A closer look revealed that it was an ugly spider covered with dark green hair, and the spider beast was dragging a prey with its web. The prey was hanging in the air, swaying left and right as the spider beast ran. She's a young woman with a nice figure, Wizard Ivan. Do you want to be a hero and save the beauty? Tanya was obviously watching the fun. Okay. Ivan didn't pay attention at first, but changed his mind immediately after a glance. No way, are you serious? Tanya was stunned. No one answered her question. Ivan had already chased after the fast-moving spider beast, so fast that others couldn't react. Angela, what's going on? Tanya didn't believe that someone would be tempted by beauty. That seems to be a night elf. Angela said. Locke, what do you think? Tanya asked again. I don't know, why don't you ask Zae? Locke was also confused. Zae? Wizard Ivan seems to owe that person money for wine. Zae thought about it, and gave a seemingly unreliable reason. In fact, Ivan really never paid for the wine. After all, his royal court wine, whether it was 1,000 years old or 4,000 years old, was taken from the other party for free. Based on this, he couldn't just sit there and watch. The power of shadow? Ivan was not only an arcane wizard, but also had a deep understanding of space. With his speed, it was easy for him to catch up with the spider beast. The first step was of course to save people. A tongue of fire passed through the sky and accurately burned the web that was dragging its prey. No matter how dense the web was, it couldn't resist the burning of the flames. However, at the critical moment, the body and web of the spider beast suddenly turned into a black shadow, becoming half real and half illusory, just avoiding the attack of the blazing flames. Ivan saw clearly that this was a power similar to that of a shadow, but somewhat different. The spider beast roared in dissatisfaction, but knowing that the enemy behind it was not easy to deal with, it did not turn back to meet the enemy, but instead accelerated and ran forward, like a black light passing through the sky. If you want to escape, I'm afraid you're thinking too much. Ivan estimated the strength of the spider beast, which was similar to that of the Shadow Blood Guard, both of whom were pseudolords, with abilities reaching level 4 in some aspect. Although such an opponent was a little difficult to deal with, he could not escape from his palm. 9 Python Fire Whisker Gun. As his soul moved, 9 slender scaleless pythons emerged, and in the blink of an eye they arrived near the spider beast, sweeping towards it from all directions. The next second, the spider beast's body was stabbed into pieces like a sieve. A petite body fell freely from the sky, and Ivan dodged past, and the person had already fallen into his arms, and a soft touch came. Lelucia, the first mistress of the Night Elves. This most noble woman in the Comer Empire looked so pitiful at this time, and her unconscious frown also revealed a different kind of grace. Ivan also noticed that there was an abnormal blush on Leluxia's face, which should be due to some kind of aphrodisiac poison. It turns out that it is still an unruly spider. He glanced at the corpse that had fallen to the ground, and suddenly felt a little amused. According to the plots in some popular novels, in this case, the only way to cure the aphrodisiac poison is to use one's body as a prescription, but he is a wizard and has many means. He flicked his hand casually, and a wisp of deep red smoke was taken out of Leluxia's body, and it was burned up in an instant. After the poison eased, Leluxia murmured, and then she slowly opened her eyes. "Wizard Ivan, my dear prince, it's great to see you. I knew you would come to save me." Leluxia recognized Ivan at a glance, and her charming face smiled, and she whispered to him like a spoiled child, her voice so numb that it made people's blood boil. Not far away, Tanya and others came and saw this scene. Tanya looked at Z with an inquiring look, as if asking, "Didn't you say you owed him money for the wine? Then what did you mean by this?" As the most genuine lady of Marikadon, she naturally cares about this issue. The ant looked a little embarrassed, but it was hard for anyone to see anything on its face, so just pretend that nothing was seen. Little did he know that Ivan was also confused. It seemed that he and Lelucia had no other relationship except the matter of the royal court wine. Could it be that the charm poison could also cause people's memory disorder or confusion of thinking? It seems that this poison needs to be solved in depth. Chapter 557. After an episode, Ivan and his party continued to move forward, but there was one more person in the team. After Leluxia's charm poison was completely removed, she found an excuse to stay. Leluxia did not say a word about what happened before. Others could see clearly that this woman was very interested in Ivan the wizard. She always stared at Ivan with her eyes rolling. With her appearance, which was one of the best in the Night Elves, her lethality was particularly strong. In terms of appearance and charm alone, even Tanya, who thought highly of herself, had to admit that this woman looked completely according to men's aesthetics, which made people feel inferior. After Lelucia appeared, Tanya looked at Ivan with a strange look. In fact, she could only express her opinion in this way. After all, she and Ivan had made a deal beforehand, and she had no right to ask about such things. As for the other person in the team, Angela. As one of Ivan's women, Angela's idea was very simple. As long as she had a place for herself around Ivan, she didn't care about anything else. "Are you going to follow us all the time?" After advancing for several days, the destination in the northeast corner was getting closer and closer. Ivan couldn't help asking a few questions. Friendship is friendship, but some things can't be kept secret. "I thought you didn't plan to ask?" Leluxia looked at him softly, not hiding anything. "I thought you would say it yourself." "Hee, do we think we are in sync?" Seeing the other party's smiling face, Ivan seemed to see a female bodhisattva who wanted to eat Tang Monk's flesh. Recalling that when he was in the Comer Empire, this woman was not like this at all. Could it be that the previous poison has touched the soul and caused irreversible effects? "I was originally traveling, and there must be a special fate that brought you and me to the same place," Lelucia continued, and her words showed the passion of the night elves. Didn't that ugly spider bring you here? Hearing this, Tanya, who was not far away, couldn't help but remind her. Who are you? Lelougia asked back. Mrs. Merricaden. Tanya stated her identity in a sonorous and powerful voice. Really? Lelougia looked at her seriously for a few seconds and shook her head. No, you don't have to quibble. I can see this kind of thing with my eyes. You have a wide range of knowledge in this area. Tanya didn't expect to be seen through, but she didn't want to lose the battle. You are wrong again. I still retain the purest virginity. This most beautiful flower crown must be dedicated to the man I love most. Lelougia said without hesitation. Tanya was speechless. She couldn't say such a fierce word. Ahem. Ivan pretended to cough and drew attention to himself. Why don't we talk about the spider first? That is the phantom spider, belonging to the Nala beast. Among all the beasts, this kind of beast is the most difficult to guard against. I was not careful for a moment, and fell into its trap. Hearing this, Lelougia explained. Nala beast? Ivan immediately thought of the name of the world, Danala. It is hard to say that there is no connection between the two. I almost forgot. Wizard Ivan, you are from the surface. It's normal that you haven't heard of the Nala beast, and listen to Lelouxia slowly explain it to you. Lelouxia is very coquettish. Tanya rolled her eyes after hearing this. This woman never forgets to hook up with Ivan. She really doesn't take other people seriously. The next thing is a secret. If you want to say it quickly. Don't be hypocritical. Tanya, you are really always interrupting what I want to say to Wizard Ivan. Asshole, be careful of me. Tanya seemed to have a bad aura with Lelougia. After a few words, Tanya was about to roll up her sleeves. She had to let the woman opposite know what a night sub-king was. Under Ivan's strong suppression, the two people with bad auras finally stopped fighting. From Lelougia, he learned what a Nera beast was. The birth of a Nera beast involves the characteristics of the Danera world itself. The Danera world has a unique ability to absorb the power of other worlds, and then after a series of fusion and transformation, it finally completes localization. Danera contained the power of the shadow world and localized it, and then the phantom spider was born. The birth of the Nera beast involved the will of the world, so it was not surprising that it became hard to guard against. I see. Ivan nodded in enlightenment. He suddenly thought of the wizards themselves, the rise of wizards, and the demons in the abyss plane. By analogy with the birth of the Nera beast, the emergence of wizards became easy to understand. There was also the difference between the surface and the underground. His previous guess was obviously biased. The underground world is not purifying the power of other worlds, but taking all of these powers for its own use, thus achieving the diversification of life. Thank you, Speaker Lelougia. Thinking of something, he solemnly thanked. This is definitely not a well-known news. Only some people in the Empire know this secret, since the development of the Kalmar Empire has lasted for nearly a century. Then, what should the wizard be called, Nera Alien? Wizard Ivan, if you really want to thank me, please call me by my name. Lelougia took the opportunity to make a small request. Ivan also choked. He had never seen such a persistent woman. The phantom spider is the most annoying. It can absorb the power of women in some way and turn it into its own power. We, the night elves, are good at using the power of shadow, and it is easy to become the target of the phantom spider. Perhaps she noticed Ivan's embarrassment, and the considerate Lelougia solved the problem herself. She is the speaker of the Kalmar Empire, and the successor of an extremely brilliant family. She knows much more than ordinary people, especially about all aspects of the underground world. In Ivan's eyes, she is a very valuable person. After weighing it, Ivan decided to let Lelougia follow, which naturally disappointed Tanya. Not long after they set out again, the group arrived at the entrance of the hidden passage. The entrance was indeed tricky. After entering, they found that it was also very narrow, as if it was dug by some beast. However, the passage seemed to have been abandoned for a long time, and no beasts could be seen anymore, which seemed very cold. The group walked very peacefully on this road. After going deep into a long distance, the cold air around them suddenly disappeared, the air began to warm up, and hot mist began to emerge. Wizard Ivan, this is different from what is recorded on the map, right? It's indeed different. It doesn't matter. Just take a closer look and you know the situation. As the saying goes, the more skilled you are, the more daring you are. Ivan noticed something unusual and did not stop moving forward. Chapter 558. Nothing stays the same, and the centaurs have been in hiding for so long, and so many things have happened in the world, so it is not surprising that this place has changed. Soon, the sight in front of the group of people became clear. There is no sunbird here, only golden crystals that continue to emit light, and the faint golden light illuminates the depression in front of them. You can see that one puddle in the depression is connected to another puddle, and it is densely packed. These puddles are boiling, and they are obviously hot springs. The air temperature is high, and the water vapor is very heavy. To be honest, it is not suitable for ordinary humans to survive. Sorry, my tribe didn't know that something happened here otherwise. Looking at the scenery in front of her, Angela could also judge that the environment here was not suitable for building a habitation area. Ivan waved his hand. Given the current situation of the centaurs, they probably didn't know about the occurrence of the accident. It was useless to say more. His eyes stopped on one of the puddles. In the puddle, he keenly sensed a strange spatial force. The next second, he flashed to the side of the puddle and explored it with his soul. During this exploration, he found something extraordinary. The puddle was more appropriately called a pool. The pool was not deep, but there was a constant stream of boiling gas coming out from the bottom, as if it was endless. So that's how it was. The bottom of the pool seemed to have a spatial connection with a certain place, so that the boiling gas could be continuously transported over. This seemed to be a kind of teleportation, right? Ivan had never thought that he would encounter something related to spatial teleportation in this remote corner. It was simply unheard of. What's wrong? The one who asked was Lelugia, and they came to the side one step later. Since Lelugia and Tanya were knowledgeable, Ivan did not hide it and told them his discovery. After listening, the two fell into thought. Is it another Nala monster? Lelugia looked at him strangely. What's the reason? Ivan could not deny it. According to the records of the Khmer Empire, I vaguely remember a special plane called the Spirit Lake Plane. Some lakes in the plane form their own space, forming strange worlds within worlds. These worlds within worlds are like the underground world of the Danila world, which is the center of the world. Lelugia explained in more detail. If Danila directly accommodates the power of the Spirit Lake Plane and completes localization, the Nila beasts nurtured by it may cause the current situation. It was the first time that Ivan heard of this strange world. He had to admit that Lelugia's hypothesis was very bold. It may also be that Leluxia suffered persecution from the Nara beast not long ago, leaving a psychological shadow, and tends to think in that direction when encountering things. Ivan was not in a hurry to confirm this. He ordered several people to search everywhere to see if they could find some traces. Although the environment in this place is poor, the area is not small, at least 3 times the size of the Centaur Basin. After a while, they came to a ruin soaked in boiling water. The animal claws on the broken walls told of the bad things that had happened here. In addition, they were lucky enough to find some patterns for recording events. I know, the gods living here are the fire foxes and their affiliated race, the fire rat men. In the underground world, the fur of the fire foxes is warm, soft, and beautiful, and is loved by some people. Based on this factor, the fire foxes were slaughtered to near extinction, and the remaining number is very small, usually hiding in a corner of the world. Lelugia stared at some of the symbols in the pattern and thought for a while, then revealed the identity of the race that once lived here. The pattern also recorded an incident. The fire fur foxmen once lived here in harmony, until one day, a fire fur ratman dug a deep passage and dug through a certain place, and since then the gate of purgatory has been opened to them. Come on, follow this wizard to take a look. Ivan did what he said, and according to the record in the pattern, he found an abandoned passage in a larger pool of water, and he went in without saying a word. Seeing his impetuous appearance, Tanya curled her lips. Relying on being a lord-level creature, he is so reckless, how enviable. This world is a big stage. If you want to enter the hall and become a chess player on the stage, there is a hard condition, that is, the strength reaches the lord level and achieves an extraordinary body. Below the lord level, you have to be restrained in everything you do, so as not to accidentally capsize. Unfortunately, for all creatures, the lord level is usually an insurmountable hurdle. Most creatures are blocked under the threshold for their entire lives, and can never make any progress. Tanya thought so in her mind, but she did not stop, but dived into the pool and ran to the other side of the passage with Ivan. Wherever Ivan passed, the mountains and rivers seemed to temporarily avoid his edge, automatically making way for him to pass unobstructed. He went deeper and deeper, and after an unknown amount of time, he passed through the deep and narrow passage and arrived at another pool. The pool here was still hot springs, and the temperature was much higher than the other side. Looking around, it was the end of a remote valley. Who are you? As soon as Ivan emerged from the water, he heard a timid voice. It turned out that someone was staying by the water, cleaning his fur. It seemed to be a handsome young man in a fire fur fox. When he saw Ivan suddenly appear, His eyes were full of surprise and fear. A human wizard, what about you? Ivan jumped out of the water, but there was no sign of wetness on his clothes. Manshaw. Are you a girl? Yes. Manshaw, are there many of your people here? Ivan couldn't help but want to find out more information, but a shout came from the other side of the valley, making the girl named Manshaw tremble. She no longer cared about what Ivan said, and ran in a panic in the direction of the sound. There were a few splashes in the pool, and Lelexia, Tanya, and others surfaced. Wizard Ivan, are there other people here? There is a young fire fox man, whose blood is not very pure. The quality of that fire fur coat is probably not very good, but... Lelexia paused halfway through her words, as if she had said something very important in front of Wizard Ivan. She smiled slyly and pretended that she had not said anything. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. There are constant disputes among the same race, let alone between different races. As the first mistress of the Night Elves, Lelexia is not a good man, and Ivan himself is not either. He has done many biological experiments, so he did not have much disgust for her words. What puzzled Ivan was that it was not difficult to draw a conclusion from the other party's behavior. Lelexia, who he had always suspected of having ulterior motives, seemed to be serious this time and really wanted him to become her prince. It didn't make sense. Ivan didn't think that his charm was so great that he could make the head of a country ignore the fact that there were other women around him and continue to fall in love with him. Chapter 559. Ivan put aside the things he couldn't figure out for the time being, and he didn't stop his pace. A moment later, he saw a plain surrounded by mountains. On the peak in the middle was a boiling hot spring, and the hot air rose into the sky like a column of smoke. Ivan sensed a different breath from this peak, and a wild glow emanated from it. There were traces of artificial buildings on the plain surrounding the peak, and from a distance, he could see the active fire fur rat men and a small number of fire fur fox men. Without exception, these fire fur fox men are not very old. As fire fur rat men are generally short in height, even the young fire fur fox men do not look shorter than the fire fur rat men around them. In addition to the difference in height, the fire fur fox men have very abundant fiery red hair, especially on their tails, heads, arms, etc. The hair exposed is obviously brighter and smoother than that of fire fur rat men. In Ivan's opinion, this is probably a good material for making talisman pins. Haha, the blood of these fire fur fox men is not very pure. It seems that something interesting has happened. There are no adult fire fur fox people here. Guess where they can go? The people present are all smart people. They can hear the hidden meaning in the words. The adult fire fur fox people must have been imprisoned and reduced to tools for childbearing. Anything can happen. Even the fire fur rat people who have obeyed the fire fur fox people for generations are unreliable. Do you want to take care of other people's business? Tanya is a little eager to try. Her idea is simple. Anyway, Ivan is here to back her up. It's okay for her to have some fun. Ivan didn't know what she was thinking. If he knew, he probably wouldn't bring someone out next time. It's not so easy to take care of other people's business. Ivan shook his head slightly, his eyes fixed on the mountain in the middle, as if he was exploring and measuring something. Don't you have it? Tanya said bluntly. That's true. Ivan answered casually. The so-called mountain was actually a strange beast. The strong aura on its body almost made him think it was a lured creature. After careful identification, he found that there was still a slight difference. The strength level is the same as the phantom spider encountered before. Wait, this wizard will be back soon. A slight mistake can lead to a great difference. This sentence is very appropriate to describe the difference between some pseudo-lords and lords. After understanding the opponent's strength, Ivan prepared to take advantage of the beast. While the beast was sleeping, he condensed a sacrificial heart and threw it into the mountain without any waves. Roar! At the critical moment, the beast sensed the danger and woke up suddenly, with an extremely manic attitude. The mountain peak moved. It turned out to be a turtle beast carrying rocks and hot springs on its back. With the sound of metal clashing, a black chain surrounded the huge body of the beast, suppressing it tightly. Good toughness. Under the suppression of the black chain, the boiling spring turtle continued to struggle hard, and did not run out of strength for a long time. Ivan couldn't help but secretly praise it, and decisively used the Star Soul Hand. The Star Soul Hand silently sank into the body of the boiling spring turtle. This move that directly hit the soul immediately made the boiling spring turtle confused and depressed. The heart of sacrifice pursued the victory. Roar. The boiling spring turtle roared unwillingly, and soon sank under the control of the heart of sacrifice. The biggest problem was solved. Ivan waved to the other side, indicating that Tanya and others could start to act, while he himself remained on the top of the mountain. Luluxia had a good eye. This turtle was really a Nala beast, and it had many similarities with the power of the spirit lake she mentioned. The boiling spring teleported through the air. When it grew to a high enough level, it could directly cross many plains and look down on the surrounding areas. The two hidden places are not close to each other, but the boiling spring water can be transmitted through the hot spring behind the strange beast, which is enough to show the uniqueness of this ability. If it can be studied in depth, it may be helpful for the development of the teleportation array. This is also the reason why Ivan used enslavement instead of strangling directly when facing the boiling spring turtle. In addition, Martin Casper knows about the transmission of the spirit force field, which is also helpful for the comprehension of the teleportation array. If he goes deeper step by step, he may really gain something in the teleportation array. Of course, this matter cannot be rushed. On the other side, not far from the foot of the mountain, under the suppression of Tanya, Luluxia and others, all the Fire Fur Rat people could only leave their homes and wait for the arrangements of these uninvited guests. As for those who disobey, they will stay in their homes forever. Sir, this has nothing to do with us. We don't want to do such an indecent behavior, but the old turtle is cruel. If you don't listen to it, it will bite you. If this continues, we will be extinct in no time. The leader, the Fire Fur Rat man Dylan, was strong and sturdy, but now his face was full of flattery. Is this the reason why you betrayed your master and kept the Fire Fur Foxmen in captivity? Tanya said sinisterly. The situation was just as they expected. The Fire Fur Foxmen were living a miserable life now. Not only were their numbers dwindling, but they had also become the reproduction tools of the original lower races. Your Excellency, this has nothing to do with us. The fierce turtle needs blood every time it wakes up, and our Fire Fur Rat men have poor blood, and the fire essence contained is too little, which is not in the eyes of the fierce turtle. We had no choice but to find another way. We were forced. Even though Dylan the Fire Fur Rat man has a strong build, his rat nature will unconsciously show when he speaks, and he looks a little funny. It is not difficult to tell that boys and girls, like Man Shah, are prepared for the awakened boiling spring turtle. From birth to now, the ultimate goal of growing up is to become blood food for the ferocious beast, which makes Tanya and other women feel pity. They wish to grind the Fire Fur Rat man to ashes. Do it. The reasoning did not make sense, and Dylan the Fire Fur Rat man changed his humble attitude and suddenly attacked the delicate Luluxia, and his speed was not slow. At the critical moment, Luluxia turned into a shadow and dodged to the side, making the attack of the Fire Fur Rat man fall into the air. Then, Luluxia had a gray divine spear in her hand, with a cold and sharp tip, which quickly extended to Dylan. The divine spear quickly passed by, and drops of blood splashed in the air. Venerable, help me. Dylan was shocked and called for help in panic. However, this action just happened to provoke the boiling spring turtle, who was feeling very aggrieved. The boiling spring turtle leaned down with its huge head, and swallowed him into its stomach in the eyes of Dylan's smugness. This sudden scene destroyed the will of the remaining Fire Fur Rat people, and the situation was a complete failure. Whether on the mountain or around the peak, Ivan and his team easily won the victory, and rescued the miserable Fire Fur Fox people. As for the land under his feet, Ivan naturally took it for himself. However, it is not an easy task to transform these two pieces of land into an area suitable for human habitation. Fortunately, he has the boiling spring turtle as the initiator. The second is the sun bird. If you want to successfully open up a settlement, the sun bird is indispensable. Chapter 560. The secret place. Under the hard work of the boiling spring turtle, the scattered hot pools all over the ground quickly became regular, and turned into a ring river surrounding the secret place. Seeing the progress of the transformation so gratifying, Ivan couldn't help but think about another key thing, the sun bird. The sun bird is also called the son of the sun. The sun bird provides continuous sunlight for the underground world, and the son of the sun, like the sun on the surface, can accurately distinguish between night and day, which is completely synchronized with the surface. Wizard Ivan, why don't you go to the southern border to open up a settlement? Given the relationship between you, me, and Jenny, and your status as the son of the temple, the Comer Empire will definitely be willing to open the door for you. Public is public, private is private, how can they be mixed up? As for how to capture the sun bird, it's right to ask Luluxia. Luluxia had a question, and Ivan certainly couldn't say that your mother goddess didn't allow it. He just responded with a vague answer. Wizard Ivan is thinking about the long-term future of the human race. It's a blessing for mankind to have a pillar like you. Luluxia obviously misunderstood something. Ivan smiled. The sun bird is a very simple creature. After all, No one will actively hurt them. If you want them to follow you, the method is actually very simple. Just become friends with the sun bird. Leluxia did not disappoint him, and immediately talked about business. Become friends? The key to becoming friends with the sun bird is whether you can withstand the burning of the sun's golden flame. Once you can withstand the burning of the sun's golden flame for a long time, the sun bird will treat you as a friend or a kind and become close to you. Next, you just need to use a little trick, and the sun bird will follow you obediently. I see. Ivan suddenly realized, but this method is quite strange. If you can't bear it, you will have to pay with your life. For an arcane wizard who controls fire, this should not be difficult to do. Wizard Ivan, do you want me to give you a sun bird? We have a lot of them in the Comer Empire, Lelugia said. Thank you, but I want to get it myself. Well, let me remind you that the flames of the sun bird are very special, containing their own breath, and they can keenly distinguish the difference. The sun bird is also quite jealous, so for a short period of time, it's best for you to only make one sun bird as a friend. After listening to Lelucia's statement, Ivan realized that there were so many twists and turns in it. If someone who doesn't know the correct method tries to take the sun bird by force, he will probably end up in failure. As for the traces of the sun bird, it is indeed more difficult to find new ones. Fortunately, he knew where there was one, just below the original ancient Tree Ridge Academy. No one knew how the sun bird ended up there. Time passed in a flash, and it was more than half a month later. Ivan and May arrived at their destination, a valley plain with scorching sunshine. Looking around, they saw a golden bird's nest above the sky. The nest was made of glazed gold wire, and inside it lived a bird that looked like a small sun. Right below the sun bird, they could see a pillar of support extending from the ground, which was actually a huge tree root. According to Jenny, this is part of the remains of the Mother Earth. Jenny also met the old tree man Meg in this place. Evan, you don't want to treat the sun bird like the boiling spring turtle, do you? Tanya couldn't help asking. Of course not. This wizard dare not enslave the sun bird. Evan glanced at Lelugia next to him, and shook his head slightly. Like the lava lord, the sun bird is also an important part of the underground world. In other words, the sun bird is an underground public official, and you must not treat them presumptuously. Using other methods is indeed not as good as making friends with the sun bird. As for what method I use, you will know in a while. Wait and see. Tanya saw that the method must be provided by the night elf woman next to her. Although this woman is lusty to Ivan from time to time, the background behind her is indeed not comparable to that of the human race. In Tanya's surprised eyes, Ivan flew straight into the sky and came to the nest of the glazed golden bird. He paused for a moment, and the sun bird inside looked at him with a puzzled look, and he couldn't help but greeted him. I'm here to make friends. Hearing this, the sun bird still looked at him blankly, until he got into the glazed golden bird's nest and found a corner in the nest to sit on the ground, and the sun bird's eyes suddenly brightened a lot. The sun bird happily spit out golden flames, and the flames fell on the glazed golden bird's nest, making the entire nest more radiant. Looking up from the ground, the sun in the sky baked the valley with even hotter light. Are you worried about him? On the ground, Leluxia suddenly asked. No need. Ivan is an arcane wizard who controls the power of fire. His understanding and control of the power of fire is incomparable to ordinary people. It's just a few foreign flames. It can't hurt his life at all, Tanya said truthfully. You are really cruel. Unlike this speaker, I am very worried about Wizard Ivan. Leluxia stared at the sky, not daring to relax for a moment. Tanya rolled her eyes when she heard this. When did this woman forget to be attentive? Ask you a question. Tell me about it. Why do you love Ivan the wizard? Tanya took the opportunity to ask the question that had been hidden in her heart for a long time. You don't understand. Lelugia glanced at her. How can I understand if you don't tell me? Tanya said speechlessly. Because this is the guidance of fate. Fate has tied Ivan and I together. Lelugia whispered seriously. Huh? Tanya was confused. She never thought that someone would fall in love with someone because of a mess of reasons. To be honest, she really didn't understand. Leluxia had no desire to continue. The two stood there quietly, waiting for Ivan to return from the fire. A day passed, and Ivan was still sitting there safely, trying to peek into the secrets of the sun's golden flame. At this time, the sun bird thought he had passed the test and could become friends with each other, and actually danced a strange dance around him. Ivan's first reaction was the courtship of birds. He shook his head slightly, put this idea behind him, and began to carefully look at the bird in front of him. This sun bird has 2 legs and 4 wings. When it is in high spirits, its body quickly turns golden and transparent, revealing its golden feathers, golden skin, and golden bones. It seems to be made up of golden flames and golden light. In any case, he successfully became a good friend of the sun bird. Ivan soon discovered that the sun bird's mind was indeed not very high, and it could be said that it had a simple temperament. It was not difficult to induce it to follow him to a hidden place. Chapter 561. Half a year later, the original residence of the Firefox people has become more presentable after this period of adjustment. Various buildings have been built, gradually approaching normal human residences. In the new residence, the small sun hanging in the sky is the most eye-catching. After Ivan became a friend of the sun bird, it didn't take much effort to bring the sun bird back to the underworld and let it set up camp in a hidden place. From then on, this hidden place had day and night. Through this period of observation, Ivan can easily draw a conclusion. Regardless of the reasons, Luluxia is indeed sincere to him. Beauty is not something that can be resisted by willpower alone. Moreover, Luluxia is still a stunning beauty, equivalent to the advanced version of Danlin. That night, Ivan finally couldn't hold back and sank into Luluxia's passion. "Will you be my prince?" "No, I want you to be one of my wives." "Humph, don't say such spoiling words." "I understand." At night, the sun bird hid in its own glazed golden bird nest to rest, no longer emitting any light from the outside, and Ivan's life tonight has just begun. As an arcane wizard, no one would offend him at this time. However, something unexpected happened. A force was transmitted from Luluxia to Ivan, making him feel more comfortable. What is this? A blessing from the polar night, a power that can only be produced by the purest and most beautiful flower crown of the Dubois family. The specific effect varies from person to person, and it must be beneficial to you. Luluxia, let me ask you, you two weren't familiar with each other before. Why did you like this wizard? Is it too late to ask now? A little? It's okay to tell you. This is the guidance from fate. Ivan didn't expect that the beauty in his arms also had the potential to be a fortune teller. Anyway, the beauty was already in his arms, so he didn't compare and care so much. Just take it as the guidance of fate. Under the blessing of the polar night, a threshold in his body was touched, forcing him to stop other small movements and focus on the changes in his body. At this moment, the seed of life in his body began to transform into the core of life. That's right, driven by the power of blessing, he found an opportunity to break through the Night King, which was something he could never have imagined. Since the opportunity has come, he must seize it firmly. Compared with the night of spring, the progress of the night's way is obviously more important. He can distinguish the priorities. It is indeed the guidance of fate. As another protagonist tonight, Luluxia was not angry at this. Instead, her almond eyes staring at Ivan became brighter, and she was more certain of one thing in her heart. The Night King is essentially a flying knight, belonging to the third level of strength. The Night King is at the fourth level of strength, belonging to the Lord level. As we all know, it is not easy to break through any Lord level, including the Night King. Perhaps because of the accumulation of experience, Ivan's breakthrough this time seemed particularly smooth. Even so, it took him nearly 2 months. At the moment of successful breakthrough, the light golden light of life penetrated the wall and spread all around, shining particularly brightly. Is this the light of life? It's so heavy that it makes people breathless. Tanya is very familiar with the light of life, but the light of life at the moment is a bit unbearable. That's natural. The power of the Lord is not something you can guess, Luluxia said. You talk as if you are also a Lord-level creature. I'm not yet, but thanks to the guidance of fate, I found the opportunity to cross this threshold. I think it won't take long for me to successfully break through. Hearing this, Tanya couldn't help but turn her head and stare at her, wanting to see if her words were true or not. Luluxia acted very calmly. She disdained to tell such a lie. After observing for a while, Tanya felt her teeth ache. It didn't make sense. That kind of thing was so magical, and it could allow both people to break through the Lord level? Don't think too much. Only the purest and most beautiful Corolla of the Dubois family can cultivate power. You definitely can't do it. Luluxia seemed to see through her thoughts, and reminded her from the side. You talk too much. Tanya glared at her unhappily. I'm just worried that you think too much and do something wrong. After all, you're just a fake Mrs. Marichatin, and your identity is different from mine. Luluxia replied with a smile. You're so long-winded. Luluxia has never been an easy person to deal with. In front of her, Tanya often has to suffer a setback. Not to mention the fight between the two. On the other side, the pale golden light of life shrank back into the house, and finally returned to Ivan. I have been on the path of knights for a long time, and finally I have become a Night King. The golden bloodline has been formed, and the golden combat body has been forged. At this moment, Ivan felt better than ever. In this way, he had 3 Lord Hearts in his body: the Soul Energy Core, the Element Core, and the Life Core. After forging the Life Core, his body has grown significantly in all aspects. Take the recovery ability as an example. It is not possible to regenerate by dripping blood, but those who are missing arms and legs can grow them back by themselves with the strength of the body alone, and they are guaranteed to be exactly the same as before. This can also be seen from the data panel. The physical fitness has increased from 34 to 45. It is a pity that because he majored in the way of wizards, the knight needs to bear a certain degree of suppression, otherwise the data of the physical fitness will be more explosive. Secondly, the power of the domain will be more unique. At this time, his domain power has been revealed. In the space composed of pale golden life light, a strange golden war drum floated in the air, which was what Ivan's life domain showed. He finally took the traditional path of sacrifice. Through the golden war drum, he could transmit his power through the air, bringing terrifying amplification to those in need, and also boosting morale and making people bravely move forward. This golden war drum is indeed unique, and especially suitable for war, but it is far from what Ivan expected. This made him a little disappointed. Don't think too much. You can't abandon the way of wizards, and devote yourself to the way of knights. Under the suppression of the arcane core, the life core can evolve into what it is now. It is lucky enough. Ivan knew very well why his life field was so shallow. When it comes to the priority of the way of cultivation, there is nothing he can do about it. The arcane wizard corresponds to soul energy. The Night King corresponds to life essence energy. Both have incredible effects and need him to further develop. Chapter 562. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialty. Ivan has the core of life and life energy, so he can basically declare that his physical fitness is one of the best among all arcane wizards. This is difficult to reflect from the panel data and domain capabilities. Ivan, have you really become the Night King? How can this be false? When Ivan walked out of the room, he saw Leluxia, Tanya, Angela, etc., who had been waiting for a long time. Tanya's expression looked a little complicated. Congratulations. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Hearing Ivan's question, Tanya said insincerely. You dare to quibble. Ivan continued, let me tell you an objective fact. Except for very few cases, external forces are external forces after all. They can only play a role of icing on the cake. If you want to break through the Lord level, you have to rely on your own foundation, otherwise everything is empty talk. Yeah, someone just likes to fantasize. According to family records, I have never heard that the blessing of the Polar Knight can help people achieve the Lord level. Ivan and I just happened to meet by chance. Lelugia echoed from the side. This is not a lie. If, as Tanya thought, the blessing of the Polar Knight could help people break through the Lord level, the Dubois family would either stop marrying outsiders, or have been kept in captivity by others, just like the few remaining Fire Fox people. Never underestimate the greed of the world. I didn't say anything. Tanya realized that she had thought wrong, and her face blushed slightly. But you must think so in your heart, Leluxia said. You, gang up to bully others. Humph, I won't talk to you anymore. Tanya snorted and turned and hurried away. She is such an interesting person. Leluxia laughed unceremoniously at this. This is also one of her daily funs, teasing Tanya, who seems smart but is actually a bit simple in some aspects. She attaches too much importance to becoming the Night King, so she behaves a little bit out of control. Ivan understands Tanya very well. It can be said that Tanya has been forced into a dead end. Who can ignore the Lord level? Lelugia asked back. She is different from others. If she succeeds, everything will be fine. If she fails, there will probably be no Tanya Fitzrod in the world. Ivan sighed as he looked into the distance. If Tanya's past days are regarded as her whole life, her first half of her life can be said to be born rich, talented, and smooth sailing. All the bad things have nothing to do with her, which has cultivated her arrogant character. In the second half of her life, she was directly knocked down from the clouds, and her past glory left her one by one. The biggest blow to her was the loss of hope to become an arcane wizard, which was intolerable for a genius wizard who was born in a wizard family and received wizard education since childhood. Later, Mara pulled her back from the collapse in a peculiar way, making her willing to shrink her body into the dust to survive. Anyone with a little experience can see that this method is not advisable and cannot last too long. Tanya is the proud wizard princess after all. Now, Tanya has made a second choice and has shifted her goal to the Night King. If she fails to achieve even this second best goal, the consequences will be unimaginable. Evan estimated that even if there were 10 or 100 Maras, let alone one Mara, it would not be possible to save her. Of course, there is no need to elaborate on this with Lelugia. It's really boring to stop talking halfway. Lelugia waited for a while, and when she saw that he didn't continue, she curled her lips in dissatisfaction. It's not a good habit to talk about other people's private affairs behind their backs. Ivan shook his head slightly. Since you said that, should we continue our previous work? Now? Yes, when you and I were still in bed, you were in a hurry to break through the Night King, and you haven't finished your work yet. This was obviously not suitable for outsiders to hear. The Zae and others who had gathered around dispersed, and even Angela couldn't help but spit and ran away quickly. Ivan saw it. It turns out that Lelucia's previous personality was mostly fake. Once they had a real relationship, even her way of speaking changed. This woman might be a bit of a scumbag. Thinking that the other party was from the country of the Night Elves and was the head of state, Ivan immediately felt relieved. I'm happy to accompany you. When I subdue you, you will follow me obediently and go to the Comer Empire to be a prince. Do you understand? Haha, you think too much. If you lose, you must accept the punishment, even if you are a lord. Is the opposite true? Impossible. Lelugia really has some bad girl characteristics. After the two returned to the house, she took the opportunity to make an incredible request. When Ivan asked her in return, she began to be vague. This made Ivan feel very sorry. For a Night King, endurance and recovery can be regarded as breaking through the sky. A woman who shouts in front of him is destined to be asking for trouble. Facts have proved that even if the Night Elves are gifted in some aspects, they can only be defeated in front of Ivan. Leluxia can be described as failed miserably. Since then, she never mentioned the matter of making someone the prince of the Comer Empire. However, with her strong character, she will not give up easily. Leluxia has repeatedly taken the initiative to provoke wars, and each time she ended up in defeat. It can be said that she has been defeated repeatedly, and she never gets tired of it. The 4th month after Ivan broke through the Night King, Leluxia proposed to return to the Comer Empire, go back to the Lord level, and then leave in a carefree manner. After all, she is the speaker of a country, so she won't be too attached to love. She will use her emotions when she should and be rational when she should be rational. This is similar to Ivan. Leluxia left gracefully. Ivan also said goodbye calmly. Are you reluctant? Really? You two are really a perfect match. Thank you for the compliment. Tanya's personality is different from the two, and she can't stand their style. In Ivan's opinion, she just had a smooth life in the past, and such people are prone to trouble themselves. By the way, aren't you looking for some tree person? Have you asked her for information? Tanya rolled her eyes and changed the subject. I have asked, but there is no news for the time being. Lelugia said she would ask again when she returned. Ivan had never given up looking for Meg, but Lelugia had seen Meg a long time ago, when he first came to the underground world. After the old tree person Meg partied with him, she did go to the Comer Empire to contact other tree people, but she left after less than 2 months. Leluxia didn't pay much attention to this matter, and she didn't know where Meg went afterwards. She would go back and ask the ancient war tree. Leluxia also emphasized that Ivan should not hold too much hope. Ivan knew that such things could not be forced, and if he really couldn't find it, he could only wait for Meg to come to him. He believed that the predictive ability of the prophetic book would not be wrong, and Meg would come to him one day and invite him to pick up the throne. Chapter 563. On the Night Pine Plain in the southern border, the Comer Empire is still the overlord that cannot be shaken by all forces. In the center of the imperial capital of the empire, Uus City, the Dark Knight Imperial Court, which combines both richness and elegance, is located here. The owner of the imperial court is the granddaughter of the previous queen of Comer, grandmother Leluxia. In recent days, Leluxia has not appeared. It is said that the grandmother went out to travel. This is also for cultivation. For this, the Night Elves can only silently send their blessings, wishing grandmother Leluxia to become the queen of Comer as soon as possible. What outsiders don't know is that recently, Leluxia has actually been hiding in the imperial court, and has not left for a moment. What can I say about you? You said you were going out to find an opportunity to break through to the Lord level, but in the end, you brought back a child and refused to say who the father of the child was. But I really found an opportunity to break through to the Lord level, and this child came at a bad time, so I can only wait a little longer. In a secret garden deep in the imperial court, Leluxia was being scolded by the high priest Kolabashi, and this was not the first time. Leluxia sat on a chair in the flowers with a big belly, and her words basically went in one ear and out the other, Originally, Luluxia planned to keep it a secret from everyone, but this child was born with some special features, and the pregnancy time was much longer than that of ordinary people. She finally revealed her flaws, and the high priest Kolobasi discovered this secret. Actually, this is not a big deal. Although he didn't want to admit it, this old woman was indeed his childhood playmate and close friend, and it was impossible for her to do anything that was not good for him. It's good that someone is covering for me. He's just too nagging, and he doesn't know how to consider a pregnant woman. He deserves to be unwanted for life. Dong dong. What's wrong, what's wrong? Hearing the sound of the cane hitting the ground, Luluxia came back to her senses, and saw that the high priest had a bad face. She hurriedly pretended to be innocent and asked, "Okay, stop pretending. Considering your pregnancy, I don't bother with you." The high priest glared at her, and sighed helplessly when he saw that she looked like a piece of meat on the knife. "That's the most annoying thing about you, you always keep saying old." Luluxia muttered, she is a few months older than Kolbashi. One of them is a beautiful girl, and the other looks like an old woman. If you are not familiar with the inside story, it is really hard to tell that they were born in the same year. You don't have to be like me. The high priest was almost laughing. That's right. Okay, don't use your trick of changing the subject in front of me anymore. Even if you don't tell me who the father of the child is, this priest can guess a little. Apart from the human wizard, who has a close relationship with Jenny, there is probably no one else, right? The high priest quickly realized that this was a trick of the other party to change the subject, and he was almost led astray by Luluxia. She counted the men Luluxia knew, and combined with Luluxia's identity, status, and strength, she quickly locked on a suspect. Hearing this, Luluxia was silent. "I don't understand. How can you two people from different places get together?" The high priest was puzzled. "This is the guidance of fate," Luluxia said seriously. "It is indeed that Ivan Marichatin," the high priest said angrily. The high priest remembered clearly that Luluxia had said in person that she predicted that man would become her prince. Although Luluxia's premonition would most likely become a fact, it was unexpected that it would happen so quickly. At this moment, the high priest didn't want to fight at all. His old friend had come to him by himself, and he had been pestering him for half a year for this. He's a very good man. Luluxia didn't feel any dissatisfaction with being told a lie. Instead she commented, "No, I have to take people to find that human wizard. Is he in the underground world now?" The high priest became more and more angry and turned around to find trouble. "Stop!" Luluxia stood up. Her figure was not like a pregnant woman, and she quickly stood in front of the high priest. "Listen, you are not allowed to go find him. Are you defending that bastard? Whatever you think, he is now an arcane wizard and a night king. You and I cannot defeat him. Once he knows about the child, guess what he will do?" Faced with Luluxia's questioning, the high priest Kolobasi was a little confused. Has that man become a lord, or an extremely powerful lord? Take the child away? Yes, he will definitely find a way to take my child away, but you should also know how difficult it is for you and me to have a child at this age. Don't come on, it's not easy to get pregnant at your age, you can just lie to outsiders. I mean it's not easy to get pregnant, especially since I will be promoted to the lord level soon, the chance is even slimmer. Can you bear to let my Dubois child wander around? Of course not. According to your current situation, this child must have outstanding talent. Then you should know what to do now, right? The high priest was not confused by Luluxia's words. After thinking carefully, she immediately changed her original mind. This child is indeed not suitable for that person to know. As for what to do, of course, block the news and all possible traces of leakage. If there is no Saint Jenny, hiding Luluxia in the temple is a good idea. Now we can only think of more ways inside the imperial court. So, the two of them discussed it with great interest. Time is like flowing water. It has been more than 2 years since Luluxia left Suzaku Valley. This is the name Ivan gave to the newly opened residence, which is also the area outside the 2 hidden places. After such a long period of adjustment, and with the nourishment of various formations, Suzaku Valley has become a place suitable for human habitation, but no order has been issued for people to move in. What's going on? In recent days, Ivan has always been unable to calm down. After practicing to his level of strength, it is impossible for his mood to fluctuate for no reason. This is most likely a sign of something big to happen. Could it be that Jenny is about to complete her promotion? He thought about it, and his thoughts fell on Jenny, who he hadn't contacted for a long time. According to the time estimate, Jenny should complete the transformation and promotion in the next 2 or 3 years. Only Jenny's affairs can inexplicably arouse his emotions. Thinking of this, He felt much more at ease, and looked into the distance with expectation. At this moment, Ivan really didn't think of Alexia. After all, the two had been separated for more than 2 years, almost 2.5 years. According to normal logic, no woman would be pregnant for so long. He didn't even think about pregnancy. Coupled with the isolation of the Khmer Empire, he analyzed that the probability of his offspring being born was very small. So without Ivan, the father, knowing anything, a new life was about to come into this world quietly. Chapter 564. On this day, there was another unusual movement in Suzaku Valley, causing the temperature of a large area to rise steadily, and the surrounding rivers also became warmer and warmer. Zei and others thought that some powerful enemy had come, but after careful investigation, they found that the source of the change came from the wizard Ivan. It seems that the wizard Ivan has made great progress, otherwise his power would not have leaked out. He really does not waste his talent. Angela and Tanya also noticed the abnormality, and after finding out that it was a false alarm, they couldn't help but sigh, and their sighs were mixed with admiration and envy. After a while, there was a bigger movement. Suddenly, there was a red elemental giant. This elemental giant seemed to be condensed by flames. Where his feet stepped on was immediately charred and slowly sank down. You could also see that there are mysterious lines on the giant's body. As expected of the most aggressive wizard of the new generation, he has condensed the elemental king body in a few years. Now his last shortcoming as an arcane wizard has been made up. Looking at this scene, although Tanya had expected it, she couldn't help but be shocked. As a Lord-level warrior, whether or not he can use the elemental king body makes a big difference. With the elemental king body, it is like having an extra layer of extremely thick armor on the outside of the body. More importantly, it can maximize the vast strength of the Lord-level warrior. Even if he directly fights against a huge beast, he will not lack confidence. If this punch comes down, this ant will definitely not be able to withstand it. Indeed, it looks really powerful. Don't you think it's a bit short? Others echoed, but one muttered something a little abrupt. Everyone looked over, and the fire scorpion, who had spoken his thoughts out loud, shrank his neck in fear. What do you know? The higher the elemental king, the better. For an arcane wizard, the best height is between 20 and 30 meters. Being too high or too short will affect the performance of one's own strength. Tanya understood that the fire scorpion had just made an unintentional mistake, so after glaring at it, she carefully explained the problem. So there are so many things to say. I've learned a lot today. Zei would not ignore his younger brother, and was busy trying to smooth things over. You don't know a lot, Tanya said. By the way, Miss Tanya, how are you thinking about your Night King promotion? Zei asked curiously. I still have to think about it. Don't think that Ivan the wizard broke through so easily. He is different from me. He majored in the way of wizards, while I took the single way of knights. The situations we have to face will also be very different. Tanya didn't hide this. In terms of strength, she and Zei are at the same level, so there are naturally topics to discuss. Better than me in any way, I still don't have any clue unless. Zei said with some distress, and when he saw the flame scorpion listening attentively, he couldn't help but stop talking. In fact, even if Zei didn't say it, Tanya could figure it out herself. The transformation and promotion of insects has always been like that. Nothing more than going to dangerous places and getting bloody, going through life and death, and seeking opportunities to break the shackles and adversity. Unlike other wild insects, the marsh ant has been with Ivan since birth, following him everywhere. Now, if the marsh ant is still promoted to the lord level according to the traditional way of insects, to be honest, it is somewhat repulsive from the bottom of its heart, and it will definitely not resort to such a last resort. I didn't expect you to be so timid. Tanya chuckled. This is not a question of timidity or not. From my current knowledge, that traditional way is indeed a bit stupid, and the final result can be said to be a 100% death. The ant shook his head. The more you know, the more troubles you have. Tanya did not refute it. The way insects are promoted is indeed worth mentioning. Finally, Tanya told the ant a piece of unconfirmed news. Ivan the wizard mentioned it once, and obtained part of the knowledge inheritance of the Scarlet Legion. This may help the ant. The ant's eyes lit up slightly. On the other side, while the few people were talking, the elemental giant had disappeared. I finally condensed the elemental king body. It's worth it that I have been studying various flames for these years. In a meditation room, Ivan exhaled heavily, and sparks flew out of it. In these years, in order to condense the elemental king body one day earlier, he really studied a lot of flames, including sun gold flame, thunder fire, frost flame, black magic fire that can burn souls, lava fire with extremely high temperature, rage fire that makes people irritable, poisonous green candle fire, and black beard purple fire. There is also a little bit of pure white flame. The pure white flame is a flame with a spatial attribute. In front of it, other flames seem to be eclipsed. This was not something Ivan made by himself, but someone found a real thing and gave it to him. At that time, he had not left the City of Truth, and the person who sent it was the elemental lord Heber of Storm City. When Ivan passed by Stormcross Canal, he went to settle an old account with Heber. The other party lost the fight, and in addition to all the apologies, he still owed him something, mainly because he had not thought about what to let Heber do. Elemental Lord Heber was impatient, and was very reluctant to owe him something. I don't know if he had a brainwave, but Heber chose to cater to his needs, and set a rare flame in the world, not caring about the value of the flame. In the end, Ivan did not disappoint him and ended the original matter with this pure white flame. Everyone was happy. The things in the space category were indeed unusual. Ivan explored for a long time, and so far, he only slightly controlled some pure white flames. The pure white flame has only one characteristic: it burns everything. This is clearly a domineering flame that is extremely destructive. Unfortunately, just like the chaotic sky beads, he can't fully control the pure white flame now. Once he uses it recklessly, the consequences are beyond his control, and he may even hurt himself. Space is more difficult than the soul. Ivan has explored space knowledge for many years, and is very open-minded about this. He will not force anything deliberately. Then, he tested the coverage of his elemental domain and found that it has exceeded 7 kilometers, which is more than 2,000 meters longer than the initial 5 kilometers. Just as he was about to explore further, he suddenly noticed something. He waved his hand casually, and a small blue crystal ball jumped out from nowhere. After being activated, the voice of the King of Trees came out clearly. "Hello, Wizard Ivan. Please be sure to attend the emergency meeting of the Supreme Council on May 5, 3131 of the Berta calendar, Gunnar Swinburne." The voice soon fell silent, but Ivan did not come back to his senses for a long time, and frowned. Generally speaking, such emergency meetings and temporary meetings are when something bad suddenly pops up, and people are forced to go to discuss. If there is really a big change, such peaceful years of cultivation may be gone forever. Chapter 565. Wizard Ivan, what's going on? I've been summoned, so I can't tell you the details. If you encounter any problems after I leave, you can act accordingly. The emergency meeting didn't leave them much time to prepare. This time, Ivan decided to return alone, leaving Suzaku Valley to others. After a few brief instructions, he set off on his way home. Suzaku Valley is located in the northeast corner of the first layer of the underground world. The entrance to the surface is in the north. He naturally doesn't need to take a detour. He just needs to enter the north for a distance, and then return through the passage. Along the way, Ivan consciously avoided creatures and places that might cause conflict, and flew smoothly all the way. Only when he passed through the magma layer, he had to make a few gestures with the lava lord. On May 1st, 3131 of the Berta calendar, Ivan returned to his territory, Rainbow Territory, 3 or 4 days earlier than the agreed time. The return speed was not slow. After staying in Rainbow Territory for 2 days, he moved into his Golden Rock Tower on the Peak of Truth. These days, he did not ask anyone for information. It was actually impossible to find out any valuable information in such an emergency meeting. It was better to wait for the meeting to be held, and then he would know everything. On this day, on the top of the cloud, the Supreme Council welcomed the Wizard Giants, who were rarely seen on weekdays. "You are so mean. You didn't even look for me when you came back. Let's talk about the rest later. Let's have a meeting first. Business is important." Ivan came as soon as possible. Most other arcane wizards arrived at the Supreme Council at this time. He greeted many people with whom he had a good relationship, including Oates. If Oates knew that Tanya was still underground, he would probably pester him endlessly. Ivan didn't plan to give him a chance to ask. The center of the Supreme Council is the Hall of Truth. The layout of the Hall of Truth is very simple, with only a few tables and chairs for people to sit on. There are as many sets of chairs as there are top wizards in the wizarding world. The wizards who arrived sat down one by one, and everything seemed so orderly and solemn. The meeting was presided over by the King of all Trees, Nar Swinburne, and the Queen of Ice, Ariel Humhusen. When the two announced the start of the meeting, only half of the chairs in the Hall of Truth were occupied. First of all, I want to tell you a bad news. Since the bandit hunting plan we previously designated failed, the struggle between the wizard world and the extreme beast plane is likely to escalate. When exactly? It may be now, or it may be tomorrow. In short, the situation is already developing in a direction we don't want. I hope you can stick to your duties and defend the knowledge, territory, and dignity of our wizards with your own strength." The King of 10,000 Trees didn't waste words. He announced the most core issue of the day at the beginning of the meeting. To sum it up, the war situation has changed drastically, and wizards can no longer be as carefree as before. Everyone present felt depressed after hearing this. As a wizard, they prefer to deal with knowledge and truth rather than disorderly wars. From what he said, no one will have a peaceful life from now on. The King of 10,000 Trees didn't care what the other person thought, and directly began to explain various aspects of the matter. The current territory of the wizard world is not small. Once a war breaks out, it will inevitably affect the whole body. There are also internal problems. He specifically named several arcane wizards in charge of the Black Prison, asking them to deal with these problems before the war breaks out, and not to tolerate them. Anyone suspected can be killed. These few words, when put below, caused a bloody storm, and countless heads fell to the ground. Even if the Hall of Truth could refute the Void King Wizard, no one on the scene said anything after hearing this. After all, it was not the time to be soft-hearted when it came to the safety of the entire wizarding world. After talking about the internal issues, the King of 10,000 Trees then began to explain other things. There was no academic discussion at today's meeting, only war response. "Wizard Ivan, I heard that you have opened up 2 underground residences. Tell me more details." After a long time, Ivan finally heard his name being called. They are both in the gaps between the rock walls of the underground world. The area is not large, equivalent to 2 small cities. There is a passage connecting the two. After the formation adjustment, it has become suitable for us humans to live in. Ordinary humans? It's possible. The rock walls of the underground world are quite special, and can purify the radiation of power by themselves. As long as it is arranged properly, it is possible to let ordinary people and wizards live together. His words made many people's eyes light up, and became interested in the underground world. It should be stated in advance that it is best to have a sun bird to provide light to survive underground. Otherwise, even a formal wizard will find it difficult to live there for a long time. So far, I have only brought 1 sun bird, and the other one needs to wait for a while. Ivan ignored the different looks of these people and added, "No problem, arrange a group of people to live there first, and then set up a wizard academy." The King of 10,000 Trees and the Queen of Ice looked at each other and announced their decision. "No problem, I have a way to bring the people there." Ivan did not refuse. The fact that humans live underground is likely to cause some changes. The specific situation will only be known after it happens. It is definitely not enough for you to stay underground alone. Is there anyone willing to assist Wizard Ivan? The King of all Trees continued. "I." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people stood up. The 2 looked at each other and felt disgusted. "Spark, what are you doing?" Oates looked at him unkindly. "What do you mean by joining in the fun? You like to join in the fun?" "I am going to the underground world to assist Wizard Ivan and guard the new human settlement." Facing his question, Spark explained seriously and nodded to Ivan. No need to bother Wizard Spark. Before Oates could refute, he heard someone who was even more disrespectful to Spark. This person was naturally Ivan. How could he keep a hidden danger around him? He probably thought he had too few troubles. Knowing that there was an old grudge, no matter what the other party's purpose was, refusing was the most direct and effective solution. Spark's face froze, and he sat back with a stern face. "Wizard Candy, why don't you also go to help Wizard Ivan?" At this time, the Ice Queen on the first seat spoke. "Me? Okay, when do we leave? I need to prepare." Hearing her order, a mature woman sitting in the corner responded with doubt. She was about to ask a few more questions, but when she noticed that a certain queen's face was gradually getting darker, she decisively closed her mouth. "Wizard Ivan, what do you think?" "Okay, let's go to Wizard Oates and Wizard Candy." Ivan did not refuse this time. He and Candy were also acquaintances who met for the first time. After all, Candy Lilac was one of the giants of the 5-leaf spear. However, this Candy Wizard has been guarding Bayou Island with the Ice Queen for many years, and he hardly asks about the 5-leaf spear. Chapter 566. The war is about to start, and time is becoming more and more urgent. After the meeting, the arcane wizards quickly left the Supreme Council and returned to their respective garrisons. "Wizard Spark, what do you want to do with me? You have a deep misunderstanding of me. I think it is necessary to talk to you." On the Peak of Truth, Spark specially chased to the number 3 Heavenly Street of the Court of Great Scholars and asked to talk to Ivan alone. Ivan still had the same attitude as before, which was extremely cold. People with different ideologies cannot work together. There is nothing to talk about between you and me. Let's have a chance to spar. No problem. Spark's face also turned cold. Seeing someone coming, Spark flew away again. The people who came one after another were Oats and Candy. Spark didn't want to listen to Oats' ridicule. Ivan, what does that hypocritical guy want to do with you? Oats shouted from a distance. He said he wanted to spar. Ivan said casually. You didn't agree? Oats hurriedly moved closer when he heard it. Someone is willing to help me verify what I learned in the past. Why should I refuse? Ivan said. You haven't already condensed the elemental king body, have you? Seeing that he seemed full of confidence, Oats thought of a possibility after a few seconds of hesitation. I just condensed it before receiving the notice from the king of 10,000 trees. Ivan said truthfully. Good fellow. No wonder you are not afraid of him. Oats was amazed. At this time, Ivan not only condensed the elemental king body, but also had a life core in his body. When various powers enhance each other, the effect brought is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Wizard Candy, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Ivan looked at the mature woman standing aside without saying anything. This was a mature woman with a unique blue shawl hair. At first glance, this was a cold and arrogant lady, comparable to Grace, but with a more mature figure than Grace. When? Candy asked. When I learned that you were also a member of the Five-Leaf Spear. In fact, I also joined the Five-Leaf Spear very early. Let's go to my wizard tower first, and the three of us will discuss the details of this trip to the underground world. The other party's words were undoubtedly a bit abrupt, but Ivan was not an ordinary person, and he got down to business. Although it was his first day meeting Candy, he was not unfamiliar with this arcane wizard. How to describe the character of this Candy wizard? One is lazy, the second is stupid, and the third is fast-talking. This is Oats' evaluation of her. In short, it is not easy to deal with her, especially when you want her to do something. According to Oats, Grace is simply a warm and generous person compared to her. Ivan didn't know why the Ice Queen specifically asked Candy to go to the underground world. As a fait accompli, it was a help. The things that should be done must be entrusted to the two of them. The three came to the meeting hall of the Golden Rock Tower. Ivan, do you know more about the inside story of the meeting? I have been staying in the underground world, you ask me? Candy, what about you? The hunting of traitors was handled by the Dragon Flame King Delvin Randolph. The Dragon Flame King's plan failed, and even he himself was obstructed. He has not returned yet. The Sky King Gallet Fitzrad went to deal with it. Oats asked casually, but Candy revealed a big secret, which made the other two stunned. She must have heard it from the Ice Queen, but is it really okay to say it casually? Ivan and Oats looked at each other, always feeling that this woman was a bit tricky. Don't think too much, I didn't say it casually. Candy seemed to be aware of the thoughts of the two. You are not casual? Oats complained. You are trustworthy people, and you are all members of the Five-Leaf Spear. Candy explained. Ahem, let's get back to the point. Let's talk about the migration of people underground. Just as the King of 10,000 Trees is worried, the migration of these people may be seen as a signal, causing fear and suppression from the surrounding races until we are driven out of the underground world. Our current territory, Suzaku Valley, is located in the northeast corner of the underground. To the north is the red-bearded giant, the overlord of the north, and to the east are the Spider-Man and the Deer Man. The red-bearded giant is a subgiant with a large body, so it is not suitable for him to enter Suzaku Valley. The latter two are the ones we need to be most wary of. Seeing that the two were talking further and further away, Ivan hurriedly brought the topic back to the main topic. Migrating people to the underground world is not just about bringing people over. Didn't you hear the King of 10,000 Trees emphasize that a wizard academy must be established? The most basic requirement for a complete wizard academy is that it can at least cultivate formal wizards. And those who enter the underground world must be self-reliant and self-sufficient. These and more things need to be considered clearly, and the three of them need to discuss them now and start making corresponding arrangements. After listening to Ivan's statement, Oats kept muttering about trouble. Candy seemed to be distracted. When she was called upon to answer, she always deviated from the topic and talked about something irrelevant. Ivan didn't care what the two people thought. He just gave orders when there were requests. They were all arcane wizards. Although they had different personalities, their execution ability was definitely top-notch. After the discussion, the three of them separated. Oats would go to China continent and prepare to transfer some people from the Five-Leaf Spear there to the underground. The three of them couldn't do everything by themselves, so they needed some people to handle all the trivial matters. Once everyone is gathered, he will go directly into the underground world from the Moon Clamp Peninsula. Candy will take over and screen the people entering Suzaku Valley. Ivan also has a lot of things to do, many materials need to be allocated, and he also needs to invite some people to enter Suzaku Valley. While the three of them were busy, another thing was also progressing in full swing. The Black Prison followed the instructions from above and began to liquidate bloodline transformers. This incident caused a great shock in the wizarding world, and countless people died as a result. Even Cam, who was originally a member of the Black Prison, was affected. Cam had undergone a deep blood transformation and had some blood relationship with the rebellious Mondwaken. After Ivan's greeting, he was spared, but was also expelled from the Black Prison team. After many twists and turns, Cam returned to the Moon Clan Peninsula. In his current situation, the second-level wizard is almost the limit. However, he is now a man with children and has experienced so many things. His ambitions have almost disappeared. Returning to the Moon Clan Peninsula is not a bad thing. For Ivan, the incident with Kane was just a small episode. Not long after, Spark actually came to him to spar. The two fought for a few minutes, and Spark left in disgrace. He obviously couldn't do anything to Ivan. In fact, Ivan couldn't do anything to him either. After all, at this juncture, the two couldn't kill each other, so they naturally wouldn't reveal their cards. If they really fought, it was still unknown who would win and who would lose. Chapter 567. Spark Fowler. Who? I finally caught you, you bastard wizard. Oh, I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be you, the bastard lava lord. Every time he passed through the magma layer of the underground, Ivan would encounter the lava lord. He was a little suspicious. Was he being tracked by some secret method? Coincidentally, when he returned to Suzaku Valley this time, he encountered another lava lord, and he was an acquaintance. You are the bastard, take my punch. I'm not afraid of you. In the blink of an eye, two different giants appeared in the boiling magma. One was made of golden lava, more than 60 meters tall. The other was condensed by red flames, less than half the height of the other, but wearing a decent flame robe, his figure looked much more agile and elegant than the other. The two of them punched and slapped each other, and the aftermath of the fist-to-fist collision caused the surrounding magma to vibrate. Asshole, if you have the guts, let's fight head-on. Come, take another punch from me. Hearing the roar of the golden lava giant, the fire giant on the opposite side did not dodge. The next second, a scaleless python appeared on his arm, which entangled the giant's arm and moved forward with the fist. With the help of the python, after a punch, the golden lava giant on the opposite side retreated several steps. You cheated again. Bah, you actually said such shameless words. I won't play with you anymore. See you again when there is a chance. The Elemental King's body has never had a fixed appearance, and can be shaped according to the arcane wizard's wishes. Whether it is a human beast or a beast head, wearing armor or a robe, it all depends on each person's idea. It can also be used together with spells, and the power it unleashes is satisfying. Ivan defeated the Lava Lord with one blow, and when he noticed that other Lava Lords were coming, he chose to retreat without saying a word. The golden lava giant chased after him for a few steps, but knew that he could not catch up with the other party, so he had to stop. Human wizard, my name is Hubbard Pan. Ivan Marikaden. Hearing the voice coming back from afar, the golden lava giant took a while to react, and cursed that it was indeed a cunning human wizard. In fact, Ivan just answered casually. He knew that it was meaningless to give a fake name here. After all, everyone's aura was completely different. The lava lord here could not mistake Spark for himself. Whether it was a real name or a fake name, it was the same. Not long after, Ivan got out of the lava layer. The mysterious runes on the Element King flashed, and he returned to his original appearance. The next step is to use the Elemental True pattern to strengthen the body. In fact, the mysterious runes that flashed on the Element King's body were the Elemental True pattern. After the Elemental King body is condensed, it will automatically generate the Elemental True mark. This Elemental True mark can also be called the Elemental King mark or the Lord's mark. The arcane wizard can engrave the Elemental True mark on his body, which greatly increases the strength of the body and begins to transform into an element step by step. Ivan's cultivation in the element is at this stage. However, while cultivating, he has to deal with the population migration of Suzaku Valley. Time flies, and it is 2 months later. As groups of people arrived, Suzaku Valley became more and more lively. As for the lords, Oats and Candy came, and Candy brought Grace with her. After asking, I learned that Grace was very worried when she saw that he left Tanya alone here last time, and she insisted on coming to guard her. So Mara also came to Suzaku Valley. In any case, Mara is a third-level wizard after all, and she can stand on her own. Ivan will naturally not be unwelcome, and even more so to Grace. Oates brought 4 third-level wizards, Cherry, Doug, Finn, and Milu. Ivan was very familiar with the first 2. Cherry was the director of the Millennium Archives in Vernon, East Capital, and worked with Naniel, but Naniel was now at a critical moment of being promoted to the Arcane. Doug was naturally needless to say. As for Solomon, who was with Doug, he had refined the Son of the Sun into a mysterious clone in an inappropriate way, so it was basically impossible for him to come to the underground world. The last 2 came from other capitals of China continent. Ivan also brought 2 third-level wizards, Nelson and Thackeray, who became familiar with each other during the research of the Return Tower project, and were now invited to explore the teleportation array underground. Each third-level wizard can handle a task on his own, and a total of 7 third-level wizards are more than enough to handle all kinds of trivial matters in Suzaku Valley. If the third-level wizards can't handle it, the arcane wizards will come forward. Ivan happened to have something in his hand that had to be handled by the arcane wizards, so he called Oates and Candy. That's how the Sun Bird is captured. Who of you is willing to go? Ivan, you know, I control the power of thunder, but I can't withstand the burning of the sun's golden flame. It's the same for me. I'm good at water and ice power. Fire conflicts with me. What if I get disfigured by mistake? Then I'd be the first disfigured arcane wizard in the wizarding world. Both of them were shrewd. When they heard that they had to endure the burning of the sun's golden flame, they immediately started to find excuses to shirk. Since neither of you is willing, let's draw lots to decide. Ivan looked at the 2 of them and proposed a more direct solution. As for the question of not being able to withstand the test of the golden flame of the sun, we are all arcane wizards, so who can fool whom? Ivan, can't you go again by yourself? I have already said that the Sun Bird is extremely sensitive to breath. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, this wizard should not go again. Then, stop talking nonsense. You 2 can either draw lots or discuss and decide by yourselves, that's it. Ivan didn't waste time talking to the 2 of them. He made a decision in one word and assigned the task to them. He didn't mind who went and who didn't. After that, he simply walked aside and let the 2 discuss it on their own. Oates and Candy argued for a while, but in the end, neither of them could convince the other, and neither of them gave in. In the end, they had to draw lots to decide the winner. Under Ivan's supervision, the drawing of lots began, and Oates' luck prevailed. It's a mistake. I shouldn't compete with a guy like you in luck. Candy was a little annoyed by this. She suddenly remembered that the person opposite her was a person known for his luck. Hee, thank you, Hort said with a smile. You 2 won't team up to play a trick on me, right? Candy looked at the 2 suspiciously. Wizard Candy, watch your words. You can doubt Hortz, but you can't doubt me, Evan Marichaddon. This wizard always puts trust and integrity first. I'd be surprised if I believed you. Candy was willing to accept the loss. Although she was grumbling, she would not slack off in her actions. After asking for the address, she left directly to her destination. In fact, Ivan did it on purpose. It was Candy who was not active in anything, so he had to find something for her to do. Ivan, thank you very much. Don't be happy too soon, you have a lot of things to do. No problem, just don't let me make friends with the Sun Bird. After hearing what Oates said, Ivan certainly wouldn't be polite. He threw a bunch of things at him on the spot and sent him away, so that he only had to take a general view of the situation. After Oates left for a while, Ivan suddenly felt a palpitation for no reason. He realized that something big was happening that was closely related to him. He tried to track it, but found nothing, and the prophet's book didn't react in any special way. It was a good thing, and it shouldn't be hidden from him for long, and the matter would surface. After thinking it through, Ivan felt much more relieved. Chapter 568. Time always passes by inadvertently, and it is 2 years later in a blink of an eye. In the past 2 years, nothing major has happened in Suzaku Valley. The overlords of the East, the spider-bodied man and the deer-bodied man, did not come to cause trouble, and the overlord of the North, the red-bearded giant, did not come either. The only creatures that came were those who accidentally broke in. All signs indicate that they overestimated the danger and were too cautious. However, they can understand it. After all, Suzaku Valley is located in a remote area, far away from the main continent. In the eyes of others, this place is probably a remote and poor place, not worth mentioning. For Ivan and others, this is actually a good thing. At least the 2 residential areas included in Suzaku Valley are stable, allowing them to calmly study all the things in the underground residence. Oates and Candy often say that there is no place more leisurely than here now, and they are really in the right place. After these days of development, Suzaku Valley has a lot of tower-like buildings of different heights, headed by 3 5-story wizard towers, and these high towers are mostly concentrated in the outer residential areas. The Wizard Academy was also established here, and a formal wizard has been trained, which is Suna Marichattan. Suna came to the underground with Ivan before. The Marichattan children with her are Vivian and Denny, and the latter two have now become third-class apprentices. Only one person has become a formal wizard, and the data is scarce. In this regard, nothing special can be found in the underground. The days continue in an orderly manner. On this day, Ivan was doing research in his new wizard tower. There was an abnormal movement of the silver moon blade, and a long-lost contact signal found him. After he activated the message, a shadow that was about to solidify appeared impatiently. Wizard Ivan, long time no see. Jenny, long time no see. Congratulations on becoming a lord. Jenny's appearance has not changed much, but her characteristics are completely different, and her strength level has reached a higher level. For Ivan, this is of course a great thing. He asked about the promotion, and Jenny did not hide anything, and simply described the process of her transformation to the Lord level while receiving the power gift from the Mother of the Earth. Ivan said he had learned a lot. This was the least risky way to get promoted that he had ever heard of. Wizard Ivan, about the rescue of Locke? Jenny also had her own questions to ask. He came out a long time ago. You don't have to stare at him. This wizard didn't go in alone. Let me tell you in detail. That's how it is. Locke is now alive and kicking. He is now in the wizard world, busy looking for and hunting spirits everywhere. In addition, I also comprehended a new secret method through the fusion of the Scarlet Will and the Ghost Mirror. You came out at the right time, so we can practice the new secret method together. The practice of this secret method is quite special, and it requires both you and Locke to participate. Locke was trapped in the Blackbird world, but he has escaped long ago, and it has become a thing of the past for Ivan. It's different for Jenny. After listening to Ivan's story, Jenny's frown relaxed. Now that you have been promoted to Lord, does the Dark Knight Mother have any mandatory requirements for you? Ivan thought of something and asked. Lady Lilibet said that the Lord level is already capable of doing things on its own, and she will no longer ask me to do or not do anything in the future. Jenny said excitedly. This is the second good news. Ivan's eyes brightened even more. I have to say that the requirements of the Dark Knight Mother are really high. Only when you reach the Lord level can you do things on your own. Where are you now? The imperial capital of the Khmer Empire. At Lilibet's request, the Dark Moon Blade was placed in the temple. Speaking of which, I also met your daughter. I didn't expect you to have offspring so soon. I haven't had time to congratulate you yet. Jenny explained why she rushed to US City as soon as possible, and mentioned another thing. Whose daughter? Ivan was confused by her words. Yours, Wizard Ivan. Jenny said affirmatively. Are you sure? Ivan knew her character, and it was impossible for her to make up something that was not true. Sure. Jenny realized that something was wrong, don't you know? If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed it at all. Lelugia is a very cunning woman. Ivan smiled bitterly. After Jenny said that, he immediately remembered a lot of things. In the past, it was not that there were no signs, but there were always signs. But he never thought about it, and thought that it was Jenny who caused it. As a result, it was a big mistake. It turned out that he had offspring in this world. Of course, this had a lot to do with Leluxia's deliberate concealment. I guess she spent a lot of effort. Tell me what you found. Is the child more than 2 years old? No problem. Jenny discovered the clues very easily. She just stumbled upon it by accident. In order to retrieve the Dark Moon Blade, she went back to the temple without alerting anyone. After she easily obtained the Dark Moon Blade, she planned to talk to the High Priest Kolobasi out of the affection they had for each other for many years. After all, this time she might never come back. After she arrived at the High Priest's residence, she first met an unusual girl, whose age was unknown, and then met the priest. As Ivan's secret clone, Jenny can be said to be one with Ivan. She is too familiar with everything about Ivan, and she can tell at a glance that the girl is Ivan's bloodline. Although she was a little surprised and confused, she did not do anything extra, and was ready to ask Ivan about the details first, so this scene happened. The High Priest thought he had concealed it, but he didn't know that Jenny saw through it from the beginning. Is that so? Ivan had to sigh at her luck. Do you need to bring the child back? Jenny also roughly understood the situation on Ivan's side, and asked directly. No, you wait there. I will go to US City to see my daughter soon. By the way, what is her name now? Lulu Betty Dubois. Lulu Betty? just barely. The appearance of this daughter was definitely an accident, and I don't know whether to say that I am lucky or unlucky. I am lucky because I have an extra offspring, and I am unlucky because it happened to be this woman, Luluxia. He has so many women, Giuseppe, Perny, Danlin, Angela, all of whom want to give birth to a new life, and they have been with him for a long time. This result can only be said to be fate. No matter what, she is his daughter. However, Ivan is not an unreasonable person, and he can't do things like snatching the child by force. The best way is to go to US City in person. Without the obstruction of the Dark Night Mother Goddess, it is an easy thing to go from Suzaku Valley to Komer Empire. Chapter 569. US City is located in the center of the Yesong Plain. After many years, Ivan appeared in front of this majestic city again, and people were still coming and going at the city gate. I told you not to come to greet me. I come whenever I want. Ivan's eyes immediately fell on one of the figures. The two of them spoke a few words in an unusually familiar tone, and then smiled at each other. The person who came to greet them was naturally Ginny. The last time they appeared in US City together, they were only level 3 creatures. Now they have both become Lord-level masters, and their strength is unknown. How many times stronger than before? As long as the Night Mother Goddess does not take action, the two of them will be able to easily break into US City. Let's go! As the saint of the temple, Ginny's name has always been loud, even overshadowing the high priest Kolobasi. In comparison, Ivan, the son of the temple, seems to be unknown. After the two entered the city, Ivan did not rush to the temple, but admired the strange scenery of US City all the way, more carefully than the last time. I have to admit that the Night Elves are indeed full of heritage, which can be seen from the structure of US City alone. Good day, Saint. Good day, Wizard Marichatin. He was not in a hurry to find trouble, but someone came in a hurry. It was the High Priest Kolobasi. Facing the strong, Kolobasi did not dare to be rude. High Priest, it seems that you have a lot of opinions about me, the son of the temple? But Ivan was not ready to let her go easily. Son of the temple, please forgive me. I am old and almost forgot that you are still the son of the temple. I have neglected you a lot. I hope you will not bear grudges. If you are not as strong as others, you should admit defeat when you should. Kolobasi is obviously a flexible person, and she apologized immediately, with a very humble attitude. Her behavior made it difficult for Ivan to target her. After all, Kolobasi is the high priestess of the Dark Night Mother Goddess, and you have to look at the Buddha's face instead of the monk's. High Priest, I'm sure you can guess why I came. About the saint? Don't talk nonsense. I'm here to see my daughter Lulu Betty. You introduced me to her. When she heard that Ivan appeared, Kolobasi had a bad premonition. At this time, she still had a fluke in her heart and tried to cover it up, but Ivan directly opened the lid. Kolobasi's face changed drastically, and she looked at Ginny in disbelief. It was obvious that Ginny must have seen through the true identity of little Lulu Betty, which made their years of hiding become a decoration. But how did Ginny see through it so quickly? It's a pity that Kolobasi will never know the true relationship between Ginny and Ivan, otherwise she wouldn't have such doubts. High Priest, at this time, there is no need to hide anymore. Besides, you are a great High Priest of the Empire. You can't stop a father from visiting his daughter, right? Before Kolobasi spoke, Ginny emphasized. Okay, I take you to see Lulu Betty. Kolobasi realized that the situation was beyond her control, and that obstruction might make the situation worse, so she could only compromise for the time being. Then, she led the two of them to the Dark Night Imperial Court. Since Ginny was in the temple, she had already sent Lulu Betty back to the Imperial Court. She never expected that the real owner would come to her door just a few days later. Kolobasi walked very slowly along the way. Ivan and Ginny did not urge her, and let her delay. Saint, please wait a moment. After arriving at a garden inside the Dark Night Royal Court, Kolobasi seemed to want to delay for some time. Isn't Luluxia at a critical period of promotion to Lord? Are you sure she has the time and energy to come out? Otherwise, you can talk to other elders of the Dubois family. It's the same. Ivan knew her thoughts. Please wait a moment. Kolobasi was reluctant to say more. Okay, as you say. Ivan didn't care too much. After about 2 minutes, a clear child's voice came over with laughter. The innocent voice made people feel calm, and Ivan, an arcane wizard, felt the same. He also rarely felt nervous. Soon, a delicate little girl walked into the garden. The little girl had a pair of clever and lively eyes, and she looked smarter than her peers. Hey, you are too partial, I am here too. The little girl did not come alone. She was brought by her mother Luluxia. Seeing someone only staring at her daughter and ignoring her existence, Luluxia was a little unhappy. Bad guy, a bad guy who makes mother angry. The little girl seemed to be not afraid of strangers, and she followed her mother's words. Ivan was stunned. This was not something a little girl over 2 years old could do. Mother, don't be upset. Betty has taught him a lesson for you. Hee. Betty did a great job. Lelugia smiled happily at this. Mother, how about I scold him for you? Seeing her so happy, the little girl volunteered. 1 or 2 words are enough, Betty. You can't scold him anymore. Lelugia understood what it meant to stop when it was enough. If she really annoyed the man opposite, things would be difficult to deal with. Why? The little girl asked. Because he is your father, the one I often mention to you. Lelugia glanced at Ivan and continued. I know, the human wizard, Ivan Marichatun, right? The little girl's eyes lit up, and she told Ivan's brief message in one breath. All right, Betty is awesome. Lelugia glanced at someone again, with a slightly proud look on her face. The reason why Ivan hadn't reacted was because he only had one daughter in his 2 lives. To be honest, he didn't know how to deal with it. Watching the interaction between Leluxia and his daughter, Ivan keenly noticed her cunning. It was true that she taught her daughter some information about her father, but she did not tell her the meaning of the word father. Given the matriarchal structure of the Khmer Empire, if this situation continued over time, he, the father, would become dispensable. Leluxia has never been a simple woman. But no matter what, Betty was born by her. After seeing through it, Ivan did not intend to expose it. With a wave of his hand, Lulu Betty came to him and fell into his arms. Yes, I am your father, Evan Marichatun, an arcane wizard from the human race. What is the human race? Like the night elves your mother belongs to, humans are also a general term for a race. What about arcane wizards? Wizards are a group of people who seek knowledge, truth, and power. Arcane wizards are wizards who have reached a very high level of strength. To Leluxia's surprise, her daughter didn't react too violently when she fell into Ivan's arms. Perhaps because of the blood connection, she pestered him and started asking questions. Ivan patiently answered them one by one, presenting a scene of deep affection between father and daughter. This made Leluxia curl her lips and mutter to herself, this might be another heartless person. Chapter 570. The power of the soul is extremely unique. It can easily soothe people's hearts without making any sound. To be honest, Ivan used the power of the soul to soothe a little girl, which gave people the feeling of using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. Ivan, it's time to talk about Lulu Betty's problem. I think this is exactly why you came to the Khmer Empire. Leluxia didn't know this. Seeing that the father and daughter were getting along more and more harmoniously, she couldn't help but interrupt the scene and get to the crux of the problem. Betty's? The little girl tilted her head, looking at her mother, and then her father. Betty, come to your mother. Okay. Hearing Leluxia's words, the little girl began to struggle and twist her body despite being a little reluctant. After Ivan put him on the ground, the little girl ran back to Leluxia. Ivan, I heard that your human country is now in war, and has become full of dangers. Is that true? Leluxia pointed out. Small wars do happen constantly, Ivan said helplessly. Small wars? There are so many races against you humans. Let's call it a small war. You can't deny that it could evolve into a war of survival at any time, right? Things will be resolved one day. When? 5 years or 10 years, or 20 to 30 years, 100 years. Lelugia sneered at his statement, and continued, Our Khmer Empire is completely the opposite. Under the protection of the Night Mother, there has been no war for a long time, and no one dares to provoke us Night Elves easily. There has never been a war in the past, and there will be no war in the future. Hearing this, Ivan was silent for a while. Compared with the ancient empire of Khmer, the wizard world is equivalent to a rising new power. In the past, in order to expand territory and compete for resources, it can be said that it has made enemies everywhere. Now, it has to face a big enemy who is deliberately targeting itself. The living environment of the wizard world is indeed not very clear, far from being comparable to the long peaceful Khmer Empire. You have been to the imperial court and the temple. There are many sacred ancient trees guarding and protecting it. It is very safe to leave Betty here. Therefore, I hope you can give up the idea of taking her away. Leluxia persuaded while the iron was hot. Betty doesn't want to leave. The bad guy, the father is a bad guy. Betty doesn't want to leave her mother. Betty yelled anxiously when she heard it. Ivan would naturally not use any bad means to his daughter. Soul comfort is only a subtle way. This is a waste. Under Leluxia's comfort, Lulu Betty calmed down, but her attitude towards her father was still unfriendly. Aren't you going to be promoted to the Lord level? It will take at least 5 or 6 years, and it will take more than that. Ivan asked another key question. I can help take care of it. It was Kolbash who spoke. After she finished speaking, she realized that her weight might not be enough, and added, and Saint Ginny you can always trust. I think the High Priest's suggestion is very good. Anyway, you are stationed in the underground world. If you want to see Betty, you can come over at any time. Lelugia immediately agreed. She had already made preparations for her own promotion, except for arranging things for her daughter. One request, when Betty comes of age, if she wants to become a wizard, you cannot stop her in any way. After a moment's hesitation, Ivan made a decision. Even a girl like Tanya could get into trouble, and no matter how he explained it, he could not hide the crisis hidden in the wizarding world. Since his daughter and her mother were strongly opposed, he didn't have to take her away, and it would be the same if Ginny stayed here to take care of her. However, he made a request. You agreed? Lelugia understood the implication and her eyes lit up. According to her understanding of the wizard community, she thought this was a very difficult thing to achieve. Now it seems that Wizard Ivan is more open-minded than expected. She didn't know that Ivan was not only a wizard, but also deeply influenced by the memories of another world. Some of his concepts were different from those of ordinary wizards. Of course, I won't stop Betty. Although your situation is not very good, you can't deny the power of wizards. It's a deal. Saint Ginny, High Priest, can you please play with Betty for a while? I need to discuss some issues with Wizard Ivan alone. After finishing the business, Lelugia glanced at Ivan with a charming look, then spoke seriously to the other two people, and then handed her daughter, who was tightly in her arms, to Kolobasi, and hurried away with Ivan. Her movements were so agile that Kolobasi was dumbfounded. Just now, she was as if she was facing a great enemy, but now she has become like this. These two people are simply unreasonable. What are mother and father going to do? Why don't they take Betty with them? Let's not talk about how Kolbashi explained to Betty. On the other side, Ivan and Lelugia chatted for most of the day until Lelugia was exhausted. Lelugia also knew that she did something a bit unkind in the matter of Betty, and she would try her best to make up for it. In any case, this man, except for being a little fickle, made her very satisfied in other aspects. Whether it was talent, strength, or character, he was far superior to any man in the Comer Empire. When I become the Queen of Comer, why don't you come and become a prince? There are wars all over the wizard world. What's there to be nostalgic about? Wait until you are stronger than me before you say that. Faced with Leluxia bringing up the past, Ivan responded calmly. Just wait. Leluxia was so angry that she wanted to bite him. Reason told her that this possibility was very small, because the strength of this man now could explain everything. But she was still a little unconvinced. With the foundation of the Night Elves, there might be a chance to overtake. Then, come to the Empire and be a prince. Not long after, UUS City held a grand celebration ceremony to celebrate Ginny's becoming a Lord-level powerhouse and being promoted to the High Priest of the Dark Knight. Her status in the Dark Knight Elves is equivalent to that of the Queen of Coma. Since then, Ginny's status in the Comer Empire can be described as one man above 10,000 people. The only one who is above her is the Mother Goddess of the Dark Knight. Even the High Priest Kolobashi has become her subordinate in turn. This fully reflects the fact that strength is respected. Ginny's power in the Comer Empire has greatly increased, which has made Ivan see another possibility. He has already considered opening up a second human settlement. However, the long distance has always been an unresolved problem. Ivan often thinks that if the teleportation array can become a reality, it will be much more convenient to go anywhere. Unfortunately, the teleportation array is still a difficult problem, and the research progress is not slow. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Chapter 571. On the Wind Point Island of Berta Blood Plain, two air currents whistled in front and behind, turning from invisible to visible in the blink of an eye, and turned into two figures falling to the ground in the mountains. Boss Locke, what is your relationship with Wizard Ivan? Asshole Martin, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, or I cut you off. Well, a higher rank can crush a higher rank. You are a big mill envoy, and I am just a small mill envoy. You can't cut me off whenever you want. Why are you bringing this up again? I've clearly told you that I can't promote you from a small mill envoy to a big mill envoy. You're done nagging, right? The people who appeared in this remote mountain were Locke and Martin Spark, who followed him. Seeing Locke was really angry, Martin wisely shut his mouth. Although he wanted to be promoted, which would help improve his strength, he didn't want to break up with Locke, because he would definitely suffer. In fact, Locke was not angry, he just felt irritated. In recent years, the way he improved his strength was mainly by using the Fansher bracelet, using the chains derived from the bracelet to clear the spirits and get power feedback. Recently, he found that this method was not without limitations. After his strength was raised to the pseudolord level, it was difficult to increase his strength by clearing out ordinary spirits and spirit gathering points. Spirits are originally something that is difficult to breed. There are not many in total, and there are very few powerful spirits, and even fewer that can bring him strength growth. This made it extremely difficult for him to improve his strength. But he knew very well in his heart that he was far from being promoted to the Lord level. When he thought of Ginny, who was in the process of transformation, he had a sense of powerlessness and urgency. Wizard Ivan had expected this situation, right? That's why he said there was no need to go back to the surface. Of course, with your little trick, who can you hide from? When Locke was muttering in a low voice, a voice suddenly interrupted. Who? Martin realized that there was someone and looked at the person with caution. He was shocked to find that he was a Lord-level strongman. He didn't know if he was an enemy or a friend. Soon, Locke told him with his actions that the person was a friend. Ginny, did you succeed in getting promoted? What do you think? Of course, I can see that you have become a Lord-level warrior, but I am not bad either. I have become a pseudo-lord, just a little worse than you. I heard from Wizard Ivan that you have also become a Grand Master. It is not my own credit, I just took advantage of it. Ginny and Locke are both Ivan's secret clones, and although they have a sense of competition, their relationship is not that bad. The two hadn't seen each other for many years, and when they met, they chatted like old friends. Come with me, Wizard Ivan has called you. Ginny talked about business. Okay. Locke didn't dare to neglect it, but there was still one person to deal with. Mr. Martin, do you want to stay on the surface and continue to search for spirits? I also want to meet Wizard Ivan. Martin didn't want to stay here alone, and couldn't help looking at Ginny while talking. Ginny didn't object to this. She had heard Ivan talk about this strange spirit. No matter how special the other party's identity was, the power of life and death was still in Ivan's hands. The three of them set out on the journey to the underground world. The first level of the underground world, Suzaku Valley, is located in the northeast corner. Ivan accompanied Lelugia and her daughter in the Comer Empire for a while, and finally returned to his garrison, Suzaku Valley. Although Uua City is nice, it is someone else's territory. It is more comfortable to stay in one's own territory. Calculating the time, it won't take long for Ginny and Locke to arrive. Boss, we are back. Ginny and Locke arrived 3 days earlier than expected. Locke couldn't wait to ask as soon as he came back. Boss, are you calling us back to do something big? Didn't Ginny tell you? No, maybe it's because Martin is here. Hearing this, Ginny nodded slightly. In fact, she only knew a rough idea, but Wizard Ivan was so cautious, she didn't dare to say anything careless. It's good to be cautious. Ivan looked at the two of them with admiration, and then ordered, Ginny, just in case, put the Dark Moon blade next door. No problem. Ginny didn't doubt him, and quickly went to another room in the wizard tower and returned quickly. Ivan specially added an extra layer of protection around, and then began to solemnly announce, the purpose of calling you back is actually very simple, that is, to practice a special secret method. Secret method? Boss, can't you just learn it yourself? When Locke heard that he had to learn something, he suddenly felt his head was big, and he didn't like to learn things. If you can't talk, shut up. Since Wizard Ivan summoned us back, he must have his intentions. Don't speculate. Ginny couldn't stand his lazy look. Are you sure you don't want to learn? I'm worried that you won't be able to break through to the Lord level, Ivan said. Locke just listened to Ginny's words, and didn't take them seriously. When he heard Ivan's words, he couldn't sit still. Really? Learn, I must learn, no one can stop me. Locke knew that the boss would definitely not lie to him, and he immediately burst out with unprecedented enthusiasm, and he threw away his unwillingness to learn. He will be angry with anyone who says he doesn't like to learn the secret method. No. I am anxious. Shut up if you are anxious. I will tell you the source of the secret method first, so that you don't learn it in a confused way. First of all, let's talk about the Scarlet Will. It is the key for the commanders of the Scarlet Legion to cross the Lord level one by one. When Ivan got the secret inheritance of the Scarlet Will, he thought about combining it with the Trinity secret method, which also had flaws. After nearly 10 years of research, he finally completed this idea. Based on the Trinity of the Clone Secret, he integrated the other knowledge in the book Scarlet Will and Ghost Mirror to construct a new secret. The new secret can no longer be called the Clone Secret, but must be redefined as the Multibody Secret. That Trinity secret has such a serious flaw, this is not right. Didn't Ginny become a Lord level? After listening to his story, Locke was shocked. Can it be the same? she has the full support of the Night Mother, do you? Ivan said unhappily. In addition to Lady Lilibet, there is also Lady C. Mother Bramble, Ginny corrected. Locke almost shut himself up after hearing this. Listen, is this human talk? They are both secret magic clones, and I am the first to come. Why is the treatment between the two sides so different? Boss, what is the name of your new secret magic? It won't be the Trinity again, right? Locke was used to being hit, and he recovered in a few seconds. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. This sentence fits the new secret very well, so let's call it the secret of 3 begets all things. Ivan thought about it, and named the new secret directly. 3 begets all things, so generous, boss. Please rest assured that I, Locke, will definitely not hold you back this time. I won't. Seeing that Locke and Ginny were so motivated, Ivan stopped talking and began to lead the two into the next stage. As they expected, 3 begets all things is not a secret that can be easily learned. Moreover, since the secret was first introduced, it was inevitable that there were some incomplete considerations, which required him to discover and make subtle adjustments during the practice. Chapter 572. When the Scarlet Empire was prosperous, the creatures inside and outside the star realm could only avoid its edge. They carefully hid in each plane, fearing that they would be targeted by this group of evil stars. It can be said that it was unparalleled at that time. There are 2 main reasons for the Scarlet Empire's fame. One is the Scarlet Supreme, and the other is the Scarlet Legion. The reason why the Scarlet Supreme and the Scarlet Legion are powerful includes the secret method Scarlet Will, especially the latter. Otherwise, with the innate defects of the Zerg itself, it is difficult to give birth to so many vicious Zerg lords, who can sweep across the world. Ivan's 3 lives and all things has absorbed the essence of the Scarlet Will, and is also extremely unique and superb, far beyond the reach of thousands of secret methods. Hey, can I take back what I just said? After further understanding the depth and complexity of the secret method, Locke's pressure increased sharply for a while, and suddenly felt that he had spoken too early. Let's do business, stop smiling. Ivan glared at him. Ivan found that this guy still needed to be beaten from time to time, otherwise he might do something. I know that's it. You always be able to follow behind and pick up the leaks, right? You, me and Ginny are a trinity. If we learn it, it's equivalent to you learning it too. Boss, why didn't you say so earlier? When Locke heard this, he felt much more relaxed. Ivan and Ginny glanced at each other. They were sure that they would have to share more of Locke's work in the future to avoid any mistakes. Among the 3 of them, there were 2 lords and 1 pseudo-lord. They couldn't be stumped by a secret method. In the following days, the 3 of them studied for more than half a month, mainly taught by Ivan, and learned by Ginny and Locke. After they were proficient to a certain level, they officially began to practice 3 births of all things. The main body of 3 births of all things is Trinity, which comes from the book Mirror Image of the Wraith. Scarlet Will is a Zerg secret method involving spiritual power. Therefore, 3 births of all things is essentially a profound secret method covering the 3 aspects of soul, mind, and insect path. After the practice of the 3-life secret method began, the 3 people were closely connected together, and the reflection of their respective powers was clearly visible, and they were approaching to be one. The 3 people were originally a kind of trinity relationship, and the connection was very close, which did not bother them at all. Soon, the secret method practice entered a deeper stage. Where is this? The 3 people suddenly came to a certain space. After Locke noticed something strange, he couldn't help but open his eyes and ask, but he still remembered that he was practicing the secret method, so he didn't dare to move. The place where the soul and the mind are reflected, you don't have to worry about so much. Just look down at yourself first. Ivan opened his eyes. Obviously he had expected it. Ginny did the same. The 3 of them happened to be sitting in 3 directions, with relative and even positions. If you draw a line along the outer circle of the positions, you can form a complete circle. At this time, the 3 of them are all power collections, not real bodies. Ah, why am I different from you? Locke glanced at himself. At first, he didn't think there was anything wrong. When he looked at the other 2, he compared it, and found that his power was a bit mixed. It's not like 2 people, but 1. This is my fault, Ivan said. No, boss, don't say that. This has nothing to do with you. I am too unpromising. Locke was so shocked that he quickly explained. Listen to me. Okay. When I was shaping you, I was not very knowledgeable and only pursued power. I poured the power of the Swiftwood Silkworm into you. Now it seems that this power has not only failed to make you stronger, but has reduced the purity of your body. Ivan is not the kind of person who knows his mistakes, but does not correct them. He did make a mistake at that step, and he has been looking for ways to correct it. Over the years, Locke has never relied on the resources of Xuanmu's silkworm to improve his strength. He has only learned half of the Blackbeard music, which is enough to prove this point. That doesn't mean that you are wrong, boss. My own qualifications are just like that. If I add a little more or a little less, the impact will definitely not be that big. In Locke's view, his boss is the kind of person who never makes mistakes. Don't underestimate yourself. Your existence is not simple. Ivan shook his head slightly. Oh! Locke looked at him eagerly, hoping that he could continue. After all, he was hit hard by Ginny, and needed something to cheer him up. You are a special existence, who has experienced 2 lives and deaths. I think this is the fundamental reason why you were chosen as the great grinder by that plane. After Ivan became an arcane wizard, his vision was improved many times. With the blessing of the power of wisdom and the prophet's book, his vision improved by leaps and bounds. Locke was originally a creature, and then he died. By chance, he evolved into a spirit, which was a resurrection. Later, the spirit turned from nirvana to a spirit cocoon, which was actually a death process. Finally, the spirit cocoon revived, and Locke was born. From life to death, and then to life, repeated twice, this is the special thing about Locke, not as ordinary as he thought. So I am so unique. After listening to the details, Locke was really encouraged. Then, what should I do with the power of the Swiftwood Silkworm clan in my body? Just leave it to me. Although this wizard has learned a lot of things, the meditation method and black magic ritual he majored in are basically a kind of practice that is biased towards the insect path. You just rarely see me controlling insects, so you don't think so. Okay. For long-term planning, Locke could only give up his connection with the Swiftwood Silkworm clan. The next moment, his face became unnatural. Under Ivan's control, strands of power flew out of Locke's body and flowed into Ivan's body. Just like drops of water merging into the sea, without causing any waves. When everything settled, Locke's aura clearly decreased a lot, almost falling out of the pseudolord stage, and even his appearance changed. He originally had wings, antennae and a crown, but now they have all melted away, turning into a human youth with a slightly rebellious appearance. If someone who doesn't know sees him, they will definitely think he is Ivan's brother. However, his aura has become natural, like a crystal clear precious jade, with more plasticity. Locke's problem was solved, and Ivan looked at Ginny. Ginny, this is not your fault, it's my own problem. That's not what this wizard meant. I know, I will do my best to cooperate. Okay, at worst, after the secret method is successfully cultivated, you can go to the Dark Knight Mother Goddess again. If she is worried, let her use some means to isolate you again. Ginny's problem is very simple, that is, the isolation power from the Dark Knight Mother Goddess. Speaking of which, this is the Dark Knight Mother Goddess's petty heart. In order to prevent Ivan from controlling Ginny, she actually used her power to isolate the connection between the two of them. In the past, due to the power of the Dark Knight Mother, Ivan could only let it go. At this moment, before successfully practicing the 3-generation all things secret method, this barrier must be removed first, otherwise it will be a major obstacle to the practice of the secret method. After Ginny became a lord, the initiative was in her hands. Ivan only hoped that the Dark Knight Mother would not be so unreasonable. Although Ginny and Locke were his clones, he did not bully them at will. The 3 of them are one with each other. Only by not caring about the gains and losses of the moment, and working together can they become a prominent existence, like the Scarlet Supreme. If the Dark Knight Mother is relentless and creates complications, the success of the 3-generation all things secret method will be questionable. Chapter 573. In a certain layer of the underground world, there is an ancient palace by a dark green river. In the garden pavilion of the palace, the Dark Knight Mother Goddess, who someone is thinking about, is visiting here. The owner here is the Sea Mother Bramble Elsop. After watching Ginny successfully promoted to Lord, the 2 of them felt relieved. So, the 2 of them found an opportunity to gather here and celebrate a little. Suddenly, the face of the Dark Knight Mother Goddess Lilibet turned a little blue. Who offended you? Look for yourself. Hearing Brabu's question, Lilibet's face still did not improve. She waved her hand, and a shadow of Ginny appeared in the flower pavilion. Ginny, don't be fooled by that boy. He is using secret magic to threaten you, Lilibet said. Lord Lilibet, don't stop me. This is my own decision, and has nothing to do with others. Ginny seemed to be unable to see the Sea Mother. After hearing the words of the Dark Knight Mother, she refused in a serious tone. Listen, we have plenty of secrets, we don't need what the wizard boy has brought out, Lilibet said earnestly. No, this is my decision to follow my heart. I hope you can respect my choice. Ginny was unmoved. Don't persuade me anymore. I also know that due to the way I was born, I have congenital defects like Locke, and the secrets of Wizard Ivan can make up for this very well. What did the wizard boy say? I can feel it myself during the transformation and promotion process. Just go for that, wizard boy. Forget it. Bramble and I are too lazy to bother with your business. We just hope you won't regret it in the future. There won't be a day of regret. Seeing Ginny was so stubborn, Lilibet thought again, and finally took action without obstruction. In the pavilion among the flowers, Ginny's shadow quickly dissipated. What secret method? Even you are convinced. Bramble knew the Dark Knight Mother Goddess. If she was not persuaded, she would not care who was who. A core secret involving the Scarlet Legion, the human wizard integrated it into the previous Netherworld secret to make up for its shortcomings. Cunning guy, he must have done it on purpose, but this talent is indeed commendable. Through Ginny, Lilibet learned something. Scarlet Legion, after hearing what you said, I am interested in that secret. Brady's beautiful eyes were clear. He is different now. I advise you not to do anything reckless. There is a great deal paying attention to the wizards in this era. Be careful of backlash. Lilibet reminded. When he heard the word backlash, Brady's expression froze. If there was anything that could make the high-ranking Sea Mother change color, it would be this problem that has troubled her for tens of thousands of years. In this regard, she had to be more cautious. More importantly, due to the relationship between Ginny and the human wizard, she couldn't do anything to the other party in a substantial way, so why take a big risk to do something with limited effect? For Ginny's sake, let the wizard boy go. Yeah, if it weren't for Ginny, I would have slapped the human who I dislike so much, and it wouldn't be your turn. The Sea Mother and the Dark Knight Mother were surprisingly consistent in their dislike of the wizard boy. Fortunately, Ivan didn't hang around in front of them, otherwise, he would have to accept the whipping from the two ancient goddesses, which is terrifying to think about. On the other side, Ivan was still leading the other two to practice the secret method of the three births and all things. Time passed slowly, and half a year passed unknowingly. The auras of the three people rotated with each other, making them more and more like an inseparable whole. After a long time, they returned to their own bodies. 3 births of all things, perfect learning, all hard work. Hee hee, I feel great. As Ivan announced the end, Locke couldn't help but laugh. Through this secret practice, he was undoubtedly the one who benefited the most, and he touched the ceiling of the promotion to the Lord level. Ginny, secondly, her strength became stable and solid. On the contrary, the strength of Ivan, the creator of the secret method, did not change at all. This is the characteristic of the three life, and all things that is inherited from the Scarlet Will. It can bind many, many creatures together through the latter deep connection, and then through a deep influence, let all creatures continue to move closer to the person standing at the top. In the framework set by the Scarlet Will, there is only one person standing at the top, and that person is the Scarlet Supreme, and the Scarlet Supreme status is supreme. In the framework of 3 begets all things, there are 3 people standing at the top, corresponding to the 3 and 3 begets all things. In the process of practicing the secret method, Ginny was unwilling to be on an equal footing with Ivan, and took the initiative to lower her position by half a level. There was a gap in strength between Locke and the two of them, and he was suppressed. When Ginny lowered his position, he couldn't help but lower his position by half a level. From then on, the new pattern was established. It just proves the saying, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. From now on, the 3 of them can recruit new members to join and integrate into the whole according to their own characteristics through a certain ritual, just like the Scarlet Supreme recruited the commander of the Legion. However, the status of other creatures will be 1 level lower than that of the 3. And so on. Then, all members will move closer to the 3 people standing at the top, and finally to Ivan at the highest point, which includes strength. Once Ivan is promoted to the 5th level Virtual King, under the influence of the secret method, Ginny and Locke will have some kind of mysterious guidance and have a certain potential to break the 5th level threshold. The members of the lower level have the potential to break the 4th level threshold, and this will continue. This is the horror of the Scarlet Will, and it is also the fundamental reason why the Scarlet Will can create the Scarlet Legion. Now it has become the terrifying characteristic of 3 life and all things. As Ivan stands at the top, he naturally has benefits. While everyone is approaching him in strength, their hearts will continue to move closer to him. At the least, they will show closeness and admiration, and at the most, they will submit to him. This point is also inherited from the Scarlet Will, but 3 life and all things is not as domineering as the Scarlet Will, and will not make peoples will completely sink and lose themselves. When there are enough members, and the power is strong enough, it will in turn promote Ivan's strength. This is a relationship of destiny and mutual promotion. Of course, the secret method cannot be perfect. If Ivan, who is at the top, falls, the people below will suffer an extremely serious backlash. This is also the reason why the Scarlet Empire quickly fell apart after the fall of the Scarlet Supreme. Can we recruit anyone? After learning the secret method, Locke couldn't wait to try it out. Ivan rolled his eyes at this, as if this guy didn't really listen to what he said. Locke wasn't stupid, but he looked inferior to him and Ginny. Someone else might have performed even worse. You have to understand the word approach deeply. It's best to recruit people with similar characteristics to yourself so that others can approach you better. Ginny replied. Are spirits and space compatible? Locke asked again. Yes. Ginny nodded. What about the others? What will happen if we give it a try? Locke asked curiously. If they are not suitable, the connection will fail. Ivan said unhappily. Locke realized belatedly that recruiting members would be the most difficult task given his special situation. Unlike Wizard Ivan, who has a wide range of interests, and can easily include marsh ants, flame scorpions, etc. into the 3 lives and all things system, and can also carefully select them. And Jenny, who is spoiled by so many big guys, can probably be easily poached. Only myself, no matter how ugly or crooked, has no choice. I have to go first. Thinking of this, Locke couldn't sit still. Remember to keep it a secret. I understand. After getting permission, Locke ran out impatiently, not knowing who he wanted to find. Ivan and Ginny looked at each other and laughed. Chapter 574. You have been hiding for so long. What good things are you doing? Practicing a secret method. Secret method? 3 gives birth to all things. Not long after Locke left, Tanya came to the door. She glanced at Ginny with a little suspicion and asked a question. The Book of Ghost Mirror was given by Tanya. Ivan did not hide it, and briefly introduced the secret method. You are becoming more and more promising as a wizard. Tanya said bitterly that once upon a time, she was also such a wizard who soared in the ocean of knowledge, and was determined to spend her life pursuing the truth, but unfortunately everything has changed. That is, if you fail to be promoted to Night King, I will leave a position for you and allow you to hang out with me. Ivan said. What are you talking about? Don't think you can talk nonsense just because you are an arcane wizard. Hearing this, Tanya was furious. But you are right, I came here today to tell you that I will be promoted to Night King. Where is the location? I want to go back to the Fitzgerald family's manor. You don't need to send me off. Oates and Grace will take me back to the City of Truth. Tanya was obviously here to say goodbye. The wizard princess was finally going to take that crucial step. She had waited for this day for too long. With her physical condition, no one knew what would happen during the promotion process. It was possible that she would become the Night King smoothly, or she might die. These were the 2 most likely outcomes that Ivan could think of. Tanya, I believe the light of life will bloom for you. Good luck to you. Would you like a hug before we part? Don't touch me. Although the 2 were the fiancés appointed by the Sky King, Ivan was the sucker. He did not force Tanya with his strength, so the relationship was maintained in name only. After a simple hug, Tanya embarked on the journey to the Night King with her resolute heart. Ivan watched her back go away. When Ivan turned around, he found Locke, who was a little discouraged. Who did you fail to find? The Silkworm Queen. It obviously has the same spatial affinity as me, but the ritual just can't succeed. Are you very accomplished in space? Act more on instinct. Don't worry about the Silkworm Queen. Find a few slightly smarter spirits to try first, and remember to find a way to strengthen the connection between you. You can use meditation, curse, in short, think more and think of more ways. Ivan was not surprised that Locke's attempt failed. The 3 births of all things is an extremely complex secret method. Locke only has a limited understanding of the secret method, so how can he accept the Silkworm Queen who is beyond his ability? Boss, how about letting me see how you recruit people? Locke nodded helplessly, and was about to fool Martin, when he suddenly thought of something and suggested. Okay, I let you see it, so you don't think I'm cheating you. Ivan had no objection. The secret method was successfully cultivated to be used. How can I do that? I go get someone for you. Who do you want to get? Locke smiled awkwardly. Get the swamp ant and the flame scorpion. Ivan ordered, and the Silkworm Queen. Boss, the Silkworm Queen. You be dealing with spirits a lot in the future. You always ask the Silkworm Queen to follow you around. Stop talking nonsense and go. Ivan didn't mean to stop Locke from acting with the Silkworm Queen. It was just that the Silkworm Queen had been following him for a long time. It would be better for her to sign a contract with him than with Locke, so as not to delay the Silkworm Queen. After a while, the marsh ant, the flame scorpion, and the Silkworm Queen arrived at the laboratory. Seeing that Wizard Ivan called them so solemnly, the marsh ants and the 3 insects looked a little solemn, thinking that there was something important that they were told to do. "Don't think too much, the boss just wants to give you a chance," Locke said first. "Locke, you said that before, but nothing happened," the Silkworm Queen muttered. "Well, I just didn't practice well enough, but the boss must be different." Locke's face froze. "You Silkworm Queen, you actually ruined the show in public." Locke's words are a bit exaggerated, but that's basically what happened. There's such an opportunity. Ivan didn't introduce the specific situation of the secret method, but only stated the effect of the secret method and what benefits it could bring to the few people. That is, the ants and others have been with him for a long time and have made many contributions to him, otherwise they would not have received such treatment. After all, the time of an arcane wizard is still relatively precious. Is there such a good thing? After hearing this, the ant's eyes lit up. It was worried about the promotion to the Lord level. You have to know that the Zerg are born with bad roots, and their lives are as cheap as paper. The probability of a single individual being promoted to the Lord level is much lower than that of other races. Even if the group metamorphosis is successful, the creatures that are finally derived may not be themselves. For a Zerg like it that was born with intelligence and can distinguish things early, it is simply a disaster. How can the ants not be happy to have the opportunity to win by following the Wizard Ivan? You can only benefit from this wizard's promotion to the 5th level Virtual King and greatly improve your potential for promotion to the Lord level, Ivan reminded. That's better than us randomly transforming to the Lord level. Zae has been with him for so long, how could he not know his cultivation speed? He is only a level 5 Void King wizard. For Ivan Wizard, it is only a matter of time. Zae firmly believes this. Yeah, I agree. The Silkworm Queen is straightforward. It is true that it is a level 3 peak creature, but it has never held any hope for the Lord level. Now that it has a chance, it is simply a pleasant surprise. The Fire Scorpion had no opinion. Seeing that both agreed, it certainly would not raise a different opinion. Since both agree, then accept this wizard's gift. Thank you for your generous gift, Your Excellency. The Marsh Ant and the Silkworm Queen looked at each other and quickly crawled on the ground, followed by the Fire Scorpion. The next second, 3 dark red tentacles formed by energy condensed from Ivan's feet stretched out, extending like a shadow, and instantly wrapped around the 3 insects. Circle after circle. Soon, the Marsh Ant and the other 2 were submerged in it. When Ivan retracted his energy tentacles, 3 things similar to eggshells were left there. Boss, is this done? It's done. There is already a contract between me and them. Moreover, I also taught them the insect breathing method, the Black Scythe Heart, which they practiced. I know them well, so it's easy to conclude another contract with them. Seeing his boss's attitude of making light of a heavy task, Locke knew that he could only envy him. He also knew that he was not smart enough and had limited energy. Perhaps, he should focus on the spirit body instead of thinking about other things. As for the rest, let the boss do it himself. This is the most ideal way. Boss, I understand what you mean, and I will definitely not be so ambitious in the future. The spirit body is not simple, and that special plane is not simple either. When you are promoted to the Lord level, and have the qualifications to play chess, I will definitely borrow your help. Then you have to be promoted to Lord as soon as possible, haha. Locke thought this was a comforting remark. In fact, Ivan really thought so. In his opinion, the plane related to the eradication of spirit bodies is equivalent to special celestial bodies, such as the sun and the moon. It is not limited to a single plane, but spans thousands of planes, and even widely affects every plane and penetrates every plane. If his analysis is correct, Locke has a promising future, and his potential is greater than Jenny's, and even himself. Boss, the Scarlet Supreme has the Scarlet Legion, so do we need a resounding name? It's too early. Zae and others didn't wake up so quickly, and Locke left first. He wanted to try to find Martin Casper, vowing to pull him into his camp, and take him in as his first younger brother. Chapter 575. For 5 days in a row, the Marsh Ants, the Silkworm Queen, and the Flame Scorpion gradually woke up. On the surface, they didn't seem to have changed much, but in fact, their connection with Ivan had become closer. It was as if there was a rope extending from Ivan, and the end fell into their bodies. The rope was tight, constantly pulling them closer to Ivan the Wizard, trying to make them have the same power as Ivan the Wizard. There was no doubt that this was a very positive change, and cultivation had become easier. This was most directly demonstrated in the Silkworm Queen, who broke through the bottleneck that had held her back for countless years and finally realized her own domain aura. This immediate effect encouraged the marsh ant and the flame scorpion. On the other hand, no one knew how Locke persuaded him, but Martin did not escape his clutches and became a member of this new force. Only Ginny has not made any moves yet. However, she is the great priest of the Dark Knight, and has a very high status in the Comer Empire, so there is no shortage of candidates. The three life and all things secret method has just been successfully cultivated, and everything is in its infancy. It can be foreseen that as time goes by, more and more creatures will become part of it, and this new legion will become stronger and stronger over time. Time passed day by day, and soon it was half a year later. Recently, Ivan found another secret place in the underground rock wall, and planned it to be the third human settlement. This time it was Oates' turn to go and guide a sunbird back. Oates had no choice but to send it out reluctantly. Before Oates returned, Ivan received a message from Ginny, who was far away in the Comer Empire. "Ivan, the person you are waiting for has appeared." "Meg is here?" "Yes, he came to the Comer Empire to ask the tree guards for information, hoping to find a strong man who is good at manipulating fire. He didn't reveal the specifics." "Is that so?" Hearing the words from the other side, Ivan fell into thought. "Meg is now a lord level, right?" Ivan asked a key question. "Yes, I suspect that he broke through the lord in the same way as I did, and inherited some kind of legacy power." Ginny nodded and told her discovery. "You go to see him, tell him my news, and then wait and see what happens." Okay. After so many years, Ivan didn't know if the old tree man Meg had changed now, whether he was still the honest man, so he didn't act rashly. He knew that the more critical the moment, the more he had to keep his composure. As it turned out, he thought too much. When the old tree man Meg heard that Ivan agreed to her request, she came over without saying anything, not thinking about whether there was anything fishy about the words. "Wizard Ivan, I finally see you again." The old tree man was still skinny, wearing a brown robe, a crown of flowers and plants on his head, and a long blue-gray beard fluttering. Overall, he looked like a knowledgeable old man. "Yes, I haven't seen you for a long time." Ivan felt the strong aura on him, and knew that Meg had experienced a lot in recent years. "Wizard Ivan, I'm sorry to you first. I failed your expectations." Meg changed her tone, and apologized inexplicably. "What? You forgot that when we parted last time, you gave me a meditation method, but unfortunately I was dull, and didn't gain much from it." "Oh, don't mind this. It's just a basic meditation method that's not very advanced. I said it at the time. I just wanted to relieve your boredom. Anyway, that was your parting gift to me, and I thought I should tell you about it." Seeing Meg's serious look, Ivan knew that he still maintained his honest character, and also knew how he maintained it. Maybe it's just that fools have good fortune. Or maybe it's a great wisdom. "Wizard Ivan, I heard that you are now in charge of the power of fire, is that true?" After reminiscing about the past, Meg finally talked about business. "That's right." Ivan nodded. Without further ado, under his control, a large number of different flames emerged, including the golden flame of the sun that implies vitality, the furious flame that attacks the heart, and the pure white flame that specializes in destruction, etc. The old tree man Meg was startled and took a half step back. "No way, you have become a true lord, but you are still afraid of flames?" Ivan looked at him in surprise. I'm used to it, the old tree man said embarrassedly. As a lord-level strongman, such performance is indeed a bit unworthy. "Meg, you have something important to tell me, right?" Ivan did not dwell on this point, and changed the subject directly. "Of course." Meg solemnly affirmed and continued, "Wizard Ivan, do you remember what I said before? I said that we should go down along the underground world until we find the lost throne." "You did say that." Ivan nodded slightly. "If I say that I have found a clue, and know where the lost throne is, then you can take one and I can take one. Would you be willing to go with me to a place for adventure?" Meg looked at him attentively. Never expected that he would be so direct and so straightforward. "You take one, I take one. Can I ask what kind of clues or guidance it is?" Ivan did not respond immediately. This was not his character. Feelings and predicted images. Meg scratched her head and had to tell the truth. "After I arrived at a certain place, I saw a clear picture. In the picture, there was a verdant throne, which was suppressed by another flame throne. I feel that if we go deeper along that place, we can reach the area where there are two thrones. You know, I am most afraid of fire, so I want to find another person to help. It would be great if you agree, Wizard Ivan." Meg has the ability to predict once every 10 years, and Ivan knew it last time. However, Meg's description is more like a kind of inheritance guidance. I just don't know whether other people are allowed to go there, which is related to whether it is dangerous or not. I agree. Thinking of the Prophet's book, Ivan decided to give it a try. After all, it was a throne, something that only a 6th level strongman could gather. Even if it was something related to it, its value was equally inestimable. There was no reason not to take a look. Great. Meg was overjoyed when he heard it. He was not stupid, and naturally knew Ivan's character. When are you free? When can we leave? We can leave after we have explained it. I have a feeling that we will definitely get what we want this time. Ivan was not a hesitant person. After making a decision, he did not want to delay any longer. Whether this trip could find the legendary throne would be clear when he arrived at the place. Not long after, he rejected Ginny's offer to go with him, and set off on a new adventure with the old tree man Meg. Chapter 576. Meg once said that he would search down the underground world layer by layer. In fact, he did so himself until he found a clue. This time, under the leadership of Meg, the two came to the second layer of the underground world through the secret passage in the north. Do you know? The center of the world of Danila is underground, and the core of the underground is at the deepest. Therefore, the deeper you go, the stronger the overall strength of the creatures. This layer has the snake people who inherited the blood of the Titan Python, the subgiant race, the eyeless giants, as well as the fangs, blood elves, bat people, etc. Unfortunately, none of them are as friendly as you, Wizard Ivan. I suffered a lot here before, but fortunately, I had the help of other tree people. Meg is optimistic. She did not write about the difficulties she had suffered in the past, but enthusiastically introduced the second underground floor to Ivan. Like the first underground floor, this second floor also has several powerful races as overlords, and the order is relatively stable. Ivan also knew that Meg transformed into a powerful lord on this floor. It is not difficult to hear that Meg encountered many difficulties before becoming a lord, and it seems that she died several times. However, Meg had no intention of getting back at the enemy. The two were just passing by and had no intention of provoking the overlord of this level. For a lord-level strongman, it was a simple matter to avoid the harassment of other creatures. After a long journey, the two successfully arrived at the third underground level. In terms of the concentration and quality of energy particles, it corresponded to Meg's words that the environment was better the further down you went. Ivan also keenly noticed that the energy particles contained in the third underground level had a special wild atmosphere compared to the second and first levels. The creatures on this level are mostly various exotic animals. The powerful animal lords have their own territories, but they often fight over territories or treasures. The overall situation is more chaotic than the first and second levels. We must be careful. Seeing Meg emphasize so seriously, Ivan did not dare to neglect and was extremely careful. Since they were in a hurry, the two naturally would not move forward step by step, but would use various methods to fly and pass through the air. According to Meg, the place they were going to was not far from the entrance of the passage. What made the two feel strange was that the fights that often occurred on this floor seemed to have disappeared. The journey seemed extremely peaceful. When they arrived near the destination, Ivan found that the situation was very unusual. It turned out that people came here. He also noticed the traces of the snake people, the eyeless giants, and the fangs. Meg, did you tell others? Ivan asked with a frown. How is it possible? I definitely didn't leak any information about this place. I didn't even tell you before. Besides, there is nothing strange about this place. It shouldn't attract such a strong person. Meg was even more confused than him. She really couldn't understand why so many powerful creatures gathered here. There is only one possibility. Something might have happened here, Ivan said helplessly. I'm afraid that's it. The old tree man Meg nodded with a wry smile. At this time, the two were on the side of a plain on the high ground. The vegetation on the plain was not abundant. The trees were short and mostly vines. There was also a sunbird perched in the sky. It can be seen that there are powerful creatures guarding the high ground, either above or below. Ivan was keenly aware that there should be a fifth-level ancient king hiding here, eyeing the plain, which was undoubtedly the most worrying situation. Is our goal the center of the plain? Yes, I found the clues in the center last time, and this time we have to go there. There must be something unusual here. Let's wait and see. Meg did not refute Ivan's statement. At this moment, if the two of them ran to the center, they would become the target of public criticism. Tree man over there, you're still alive? Ha ha ha, you're so hard for me to find. The two didn't want to cause any trouble, but someone recognized Meg and had some bad intentions. The one who spoke was a snake man. Unlike the snake man Ivan imagined, This strong snake man had a green face with fangs, a thumb-sized sharp horn on his forehead, and stood nearly 10 meters tall. After the strong snake man recognized Meg, he rushed over here with his thick snake body. His name is Bok. Last time he wanted to take my heart for no reason and almost burned me to death. This guy is too much. I'm going to meet him. Even though Meg was good-tempered, she was annoyed by the snakemen in front of her. At the beginning, he passed by the territory of the snakeman tribe. When he met them, he didn't have time to do anything. He was spotted by Bok in front of him. He regarded him as prey and chased him again and again. It was because he was good at saving his life. Otherwise, he would have been cut out of his heart and bones and died without a burial place. Later he inquired and found out that this guy was a pervert who liked to cut out people's hearts the most. Sometimes he would attack his own people, which made many creatures unhappy. Okay, I hold the line for you. Seeing this, Ivan didn't back off. Since we've come to this place, there are bound to be disputes and fights. The old tree man Meg rushed out. The enemies were particularly jealous of each other. In a moment, two huge monsters appeared on the edge of the high ground. One was a human body with a snake tail, and its scales were like armor, and it could move against the strong wind. The other was a tree man made of thick vines. Wherever it passed, all the trees spontaneously obeyed its orders. Bang, bang. The two huge monsters did not avoid or give way, and they collided violently with a mighty force. The most primitive confrontation began. In fact, Lord-level creatures have a common characteristic, that is, they are strong and have strong recovery ability. They are not easy to be injured or killed. After a few rounds, the two seemed to be fighting fiercely, with snake scales and thick branches flying everywhere, and trees and vines being destroyed by the aftermath, but no substantial damage was caused. These two guys seem to be reckless, but they actually know what they are doing. They are suppressing their anger and not completely exploding. Ivan watched the battle scene and knew that the two had restrained themselves and did not really fight to the death. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In any case, now is not a good time to settle old scores. The current situation is not bad. If the two do not show their true strength and continue to fight, even if they fight for a day and a night, it will not bring much impact. You tree man, you have improved a lot, and you are not as embarrassed as before. After the fight, the snake man Bok showed a ferocious smile. Humph, who likes to bully the weak like you? It's simply a shame for the snake man. Meg said coldly. How dare you insult me? It seems that I have to teach you a lesson. I'm not afraid of you, you shameless fellow. The two of them had an old grudge that had not been settled yet. After a few words, their anger surged up, and I'm afraid they won't let it go. Ivan shook his head helplessly, and he slowly moved forward, because there were other snake people approaching from the other side, and he naturally couldn't watch Meg being besieged. Chapter 577. Where did this weird race come from? How dare you interfere in the affairs of our snake empire? This wizard is from the human race. You can't bully the minority with your numbers. What if I bully you? The snake people are used to being domineering. When Ivan tried to stop him, he was immediately stared at by the snake man. He started to attack him without saying a word. His momentum was overwhelming. As both of them were lords, how could Ivan be afraid of a battle? Coincidentally, both of them controlled the power of fire. Ivan made himself the king of fire element. With a flick of his hand, a giant sword made of fire appeared in his hand. Seeing this, the snakeman Kenneth on the opposite side followed suit and immediately had a long-handled scimitar in his hand. In the wanton sparks, the two fought back and forth. It is not difficult to find that the two's fight was more gentle than that of Meg and the other two just now, as if they had to stand up and fight out of courtesy. Different from the two. At this moment, Meg and Bok had already fought with real anger rumbling. Meg was promoted to lord later than the enemy, but her heavy strength was not inferior to the enemy. When the snakeman Bok noticed this, his anger in his heart became even stronger. Asshole, die. Snakeman Bok activated the blood of the Titan Python in his body, and the two horns on his head turned golden, stretched out in an instant, and extended backwards, and his green face with fangs became more divine. This is obviously a blood-for-blood fight. As soon as the snakeman Bok came up with a plan, Meg's momentum weakened a lot in the blink of an eye. During the battle, Ivan did not forget to pay attention to the situation on Meg's side. Seeing this scene, he knew that he could not just watch. The next second, he threw the long sword in his hand. The long sword suddenly turned into a scaleless python, with colorful flames on its body, and a secret hidden in its body. It grew longer and thicker, while attacking the snake man Kenneth. Boom! The snake man Kenneth didn't care at first, but when he realized something was wrong, His huge body was hit by the scaleless python and then flew back. You cheated? Kenneth's eyes widened. Ivan ignored the snake man Kenneth, who was in pain, and his figure flashed, and he came close to Meg and extended a helping hand to him. Under the same Lord level, the wizard who possesses the fusion of Soul Energy Core and Element Core is already known for his extraordinary combat power, not to mention that he has condensed an extra life core. His attack is naturally extraordinary. The enemy that Meg has been unable to defeat for a long time was blasted away by him. The snake men Kenneth and Bach were injured one after another, and Ivan was the most popular. Ivan, you are still powerful. Be careful, it's not over yet. Ivan didn't look very happy. He sensed that something seemed to want to lock him. The one who could do this was probably the 5th level ancient king hiding in the surroundings. He didn't expect that there was one from the snake people. Meg, are you sure there is a way in the middle? I'm sure. Let's go! After hearing the affirmative answer, Ivan made a prompt decision, rolled up Meg and flew directly to the middle of the highland plain. With the blessing of the Space Force, his speed was far faster than that of ordinary Lord-level strongmen. As soon as he moved, a snake hand came across the space and accurately locked the two of them. At the critical moment, a golden war drum flashed beside Ivan, and the drum vibrated at the sound, bringing him another boost, which further increased his speed. Where can you go if you want to leave? His action angered the hidden people, and an old but majestic voice sounded, clearly reaching the ears of every living being present. Following that, a figure shorter than the usual snake people appeared. The ancient snake king could not accept being taken away from the palm of a lord, and was ready to teach the two a profound lesson. On the other side, Ivan ignored these, and took Meg to the middle of the highland plain with extraordinary determination. As the old treeman said, there was really nothing surprising here, except for a tiny bit of residual breath. His previous guess was also correct. There was indeed an unusual movement here. The residual breath proved this point, which attracted the 4 powerful people to gather. Ivan looked at Meg. After Meg arrived here, she suddenly stood on the ground motionless. Trouble. The ancient snake king attacked, and Ivan had to meet the enemy first. The 9 python fire whiskers were coming out. Even the black chain was mixed in it, and the pure white flame formed the python head. This was surprisingly his strongest attack. Facing the 5th level snake king, no matter how much Ivan thought the wizard's combat power was excellent, he could not hold back in this situation. On the other side, there were 5 python claws that seemed real. Boom! Boom! At this moment, 2 different sounds emerged one after another. The former was the sound of Ivan and the Snake King fighting, and the latter was a sudden flash of ancient divine light. After the divine light burst out, time, space, elements, and everything else seemed to be frozen. The light spread quickly, covering everything around. Ivan felt his waist tighten, and was dragged into the divine light, traveling through time and space with the divine light, heading for the unknown. Ivan, are you okay? Accompanied by Meg's voice, the surroundings suddenly became clear, and Ivan found that he had been injured in the last battle, and there was blood on his body. It's okay. Facing Meg's worried eyes, Ivan shook his head slightly. If it weren't for Meg's reminder, he wouldn't have realized that he had been injured, which shows that with the support of the core of life, his recovery speed is very strong. What's going on? He also noticed that there was a green vine wrapped around his waist, pulling them through a certain ancient halo, giving them a feeling of traveling through time and space. If Meg hadn't used her vines to wrap around the green vine around his waist, the two would probably have separated. The current situation is that Meg is dragging him away. We are going deep into an ancient secret realm, the area where I said we could find the throne. That place should be at a special place where the last era and this era meet. Meg pondered for a moment and explained. Judging from his appearance, he didn't know everything. Ivan didn't dwell on this point, but pointed to the other shadows following them, the people around them. What about these guys? I know that this situation was called fighting for the king in ancient times, which means fighting for the throne. Fighting for the king? I don't know anything else. These are the only pictures I realized just now. Seeing Meg's confused look, Ivan didn't expect him to answer everything. However, the matter was obviously not simple. This secret realm of time and space was not simple, and the hidden 5th level ancient king was not simple either. If there was a fight as Meg described, it would be a fierce battle. He was thinking, taking advantage of the fact that others were unlikely to be awake, could he gain some advantage? In any case, as long as the throne was real, he would not miss it. Chapter 578. Before Ivan could think of a solution, he was stunned by the scene around him. He saw a bunch of extremely large dead vines, each of which was like a swimming dragon, spreading from the void to all directions, passing through the changing time and the layers of space. Unfortunately, the dead vines had lost their vitality, and only the soul-stirring spirit remained. The green vines around his way seemed to be transformed by the power of the dead vines. Compared with a whole bunch of dead vines, these green vines seemed so insignificant. Ivan also found that the green vine was constantly pulling them closer to the bottom of the dead vine, but they could not see the end, and the length of the dead vine seemed endless. How is it? Is this ancient green vine majestic enough? Indeed, it is breathtaking. Hearing the voice in his ear, Ivan subconsciously agreed. He immediately reacted and stared at the old tree man vigilantly. You are not Meg. What did you do to Meg? You are right. I am indeed not Meg, but Meg is me. The old tree man didn't care. He didn't hide his identity. Meg is you? What does that mean? Ivan frowned, thinking about the meaning of this sentence. My name is Clement. You can also call me Clement Alsop. The dead vine you see now is my past, and your friend Meg is my present. You should understand what I mean. Meg explained. Meg grew out of your remains? Ivan guessed. To be more precise, it was transformed from my original power. I did it deliberately after realizing that I might die. This is a unique way of inheritance for our tree people. Don't worry, for tree people, this is a kind of rebirth and continuation, so you don't have to worry about what I do to Meg. Meg himself only looks old, but his voice at this time is full of vicissitudes, and he can be heard as an old man who has experienced many years. However, the aura has not changed much, which is enough to show that the two are indeed of the same lineage. Hearing his words, Ivan seemed to see a strong man sending out a tree seed with his own power in a critical moment. After a long period of baptism, the tree seed sprouted and took root, growing into a new tree man guard. Then, the tree man followed the guidance of the unknown, step by step, deep underground, looking for his lost power. You tree people are really a respectable race. Haha, human wizards are also a group of creatures worthy of praise. Ivan was infected by the sincerity of Chingsong Ancient Vine, and Clement was happy that Meg had such a smart friend. Out of curiosity, Mr. Clement, what's your last name? Are you a descendant of the Mother of the Earth? After a pause, Ivan couldn't help asking. No, but I was greatly favored by the Mother of the Earth and followed her for a while. Later, I left Danila and traveled around. I didn't come back to help until I heard that Danila was in a critical situation. In the end, I was not strong enough and died in that battle. Clement did not hide his question either. Time is running out. I have a few words to tell you about the situation of the throne here. Without waiting for him to say anything, Clement continued. Do you know what a throne is? I don't know. We wizards have only been developing for a short time. We don't know what it means after level 5. Ivan shook his head bluntly. Then let me tell you. Level 6 is usually defined as the true king level. True means that everything is one. When all your things are combined into one, you can condense your own elemental throne. The elemental throne can touch the power of the world's rules. At that time, you will be a true king in name and in reality. When your body is completely transformed into a body of law, you will completely control a complete rule power and melt it into a rule heart, and you will become a level 7 supreme. After the supreme is the level 8 ancestor, and after the ancestor is the immortal who transcends time, but I have never heard of anyone who has transcended time. Clement seemed to treat him as a junior, and generously popularized cultivation knowledge for him, opening a door that was originally unknown for him. Mr. Clement, what's the matter with the throne here? Good question. This is actually related to the characteristics of the world of Daenerys. A long, long time ago, every once in a while, the Great Will would generously condense a throne and bestow it on the creatures of the world of Daenerys. At that time, once the throne was born, it would become the biggest event in Daenerys, attracting creatures from all sides to come to the underground world to seize it. This process was called the fight for the king. Unfortunately, since the last war, such a grand occasion no longer exists. When Clement talked about the past, his words were full of sighs. Ivan did not interrupt, but listened carefully to his story. The throne here was actually created by me. I wanted to use the unique power of the rules of the Danila world to transform my remaining power into a throne and leave it to Meg to inherit. It was just that I overestimated my control, and some accidents occurred during the evolution process, which also affected the immortal flame attached to the ancient green vine. This led to the birth of 2 thrones, one inside and one outside, and a strange balance was formed between the thrones. Moreover, Danila's potential kingdom competition rules were also involved, making the situation here very troublesome. If you and Meg want to obtain the power of the throne, you must act according to the established rules and participate in the competition with others. Undoubtedly, Clement brought not very good news. Ivan is not worried about Lord-level enemies, But people at the level of the ancient Snake King are more troublesome, especially when Meg is afraid of fire. This is really a blessing and a curse. Fate plays tricks on people. Please teach me, Mr. Clement, he hurriedly asked. I have a special formation here. Before I disappear, I will give all the remaining power to Meg and help him control this special formation. I will also teach you the knowledge of the formation. You have 3 minutes to master it. Whether it succeeds or not depends on your own luck. Clement really came prepared, and he told me his plan. At this point, Ivan had no better way, so he could only seize the time to control all favorable factors. Then, Clement taught him a combined attack formation, or a combined attack secret method, and added a piece of knowledge called Green Flame Vine to his knowledge. Evan, Meg, you two take care of yourselves. After making all the arrangements, Clement disappeared quietly from this world as he said before, and Meg returned to her original appearance, but with a strong power in her body. Do your best, and don't let Mr. Clement down. Well, the throne must be ours. Evan and Meg looked at each other, and could see the determination in each other's eyes. Chapter 579. The withered vines will eventually come to an end. The end is broken, the withered vines stop abruptly in midair, the end shows signs of charring, and the beginning has already disappeared in the flames. On the ground, the surging flames continue to burn. In the center of the flames, a flame-stone mountain replaces the vine stakes. It can be vaguely seen that there is a green object in the flame-stone mountain. The flame-stone mountain is red, crystal clear, and is 4 or 5 meters high. The green inscription inside seems to be a monument, about 3 meters high. Ivan and Meg understood clearly that there is no fixed form for the throne. It can be anything. The most common one is the king's chair, which is obviously not the most common one here. The flame-stone mountain is the flame throne. The green inscription is the green with throne. This is exactly the goal of their trip. There must be more ancient kings than the old snake man. We will act according to the situation and don't rush to get out. I understand. Act according to the situation. The vines that were pulling them disappeared inexplicably when they approached the land of flames, throwing them heavily into the flames. Even Ivan, who was in charge of the flames, felt uncomfortable with the flames here, not to mention Meg, the old tree man who didn't like flames. According to Clement, the flames here were stained with the power of rules, and contained an unusual intensity. Retreat! Ivan glanced at the sky, countless vines were shrinking, and shadows were turning from virtual to real. Sensing that other competitors were about to arrive, he signaled Meg to retreat to the edge with him. Now is not a good time to point at the throne. After the two retreated to the side, dull sounds rang out one after another. The creatures swept in by the ancient divine light fell to the ground one after another. Unlike Ivan and the others, these creatures regained their consciousness after landing. They stared at the surroundings vigilantly. Among the 20 figures, 3 figures were particularly eye-catching: an old snakeman, a blood elf, and a two-headed poisonous dragon, standing opposite each other. Most people did not expect that there were 3 level 5 ancient kings hidden in their group. This is a very bad situation. Ha! So that's how it is. I didn't expect that I would encounter this situation today. The ancient blood elf king recognized the things on the field at a glance, and stared at the flame-stone mountain with an uncontrollable greed. Roar! This green with throne belongs to this dragon. No one can fight with me, otherwise I will swallow you. The two-headed poisonous dragon is a dragon-like beast, considered a sub-dragon species, with inherited memories from the bloodline, and also recognized the throne. It was not like the blood elves who were evasive, and it revealed the truth right away. The expression of the ancient snake king was very complicated, both excited and disappointed. The disappointment was that there was no wind throne here, which did not match the power he controlled. Even so, the value of the throne was still difficult to estimate. No matter what, we must fight for it. You two, since ancient times, the strong have won the throne. Why don't we clean up the other guys who are in the way first, and then decide who will own the throne? What do you think? The ancient king of the snake people made a sinister suggestion. The 3 people who have come to this point today are all creatures with background and extraordinary wisdom. This suggestion is good. The ancient king of the blood elves smiled and agreed. You are still the most despicable, but this dragon likes it. The 4 eyes of the two-headed poisonous dragon stared at the surroundings with ill intentions, and also expressed approval. This caused a commotion. Others kept secretly cursing the 3 guys for being shameless. This was not giving them any chance to take advantage of, but in the face of absolute power, they were helpless. Many people glanced at the colorful halo on the outermost side. If nothing unexpected happened, that was the place to give up and leave. Roar! I go first, you two don't try any tricks. The two-headed poisonous dragon was the first to lose control. One of the purple-blue heads roared and rushed to the outside in one direction, with poisonous smoke all the way. That human wizard, you're not so lucky this time. Let's see where you can escape. The ancient Snake King also attacked as he said. He was targeting Ivan, but not just Ivan. Ivan thought to himself, the ghost is still there. He winked at Meg, signaling him not to make a move yet, and to first weigh the power of the ancient Snake King, and then think of other ways. It's too much, let's fight them. Although the ancient king is strong, the lords are not vegetarians. Seeing the three people so aggressive, the lords quickly revealed their elemental king bodies, vowing to compete with the ancient king. Compared with lord-level creatures, the power controlled by the ancient king level is more powerful, more substantial, more elementalized, and more powerful. Facts have proved that if the power is not at the same level, it is impossible to compete with it. For a moment, the three of them swept forward, and any lord creatures who could not dodge were knocked out one by one. There were countless injured, and some could only withdraw from the competition. Ivan was not surprised by this situation. Facing the approaching ancient Snake King, he skillfully used the 9-python fire beard gun, and 9 red scaleless monster pythons emerged and entangled the flame giant he transformed himself into. The momentum of the flame giant increased greatly. The ancient Snake King also transformed into an elemental body, but his body did not grow or shrink, and his momentum was restrained. In front of the elemental king body transformed by Ivan, the ancient Snake King's body seemed so thin, but his formation did not seem to be much inferior to the former. Fancy, overestimating one's own ability. The ancient Snake King glanced at the golden war drum flashing behind Ivan, without the slightest hesitation, only a disdainful sneer, and a non-fancy counterattack. He met Ivan's mighty blow with a plain punch. Powers collided, and there was a loud bang. After the fierce collision, Ivan was clearly at a disadvantage, and finally staggered back 2 or 3 steps. Come again! Humph, you have some ability, but it's still not good enough. Ivan's strength was a little beyond the expectations of the ancient Snake King. The ancient Snake King's eyes became colder, and his attitude towards the attack became more serious. Such a powerful lord creature must be killed to eliminate future troubles. With this in mind, the ancient Snake King became cruel, and the two fought again. This time, there was a pure white fire that broke out. The ancient Snake King was not careful for a while, and was almost injured. He retreated a short distance to avoid the sharp edge. Ivan was splashed with blood on the spot, and was knocked out. The core of life repaired the damage as fast as possible. It was indeed a bit reluctant. Seeing that the enemy was so strong, Ivan was not stupid and slipped away. Want to escape? It's too late. How could the ancient Snake King let him escape? He chased him without thinking. Ivan ran at full speed and ran directly to the Flame Stone Mountain, running towards what everyone dreamed of. 2 thrones, 3 ancient kings. He didn't believe that 3 creatures from different races would have such tacit understanding and harmony. Chapter 580. Old Snake Man, what do you want to do? When the Snake Man King chased Ivan and approached the Flame Stone Mountain, the two-headed poisonous dragon questioned his behavior and stopped attacking other creatures. The two-headed poisonous dragon looked at the Snake Man King with unkind eyes. This man is very powerful, and can't be easily taken down. The Snake Man King didn't want to fall out with the two-headed poisonous dragon, so he quickly explained. I think you want to take the throne secretly while we are not prepared. How could it be? Don't try to deceive me, you break your promise first, and I send you away. There were 3 ancient kings present, and they wanted to decide who would own the 2 thrones. They had to fight each other. After most of the surrounding lords and creatures were cleared, the two-headed poisonous dragon was unwilling to continue the stalemate. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he pointed his spearhead at the ancient Snake King. Don't worry, King Poison Dragon. I, Harrington, will not do anything to hurt people behind their backs. Okay, I deal with this old snake man, and you can handle the rest of the creatures. It's a deal. The two-headed poisonous dragon and the Blood Elf King, one in charge of wood power, and the other in charge of fire power, correspond to the 2 thrones inside and outside, and are natural allies. In the eyes of the two-headed poisonous dragon, the Blood Elf King is more difficult to deal with. The Blood Elf King is happy with this. In just a few words, the two reached a temporary agreement. This made the ancient Snake King very angry. He couldn't help but stop and glared at Ivan, the guy who was trying to sow discord. Old Snake Man, do you want to cooperate with this wizard? Ivan simply pretended to be stupid. If you can block the attack of the poisonous Dragon King, I will give you a chance. The old face of the Snake King was so angry that he laughed. Okay, then I will give it a try. In the slightly puzzled eyes of the Snake King, Ivan rushed towards the approaching two-headed poisonous dragon. The two-headed poisonous dragon was disdainful of this. In his opinion, this lord creature was extremely ignorant and regarded himself as an old man like the Snake Man, who was almost unable to move. He will let this lord creature deeply understand what it means to be a powerful poisonous dragon king. Get out of here, stop getting in the way. The ancient king is the ancient king. The two-headed poisonous dragon hit Ivan casually, and he was immediately hit and flew out at a rapid speed. He also knocked down the old tree man Meg, who rushed over from the outside. Unable to withstand a single blow, the Snake Man ancient king's eyelids twitched at this scene, and he cursed inwardly that he was a cunning human wizard. The two-headed poisonous dragon had already killed him. The Snake Man ancient king didn't care about anything else. His body suddenly became larger, and the appearance of a human body and a snake tail was like a demon god. He attacked the two-headed poisonous dragon that had turned into a huge monster. This is a battle between poison and wind, the purple to blue and black bone-corroding poison, versus the cold wind that blows away people's souls. This is even more of a contest of powerful strength. The demeanor of the fifth-level ancient king is clearly visible. The idea of the Snakeman ancient king is similar. Among the three ancient kings and two thrones, one will be eliminated in the end. As long as this arrogant poisonous dragon is defeated, the rest will be a small problem. For a while, neither of them gave in, and the movement was so loud that it was eye-catching. However, no one had time to pay attention to the movement here, because the Blood Elf Harrington was expelling others, leaving them no time to take care of other things. Blood Elf King, I admit defeat today. Asshole, wait for me, I will go and eat a few Blood Elves to satisfy my craving. Faced with the powerful Blood Elf King, the Lord soon ended up in failure. Some admitted defeat, while others held a grudge and threatened to attack the Blood Elf Kingdom. Harrington ignored these, and resolutely expelled the remaining people, one by one. Not everyone has the fighting power and speed of Ivan, and can hold out for a few rounds against the ancient king. After a while, there were only 5 people left on the field, 3 ancient kings who were determined to win, as well as Ivan and Meg. Now Ivan and Meg had no chance to hide. These guys are really useless. Ivan, are you going to fight to the death? Yes, I can only give it a try. At this point, Ivan had no choice but to fight head-on. Both of them had this awareness. From the looks of you, you are not going to leave on your own. Harrington's expression showed a kind of leisurely and contented look. While speaking to the 2 people, he did not forget to glance at the 2 ancient kings who were fighting. The 2 ancient kings fought fiercely, but the winner was still unknown. Although the ancient Snake King was old, his strength was surprisingly strong. In addition, he deliberately chose to fight, so he did not let the poisonous Dragon King get an easy advantage in a short time. Mr. Harrington, I think you have seen that the throne here is not complete. If you are willing to join forces with me, I can only take half of the power of the Qingmu throne, and the rest will belong to you. In the overall situation, the ancient Snake King was still at a disadvantage. He was unwilling to withdraw from the fight for the throne, and took the opportunity to win over the Blood Elf King, and gave up half of the throne power. Stop your nonsense, treacherous Snakeman. The 2-headed poisonous dragon was anxious when he heard this, and his heart was determined, and his attack became more and more violent and fierce. The ancient Snake King never thought that he would make things worse, and immediately fell into an embarrassing situation of being suppressed and beaten, and the situation suddenly became precarious. Let's continue. The ground was shaking over there, but here it was leisurely. Harrington ignored the ancient Snake King's temptation and prepared to deal with Ivan and Meg first. Meg, this is your territory, don't let outsiders show off too much. I try my best. The situation didn't turn around, so it would be a lie for Ivan to say he wasn't disappointed. Facing this enemy, who was stronger than them, the 2 were ready to use the special secret method that Clement had just taught them, the green flame vine. As for the effect, they had no specific idea in their minds. In any case, this was the best method they could use at the moment. Ivan and Meg stood close to each other, and the red divine light and the green divine light spread out from them respectively. Under their control, the divine light condensed into different 3-dimensional runes, which spread on the ground and floated in the air, looking very mysterious. Many runes were arranged in order, forming a formation in a moment, linking the power of the 2 people together. The 2 people's senses immediately changed. The world around them seemed to be set up for them. There was a lot of usable power on the ground and in the air. Clement said that the 2 people should take care of themselves, but in fact, He had made proper arrangements to give the two people who were at a disadvantage a chance to fight. Oh, there are also special means. Let me play with you for the time being. The ancient king has the arrogance of the ancient king. Harrington didn't think that the two people could make any big waves. He was not in a hurry to end the battle. He just stood there and let the two people do it. In his opinion, the two were just struggling meaninglessly. On the other side, the battle between the poisonous dragon king and the snake man ancient king was about to be decided. The former was clearly more powerful, and the latter was retreating step by step, and was about to retreat to the colorful halo outside. The battle for the throne was about to come to an end. Chapter 581. This secret place was originally created by the Qingsang ancient vine, and its power mark and deep aura are everywhere. Under the attraction of the special formation, the things left by the Qingsang ancient vine silently merged into Meg's body, and combined with the power that Clement deliberately left in his body. At this moment, Meg was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Ivan was also unable to avoid it, but he was more attracted by the flames on the ground that had been stained with the power of rules. The flame power surged from the ground, and finally merged into the formation formed by the two people. After a while, a green vine appeared where the two of them were. The green vine bathed in fire turned into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and it was like a thick vine of a swimming fire dragon extending in all directions. It was all over the sky and blocked out the sun. At first glance, it seemed that the terrifying dry ancient vine had revived. I underestimated you. You actually have such means. Harrington realized belatedly that these two people probably had some connection with this secret place, and the others had accidentally broken in, including himself. If I had known this, I should have strangled the two of them immediately. It's too late to say anything now. As a level 5 ancient king, Harrington is no ordinary person. A large amount of blood flames emerged from his body, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a giant. The giant was wearing strong armor, and when he waved his hand, a long-handled broadsword appeared in his hand. Ignorant young men, don't even think about being rampant. The long sword in Harrington's hand quickly passed, and a terrifying cross of blood flames appeared in the air immediately. The blood flames, with the power of burning the sky and destroying the earth, cut towards the flame vines in the sky. There was a loud bang. A large number of flame vines poured down like a torrent, smashing the dozens of meters long cross of blood flames, with a devastating momentum, and it seemed unstoppable. Harrington's face changed color. Boom! In fact, the Blood Elf King was just fainting, and most of the power of the flame vines was aimed at the two ancient kings who were fighting to the edge. Taking advantage of the two people's unpreparedness, the overwhelming attack swept over. Accompanied by two dull sounds, the two-headed poisonous dragon and the snakeman ancient king were swept into the colorful halo almost at the same time. You young men have evil ambitions. Harrington's face changed again and again. Although the poisonous dragon king and the ancient snake king had consumed a lot of energy and were ambushed, they were not so easy to retreat. The result was beyond his expectation. The two were eliminated. It was enough to show the ferocity of the strange vines created by the two lords. Swish, swish, swish. No one answered Harrington's words. He was greeted by the thick and long flame vines that penetrated all holes. Harrington had to defend himself with all his strength, and soon his figure was submerged in the sea of flame vines. At the same time, on a certain highland plain, two figures suddenly appeared. They were the level 5 ancient king snake man and the two-headed poisonous dragon. At this moment, the two of them completely understood what happened, and their faces suddenly became very gloomy. What's going on? Why were these two people kicked out? Haha, they were so arrogant before, but now they are just like us. What do you call this? Isn't it self-deception? Ha ha. The throne, of course, belongs to the virtuous. There were still many lords and creatures around the highlands, who had not left. Seeing that the two were also expelled, they were all very happy, which fully reflected the term gloating over misfortune. With the rustling sound, the faces of the ancient snake king and the two-headed poisonous dragon were gloomy. The two of them swept over with fierce eyes, and the surrounding noises were restrained. The ancient snake king and the two-headed poisonous dragon said nothing, and their eyes were fixed on the center of the highland plain, as if they wanted to see through it. After a while, there was a slight sound in the air, and another figure appeared. It turned out to be the Blood Elf King, and a Blood Elf King in a mess. He who controls the flames actually had many burn marks, which can be said to be a complete defeat. You lost too? Those two people had a trick up their sleeves. They were able to call on the power in the secret realm, and took advantage of the time and place, but they kept it hidden and only stood up to take advantage at the end. The three ancient kings were in the same boat and were unwilling to accept it. If they had realized that the two juniors were well prepared, they would not have wasted their strength. If they had joined forces from the beginning, they would definitely not have been taken advantage of. How could the three of them accept this? The three of them spoke briefly and made the same decision, waiting for the two juniors to come out, arresting them, and then cutting the throne out of their bodies to wash away today's shame. Otherwise, once today's event spread, the three of them would probably become the laughing stock of the entire underground world. In the special secret realm, the flame vines disappeared quickly, and Ivan and Meg reappeared. They also became gray and dusty, as if they were poisoned. One was red and hot, and the other was purple and black, with varying degrees of cracking on the skin. It is not difficult to see that the two of them are actually in a very bad mood. If they had not fought quickly just now, once their bodies could not hold on, they would most likely have been defeated. Meg, we won. Yes, we won. The two looked at each other's embarrassing appearance and smiled. Clement's secret method is so unique that they have taken advantage of the time, place, and people, and with the power of the secret realm, they won the final battle for the throne. 2 thrones are waiting for them. No matter how much they pay, or how embarrassing they look, it is worth it. It is undeniable that they jointly eliminated 3 ancient king-level strongmen, so it is natural to be happy. Meg, are you still holding on? Looking at the old tree man who began to breathe heavily, Ivan couldn't help but worry. We tree people are the best at saving lives. Just take it easy. Meg said proudly, and then asked, Wizard Ivan, what about you? You may not know that this wizard is also a night king who controls the power of life. As long as there is a breath left, the fire of life will not be easily extinguished. You are still the best. Same here. There were only 2 people left in the secret realm, and 2 thrones placed there. The 2 were not in a hurry to collect the spoils, but were resting and recovering quickly. Time passed by minute. After a long while, Ivan and Meg came to the front of the flame stone mountain. The flame throne outside, and the green wood throne inside were linked together, reaching a strange balance. It was also a troublesome thing to collect. Green flame vine. The 2 of them observed around the flame stone mountain for a while, and both thought of what method to use, or the secret method taught by Clement, green flame vine. Only if they join forces again. At the same time, Ivan draws the power of the flame throne, and Meg draws the power of the green wood throne, maintaining an equal and uniform speed, so that the balance will not be broken. The green flame vine, which is both a formation and a secret method, can do this. Clement really took great pains. Thinking of this, both of them were moved and grateful. Then, Ivan and Meg began to collect the fruits of this battle for the king. Chapter 582. Time flies, and more than 2 years have passed in a flash. In the special secret realm, a strange blue flame vine hovered there. There was originally a dazzling flame stone mountain in the center, and a verdant inscription stood inside the flame stone mountain. After more than 2 years of evolution, at this time, the flame stone mountain and the verdant inscription inside it became dim, and the raging flames around it became very thin. It was a sign that the power was about to be exhausted. At a certain moment, with a few light sounds, the flame mountain stone shook 2 or 3 times in succession, and then broke into pieces, turning into sparks. The green inscription inside was the same, with only a handful of glowing light left. Whether it was sparks or fluorescence, they were quickly absorbed by the green flame vine coiled there. Then the green flame vine flashed, and the huge vine split into 2, transforming into 2 groups of elements. One was fiery red, and the other was dark green. They fell to the sides respectively. As soon as they landed, they turned into human figures. The one on the left was Ivan, and the one on the right was Meg. This green flame vine is really amazing. It's like waking up from a dream. Unconsciously, my body has been deeply elementalized. If this wizard hadn't stopped it in time, my cultivation would have transformed into that of the ancient elemental king. After completing the acquisition of the throne's power, Ivan immediately noticed the change in his strength. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a rare treasure nurtured by the power of Daenerys, and it is worthy of being a treasure named after the throne. In terms of improving strength, other things can't catch up, which makes people sigh infinitely. Physique, 56, Spirit, 417, Soul Energy, Elementary 41.7. This can be clearly reflected in the attribute panel. After the body is engraved with elemental patterns, it can be deeply elementalized, and the body strength has been greatly improved. Compared with the previous increase of 11 scales, it is almost close to the peak 60 scales of the Night King. You know, the stronger the body is, the harder it will be to improve each time. At the same time, as his comprehension of the elemental realm deepened, his soul energy also improved further, by 8.7 scales, which is equivalent to 87 scales of mental power. These are all brought by the Fire Throne. If he hadn't rationally restrained his desires, he could actually go a step further and continue to improve along the path of the ancient King of Elements. As a wizard, soul power is the foundation. If you don't cultivate a virtual spirit body, you can't comprehend the medium elemental realm. Ivan knew that if he continued to explore the path of the ancient King of Elements, he would lose the opportunity to become a 5th-level wizard, and he certainly didn't want to do that. So, he took the initiative to suppress the evolution of the primary elemental domain. Even so, he was only half a step away from comprehending the intermediate elemental domain. In the future, when he condensed a virtual spirit body with soul energy, everything would come naturally. The soul energy limit of a 4th-level wizard is about 46 scales, which is not much difference. There is no rush to evolve the intermediate elemental domain. The wizard's possession is the arcane core, which is equivalent to the fusion of the soul energy core and the elemental core. The two powers complement each other. Since the power of the elemental domain has been comprehended to this point, with the mutual help, he believes that the soul energy will be raised in a short time. He is not in a hurry. Moreover, the power of the Flame Throne has not been exhausted. Most of the remaining power has been transformed into a flaming stone mountain, floating in the sea of soul energy, and can be used at any time. The throne corresponds to the 6th level. The ancient Snake King is right. The throne here is indeed incomplete. There must be a gap with the throne condensed by Daenerys himself, otherwise it would not have consumed 2/5 at once. Ivan glanced at the floating flame stone mountain in his soul sea, and he didn't feel sorry. After all, his harvest was big enough, so there was no need to be too greedy. Wizard Ivan, I'm about to enter a deep sleep. Just as he was thinking, the old tree man Meg told him half asleep and half awake. You are free to do whatever you want, I will protect you. Ivan was speechless. He could see that Meg was ready to go all the way, and move directly to the 5th-level ancient king. This was indeed a very good choice. The Qingmu throne was originally condensed by the power of the Qingsong ancient vine, which was inherited from Meg herself. The efficiency of fusion must be terrifying, far exceeding himself. At this time, it was a matter of course for Meg to be promoted to the 5th level. Meg, I'm afraid I can't protect you anymore. See you in a few years. The next second, Ivan felt something unusual. The whole secret realm was rejecting him, but Meg had already fallen into a deep sleep and didn't hear what he said. The repulsive force quickly increased, and he could only take advantage of it to escape from the secret realm. Time and space changed, and after an unknown amount of time, he appeared alone on the highland plain. These 3 old men haven't given up yet. Ivan was keenly aware that after more than 2 years, the Serpent King, the 2-headed Poison Dragon, and the Blood Elf King were still guarding outside, not moving a step. The other lords and creatures had all left. He planned to sneak away before the 3 of them noticed. Cunning human, you made me wait so long. Bah, you are all so old, but you still can't afford to lose, you are unworthy of being the king. Asshole, if it weren't for you cheating, you two wouldn't have anything to do with the battle for the throne. You still dare to speak nonsense now, I will tear you apart. As soon as Ivan made a move, he was discovered by the people who were on high alert. The Blood Elf King was the first to reveal his whereabouts and chased after him without wasting a second. The ancient Snake King and the Poisonous Dragon King heard the news and took action. Ivan secretly thought it was bad luck. After hearing the words coming from behind, he retorted without any hesitation. Human wizard, hand over the throne immediately, and we will spare your life. Don't chase me, if you have the ability. I will put the throne in front of you. You can come after I leave. Whoever is stronger can take it. You dare to show off your power of words? After I catch you, I will cut off your flesh piece by piece until I cut out the throne. As a lord-level creature, being chased by 3 ancient kings is not an experience that everyone can have. Ivan was extremely fortunate that he had been struggling to explore the way of space. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great disaster today, and it would definitely be a situation of death. Even so, his current situation is still a life-or-death situation. Even with the unique power of space, which brought unparalleled speed, he still couldn't get rid of the 3 powerful ancient kings. Boom boom boom. The 3 of them kept entangled and attacked him from time to time, forcing Ivan to dodge left and right, feeling very angry. Little did they know that the 3 Blood Elf Kings were more angry than Ivan. They were all powerful men in the underground world, but they couldn't even take down a lord. If this news spread, it would definitely make people laugh and laugh for hundreds of years. The 3 of them originally planned to rely on their own abilities and fight on their own. After a tight chase, the Blood Elf King realized that it was not appropriate to continue like this, and began to secretly send messages to the other two to discuss countermeasures. The Snakeman Ancient King agreed to join forces without thinking. The two-headed poisonous dragon gritted his teeth and expressed his agreement. In such a desperate pursuit, due to Ivan's difficulty, the three ancient kings secretly gave up their face and prepared to join forces to capture the human wizard and end the current chaos. Chapter 583. Ivan was unaware of the undercurrent behind him. However, he knew that if he defended too long, he would lose. Such an escape would not last long, so his brain was constantly working at high speed, trying to find a correct way to escape. He was currently on the 3rd floor underground, and Meg had told him a lot of information about the 3rd floor. The passage from this floor to the 2nd floor was not far away. He had to make a decision as soon as possible, whether to continue running on the 3rd floor or to escape to the 2nd floor underground. The 2nd floor is the lair of the Blood Elves and Snake Men, which is inconvenient. The 3rd floor is more chaotic and dangerous, with more strange creatures. Now I can only risk my life to get through and find a chance to get rid of these three shameless old guys. Ivan has never been a hesitant person. After he had an idea in his mind, he immediately put it into action and adjusted the direction to rush towards a dangerous area that Meg had mentioned. Rumble. The wind suddenly sounded behind him, and a mighty mixed force rushed towards him. The might was far greater than any previous one. Once this man has no shame, he can do anything. Ivan immediately figured out what was going on, and he cursed at him immediately. These three people were too shameless. They actually joined forces to fight against this little lord. The two of them launched a fierce attack together, and the two-headed poisonous dragon tried to intercept from the side. It was a calculated plan. Quick battle and quick decision. The two-headed poisonous dragon shouted. "Don't worry, he won't be arrogant for long," the Blood Elf Harrington said with a solemn oath. "That's right, we can do whatever we want when the time comes." The ancient Snake King laughed. The three ancient kings ignored other gossips and vowed to capture the human wizard in one fell swoop. For a moment, Ivan was under great pressure. He knew that if he was entangled by them, he would be trapped by the three of them, and there would be no possibility of escape. The only urgent thing was to take a risky move. Facing the violent wind and fire, he did not avoid or give way, and resisted the attack. The next second, he took advantage of the fierce storm impact, and the whole person rushed forward at a faster speed like a meteor. Soul Energy Acceleration Spell. Domain Power. Space Power. Golden War Drum. Added to the impact of the raging fire. Ivan did everything he could, and while his skin was torn, his speed soared in a short period of time, which actually widened the distance between himself and the three ancient kings. Don't run. Chase. Harrington and the other two did not expect that he would make such an unusual move. No matter what, the three of them were determined to defeat the other party, and they continued to chase after them. "Harrington, I heard that your Blood Elves have a sun-chasing bow. Why don't you take it out and let us open our eyes?" The ancient Snake King said meaningfully. "Don't you snake people also have a strange thing, called the Eye of Medusa? Why don't you take it out and use it?" Harrington asked back. As the underground overlords, who have experienced countless years, Blood Elves and Snake people, how could they not have their own foundation? However, the weapon that serves as a clan-suppressing device will not be used easily. To be honest, it is really inappropriate to use it against a lord creature. I have a part of Medusa's power, but I can't lock that slippery human," the ancient Snake King said helplessly. While speaking, he took out a stone statue of a serpent-haired banshee. This serpent-haired banshee closed her eyes, and was the legendary creature Medusa they mentioned. Looking at the behavior of the human wizard, I'm afraid we don't have much time left to go to that weird horror paradise. I've always heard that snake men are good at planning. Today I see that their reputation is well deserved. Harrington snorted coldly, and suddenly a golden blood bow appeared in his hand. The war bow exuded an ominous aura, and the wailing of the vengeful spirits who died under the bow could be faintly heard. It is rumored that the Sun Chaser bow made by the Blood Elves can shoot the Sun Bird without being rejected by the underworld. More importantly, the arrows shot by the Sun Chaser bow can firmly lock the target, and will not stop until blood is seen. Bang! Harrington quickly drew the bow, the string was tightened, and the arrow rushed away. Not far ahead, Ivan's alarm bell suddenly rang. He sensed a sharp and unstoppable edge behind him, approaching him quickly. In the blink of an eye, a strong shield appeared behind him. This was an empty shield of the Ant King that barely reached the level of a magic weapon. The shields were linked together, just right to block the approaching golden and red arrows. With a loud bang, the empty shield of the Ant King was scrapped. The Sun Chaser arrow was also not lucky, and was smashed to pieces by the chaotic cutting force that the empty shield finally burst out. What a human! He is more difficult to deal with than expected. Harrington drew his bow and shot arrows again, and Ivan casually threw out an empty shield of the Ant King. He threw it as he wished, and he looked like he had no regrets at all. After some probing, Harrington and the ancient Snake King looked at each other in silence. They had to admit that this wizard from the human race was very different from other lord creatures in the underground, and his actual combat power was surprisingly high. The other party wanted to escape, and they really couldn't do anything about it for a while. It was futile. One person was running for his life in front. The three ancient kings were chasing him relentlessly. During the chase, the four soon arrived at a special rift jungle. The two sides of the rift were full of silver-white stones, and the jungle grew extremely lush. This place is usually called the Thrill Paradise. When Ivan approached, he noticed that there were a lot of sunbirds living above the rift, illuminating the jungle below. You could also see colorful dust floating in the rift, as well as things like poison bubbles and mucus, which are very clear under the sunlight. This is clearly not a good place. Without thinking too much, he plunged into the deep rift valley, and his figure instantly disappeared under the dense branches and leaves. The three ancient kings were obviously hesitant, and stopped by the rift valley one after another, frowning and staring at the lush jungle in front of them. I have heard of the name of the thrilling paradise more than once on the second underground floor. What do you think we should do now? The Snakeman ancient king looked more at the two-headed poisonous dragon. The two-headed poisonous dragon is the native creature of this layer. The thrilling paradise is not large. We can disperse and guard outside, and wait for that guy to come out. One of the two-headed poisonous dragon heads immediately expressed that it seemed reluctant to set foot in this strange place. Based on my understanding of the thrilling paradise, no one can stay there for a long time. That guy will run out on his own. The other head agreed. Even the more reckless poisonous dragon king took this evasive attitude, which shows the deterrent power of the thrilling paradise. When the Snakeman ancient king and the Blood Elf king heard this, they frowned even more. They didn't want to see that human wizard being free and unrestrained, nor did they want to step into the Rift Valley, where the situation was completely different. After weighing it over and over again, the two did not take action immediately, but prepared to wait until the sun went down. According to the rules of the thrilling paradise, everything will be clear by then, and it will not be too late to take action then. Before that, they will patrol the surrounding area according to the suggestion of the poisonous dragon king, and will definitely not let the human wizard take advantage of it. Chapter 584. Time passed by minute, and the last ray of the sun's afterglow dissipated. The sun bird also finished its work, restrained its own light, closed its nest, and hid in it. The Rift Valley did not become dark and dark. The silver-white stones on both sides began to emit fluorescence, and soon evolved into a light similar to the light of the bright moon. Under the reflection of the bright light, the jungle of the Rift Valley became colorful, showing a gorgeous and colorful appearance. The three ancient kings knew that behind the gorgeousness were countless dangers, otherwise how could the name of the thrilling paradise be spread? That human boy is very patient. He will be in trouble soon. Yeah, wait for him to come out and swallow him up. Anyway, the throne is inside him, killing two birds with one stone. Shut up, it's not that simple. Overlooking the beautiful and magnificent things in the Rift Valley, the two-headed poisonous dragon's four eyes were wide open, afraid that the human would slip away accidentally. The two heads of the dragon muttered inexplicably, as if they did not belong to the same hole. Okay, you are the boss, I will listen to you. You should have listened to me. Tell me, will those two idiots be unable to wait to enter the thriller paradise? When the topic was mentioned, the two heads looked at each other, and knew the answer in their hearts. If that human didn't come out, the two idiots on the other side would definitely not believe in evil, and try their luck in the Rift Valley. It would be fun to watch then. The Thriller Paradise is not a name for nothing. In other places outside the Rift Valley, Harrington and the ancient Snake King, who were regarded as idiots by the poisonous Dragon King, were also staring at various places in the Rift Valley without blinking, to prevent the cunning human from escaping quietly. Little did he know that Ivan had already hidden in the hunting space inside the Silver Moon Blade, resting intensively inside. Things like the throne are exactly what the level 5 creatures urgently need, and those three old guys may not give up so easily. He was exhausted from the previous chase, and his soul energy and mana were consumed, and he was also seriously injured. Now, after taking a few potions, and with his extraordinary recovery ability, he quickly recovered half of his strength. However, he was still not out of trouble. Not to mention the three ancient kings who were guarding outside, the current Thrill Paradise was clearly a bad place, known for its strangeness. He didn't think that hiding in the Silver Moon Blade would be safe. The hunting space is not omnipotent. For some creatures with unique abilities, they can be seen through at a glance. In some places, the hunting space cannot be opened at all, as if it was sealed, such as when he was in the special secret realm created by the Qing Song Ancient Vine. After thinking about it, he used the Silver Moon Man to connect with the Dark Moon Blade and contacted Jenny, who had not seen him for a long time. Wizard Ivan, how come you've been gone for more than 2 years? I can't get in touch with you despite repeated attempts to contact you. I broke into a special secret realm with Meg and others, which is isolated from the world. Wizard Ivan, why do you look a little embarrassed? It's because of the throne. After some twists and turns with Meg, we each got an incomplete throne. But after leaving the secret realm, this wizard was targeted by 3 shameless old guys. In a hurry, I came to a place called Thrill Paradise. This is the 3rd underground floor. Jenny, ask for me as soon as possible to see if you can find any information about this place. Jenny knew Ivan very well, and immediately noticed that there was something wrong with him, and her eyebrows knitted. Ivan did not hide anything and briefly summarized his recent situation, the crisis he faced, and the happy event that he had obtained a throne. Throne? Fighting for the king? Hunted by 3 ancient kings? Thriller Paradise? Jenny only then knew what great things Wizard Ivan had done in recent years, and she suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he kept talking about the old tree man Meg. Don't worry, although this wizard is no match for the 5th level ancient king, it is no problem to escape. Even if those 3 guys join hands, you don't have to do anything extra. Seeing Jenny's face changing, Ivan immediately emphasized. Jenny is good in everything, but she is too worried about his safety, which makes people feel happy. Okay, take care of yourself. I go find someone to get the news. I wait for you. Jenny knew the urgency of the matter, and the two didn't talk much. She left in a hurry to get the news. As a direct descendant of the Mother of the Earth, and a person recognized by both the Dark Night Mother and the Sea Mother, once she gets serious, she can find out many secrets of the underground clearly, not to mention that it is just a widely circulated message. I don't know how Jenny found out, but in just a quarter of an hour, she brought detailed information about the Thriller Paradise. Moonlight, music, dance, that's it. After getting the information, Ivan understood what kind of place the Thriller Paradise was, which can be described in 2 words, weird. It is not difficult to see that the creatures living in the Thrilling Paradise are different from those in other places. They should be Nara beasts born with special powers. However, there is not just one, but a whole group of them, all over this deep Rift Valley. Over time, the rules of this area of the Rift Valley jungle have changed, becoming strange and unpredictable, and terrifying. It will also be accompanied by serious power loss, and it is permanent. This is the main reason why Thrilling Paradise makes people shudder. Jenny couldn't help but feel a little worried. You underestimate me, don't you? Have you forgotten my original meditation method, the Blackbird movement? What does the word movement mean? Although I am not good at music, I know something. Unlike her worries, Ivan seemed very optimistic. As a wizard who is good at exploration, Ivan has the confidence to find a way to deal with it, since he knows the details of the Thrilling Paradise. At this moment, several strategies have emerged in his mind. As long as you are sure. Jenny, send a message to Oats and Candy for me, shrink the living area, and let the wizards below calm down for a while. Are you worried that the 3 ancient kings will vent their anger on me? I have this in mind, and there is also the matter of the throne. If the 3 fail in their pursuit, the news of the throne will spread very quickly, and even shock the entire underground world. At that time, I estimate that there will be a lot of trouble. Ivan has a hunch that even if the 3 have no hope of getting the throne, they will not give up. At that time, the 3 ancient kings will jump out and talk about the throne. The credibility of the matter will immediately soar, and even spread throughout the underground world. Those 3 shameless guys will definitely do such a thing. I understand. Okay, let's talk again later. There's movement here. The Silver Moon Blade can't stop the power from penetrating here. The carnival is about to begin. As Jenny still looked a little uneasy, Ivan calmly cut off the communication between the 2 parties and looked outside the hunting space. As he said just now, the inexplicable sound has reached here, and even the moonlight has shone down. An unusual game is about to begin. Chapter 585. For the creatures on the 3rd underground layer, the Paradise of Thrills is not a big threat, because it covers a small area and never expands outward. If you don't set foot in it, you won't be affected by it. If you are unfortunate enough to enter the paradise, the problem is not small, there are hardships to suffer, and it is inevitable. After the vision penetrated into the hunting space, Ivan had the most real experience at this point. The information was actually not complete. He lost not only strength, but also a trace of vitality. What shocked him the most was that the prophet's book had reacted, highlighting one thing. Something was trying to steal his luck. Even the invisible luck would be lost, not to mention the energy in other aspects, which was more or less lost. This all-round power deprivation was really shocking and trembling. Fortunately, it was just the beginning, and the lost power was minimal. The Thrill Paradise is really worthy of its reputation. Ivan sighed, flashed out of the hunting space, and stood in the depths of the rift again. At this time, the jungle in the Rift Valley became particularly lively. The creatures living here showed their bodies one by one, whether they were birds of prey or poisonous insects and small animals. All of them were showing their vitality. There were swift eagles flying up and down. There were poisonous insects that should have been hidden deep in the soil, singing loudly, twisting their bodies left and right, and dancing an unknown dance. Even the shadows of the surrounding trees were wriggling. Everything was jumping. Against the backdrop of the colorful luster, everything became completely different from the daytime. This was the true face of the Thrill Paradise. Moreover, no matter how big or small the creatures here were, they were not weak. There were many creatures of the second and third levels. The aura of the fourth level can be sensed from afar. There are more than one, and there are also more than one fifth level ancient king level. Ivan did not want to fight the entire paradise by himself. There is a saying that goes, if you can't beat them, join them. The thrilling paradise has never rejected foreign creatures entering, provided that they can adapt to the rules here. He will now integrate into it, and become a member of the paradise. These creatures are different, and their voices and movements are also uneven, which means that the carnival here does not have a set song and dance. You must find your own rhythm and power resonance, and it's best to have a musical instrument. As a senior insect master, Ivan first carefully observed the insects, listened to the insects chirping, and analyzed their similarities and differences. He also showed his only musical instrument, the golden war drum derived from the field of life. Although this golden war drum is not a real object, as long as he wants, he can turn it into a real object and use it as a musical instrument. It is also a unique high-quality musical instrument. As soon as the golden war drum appeared, it was immediately affected by the surroundings and vibrated slightly. Seeing the golden war drum sounding without being struck, Ivan's eyes lit up. This was really what he wanted. He simply used the golden war drum as a medium to further analyze it. He gradually immersed himself in it. After a while, the rhythmic sound of drums rang out in the paradise. The drums were booming and majestic, gradually covering up other sounds around and becoming a noticeable existence. Damn it, that human came prepared. The golden war drum made such a big noise. Naturally, it could not be hidden from the ancient king who was watching the Rift Jungle. Harrington was the first to discover the clues, and then noticed someone who was enthusiastically beating the war drum. Judging from his appearance, it seems that he is a member of the Thrill Paradise. This made Harrington guess that the human wizard came here with a premeditated plan, or perhaps this was the other party's retreat for himself. Blood Elf King, what should we do now? The Snakeman Ancient King soon observed this situation, and seeing that the human was enjoying it, he was furious and hurried to find Harrington to discuss countermeasures. You try it out first to see if this terror paradise is really like the rumors say, Harrington said bluntly. No problem. The Snakeman Ancient King did not refuse. Afterwards, he advanced a distance and flew into the paradise. I saw his face change color in the blink of an eye, and within half a minute, he ran back cursing and told the Blood Elf King his true feelings. It looks exactly like the rumors. No, it's more terrifying than what I heard before. This place is too evil. The rumors were confirmed. Even the fifth-level Ancient King was not immune, and the two became extremely serious. However, it was absolutely impossible for them to give up the throne in front of them. Then, the two made other attempts, such as drawing the bow and shooting the arrow. After the Sun Chaser arrow entered the range of the paradise, it became twisted and crooked, completely losing its former style of not stopping until blood is seen. After many attempts, not only did they not achieve results, but they also lost a lot of strength. A new day, the moon sets and the sun rises. The thrilling paradise returned to its former tranquility. In this quiet moment, two figures rushed into the Rift Valley together, at an extremely fast speed. Look, he is hiding here. I'm here, you go there. After the sun and the moon alternated, the Blood Elf King and the Snakeman Ancient King finally couldn't hold back, and rushed into the thrilling paradise rashly, and began to search for the traces of a certain human. To their disappointment, the human hid very deeply, and there was no trace at all. It made the two of them like two headless flies, and they didn't know how many lives they disturbed for a while. "Oh, we have guests, let's have fun." Suddenly, a charming voice spread throughout the Rift Valley. As soon as the voice fell, the surroundings immediately echoed one after another, and the whole jungle became noisy. At the same time, the sun bird changed its habits, and quickly closed its nest. The light of the bright moon quickly shone from both sides, and the jungle quickly became colorful, as if it had suddenly arrived at night. Not good. Retreat. The Blood Elf King and the Snakeman Ancient King did not expect the incident to happen so quickly and change so quickly. They looked at each other, and prepared to withdraw from the Terror Paradise. At this time, they heard the familiar sound of war drums again. It turned out that the human was not here, but entered the center of the paradise, and beat the war drums blatantly, clearly not taking them seriously. That bastard, let's tear him apart. Okay. After all, the two were powerful ancient kings who were feared by all. How could they tolerate such provocation? They immediately ran over following the sound of the war drums, with an extremely fierce momentum. However, after the two walked a distance, they chose to evacuate without saying a word, and this moment seemed particularly tacit. It was not because of anything else, but because the loss of power in the two people's bodies was too fierce. Even the fifth-level ancient king could not bear it, and he did not want to resist it. After all, the power was cultivated by himself. Hee, how can you leave so quickly after you come? Stay and have fun. The charming voice sounded again, with a strange tone, like singing, and with the sound, a mist suddenly emerged, accurately blocking the two people. The mist seemed to be derived from the hazy moonlight, like a dream. The two of them were not careful and plunged into it, and were covered by the mist. The next second, the two of them seemed to be drunk, and their evacuation posture became crooked. Under the interference of the constantly attacking fog, they didn't know how much time they had wasted along the way before they successfully flew out of the rift. What made the two even more angry was that they'd lost a lot of power, and some invisible things were also extracted. And they didn't even see the face of that human. How could this not make people angry? Chapter 586. The ignorant are fearless. They are indeed two idiots. The Poison Dragon King saw this scene. He not only did not feel the same, but also gloated over it. What should we do now? The other head agreed with him and asked, what else can we do? Didn't we see that the human got the help of the owner of the paradise? It is said that those guys have problems with their brains and cannot understand according to common sense. We have no chance. We might as well go back and take a look. I remember there are 2 thrones in total. The other tree man has not come out yet. Well, let those 2 idiots suffer here. The Poison Dragon King was very wary of the thrilling paradise. Seeing that the situation was becoming grim, it decisively chose to leave without even saying hello to the other 2. When the Snake Man Ancient King and Harrington reacted, the Poison Dragon King had already disappeared. This 2-headed beast is really unreliable. This made the 2 of them a little indignant, and Harrington cursed out of control. The situation became increasingly unfavorable. Go ahead, the thrilling paradise was there, and humans took the lead. They wanted to retreat, but they couldn't bear to give up the throne, which was a shortcut to the 6th level, which was rare in 1,000 years. The 2 were in a dilemma. Not far away, the sun and the moon alternated again in the Rift Valley, and it returned to normal daytime, as if everything just now was an illusion. Julia, thank you for stopping my enemy. Oh, my friend Ivan, you are wrong. We will always deal the most severe blow to the creatures that disrupt the order of the paradise. On the other side, Ivan was thanking his new friend. This new friend Julia is actually a plant creature, a level 5 ancient king, petite, with 3 pairs of wings on his back that look like petals, and he calls himself the Moonlight Dancer. Seeing that he played the Golden War drum well, Julia privately invited him to the center of the park. One person played the drum, and the other danced, and they got along very well. Just now, the Blood Elf King and the Snakeman Ancient King attacked, and it was Julia who initiated the call, which made the 2 flee in a panic, which was a relief for Ivan. He expressed his sincere gratitude for this. Julia speaks in a unique way of chanting, which sounds very interesting. Julia, can I stay in the paradise for a while? Of course, my friend Ivan, I like your powerful drum sound. I can't help laughing when I think about hearing it every night. It's my honor, but compared with your songs and dances, my war drum sonata is far inferior. Friends' recognition is the greatest encouragement to Julia. Julia is definitely a person of temperament. Once she likes someone, she will not make people feel uncomfortable at all. Ivan has a deep understanding of this. Otherwise, how could he become friends with Julia just by the sound of the drums? The 2 of them were clearly 1 level apart in strength. Moreover, Julia was easy to understand, and you could understand it by listening to the tone of her singing. In this way, Ivan stayed in the thrilling paradise that most people were terrified of. After staying in the paradise for a long time, you can clearly appreciate that the personalities of the creatures here are actually very simple. As long as you are recognized and integrated, everyone will behave very friendly. The special thing about Thrilling Paradise is that every night, everyone will enter a carnival, singing and dancing, just as lively as the New Year's Eve of Ivan's previous life. He didn't notice anything wrong, so he chose to follow the local customs and have a great time. This is also a way to enhance friendship. After that, he made many friends, including level 5 ancient kings like Julia. When seeing people like Julia, Ivan always thinks of the natural spring goddess Mavis. The two have similar personalities, but they are almost 90% similar. With the help of friends, the Blood Elf King and the Snakeman Ancient King fled in panic every time they acted rashly. Haha, you bullied Ivan, now you know how powerful it is. You are lucky to run fast, otherwise you will stay in paradise forever and be buried as fertilizer for flowers. On this day, Harrington and the Snake King sneaked into the paradise again and soon fled out in disgrace. Harrington lost his son Chaser Bow, and the Snake King's Medusa statue turned into dust. And the power was lost forever. The two lost their wives and soldiers, but they couldn't even get close to Ivan. Standing on one side of the rift, the two looked at the magnificent jungle below with gloomy faces, and didn't say a word for a long time. Ah, he has completely established his foothold. With those guys blocking us, it will be difficult for us to achieve success. After a while, the Snake Man Ancient King sighed. Do you want to give up? Harrington turned his head and looked at him. What else can we do? We can't defend for a few more years. But now, he has someone to cover him, and wants to escape. I'm afraid we don't even know when he left. Why continue to waste time and energy? The Snake Man Ancient King said unwillingly. Harrington was silent. After more than 3 months of stalemate, not only did they not gain any advantage, but they also suffered a lot. In fact, both of them understood that they could no longer do anything to that human. But the throne is really hard to accept. I ask around later. I want to see what kind of race that human is. I can actually give birth to such a treacherous little thief. And the throne, if it is known, it won't just be us who are eyeing it. The ancient Snake King added sinisterly. His character has always been like this. If he can't get it, no one else can safely occupy it. Harrington didn't answer this. From his deep eyes, it can be seen that he is unlikely to let things go. As for whether it was embarrassing, someone they knew had asked them about it. Now the news had probably reached many people, but most people didn't dare to believe it. After all, the fight for the throne had long been reduced to a legend. Goodbye. Goodbye. The Snake Men and Blood Elves were both in the second underground layer. As the overlords of the same area, they had friction and grievances. They originally disliked each other, but by chance they joined hands to fight the enemy. Now that they were about to part, the two did not say any polite words and went their separate ways. With the departure of the two, a different life and death chase came to an end. Ivan soon received the exact news. After hearing it, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself that the two old guys had finally given up. My dear friend Ivan, are you leaving too? Ivan, can you stay a little longer? If I can't hear your drums, Alia will be sad. Goska too. Looking at several level 5 creatures who were reluctant to leave, Ivan was speechless. Why is there such a big difference between the ancient kings? Julia and others are much cuter than those 3 guys. Friends, why think so much? At least I am still here today, and can still dance with you tonight. My dear friend Ivan, you are right. I can't wait any longer. So let's start today's carnival right now, yo hee hee. The departure of Harrington and the ancient king of the snakes did not affect the liveliness of the paradise at all. This night was even more noisy and cheerful, and the warm voices resounded throughout the Rift Valley. Chapter 587. A few days later, Ivan finally said goodbye to his friends in paradise, and set off on his return journey. On the way, he deliberately found a place to inquire, and as he expected, everyone in the area knew about the birth of the throne, and there were people at the level of ancient kings who came forward to tell their stories, which made many people believe the truth of this matter. Some people also tried to go to the thrilling paradise to find his traces, although these people did not know much about him. Later, when he arrived at the passage from the 3rd floor to the 2nd underground floor, he found that someone was following him. There were far more people hiding here with bad intentions than before. Those 3 guys really didn't give up, and they're going to discuss me at the end. The situation is not good. If this continues, We can't stay in the underground world. In fact, many people here are here to join in the fun. Their strength is not enough to compare with his, otherwise it would be so easy for him to find out the clues. There are more than one entrance and exit in the passage, but Ivan has no intention of forcing his way in. He just needs to find another way to pass. Afterwards, he summoned Mason, the Shadow Blood Guard in the hunting space, and let it take the Silver Moon blade on the road, while he hid in the hunting space. Although Shadow Blood Tree Mason is at the Pseudolord level, in some aspects, he is no less than a level 4 creature. As long as he does not act recklessly, he will be safe and sound along the way. In this way, Ivan quietly returned to the second underground floor. Soon, he successfully returned to the first underground floor, and returned to the hidden Suzaku Valley residence. Ivan, I heard that you seized a natural throne from a group of ancient kings of alien races, showing off the power of our arcane wizards. Is that right? After meeting Oates and Candy, Oates' first words stunned him. It's all here? He asked in surprise. Nonsense, I've been in the underground world for so long, I'm not here to eat and drink, you're underestimating me. Hearing this, Oates rolled his eyes and repeated, from what you said, the throne thing is true. What's going on? Shouldn't the throne be condensed by a level 6 creature? How can there be something born and raised? Candy was also curious about this question. It's no wonder that the two of them thought so. If there is a natural throne to obtain, who would want to practice bit by bit? Isn't that asking for trouble? Don't even think about it. We've missed the opportunity. It's basically impossible to find a ready-made throne in the future. Seeing that the two were so concerned, Ivan did not hide anything and explained the biggest feature of the Danila world in the past, the fight for the throne. Oh, we were born at the wrong time. Oates sighed after hearing this. I really want to go back to the days 10,000 years ago. Candy agreed very much. All the signs showed one thing, that before the 10,000-year war, the Danila world was indeed more prosperous than it is now, and overall it was more vibrant than it is now. At present, it should still be in the recovery period after the war. It is unknown how many thousands of years it will take to reach Nella and resume the fight for the throne. So, you have a high probability of becoming the first throne wizard. I am really looking forward to it. By then, we wizards will not have to be as timid as we are now. After sighing, Oates suddenly thought of another thing and looked at Ivan steadily. To be precise, it is a true king wizard, but it is not that easy. Not to mention that I have obtained a broken throne now. Even if it is a complete throne, it only provides an opportunity. Whether you can be promoted to the 6th level of the true king depends on your accumulation. Ivan shook his head slightly. He is not even a virtual king wizard now, and the 6th level true king is still a bit far away, which is not within his consideration. Then you are much better than others. I think the Supreme Council should immediately promote you to a great sage, otherwise, with your growing speed, they will soon look down on you. Originally, Oates was very optimistic about him becoming the first 6th level wizard. With the extra help, Oates was of course more optimistic. You can point out the way for 6th level wizards, and you are more than qualified to be a great sage. Candy followed suit. Okay, you two don't have to flatter me. Ivan changed the subject. I have to tell you one thing. Given my current situation, it is not appropriate for me to stay in the underground world. I leave this place to you. No problem. Go ahead, you haven't been here for the past few years anyway. Haha, what nonsense are you talking about? Oates and the others readily agreed to his request. As for these 3 remote settlements, no one really had any intentions. The 2 arcane wizards stationed there seemed a bit redundant. Although today was different from the past, the owner was not here, so they just needed to pay more attention. Ivan didn't spend much time in Suzaku Valley. He then went to the Comer Empire and met Jenny, who had been staying there. Angela was also here recently. In US City, Ivan also met his 6-year-old daughter Lulu Betty, who had grown into a little adult. As for her mother Leluxia, she was still in the process of being promoted to the Lord level, and had not appeared for a long time. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble to the few people, Ivan also did not stay in US City for a long time. Afterwards, he left the underground world without stopping and arrived at the wizard's base camp, the City of Truth. The City of Truth is considered the safest place in the wizard world, so he naturally did not hide his whereabouts. Not long after returning, he greeted Grace and asked about Tanya's situation. Like Lelugia, Tanya is also in the process of being promoted to level 4, and her situation is temporarily unknown. The former is attacking the Shadow Lord, and the latter is attacking the Night King. Different paths lead to the same destination, and no news is good news. The two will eventually have a shocking day. Wizard Ivan, you defeated the ancient Snake King, the Blood Elf King and others in the underground world, and snatched a throne made of nature? 3 days later, Ivan rushed to the Supreme Council. Because the King of 10,000 Trees summoned him, he came to the Hall of Truth and unexpectedly found that the Ice Queen was also there. The King of 10,000 Trees asked the same question directly. Ivan was not surprised that the two received such a message, and he did not hide it. He briefly explained the whole story, including the specific realm after the Void King Wizard, which was what Clement told him. After hearing this, the two of them were quite moved, and felt that his fate was rare. Now is a special period. This wizard will make a long story short. Since your strength has reached this point, we can't sit idly by. We decided to lend a hand, and let you become a level 5 wizard as soon as possible. To be honest, it's a bit hasty. What do you think? The King of 10,000 Trees said immediately. The Queen of Ice nodded slightly. This was obviously a decision made after discussion. Did something happen? Ivan heard a different meaning from the words. According to the habits of wizards, they don't like to be eager for quick success and quick gains, and they don't like to force things to grow. It's normal to let nature take its course. The words of the two clearly violate this point. You are a smart person. Don't ask about things that you shouldn't ask. The King of 10,000 Trees said in a deep voice. Wizard Ivan, let us ask you one more question. Do you agree with the proposal just now? The Queen of Ice reiterated. Of course, this wizard can't think of a reason to refuse such a good thing. Ivan's heart trembled. There must be something behind this. However, he did not say anything more. After all, he did not have the strength to say more. Then he accepted the opportunity that was delivered to him. Wizards have been powerful for 3,000 or 4,000 years. Their foundation is not necessarily worse than some ancient races. He believed that the two virtual king wizards would not do anything without a purpose, nor would they pit him for no reason. How could he not seize such a good opportunity? Chapter 588. Hearing his resolute answer, the Ice Queen and the King of Trees looked at each other and nodded with relief. A wise choice. That's because your superiors are willing to support me. How could I not know what's good for me? Ivan said. There's no need to be so nervous. You just happened to be there. The Ice Queen explained. In fact, you are not the only one who has received support. There are also Hadi Xiao Luoshi, whom you are familiar with, and Wizard Zhou Somoy. Ivan was stunned for a moment. So that's what happened. The two people the other party was talking about were both great sages of the arcane level, but he was just a great scholar. If he hadn't accidentally gained a throne, such an opportunity might not have come to him. Suddenly, the pressure on him was relieved a lot. Candy and Wizard Oats strongly recommended you as the great sage. We have also discussed it. After all, the position of the great sage is of great importance. It is necessary to hold a supreme meeting. It cannot be done for the time being. The Ice Queen continued. I thought they were just on a whim, but I didn't expect them to dare to bring it up. Ivan said somewhat awkwardly, as if he himself wanted to seek the position of great sage. I'm glad you understand. After I became an arcane wizard, I didn't make much contribution to the wizarding world, far less than most people, so I don't dare to have such extravagant hopes. Seeing that his words didn't seem false, the Ice Queen didn't say much about this. In fact, as long as you become a virtual king wizard, it doesn't matter whether you are a great sage or a great scholar. Whether it is a great sage or a great scholar, the purpose of establishment is to cultivate people with potential below and provide them with convenience. The Void King Wizard already holds the highest authority in the wizard world, and does not need other identities to improve his status. In addition, you don't have to worry about the situation in our wizard world. To put it bluntly, with just a small extreme beast plane, even if it has 10 times the courage, it dare not attack our Danila on a large scale. Our Danila has never been a vegetarian. They only dare to use a sneaky way to wear down the power of our wizards. The Ice Queen is a woman after all, with a delicate mind, and she specially explained it to him to dispel his worries. Then, Ivan thought it made sense, but he still had doubts. You can regard this war as a test for the entire wizarding world. We can either disappear in the long river of history, or be reborn after being destroyed. That's all. The Ice Queen said. Ariel, you've said too much. You should hurry up and get down to business. At this time, the King of all Trees interrupted the conversation between the two. It's rare for Candy to ask me to say so many good things for a man. How can this wizard not help? The Ice Queen's face, which had been frozen for thousands of years, showed a rare smile. You are putting personal interests above public interests. The King of 10,000 Trees glared at her. Jerna, you didn't stop them either. The Ice Queen said indifferently. seeing the two virtual kings arguing in front of him. As the party involved, Ivan watched with his eyes and noses, and pretended that he didn't bring his ears with him at this moment. After a while, the two really started to do business. Ariel, since you are so enthusiastic, you can take him to the inner hall. Wizard Ivan, follow me. After that, the two of them worked together to open a door, and the location was in the Hall of Truth. Ivan only then knew that there was an inner hall in the Hall of Truth, and hurriedly followed the Ice Queen, and they passed through the door together, and arrived at a secret realm similar to a closed small world. In the secret realm, he saw another Peak of Truth, which was only about 1 kilometer high. There was a plain above the Peak of Truth, and there was still a Hall of Truth on the plain, which looked more magnificent than the one outside. Outside the temple stood statues of the 4 existing virtual king wizards. Hundreds of meters tall human-shaped statues guarded the Temple of Truth, overlooking the entire world. 9 crystal pillars were evenly distributed around the Peak of Truth, and the colors of these crystal pillars were different. They looked like straight peaks. The height of the crystal pillars was the same as the Peak of Truth, and there was a palace on each pillar. The style of the palace was the same as that of the Temple of Truth, and it was also made of crystal. The color was the same as the crystal pillars below, but it was much smaller than the Temple of Truth itself. Further out, there are many wizard towers. The whole world gives people a very transparent and wonderful feeling, as if the great wizard world is right at your feet, and you can communicate with all places and departments with just a thought. This pillar of truth corresponds to the power of fire, which is most suitable for you to use. The Ice Queen took him to a red crystal pillar, and then they flew above the crystal pillar and came to the crystal palace here. This is the Fire Crystal Palace. Inside, you can call on all the power. As they arrived, the palace door opened automatically, and the Ice Queen walked in first. Ivan also came to the palace made of red crystal. The structure inside was the same as the Palace of Truth, but it was empty, and there was nothing. Lord Ariel, you can't go out until you become a Void King Wizard? How is that possible? However, from now on, once you leave the Fire Crystal Palace, it is equivalent to giving up the support given to you this time. Is that so? I didn't even have time to explain it to you. I notify your family on your behalf. That's good. While speaking, Ivan kept looking at the palace in front of him. He could sense that, as the Ice Queen said, he could mobilize many powers here. Among them, the most obvious was a vast and fiery power, as if it was connected to a small sun. What surprised him was that there was a lot of favor power. Did you sense it? Seeing that he looked different, the Ice Queen smiled faintly. Yeah. Ivan nodded repeatedly. There is nothing here. What do you want to put? A table. As his thoughts flashed through his mind, a solid stone table immediately appeared in the palace. He sensed clearly that this was not an object moved out of thin air, but was made of elemental particles. The manipulation of particles here was very convenient and light. In addition to the mobilization of elemental particles, you can also borrow the abilities of some special treasures here. For you, the most important thing should be the Fire Copper Furnace, which is the mother of the molten furnace in the Golden Rock Tower. The Fire Copper Furnace contains infinite fire energy, like a high-energy flame world. The second is the Hall of Truth itself. Its function is to use the power of wizard favor more effectively. And remember, the power of wizard favor is limited. You must use it rationally, but there is no limit until it is exhausted. We believe that you all know your limits. Through the statement of the Ice Queen, Ivan understood what the support this time included. It can be said that basically all the resources that the wizard world has are given to them. He also knew that wizards actually controlled so many treasures, such as the Hall of Truth, the Crystal Ball of Truth, the Peak of Truth, the Monument of the Sage, the Black Soul Tower, the Fire and Copper Furnace, the Wisdom Spring, the Thunder Pool, the 9-layered Qifeng Tower, etc. These treasures were accumulated by generations of wizards, and all of them have become the foundation of the wizarding world today, which is not to say that they are not rich. In order to help them, these family assets have been taken out, and some of the power of the treasures can be mobilized, but with a focus. I won't say much about gratitude, and no matter how many words are used, I can't express such kindness. Ivan said sincerely. You are a part of the wizarding world. There is no need to say thank you. This is left to you. The Ice Queen smiled and said, then she walked out of the Fire Crystal Palace, leaving Ivan alone inside. The door of the Fire Crystal Palace slowly closed. Chapter 589. After a while, the Ice Queen returned to the Hall of Truth of the Supreme Council. Only the King of Trees was in the hall, and he was standing in front of a doorway on one side. The Ice Queen walked forward, and he did not react. What are you thinking about? You are so absorbed in your thoughts. Ariel, Which of the three of them do you think can become people of our generation? The King of Trees asked back. I don't know. I hope all three of them can succeed. The Ice Queen answered very straightforwardly. It's difficult, but having two of them is good enough. They can fill the current vacancies and guard the wizard world, making it easier for us to go to that place and bring back Galef and Dalvin. Hearing the somewhat emotional words of the King of 10,000 Trees, the Ice Queen fell silent. Now they really need help. Otherwise, once they leave, the wizard world may be taken advantage of by others. Tell me again, who among the three of them is most likely to be promoted successfully? After a pause, the King of 10,000 Trees asked again. Wizard Hattie Shalosi. The Ice Queen answered straightforwardly. I don't think so. I think it should be Ivan. He is a unique wizard, you know? He is not only an arcane wizard, but also a legendary Night King. Wan Muzhue Wang has a different opinion. Night King? Night King corresponds to the way of life. Tanya from the Fitzler family followed him on the same path, and is currently in the process of promotion. Do you think she is unique? Did Galef tell you? Some of it was said by Ivan himself, and some by Galef. He was afraid that something might happen to him, so he hoped that I would take care of his junior Tanya. Our King of the Sky is also a man of temperament. You are right. Wizard Ivan and the legendary throne of Danila are indeed extraordinary. The two chatted casually, and it was not difficult to see that they were not very calm at the moment. They were deeply worried and had earnest expectations. When the two of them were guarding the Hall of Truth, a cage-like dilemma had already formed in an unknown distance. In the center of the cage-like area, there was a huge Wind King colt and a fire dragon. A tower floated on the Wind Horse, and a peak floated on the fire dragon. The two treasures were shining. The King Colt and the Pterosaur, the pagoda and the fire peak. They formed a formation to resist the erosion from all around. Galliffer, Dalvin, why bother struggling? Surrender early, and get out of trouble early. You can also gain the power to condense the throne. Why not? A voice came from outside, obviously coming to persuade them to surrender, but no one was seen. Bah, you traitor, you actually have the nerve to come here. The fire-winged dragon looked up to one side, with anger in its huge dragon eyes. If you can become a 6th-level wizard, what does a mere face count for? You, the dignified king of Dragon Flame, can't see through such a simple problem. Have you been slacking off in recent years? The voice outside said again. Shameless man, don't even mention the word wizard. You have been expelled from the wizarding world. It turned out that this fire-winged dragon was transformed by Dalvin Randolph, the Dragon Flame King, one of the 4 kings in the wizard world. The people outside did not feel ashamed of his scolding, but instead argued. At this time, the Wind King stopped the Dragon Flame King. Agria, do you dare to say that you have condensed the throne? The Wind King said, if someone familiar was here, they would be able to hear that this was the voice of the King of the Sky. But I am different from you. I, Agria, am a level 6 creature, and I still have the hope of condensing the throne. It won't take long to achieve this step, so as a former colleague, I hope you can also share this delicious fruit. TSK. Facing the enemy who tried to persuade him to surrender again, Feng Wangju showed an anthropomorphic sneer. King of the Sky, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you for deceiving yourself. As for the size of that extreme beast plane, you have already reached the limit, and there is no possibility of getting stronger. Otherwise, why would you have worked so hard to plan the power of the Danala world? These words seemed to hit the pain of the other side, leaving the voices outside speechless for a long time. If they had no intention, how could they take such a huge risk, set up a plan step by step, and not hesitate to offend a large world? Don't they know that their actions are like dancing on the edge of a knife? I was right. You are such a complete idiot. You jumped from a big world to a barely medium-sized world. The upper limit of the world is there, and it is clear and tangible. Feng Wangju did not let him go, and continued to mock him. Whatever you say, when you can't stand it anymore, you will become worse than me. Then we can talk about the past. Wishful thinking. Haha, do the remaining 2 guys dare to come to rescue you? You can let them try. We will wait for them here. Inside and outside the area, the 2 sides were incompatible. They could not reach an agreement, and soon parted unhappily. The Wind King and the Fire-Winged Dragon were still trapped in the cage, resisting the strange power coming from the surroundings all the time, and it was difficult to find hope to break the situation. Outer City of True City, Rainbow Territory. After these years of development, Rainbow Territory is no different from other arcane territories. It is like a large wizard country, and there are countless people living here. Today, the head of Rainbow Territory is the 3rd-level wizard Perny. Perny is not lacking in qualifications, character, wisdom, resources, etc. She has been a second-level wizard for a long time. With the careful guidance of an arcane wizard, it is natural for her to be promoted to a third-level wizard. After she became a third-level wizard, Ivan handed over the management of the territory to her. As for Josidi, she is not strong enough and can only assist Perny. I know. On this day, the two received a message from the Peak of Truth, saying that their arcane wizard had an important research to conduct and would not be back for a long time. The two of them were more or less used to this kind of thing. Unhappy? After sending the metal waiter away, Perny saw Josidi pouting slightly and couldn't help asking. A little? Josidi nodded slightly. I remember you weren't that kind of person. It's different now. Didn't you hear Lord Ivan say that he already has a daughter, and she gave birth to a woman he had never heard of? Aren't you anxious? Anyway, I am very anxious. When answering her, Josidi deliberately switched to voice transmission to avoid any ears. After following Ivan for so long, Josidi has become more comprehensive in her considerations. What's the point of being anxious? It's better to think about how to live longer. There's a long way to go. Penny was stunned for a moment and gave a more pertinent suggestion. Due to many reasons, Josidi is still stuck at the first-level wizard stage. However, she has become a ground knight, which is equivalent to a second-level creature. That's right, I also want to become a third-level wizard, and it would be best if I could become a Night King, so that sooner or later we can give birth to our offspring. Juicy said naively. With Ivan the wizard here, you will have this day sooner or later, and so will I, Danlin, and Angela. No one will be left behind. But Penny didn't think it was naive, because they had an omnipotent man. After the two of them imagined it for a while, they went about their own business. They didn't know that Ivan would take much longer than they expected this time. They also didn't expect that their own arcane wizard had begun to covet a higher level, and was on the road. Perhaps, the next time they meet, their identities and status will be different again. Chapter 590. Time flies. Looking back, it's already more than a decade later. In the special secret realm, where the inner hall of the Hall of Truth is located, 3 people stood on the Peak of Truth, staring at a crystal column not far away and the fire crystal palace above, without blinking. How is it? Soon, in the next few days. That's good. Ivan is a person who is good at breaking the rules, but I didn't expect him to reach this step so quickly, just more than half a year later than this wizard, which really makes me, a great sage, ashamed. That's nothing. Ivan is lucky. Maybe he will be the first one among us to achieve the throne. Then everyone will rely on him. After saying this, the 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. The 3 people standing on the Peak of Truth are the King of Trees, the Queen of Ice, and Hattie Shalosi. The wizard world has been waiting for the first wizard to condense the throne for a long time, so naturally no one would have any bad ideas about this. Among all of them, Ivan is the one who is most likely to become a 6th-level wizard. This is the consensus of many people. It is not a problem for him to be promoted to a 5th-level wizard. At this time, under the isolation of the Fire Crystal Palace, there was no movement in the space, but the 3 did not leave for a moment, just quietly guarding. 1 day. 2 days. 5 days. Until noon of the 8th day, the 3 realized that the wizard's magic luck suddenly rose a lot, and they couldn't help but smile, even the Ice Queen who was always serious. Haha, it's done. It's worthy of Ivan. Yes, now only Wizard Joey is missing. The tense hearts of the 3 finally relaxed, which indicated that the fate of the wizard world had taken a major turn for the better, and everything was still in time. About an hour later, the Fire Crystal Palace, which had been sealed for many years, slowly opened up, and a figure flew out from it. It was clearly a strange-looking Fire King Silkworm. The Fire Silkworm was dark red all over, with a classical and solemn black glow. There were insect tentacles around the Silkworm's body. When it flew in the air, its size was several times larger than the Fire Crystal Palace. It looked extremely magical, and it was also frightening, so people dared not approach. The 3 people understood that this was the spirit body of the Void King. 3 of you, I have kept you waiting for a long time. The firelight flowed and landed in front of the 3 Void King wizards, turning into a figure with divine light. Isn't it Ivan that the 3 of them have been talking about? Haha, it's not that long, just over 13 years. For us, this time is not worth mentioning at all. The King of 10,000 Trees laughed loudly, showing his joy. The lifespan of an arcane wizard is 1,000 years, and it doubles after being promoted to a Void King wizard, reaching a full 2,000 years. 13 years is indeed just a fraction, which is easy to overlook. Wizard Ivan, congratulations. What are you talking about, President? I haven't congratulated you on becoming a level 5 wizard yet. After many years, the two of them have become 5th level wizards. It must be said that this is something worth celebrating, and it is also a coincidence. You two are so familiar with each other, there is no need to be polite. The King of 10,000 Trees said. Haha, I feel emotional for a moment. Looking at Ivan, I always feel that I am not working hard enough. Hadi laughed. This wizard has come to this step by chance, unlike the president, who is down to earth and takes one step at a time. Ivan said. You have such an opportunity, which is what others can't envy. Before Ivan could say anything else, he heard the ground rumbling under his feet, attracting everyone's attention and causing them to look up. On the Peak of Truth, around the Temple of Truth, there were originally 4 statues of virtual king wizards. After Hadi became a level 5 wizard, one more guardian statue was added. At this time, the 6th statue was being generated. After a while, another 100-meter-high human-shaped statue was formed. As the ground changed, it was evenly distributed around with the original statues. This newly added statue was naturally Ivan's, and it also overlooked the entire world. I have to apologize to you too. Due to special circumstances, I cannot tell other wizards about this great blessing and let them share your joy. After the statue was derived, the Ice Queen said in a deep voice. For the wizard world, whether it is the emergence of an arcane wizard or the birth of a virtual king wizard, it is something worth celebrating for all wizards. Especially for the latter, a grand celebration ceremony is usually held to announce the emergence of a new ruler. At present, the two can only be wronged. Wizard Ivan doesn't know that the King of Sky and the King of Dragon Flame have been trapped in a certain place for a long time, struggling to survive, and waiting for us to rescue them. The King of Trees continued. I didn't expect the situation to be so serious. Ivan's face became solemn after hearing this. He thought something big was going to happen in the wizard world, but he didn't expect things to develop to such a bad point. The situation is still good now. The King of Sky and the King of Dragon Flame have not fallen. I contacted them with secret methods not long ago, and you and Hathi have grown up in time. There is room for turning around any adversity. The King of 10,000 Trees told him not to be too nervous, as the situation had not yet reached its worst point. This was also the result of their prompt decision to use all their resources to fully support the 3 people in their promotion to level 5 wizards. Now it seems that this decision was so wise. After Hadi and Ivan became level 5 wizards, the heavy pressure on them was greatly reduced. That's great. If you need my help, just tell me. Ivan will do his best. Ivan was relieved to hear this. He and the wizarding world shared the same fate, so he naturally did not want to see any virtual king wizard die. Again, we can afford to wait for a few years, and the King of Sky and the King of Dragon Flame can also wait, so there is no need to be too hasty. The King of 10,000 Trees shook his head slowly. He didn't want to see anyone get into trouble. These two had just been promoted and needed time to adapt to the increased power. They were willing to wait. Hearing this, Ivan and Hadi looked at each other and nodded solemnly. At this moment, the two secretly made up their minds that they must adapt to their own power as quickly as possible, and then find a way to help the 2 Void King wizards out of trouble. In the following days, in order to avoid being discovered by the enemy, the two remained in this secret space and practiced their own strength intensively. At the same time, with the help of the King of 10,000 Trees and the Queen of Ice, they further familiarized themselves with the corresponding treasures of the wizard world and made full preparations for the possible war. None of this was known to the outside world. The wizards in the City of Truth only knew that in recent years, the wizard world had added an arcane wizard and a night king. The arcane wizard was named Naniel Tutuo, and this arcane wizard also came from the east capital of China continent. The night king was the famous Tanya, who came from the first wizard family Fitzrad. They did not know that the wizard world had already given birth to the 5th and 6th virtual king wizards, and since then, the wizard world had 2 more pillars supporting the sky.